A young man who was at the peak of his career, starting to become the head of a leading corporation in the country. But a heart attack struck, shattering everything. His life, youth, and career all vanished. He passed away so suddenly. And then, whether it was a cruel twist of fate or a miraculous creation, he was reborn into the body of an infant, with parents who were poor orphans. The starkly different status between his past and present lives, a difficult beginning, yet it gave him many experiences and feelings about family that he never had in his previous life. With a new job helping to revive his family, becoming a child actor loved by everyone in the country, he will now live a completely different life, with his dearest loved ones in this life. Once again gradually climbing back to the peak of fame and fortune, let us all follow his journey. The story begins in 2025 in the splendid city of Seoul, in a large apartment complex with glittering lights as night falls. In a luxurious room, a spotless room with a cold metallic color scheme. The sound from the TV broadcasts a breaking news story that causes a stir. It is news about the shareholders meeting to decide the chairman of Samjin Group, one of the 3 largest corporations in Korea, which has just ended after 13 hours of tension. According to the news, an image of a young man with a charming smile in a black suit is shown on TV. After the dramatic meeting, the next chairman of Samjin has been determined. Director John Song-guk. And surprisingly, the person who just came out of the bathroom is the one being talked about on TV, in the most luxurious apartment. The young man smiled contentedly, nodding repeatedly at the flattering words of the presenter on TV, that he is not like other third-generation heirs who have to leave their positions due to scandals or poor management. Hearing this, the young man gleefully threw his head back and laughed like he had struck gold. Ha 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 ha, that is right, praise me more. I am the king of Samjin. It is me, John Song-guk, and to achieve today's success, the young man has gone through countless difficulties. John Song-guk suddenly felt emotional. How hard I worked to get this moment. Memories of the past flashed through his mind like a film reel, studying, physical training, studying abroad. Keeping the stupid siblings in check. Cleaning up the mess caused by his uncle, taking care of his wife in an arranged marriage, he had done everything perfectly. Not to mention building an image meticulously, John Song-guk's face was all over the newspapers with beautiful headlines, the most beloved chaebol heir in his 20s and 30s. Along with a series of favorite comments from the online community. Everything made his image in everyone's eyes extremely perfect and worthy of pride. The arrogant young man stroked his hair that fell down after a shower and took a glass of champagne. Absolutely perfect. It is obvious that I will become the owner of Samjin. John Song-guk looked at the phone, excitedly shouting, very good, and this is just the beginning. With a new owner, all the old scum must be swept away. The young man blinked and turned into a cunning devil, dreaming and scheming about the future. First of all, I will kick out all the henchmen of Tae-guk. But heaven seemed to like to tease people. In the excitement about a bright future, an accident happened when the young man's heartbeat suddenly became loud and clear. A very loud thump sounded, causing John Song-guk to freeze. In that instant, the young man's face quickly turned pale, his breathing became rapid with each helpless sob. The phone and champagne glass in his hand also fell down, and the young man who was laughing loudly just now collapsed to the ground with difficulty breathing and countless confusing thoughts appearing. In fear. A pain surged from the marrow, his mind panicked when he thought of a problem. What, my heart, can't breathe, no way. Glancing at the photo of his grandfather right behind him, John Song-guk was shocked to remember, his grandfather, the founder of Samjin Group, passed away from a heart attack. The terrible guess and the terrible state of his body at this moment made the young man almost desperately struggle, trying to reach out his trembling hand, with only one thought in his head. No, I can't be the next one, I won't fall because of an ordinary heart attack. But another thump sounded, completely severing John Song-guk's distant dreams and desire to live. His mind was invaded by darkness, until a warm feeling touched his cheek and a gentle voice of a woman sounded in his ear. There, my little darling, who is mommy's most adorable treasure. It was a young and beautiful couple hugging their child in their arms, and the child's eyes were wide open with confusion. The young man reached out to touch his tender face. This face is so cute, but what the hell is going on? The mature soul of the rich President John Song-guk. That soul is appearing in the body of a chubby baby. The shocking truth made the young man hold his head and desperately scream. What the hell is going on? Even so, on the outside, he could not speak but only cried "Oi," startling his parents. A moment later, in a small and old apartment, an excited voice rang out, "Oh my God, oh my God." The young couple carefully observed every action of the child on the bed, looking at the child's plump and round cheeks. Even the small and cute hands when clenched were extremely lovely. Looking at the small and cute John Song-guk in the crib, that voice shouted in extreme excitement, "Our John Song-guk, so cute." Kim So-young, 21 years old, who is also John Song-guk's mother, continued to be mesmerized and asked, "Honey, do you think our John Song-guk is handsome?" John Song-guk's father, John Ji-sung, 23 years old, nodded repeatedly, praising his son. You're cuter than those famous babies on the internet. So Young was playing with her son and happily praised, our John Song-guk, luckily you were born handsome. Forced to accept the harsh reality of returning to the body of a child, John Song-guk was happily sucking on a pacifier. But when he heard the word luckily, he suddenly became angry. His small face became grumpy, angrily throwing the pacifier out of his mouth, making Ji-sung ask blankly, are you uncomfortable somewhere? John Song-guk gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face, resentfully shouting in his heart, what the hell is this? He remembered his excellent body from his previous life, crying and asking himself, height 183 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms, full of 500 kilograms weights, where's my perfect body? Why did it turn into this short, three-headed baby body? Great family, excellent body, perfect background, I am John Song-guk, the king of Samjin. The perfect image of his previous life contrasted with the dilapidated and damp house of this life. He looked at the cobweb in the corner of the room. The patched clothes on his body, painfully thinking, but now I am, in this place, John Song-guk shouted painfully in his heart. Reincarnated as a baby in a poor family, his redundant biological parents were also a young couple from an orphanage, with nothing in their hands. John Song-guk recalled the moment when he felt most cool in the past, just about to raise his favorite glass of wine. That bottle of Chardonnay Sauvignon costs millions of won, but now it is so miserable. Just then his mother's sweet voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts, baby, it is time to eat. When he saw the bottle, John Song-guk frowned again, strongly resisting in his heart, this cheap formula, no way, how can a multi-million-dollar president like me drink this kind of milk? But when the bottle was brought closer, he unconsciously became greedy, his eyes sparkling, saliva dripping constantly. The instinct of a child's body had no resistance to the bottle. John Song-guk drank milk while painfully groaning, because the first thing a newborn body cannot resist is being fed milk. When John Song-guk finished the bottle, So Young happily praised, baby drinks milk so well. Then she kissed her small baby son's cheek, lovingly exclaimed, my son is so handsome. This intimate act made the soul of the adult in the child's body almost petrified. Secretly complaining, so terrible. All the things that happened made him sink into a pile of negative thoughts, collapsing on the most important day of his life. Then reincarnated as a baby, all of it was so shocking. However, that was not the most difficult thing for him. John Song-guk looked at the young parents who were gently looking at him, silently adding, but the hardest thing to adapt to is these two people. Our baby, our son, their intimate actions and every loving word made John Song-guk feel too intimate, full of cheesy and sickening words, although this body is indeed their son. The soul in the body is the soul of an adult. In this harmonious and happy three-person family scene, he unconsciously thought that, the feeling of having parents, I, John Song-guk, have never known, so having parents is like this. He suddenly remembered his previous life, his biological parents. Two parents but no different from strangers to their son. His mother was always indifferent and repeatedly said the familiar words, you know what to do, I have to go to work. His father also only coldly entrusted, John Song-guk, take good care of your younger siblings, as the eldest son, you should at least be able to do that. And his father told his younger brother, if you need anything, tell your brother, Tae-guk. The cunning smile of that brat Tae-guk appeared in his mind. John Song-guk was lost in thought when he suddenly woke up. He fidgeted his hands and feet and then cried loudly. Resolutely thinking in his head, this is not the time to be weak. The child's strange reaction made John Song-guk's parents worriedly exclaim, John Song-guk, are not you sleepy after drinking milk? John Song-guk frowned, his face pouted and pouted, how can I be sleepy? However, as soon as he thought that, he immediately tilted his head and fell asleep like a log. He learned another thing about newborns, the second thing that a newborn body cannot resist. Sleepiness. Seeing this, So Young said sadly, the baby looks very tired, and John Song-guk closed his eyes tightly but tears were still streaming down, thinking to himself. Damn it, just wait until I wake up. While So Young gently looked at the quiet figure of her son, coaxing her son to sleep, our son, so cute, Ji-jong stood up and said, the baby is asleep, So Young. You should rest a bit too, let me cook dinner. Hearing this, So Young quickly took the job, it is okay, let me help you cook dinner, you are preparing to go to work, but Ji-jong resolutely said no you rest. Watch TV to relax your mind. Then the news was immediately turned on, and the sound of the presenter was also clear. Latest news, Samjin chairman, John Ju-shin involved in bribery scandal. Next news. Bribery allegations have been raised against the chairman of Samjin Group, John Ju-shin. This afternoon, the prosecution conducted an investigation. And Samjin chairman, John Ju-shin has appeared. This sentence directly caused John Song-guk, who was sleeping soundly, to open his eyes wide and wake up. In shock, he sat up straight and looked directly at the news on TV. Seeing this, So Young exclaimed in surprise, "Honey, did you see that news?" Our John Song-guk suddenly sat up straight, and John Song-guk did not have time to worry about his parents but was still frowning, thinking in shock. No way, looking at Ju Shin's face on TV, if he could speak, he would have shouted in horror, "No way, what is going on? That is my grandfather." But he passed away. John Song-guk sat up straight, attentively listening to the news. Today's news, everyone must have heard about the bribery case with a box of apples. The chairman of Samjin Group, John Ju Shin, has directly appeared before the public. Samjin chairman, John Ju Shin, is accused of bribery. John Song-guk widened his eyes in horror, thinking to himself, "No way. My deceased grandfather." Looking at the image of his grandfather on TV, he immediately reached out and clung to the TV shelf, making So Young behind him startled in surprise. John Song-guk's eyes widened, countless thoughts appearing in his head. "Surely, I still remember that moment clearly. When I was 10 years old. He was arrested for bribing politicians with a box of apples, and had to go to court. Those who were afraid of Samjin's growth constantly criticized, calling it a dirty corporation. Only knowing how to bribe, it is ridiculous." The young John Song-guk exuded a terrifying and gloomy murderous aura, coldly thinking, "Money is power, relationships are everything." He squinted his eyes, affirming in his head, "Only naive people think that saving every penny will help them get rich. That kind of thinking that only poor couples have." Thinking so, John Song-guk looked at his parents. They were still happily shouting, "John Song-guk is crawling, indeed my son." He helplessly sighed, continuing to ponder about his previous life. "Anyway, on the day his grandfather was summoned by the prosecution, he let me, who was only 10 years old at the time, push his wheelchair for him in public. A staged scene to appeal to public sympathy, but for me, it was like a debut. His grandfather and father, two people who had a significant relationship with him. A declaration to the world that John Song-guk is the next heir. But what about now?" Looking at Tae-guk's arrogant face on the TV screen, he furiously thought, "Tae-guk, you bastard, that greedy younger brother." Following that, bad images of Tae-guk poured into John Song-guk's mind. That guy used the excuse of studying abroad, but all he learned was how to do drugs. He angrily cursed inwardly, "The arrogant bastard, always craving my position, never able to do anything." John Song-guk reached out his small hand to touch the TV screen, constantly sighing in his heart that going back to being a child is not the problem. The problem is that he went back to the past. This truth made his tiny body tremble. Then John Song-guk suddenly raised his face and cried out. The resentments he had endured poured out like a stream. "My fate, my position, everything, is about to be stolen." A new day with countless emotions quickly passed as night fell. The gentle voice of his mother So Young rang out. "John Song-guk, Mommy brought you delicious apple juice," but he threw it away. John Song-guk sat like a lump in front of the TV, angrily thinking, "Do not bother me." His son's unusual reaction and attitude made his mother worried. So Young lowered her eyes, sadly calling, "John Song-guk." Just then the sound of the door opening suddenly rang out. Ji-jong quickly entered the house, saying, "Honey, I am home." He smiled brightly, excitedly shouting, "Today the boss let me bring back a lot of leftover meat, because this man works as a chef in a pork knuckle restaurant nearby." Ji-jong was happily saying, "Let me cook something delicious for you and the baby." Then So Young suddenly held his hand, calling, "Honey." Ji-jong asked blankly, "What is the matter?" So Young pointed forward and replied, "John Song-guk." As soon as he saw John Song-guk with dark circles around his eyes sticking to the TV, Ji-jong exclaimed in shock, "You're still watching TV." So Young helplessly recounted, "But he only watches the news. He cries when we turn off the TV or change the channel." Ji-jong heard this and rolled up his sleeves, confidently taking the job. "Leave it to me." Then he rushed in front of John Song-guk, smiling brightly, shouting, "Come on, John Song-guk, Daddy's home. Do not watch TV anymore. Play with Daddy, peekaboo." However, John Song-guk suddenly grabbed Ji-jong's finger, making him surprised and exclaim, "Huh." Baby John Song-guk's face wrinkled like a jujube, grinding his teeth angrily staring at Ji-jong with a terrifying murderous aura. In the boy's heart, he screamed, "Turn on the TV again." This attitude immediately made the young father Ji-jong dejectedly complain, "I lost to you," making So Young worriedly call right next to him, "Honey," and John Song-guk impatiently thought, "I do not have time to waste on such useless things." The baby stretched his dark circles eyes wide, determined to tell himself in his heart, "Now I need to collect as much useful information as possible. Information about the current situation. Information about his grandfather and Samjin." John Song-guk's eyes lit up with a fierce flame of determination, thinking to himself, information about how to return to the original body. However, at this moment, the TV suddenly turned off with a snap, accompanied by So Young's stern voice, "That is enough." Despite his son's angrily puffed-up cheeks, she still seriously reprimanded, You have not eaten anything all day, you need to rest too. So Young held John Song-guk in her arms and coaxed him, but the baby kept crying, making her not know what to do, helplessly calling out, John Song-guk. At that time, the child John Song-guk kept crying, tears streaming down like rain, unwillingly thinking no, let go. I had to fight with my head, fight to the end to protect the position of heir to Samjin, and now everything is being stolen by someone like John Tae-guk. His small face covered in tears, John Song-guk tried to reach out his hand towards the space in front of him. I have to return to my position. Just then, So Young suddenly patted her son's back affectionately and gently coaxed, John Song-guk, my good boy, rest well. Tomorrow you will try again. John Song-guk at this time did not understand why he leaned into his mother's arms. Tears were still falling, but his eyes were closed. In the moment of leaning into his mother's arms, the everyday moments of laughing, giggling, and crying flashed through his mind, making John Song-guk stunned and wondering in his heart. Is it because I have become a child that my emotions are gradually becoming weaker? Emotions change erratically and cannot think for long. And when this woman patted my back lightly, for some reason, I fell asleep without knowing it. In that warm embrace of his mother, the lonely soul of the young man seemed to be erased from the pain and resentment and fell asleep in a daze. After the little son became quiet, the young father Ji Jong placed his hand on John Song-guk, worriedly saying, is he like this, honey? He must be very tired today. So Young looked down at her son in her arms, hesitatingly said, I am worried about John Song-guk. His wife's words surprised Ji Jong and he exclaimed, what is the matter? The worried mother hugged her son tightly, slowly expressing her worries to her husband. He will be 1 year old soon, but until now he still has not called mommy and daddy. He only watches TV all day. I am so worried. Because I am a mother but I do not know anything. I do not know if I am raising him the wrong way. Ji Jong heard this and seriously called. So Young he hugged both her and their son in his arms, gently reassuring, although we do not have a lot of money, our love for our son is sincere, right? Do not worry. Our son will grow up well. Have faith in John Song-guk. A few days later, John Song-guk wore a flashy floral shirt, his face droopy and exhausted as if he had just fought 100 battles. He desperately thought, I am done for. Over the past few days, despite having to fight to watch the news, despite having to stay up late to secretly follow, even biting Ji Jong's hand to beg to watch the news. But he did not get any useful information. This world continues to operate as is without anything happening, and he is still stuck in this child's body. The harsh truth made the young man helplessly lower his head, sighing heavily in his heart, life is so meaningless. So Young saw her son like that and exclaimed in surprise, oh my God, John Song-guk, are not you watching TV today? John Song-guk thought hopelessly, let us give up. Rarely seeing her little son so well behaved, the young mother happily picked him up and suggested, then let us go for a walk with mommy. Let us go to the market to buy some food, and admire the flowers on the way back. A moment later, as soon as they opened the door, the mother and son were greeted by a sky full of warm sunshine, so Young placed John Song-guk in front of her chest. She tilted her head back and happily exclaimed, the weather is so beautiful today. At this moment, a girl suddenly came and spoke up, room 107, so Young greeted her warmly, landlady going to work. The landlady replied politely, I have some work this morning, you are going out a bit late today, the beautiful landlady. On the way to the market, the mother and son passed by a construction site and at that moment, a loud clank sounded. John Song-guk was startled when he saw a large and long iron bar swaying as if it was about to fall behind So Young. And indeed, what he thought immediately happened. John Song-guk widened his eyes in horror when the large iron bar suddenly fell. So Young was also startled. Horrifiedly turned her head back, hugged her son tightly, but the two large and long iron bars were rushing down like wind right where the two people were standing. As soon as she saw the two large iron bars falling down with dizzying speed, So Young's first reaction was to hug John Song-guk tightly in her arms, shielding her entire son's body. And then the two heavy iron bars fell on the mother and son. Dust and dirt blurred the chaotic and dilapidated scene. There was blood splattered out. The situation became chaotic, attracting passers-by. The figures of the mother and son were nowhere to be seen, but only the screams of the landlady. Room 107, room 107, wake up quickly. The two large iron bars blocked the way, making the landlady unable to get close, only able to helplessly scream, So Young. When she saw her covered in blood lying in a jumble of metal scraps, So Young with her forehead torn open full of blood, her face bruised, hearing the call, weakly opened her eyes. Stammering, Miss, landlady, John Song-guk. She struggled to utter each word, mother will protect you, and then finally unable to resist any longer closed her eyes in a pool of blood. This situation and sacrifice made the small John Song-guk, the child who was lucky enough to be protected by his mother without any injuries, that child trembled and hurriedly struggled out of his mother's arms, his small hands propped on the ground, his voice also trembling. Fearfully uttered, Mommy, mommy, mommy. John Song-guk was terrified and stunned when he saw his mother in a pool of blood, painfully shouting in his heart, "Do not die, mommy." Immediately after, support staff arrived in time. The landlady picked up John Song-guk and ran after the support staff, pushing So Young lying on a stretcher. The chaotic sound with worried shouts in the hospital, "Emergency." Support staff quickly reported her condition to the doctor. The patient suffered a forehead injury due to construction materials falling from the construction site. The doctor immediately shouted loudly after hearing this, "Prepare for surgery immediately. Are there any other injuries?" The female doctor looked at the medical record, reading some information that made her eyes suddenly focused. A moment later, So Young lying in the hospital bed suddenly moved as if showing signs of waking up. Seeing this, Ji Jong was startled and uttered, "Honey, So Young," in the young man's voice mixed with a bit of surprise and extreme joy. He immediately helped his wife sit up, hurriedly asking, "You are awake, can you hear me? Sit up slowly." So Young weakly called, "Honey, John Song-guk." As soon as she woke up, So Young frantically called her son's name. "Where is John Song-guk? He was with me." Seeing his wife just woke up and was already calling the little devil's name made Ji Jong's face darken. Hesitatingly replied, "Oh." Looking down at John Song-guk sitting right on the hospital bed, he continued, "John Song-guk is here, right next to you." Ji Jong carried his son over and recounted the event. "Thanks to you shielding him, he was not injured at all, but he seems very shocked to see his mother injured." Seeing John Song-guk lower his head, tears falling drop by drop, So Young quickly reached out to pick up her son and painfully coaxed, "My son, were you very scared? It is okay, mommy does not hurt at all." She hugged John Song-guk in her arms, gently reassuring, "Mother only needs you to be safe, my John Song-guk." John Song-guk cried until his face turned red, his nose running. The boy looked up at his mother with big round eyes. Immediately after, he burst into emotions and sobbed. The poor little John Song-guk threw himself into So Young's arms, using his two small hands to hug her tightly, his heart trembling with extremely chaotic thoughts and fear of insecurity. "Scared, I am so scared." The boy kept hugging his mother, crying as if he had never cried before. If he could speak, John Song-guk would definitely sob and say, "Do not you know how to cherish your life? What if you really died?" While he cried until his eyes hurt, the young couple smiled happily. So Young patted his back lightly. Ji Jong happily teased, "He is sobbing." A moment later, after calming down, the young mother So Young realized the strange surroundings, confusedly asked, "But honey, is this a private room? Why rent such an expensive hospital room?" Her condition is not that serious. Originally a very normal question, but Ji Jong's face flushed red with embarrassment like a young man, hesitatingly replied, "Oh well." He suddenly said loudly, "The doctor said you need absolute rest, So Young." This attitude made her ask blankly, "Rest, absolute?" Ji Jong shyly said, "You know that stage." Although he did not say it clearly, the sign hanging on So Young's hospital bed clearly stated that pregnant women need absolute rest. So Young finally realized. Her face also flushed red. She said in surprise, "No way," and Ji Jong carefully instructed, "Anyway, just stay here and comfortably recover for a week." The gentle husband pressed his forehead against his wife's, affectionately continued, "Your job now is just to rest and recover." So Young hugged John Song-guk in her arms, smiled happily and gently. Cold, honey. The harmonious scene of the three-person family was broken by the sound of the door opening and the voice of the nurse. "Sorry, but visiting hours are almost over." Ji Jong was startled, embarrassedly spoke up to resolve the awkward atmosphere. "Then I will go home now." Ji Jong carried John Song-guk, who had been crying until his eyes were swollen, while tenderly instructing his wife, "So Young, did you hear? Just rest comfortably. I will be back tomorrow. Take care of yourself, my love." Before leaving, he also did not forget to ask the doctor, "Please take care of So Young for me." Outside on the street with the bright street lights, Ji Jong hugged John Song-guk in front of his chest, happily said, "Son, let us go home." Then he suddenly hesitated, mumbling, "Go home, but the bus fare." The embarrassment made the young man look down at the shoes on his feet, a pair of worn, old and dirty shoes. Ji Jong still decided, "It is not too far, let us walk," making John Song-guk surprised and frowned, sighing in his head. He does not even have a few coins to take the bus. Is this family that poor? The boy remembered the times he had lived with a couple in the past. An emotional thought suddenly appeared in his head. But, a father who always works just to take care of his family. A mother who is willing to sacrifice her life for him. Those two people seem to have really touched the lonely soul in the child's body. John Song-guk gently closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the baby-faced Ji Jong, babbling, called, "Daddy, daddy, daddy." The tender call made Ji Jong's eyes widen in surprise. This is what the couple had been waiting for so long. His son's call of daddy made him so excited that he sang out loud, "John Song-guk, did you just call daddy, right?" John Song-guk happily called daddy, daddy again. In the boy's heart he had also recognized, "Now they are my family, are my parents." A week later, beautiful cakes and fruits were exquisitely displayed on the table. A paper was pasted on the wall with the words, "Welcome home So Young Safe Discharge Celebration." In that warm and joyful atmosphere, the small and handsome John Song-guk, dressed in a beautiful hanbok with a cute hat, appeared. So Young and Ji Jong also wore beautiful hanboks, excitedly pressing the camera repeatedly to take pictures of the super handsome baby John Song-guk. So Young frantically praised, "Our John Song-guk is so adorable." The young couple sadly shouted, "Honey, our son is so handsome." "Right, for sure. He looks even more beautiful than those child models on TV." While the two of them were taking pictures enthusiastically, "How can he be as cute as a gem?" The main character John Song-guk was stiff-faced, sprayed with stiff hairspray. The boy frowned and pouted, angrily wanting to shout at the couple that, "Is this the time to have a party?" John Song-guk imagined that if it was himself in his previous life, he would be so angry that he would flip the table, scolding this couple that it was so difficult to pay off the hospital fees. To the point that they had to save even the bus fare. While every penny was important, why waste it on things like celebrations or first birthdays? John Song-guk's face was as grumpy as an 80-year-old man. The boy affirmed in his heart, "If it was me in my previous life, I would have definitely shouted like that." But John Song-guk widened his eyes looking at the smiles on his parents' happy faces, unexpectedly changed his mind. "But now I understand, there are things that cannot be measured by money. Emotions can even be exchanged for life." And at this moment, when facing the arms of his father and mother, John Song-guk did not resist like before but opened his mouth and smiled brightly, then raised his two small hands towards So Young. At the same time, the child also secretly made up his mind. "During the week that mother was in the hospital, I thought a lot. I need to take action." John Song-guk clearly realized that, realistically speaking, his parents will find it difficult to escape this poverty. They know nothing about financial management. Not to mention spare money, they even have to struggle to manage living expenses. Moreover, there is a major economic crisis coming, if the future I know really happens. While the boy was scratching his head thinking, the sound of knocking on the door suddenly rang out. The mother So Young stood up, loudly asked, "Who is it?" The person outside replied, "So Young, it is me, landlady Kim Mi-young." When the door was opened, Mi-young reached into her pocket to take out something while saying, "I heard you were discharged from the hospital, so I stopped by to see how you are." And she took out an advertisement and asked So Young, "About your child. Are you interested in letting him try to be a child actor?" On the extremely large and magnificent building, that person was hanging a poster about the audition for child actors. Searching for the next generation of child stars at the studio building, the 11th floor was pasted right in the middle of the large building. So Young carried John Song-guk on her chest, stunnedly looked up, and the scene in front of her made her unable to help but exclaim in surprise, "So this is the audition location." Meanwhile, the small and adorable baby John Song-guk pursed his lips, secretly commenting, "It looks okay. They must have spent a lot of money on this." However, although he had made a new decision at home to come here, but as soon as he stood in front of the building, So Young suddenly felt scared, negatively wondering, "But what if we come here in vain?" Making John Song-guk bewilderedly turn his head to look at her as if wanting to shout, "What are you saying? This is a golden opportunity for me." Luckily, So Young finally agreed to go inside, muttering as she walked, "Let us go in." Back a few days ago, when the landlady Min Young introduced this audition, So Young exclaimed in surprise, "Child actor, huh?" Min Young carefully informed the couple that, "The company I work for just received a contract to shoot an advertisement for a large corporation. They are holding auditions for an important role for a child actor." Saying this, she paused for a moment. Min Young looked straight, her eyes towards the adorable John Song-guk in hanbok, seriously praising, "Your child looks very bright, and seems to have talent. And that is why So Young and John Song-guk are in this building today." Before the audition started, John Song-guk in his mother's arms suddenly burst out laughing, looking extremely sinister and cunning. He, making So Young worry. In fact, President John Song-guk in the form of a baby was boldly smoothing his hair, radiating handsome charm, puffing his nose to the sky, affirming, "Those who are destined to be stars will become stars." Before anything, he saw gold and silver money falling from the sky, dreaming that this is an opportunity, a way to make money. John Song-guk confidently thought, "From a young age I have lived among the lights of the camera. Things like makeup, camera angles, these things are too basic, so it definitely won't be difficult for him to act in front of countless lenses. Number one young master among the actors in John Song-guk. Thanks to that, I can be called a young master who can become an actor. I will crush this audition, gather all the prize money and cats. Then use that money to invest further." While the boy was still daydreaming, the elevator door slowly opened. A harsh voice of a woman shouted, making both So Young and John Song-guk startled. "What are you still standing there for? Are not you going in?" Both the mother and son were startled, and the mother So Young stepped aside, embarrassedly giving way to the brown-haired girl who had just shouted, "You go in first." The aunt carrying a boy politely bowed and apologized, then followed after her. While the three of them along with two babies were standing in the elevator, the brown-haired girl kept complaining unhappily, "I am dying of busy, you are blocking my way." Making John Song-guk furious. So Young, seeing her son angry, stroked his head to coax him. Standing right next to her, the baby in the auntie's arms suddenly reached out towards John Song-guk, babbling said. So Young, seeing this, smiled and exclaimed, "Your baby is so pretty." The auntie friendly continued, "This is our young master, Jae-hee." The atmosphere was cheerful when the brown-haired girl suddenly interrupted with a loud and extremely uncomfortable voice, "Do not talk to me, old lady." She squinted her eyes, looking down at So Young with contempt, at the same time pointing her finger at the mother and son So Young, and threatened, "It seems you also came to audition." Planning to probe the opponent, this accusation made So Young bewilderedly wave her hand to explain, "That is not it." Seeing this, that girl showed a smugly contemptuous smile, arrogantly declaring, "Humph, struggle as much as you want, anyway my Jae-hee will win." That unpleasant face and condescending tone made John Song-guk angry, grinding his teeth and cursing secretly, "What did you say?" The boy's extremely sharp eyes were immediately seen by the brown-haired girl. She was shocked by his angry eyes and shouted, "What? Why does this child have such sharp eyes?" In her head she also cursed, "What an insolent attitude." At the same time, John Song-guk was also secretly evaluating her, from head to toe, all branded goods, and also has a nanny following like a servant, just like a rich lady. Just when the two sides were fiercely confronting each other, the elevator suddenly stopped. The brown-haired girl and the nanny hurriedly went out first, while John Song-guk stared intently at their backs. A fierce murderous aura radiated everywhere, angrily challenged in his heart, "Let us see who wins, I will crush you guys." At the audition site, a place with countless cameras and advanced modern machines, a voice rang out, "Registration number 8, take a few more photos." The assistant director was a gentle silver-haired girl telling the girl on stage, "Baby, look at the camera." "Very good, next, baby number 9. At the same time So Young carried John Song-guk inside and she worriedly said, "It does not look easy at all." Hearing his mother's words, but John Song-guk only sighed, then thought to himself, "Not really," he knew clearly, "this is just a simple camera test. They are seeing if the faces of the babies look good on camera, and if they can act basic, because standing under the resolution of professional machines, sometimes the complexion on the screen is very different from what you see with the naked eye. Moreover, the hot lights, unfamiliar space. For children it is really hard to bear. Sometimes adults are very awkward and uneasy when standing in front of the camera." Immediately after, the host continued to call, "Number 10 Lee Jae-hee." Hearing this name, the young president sitting in his mother's arms immediately looked up. And when the brown-haired girl stepped up with the baby, the assistant director greeted her warmly, "Oh, are not you the wife of the owner of Deokpung Paper Company?" But she acted haughty and did not bother to talk to her. Song-guk with his sharp ears quickly caught the main point, surprised, thinking, "Deokpung Paper Company, she is the wife of the owner of that company." He secretly sneered, "Ha ha, just a medium-sized company. To put it bluntly, they are subcontractors of subcontractors of subcontractors of Sammy." The baby's cunning eyes were tightly following the back of the brown-haired girl, arrogantly thinking, "Let us see what is so good about their child." The invisible look from behind made her shiver. And under the guidance of the assistant director, her beloved son was placed in front of the camera. The photographer amiably cheered, "Jae-hee, smile, smile brightly." But baby Jae-hee under the dazzling stage lights was so scared that his face turned pale, sweat pouring like a stream. The boy sobbed, making the brown-haired mother startled and shouted loudly, "Jae-hee, smile." But her shouting only made the boy cry even louder. Song-guk on the side quietly smiled smugly. In an awkward situation, the assistant director scratched her head, embarrassedly said, "If it continues like this, then we can't continue the audition," making the brown-haired girl excitedly shout, "What are you saying? He will stop crying right away." The assistant director hesitated again and said, "But there are still many other children waiting." She heard this and shouted loudly, "What is the rush? Just wait a little bit and—" But before she could finish, she was interrupted by another cold voice, "Number 12 John Song-guk." The assistant director blankly said, "Oh," because the person calling the name was the picky director next to her, a man with a cold face and completely oblivious to everyone around him. The assistant director stammered, calling "Director," but the director only coldly ordered, "Assistant, please take the lady and her child outside to calm the baby down." The audition will continue. The brown-haired girl was trembling with anger, angrily biting her lip, but could not do anything. Following that, the director called again, "Child actor Song-guk present," making So Young startled and loudly replied, "Here I am." She gently placed Song-guk on the stage. Hiding her embarrassment, the assistant director smiled and asked, "Song-guk, let us start the audition." Standing right next to him, mother So Young gently looked at her son, softly encouraging Song-guk. However, that brown-haired girl still refused to leave the set and even blatantly squeezed closer, gritting her teeth, said, "Move aside, let me see." Song-guk on the stage was extremely angry, deliberately curled his lips and smiled provocatively, "Yeah, open your eyes wide and watch." Looking at the brown-haired girl's gloomy face staring at him, the boy confidently thought to himself, "Open your eyes wide and look closely at the reason why I will succeed, and your child won't. I will show you right now." Thinking is doing. Song-guk immediately smiled brightly with a clear and attractive sound. This super cute action made Mother So-young's eyes widen. The cold director directly blushed, excitedly shouting, "Camera, quickly get my camera." He directly picked up the camera and excitedly exclaimed, "Come on, Song-guk, look over here," and of course with the soul of an adult he said what Song-guk immediately followed. "Take a profile photo. Make a cute gesture. Hold up the props, very good." Any pose or request the child in front of him completed very well with an incredibly adorable appearance. Even a picky person like the director could not help but be so excited that he was trembling. All over, very good, wow, excellent. This child is indeed a genius. The director's praise and affirmation made the brown-haired girl next to her darken her face and angrily grind her teeth. The director excitedly exclaimed, "This child is indeed a genius. Quickly sign a contract." This excitement of the director made Song-guk puff up his nose, while So-young was stunned thinking, "Our Song-guk is a genius." The director suddenly stomped hard on the ground and called out, "Song-guk's mother." He smiled brightly, extended his hand towards So-young, actively introducing, "Hello, I am advertising director Jun-hae." He suddenly shook So-young's hand tightly. Looking crazy when he kept praising. "Your son is really excellent. Can we sign a contract right away? Do you have any conditions you want to discuss?" That over-enthusiasm and excessive enthusiasm made the young mother So-young retreat, stammering asking, "Director, is Song-guk really talented? This is the first time I have encountered this." Her bewildered appearance made Jun-hae suddenly realize his rude attitude, scratching his head replying, "I was a little too excited so I was a bit hasty, of course full of talent." He sincerely praised, "This boy is not only natural in front of the camera. He also responds to my direction. It is as if he understands everything I say." Song-guk just listened and nodded as if that is right, secretly smiled then thought, "That is because I really understand everything." Director Jun-hae excitedly proposed, "I am really looking forward to working with Song-guk so." Before he could finish a very loud noise rang out interrupting. The brown-haired girl knocked over the camera, her face flushed red, angrily shouted, "What do you think you are doing?" The sound was so loud that both director Jun-hae and So-young were startled. Her eyes flashing with anger, the beautiful woman loudly questioned, "The audition has not ended yet. It is as if you have already decided the winner before the audition is even over, is that right?" Suddenly being scolded so harshly made So-young shrink back in fear. She held Song-guk tightly in her arms, while her voice continued to ring out, "Other than my Jae-hee, I won't accept anyone else as the winner." Finally, to end her ridiculous one-sided argument, a notice was posted, with content about the search for the next generation of child actors, the list of finalists. Child actor John Song-guk and child actor Lee Jae-hee, so the mother and son Song-guk, the brown-haired girl and the nanny baby Jae-hee were in the waiting room. And of course the atmosphere in the room at this time was completely heavy. The brown-haired girl turned her head to the other side, annoyedly snorting loudly. Her face darkening causing So-young to feel a little scared. But when she looked down at the small Song-guk in her arms, she smiled brightly, happily thinking, "I did not expect my Song-guk to enter the finals. There are so many beautiful and smart children. But our son is still the most outstanding." Her mother's sudden praise made Song-guk smugly smile thinking, of course, with a soul that has experienced a lifetime. It is natural to be superior to other children of the same age. Suddenly So-young looked at her son and then suddenly muttered, "But, maybe because I suddenly feel relieved." Her embarrassed face and words caught the attention of Jae-hee's nanny. She asked her softly what was wrong. So-young hesitatingly replied, "Oh well, the bathroom." The two spoke quietly to each other. "Oh my, give me the baby, you go quickly, okay, thank you, I will be right back." And so the nanny carried both Song-guk and Jae-hee in her arms. She gently said, "Come on, come here." The nanny looked at the adorable Song-guk, unable to resist but exclaimed, "Oh my, the more I look the more I find this child impressive." However, at this moment a cold voice rang out, "Hey," it was the terrifying sound of the brown-haired girl with a murderous look towards the nanny. "Hey, are you kidding me?" Under the startled fear of the nanny, the brown-haired girl angrily scolded her harshly, "I have been too annoyed that our Jae-hee is being compared to that child. Are you really stupid or pretending to be stupid?" She excitedly shouted, "Do you want to be fired? If you think that child is beautiful, why do not you adopt him yourself?" The nanny tremblingly apologized to her terrifying boss, "No madam, I was wrong." The farce in front of him made Song-guk laugh angrily, secretly cursing, "Look at her attitude." The boy secretly clenched his small hand and raised it high, grinding his teeth and roaring in his heart. "I just want to slap her to relieve my anger, always relying on her status and money to bully others." At this moment, the assistant director poked her head in and said sorry. And surprisingly, as soon as she saw the assistant's face, the brown-haired girl angrily questioned and said, "Assistant director, I was just about to call you." The assistant director awkwardly stepped inside while looking around and asked, Song-guk's guardian. Seeing this, the brown-haired girl immediately said straightly, just went out for a moment, you can speak freely. Their ambiguous attitude made Song-guk suddenly become vigilant, secretly wondering what is going on. The brown-haired girl was not wary of a child, so she spoke directly to the assistant director about her dissatisfaction. Is this reasonable? I just want to create a memory for my Jae-hee. Why does he have to fight with that kid? She excitedly shouted. Was not he chosen to be the winner? These words immediately startled Song-guk in shock. The assistant director cautiously replied, yes madam, but just through their few words, Song-guk immediately pieced together the beginning and end of the matter, so the boy angrily thought to himself. So that is how it is. A blatant cheating game. In fact, the advertisement model has been chosen in advance. The audition is just a formality. All just to create a glamorous debut for their children, child prodigy actor, using other children as a background and then abandoning them. This is not an audition, but more accurately, it is a pre-arranged scam. The assistant director worriedly reassured, Madam, please calm down, it would be very troublesome if the director finds out, but the brown-haired girl still frowned irritably. Impatiently said, does not the director also know our family well? This matter has been decided by the superiors. What can a small director do? It is true that the director has won many international awards, but the superiors are still the superiors. Anyway, this matter must not be revealed outside. The assistant director continued to ask the madam, have you prepared well for the final audition? Hearing this, the brown-haired girl glanced arrogantly, affirming, of course, I even hired a private tutor to train him. Her firm affirmation made the assistant director relievedly replied, that is good, that child will definitely lose far behind Jae-hee, who has practiced very diligently. They chatted comfortably with each other without knowing that the child John Song-guk, who had heard everything, secretly rolled his eyes, secretly glanced at the assistant director. Immediately she approached Jae-hee and cheerfully said, come on Jae-hee, let us practice a little. Repeating after her, she completely did not notice John Song-guk was gloomily watching and listening to the entire conversation as well as her instructions to that child. Then the boy suddenly curled his lips and smiled extremely cunningly, smugly thinking, ah, I understand. A moment later in the studio, the stage lights shone brightly, the director's voice rang out, then, let us start the final audition. He announced the rules. The child who can pronounce naturally according to the instructions and act the best will be the winner. John Song-guk on the stage looked down at his mother So Young, who was nervously clenching her hands to cheer him on. The boy did not forget to give his mother a reassuring look, I can do it. Then director Jun-hae commanded, roll the film. The filming was immediately conducted with the cooperation of the assistant director. Babies, look this way, while the boy John Song-guk was secretly calculating. How the babies react to the instructions will also be scored. At times like this, you have to set the correct camera angle, look up, point directly towards the camera and director, just thinking that, so he immediately straightened his face. Quickly crawled towards the camera, while the boy Jae-hee was still stunned. Completely contrasting with Song-guk, that boy crawled towards his mother, making the brown-haired girl confusedly call out, oh Jae-hee, not this way, you have to go towards that camera. The assistant director frantically called, Jae-hee, while director Jun-hae immediately instructed, just leave that baby aside for now, try John Song-guk first. Then he shouted loudly, assistant read the lines, forcing her to obediently respond and comply with the order. Reluctantly, the assistant director bent down, looked at the adorable children in front of her and tried to reassure herself in her heart, unlike Jae-hee, who had memorized the lines in advance. This child does not know anything, he will definitely fail. Then she awkwardly said, John Song-guk, can you repeat after me, Daddy? Before she could finish speaking, our John Song-guk had quickly shouted, Daddy Daddy. The boy just repeated two daddies, while radiating a brilliant aura. The loveliness and beauty to the point of dazzling made it impossible for people to look directly. The assistant girl was so frightened by this performance that she was stunned, while director Jun-hae immediately smiled brightly, nodding happily, praising, as expected from John Song-guk. My eye for people is indeed never wrong. Seeing that the situation was not good, the brown-haired girl immediately interrupted and picked up the baby Jae-hee, who was tired because of the fuss, speaking to pull back the attention. Wait, our Jae-hee too, please look at Jae-hee. Director Jun-hae helplessly said, if you hold the child like that then okay. He asked, Jae-hee, can you say daddy? Jae-hee tearfully nodded, repeating dad, but he only managed to say one dad before opening his mouth and crying loudly. The boy's crying made his mother's face darken, frantically exclaiming, no way, all that training turned out like this. Her unintentional words made director Jun-hae suspiciously wonder, training. Immediately the assistant director, afraid that the matter would be exposed, hurriedly waved her hand, interjecting as she announced the end of the audition, thank you everyone for your hard work. Everything went according to plan, making the boy John Song-guk stroke his chin, smiling contentedly, thinking to himself that he was definitely going to get this role. The victory is mine. However, life is not like a dream. An announcement directly shattered John Song-guk's dream. The content of the announcement was about the search for the next generation of child actors. The winner of the final round, child actor Lee Jae-hee, a harsh result hitting the mother and son's face. John Song-guk lowered his head, his attitude unclear in the face of this harsh reality, while the young mother So Young looked at the announcement, exclaiming in shock. "No way, this is not right," she excitedly questioned the assistant director. "No wait, John Song-guk clearly did very well," making the assistant director stammer. "Good." Just at this moment, a contemptuous voice rang out, making So Young stunned. "Just doing a few cute tricks does not mean you can become a child actor." So Young turned around. The reply to her was a pair of green high heels appearing along with an excessive voice. "Do you really think that an unknown person like your child can win just by being cute?" The brown-haired girl curled her lips and sneered, bluntly ridiculing, "You really do not know your place." Her malicious words made the young mother So Young immediately cover John Song-guk's ears, angrily shouting, but the brown-haired girl only smugly sighed once, then pretended. "For a lower-class person, getting here is already very lucky. Are you happy yet?" After saying those words, she turned and left with her nanny. Every mocking word of the woman just now made So Young clench her hands tightly. Trembling with anger, she was both angry and sorry for her son, resentfully trembling and asking, "That woman, how can she say such cruel words right in front of John Song-guk?" However, at this moment John Song-guk suddenly grabbed So Young's clothes. His big round eyes looked up at his mother, causing So Young to exclaim blankly. John Song-guk wanted to comfort his mother. To stay calm. The boy smugly curled his lips and smiled, thinking, "Everything is still going according to my plan, and according to my calculations before long." Just as he thought, someone came running breathlessly, hurriedly calling out loudly, "Wait a moment," John Song-guk's mother. Director Jun-hae frantically called out and suggested, "Can we talk for a moment?" Back a few hours ago, when John Song-guk heard their plan that was not Jae-hee already decided as the winner, the boy immediately carefully calculated in his head. The moment he heard that sentence, Song-guk immediately adjusted his strategy. He had seen too many scams like this in his previous life, and a harsh truth with those experiences is that you can't win against those who buy positions with money. However, John Song-guk confidently smiled, wisely knowing that and also not needing to participate in a war that he cannot win. As a businessman, you have to look further. Specifically, relationships. Returning to the present, director Jun-hae gasped for breath while calling John Song-guk's mother. "Let us talk for a moment." Looking at the woman's surprised face, director Jun-hae immediately asked with concern, "You must have been very shocked, those nasty people." He felt guilty, so he sighed and sincerely said, "It seems that this audition has been dominated by powerful people. I am really sorry." Then director Jun-hae stroked John Song-guk's head, sincerely saying, "John Song-guk, I am sorry for you. I unintentionally let you witness such an ugly thing." These words of the director made the boy John Song-guk's eyes sparkle, puffing his cheeks waiting for the next words that he would say. Not failing the boy's expectations, director Jun-hae quickly proposed, "For the time being, can John Song-guk's mother only come to the advertisement shooting?" Making John Song-guk happily shout in his heart, "Here it is, exactly what I wanted. What I am aiming for is not just a single advertisement contract. A sequential plan has been arranged, starting from winning the director's affection with a good relationship, constantly receiving child roles, becoming a child star, and finally becoming rich." John Song-guk told himself that the most important thing is to ensure a stable and long-term source of income. "Do whatever you want with this advertisement. I just need to firmly grasp this director and earn a lot of money." John Song-guk was so happy that his mouth was wide open, dreaming far. "With that money, I will provide for my family." Thinking that all hope was lost, but unexpectedly it could be changed, So Young immediately agreed. "Director, I will come to the advertisement shooting." Director Jun-hae thoughtfully explained further. "That usually, we will prepare 1 or 2 backup models for the babies. Because young children can get sick at any time." Recalling the scene of the brown-haired girl being strict with Jae-hee, he helplessly said, "To be honest, I am also a little worried about the winner." This time, John Song-guk hearing this quietly nodded in agreement. "That is right." Immediately after, Director Jun-hae suddenly bent down and shook So Young's hand tightly, loudly exclaiming, "Please help me this time, John Song-guk's mother." So Young was once again frightened and hastily replied, "Yes, I just hope it is not too much for John Song-guk." John Song-guk looked up at his mother and thought, "Me-huh." The boy's eyes shone with sparkling money, giving a thumbs up, excitedly shouting in his heart, "I completely agree." "You agree too, mother." Seeing this, Jun-hae happily praised, "This child really seems to understand everything we say. If every child actor was like John Song-guk, my job would be much easier." He gave So Young his business card and continued, "By the way, John Song-guk's mother, can I have your contact information? Here is my business card." So Young stammered, "Our contact information, Seeing her confused director, Jun-hae patiently explained, exchanging contacts to be able to serve for other projects with John Song-guk. A few days later, at the advertisement shooting location near Seoul, So Young wore a gentle floral dress, carrying John Song-guk on her chest. Looking at the surrounding scenery and exclaiming, "Wow, I did not expect there to be a place like this green forest." Just then the assistant director hurriedly ran over while waving her hand. John Song-guk's mother. So Young hesitatingly asked, "Are you?" The assistant director nervously greeted her. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately received a sharp look from John Song-guk, resentfully cursing the corrupt director. Her terrifying face made the assistant director nervously laugh. Awkwardly, "Haha, this child is staring at me, he seems very fierce." Before the not-so-friendly eyes of the mother and son, she shyly opened her mouth. "I will lead you to the waiting room. You came here as a backup model, right? Please go this way." At this moment John Song-guk suddenly saw something. The boy widened his eyes and startled, thinking, "Wait." When he saw a staff member pushing a washing machine with the words, "We take care of your laundry," pass by, John Song-guk surprised himself, asking, "Is not that the third-generation washing machine of Samjin?" This product once created a sensation with its improved vortex washing system. Thanks to it, Samjin Electronics stock soared, and he was so happy. Seeing the washing machine made the boy startled and judged. Then is it possible that this advertisement is? At this moment, the beautifully dressed brown-haired girl appeared and angrily shouted loudly, "Wait, why are these people here?" The assistant director timidly called "Madam." But she furiously shouted, "Why are those losers here?" So Young, who was usually gentle, could not bear it anymore and strongly retorted to protect her son. "The director invited me to be a backup model. Why say such unlucky things right in front of my child?" Hearing this, the brown-haired girl angrily glanced at the assistant director, angrily asked backup model why. The assistant director replied, "Yes, in case he is not well or needs a replacement." The brown-haired girl immediately arrogantly said, "Our he does not need those useless things. This advertisement shooting is not difficult. Moreover, he is in the best condition. Looking at his state, it is really good, huh?" John Song-guk observed the poor boy and helplessly thought, "Does not seem like it." That girl continued to frown and point her finger commandingly. "Anyway, you better get out of here." Just then a strange voice suddenly rang out from behind. "What is going on?" Appearing in front of everyone was a very beautiful girl with bright hair and big round sparkling eyes. That was the actress Im Seon-mi, graceful and bright like the white moonlight of every man. She curiously asked, "What is all the noise about?" The assistant director surprisedly said, "Miss Seon-mi." Actress Seon-mi eagerly asked, "Are these the children who will be filming with me today?" So Young and the nanny were simultaneously blushed by Seon-mi's clear beauty, while the assistant director introduced them one by one. Yes, this is John Song-guk, the backup model, and this is Jae-hee, the winner of the audition. Seon-mi first approached Jae-hee. She reached out towards the boy and smiled brightly like flowers blooming in spring and started talking. "Hello, today you will be filming with me, let us see." But her closeness was resented by Jae-hee, who was already uncomfortable and turned away resentfully, even crying and shouting. Seon-mi was provoked by the boy's attitude and pouted, biting her lip. She angrily turned away while muttering, "He does not seem very interested in me." Seon-mi turned to John Song-guk, excitedly asking again, "Does this baby want to say hi to me?" John Song-guk immediately grinned broadly, excitedly thinking, "Greeting the female lead, of course, new relationship quickly come to me." The boy very friendly hugged Seon-mi's hand, obediently letting her pat his head. Making Seon-mi surprised and exclaimed, "Oh my." She tapped hands with John Song-guk and affectionately said, "I have never seen such a friendly child." So Young smiled and replied, "My John Song-guk is very affectionate." Seon-mi liked John Song-guk so much that she happily proposed to the assistant director, "I think this baby is more adorable. Can I film with him?" But this sentence completely drove the brown-haired girl crazy. "What?" She immediately grabbed Seon-mi's hand, making her cry out in pain. "What are you saying, nonsense?" However, Seon-mi was not easy to bully, immediately shook her hand off and scolded, "What is this? Let go." The two women exuded the smell of gunpowder, fiercely confronting each other. The sharp-tongued brown-haired girl sneered, "Do not say such unlucky words," suddenly jumping out, "What are you doing?" Standing opposite her, the actress Seon-mi did not give in and smiled back sharply, "Sorry, who are you, and why are you talking like that?" At this moment of burning oil and fire, a hand suddenly placed on the brown-haired girl's shoulder and interrupted this argument. A middle-aged man wearing glasses coldly asked, "What is this? Why is it so noisy?" The brown-haired girl turned her head blankly, asking, "Who is it?" Without the man needing to answer, actress Seon-mi happily called Vice President. She happily leaned close to the man, intimately asking, "What are you doing here?" The man then replied, "How can I not come when the advertisement for our new product is being filmed?" Seon-mi gracefully continued, Very honored to meet you. However, contrary to her joyful attitude, John Song-guk was extremely stunned as soon as he saw the face of the man who had just arrived. The boy was shocked, thinking, no way. If he could speak, John Song-guk would have loudly shouted father, because the man was none other than his father from his previous life. At the same time, the man smiled. Solemnly introducing himself, I am John Jae-hyung, Vice President of Samjin. Samjin Vice President John Jae-hyung. What kind of person is he after all? Although not as great as grandfather, Chairman Jong Ju-shin. But he is also a capable vice president. He once led the restructuring of the company and improved the organization during times of crisis. Called a visionary leader because of his generous investments in specialized fields, the future is the service industry, the leader of the future. Samjin's John Jae-hyung, the talented and successful Samjin vice president. Although he praised him to the end, looking at Jae-hyung smiling and talking intimately with Se-me, John Song-guk could not deny the harsh truth that, but as a man, a husband, a father, he is a terrible person. The boy's face was gloomy, sticking his tongue out disapprovingly, thinking to himself, looking at that face, memories suddenly flooded back. He always had countless mistresses, but around the time I was 10 years old, he personally introduced a woman to me. John Song-guk only remembered that the woman had sunny blonde hair and a bright smile, a gentle voice asking, oh, you are John Song-guk too. So cute, nice to meet you. John Song-guk at that time only indifferently rolled his eyes to the other side, sighing without bothering to answer. Now he thinks back and realizes, I immediately erased that woman from my mind the moment I saw her, and that was I'm Se-me. Returning to the present, Se-me was talking happily when she suddenly pointed at John Song-guk, introducing to Jae-hyung, these are the children who will be filming the advertisement this time. I like that baby. Jae-hyung hearing this stepped closer, praising, he seems smart. He smiled amiably and said, hello baby. Jae-hyung's tall figure covered down, making So-young a little stunned. John Song-guk also widened his eyes, secretly calling out father. Just when the two of them were eye to eye with each other, Jae-hyung's assistant suddenly reminded, excuse me Vice President, it is time for you to go inside. Jae-hyung smiled casually and said, is that so? That is a shame. However, he did not rush to leave but curled his lips and smiled darkly, coldly warning, I will leave the filming to you then. Just a very light sentence made the brown-haired girl turn completely green. Daring not to argue back even a sentence and immediately bowed deeply, obediently responding. Yes, I will work very hard. John Song-guk saw this scene and twitched his lips, secretly affirming, as the wife of the president of Deokpung Paper, she cannot publicly oppose the vice president of Samjin. Then the boy turned his eyes to his father from his previous life, quietly commenting, and John Jae-hyung, that is his character. Sometimes like a philanderer, sometimes carrying the authoritative demeanor of a leader of a large corporation, he is my father. Jae-hyung gently stroked John Song-guk's head, concernedly instructing. I am counting on you in this filming, kiddo. Then he slowly turned and walked away without looking back. John Song-guk watched his back, respectfully replied to Jae-hyung in his heart, yes father, but in this life I will live a different life. His small face exuded determination, firmly affirming, now I have a real family, I will protect these people. And one day I will build a corporation even larger than Samjin. John Song-guk closed his eyes, promising in his heart, we will meet again. Immediately after, the assistant director shouted, cutting off the boy's train of thought and pulling everything back to the reality of the recording session. Alright everyone, let us start filming. The director will be here soon, everyone please be ready. Child models, please get into position. So-young and Jae-hee's nanny accidentally glanced at each other. They seemed a little embarrassed by this novel situation. While the boy John Song-guk cunningly smiled, thinking, the past is the past. His eyes brightly shot towards Jae-hee next to him, making So-young also startled. John Song-guk boldly thought, now I need to focus on what is important in front of me. The content of the advertisement is very simple. At a villa in the middle of a green forest, a mother washes clothes with her child. The father's white shirt is stained with sweat. Washed clean in Samjin spin wash. Thanks to Tongdal technology, the shirt becomes brilliantly white. The baby happily presses his cheek against the shirt and calls father. The advertisement ends with an image of the radiant mother and son next to the sparkling washing machine. John Song-guk clearly remembered that, in his previous life, this advertisement had created a huge sensation. It won the Advertisement of the Year award. And turned the child actor who participated into a star overnight, Child Actor of the Year. The cunning boy grinned, calculating in his head, that means the person who should be in this advertisement should be me. Because Se-me is currently helplessly holding her forehead and the winning child actor is sobbing loudly. They have been filming for a very long time but still have not filmed a scene, making the actress Se-me angrily question, what is wrong with this child? Why does he keep hitting people when someone gets close to him? The boy for some reason keeps crying oi and waving his hands wildly, looking very agitated. So Young covered her mouth in surprise, muttering. He suddenly reacted like this. Before he was very obedient. While John Song-guk was secretly laughing, thinking, why, everything is according to my genius plan, the tiny devil John Song-guk remembered a few minutes ago. Had told the miserable boy under the control of his mother a little trick. If he resists as much as possible every time MC and me gets close, he will be able to go home early. Although I am not sure, but it seems because we are children. We were able to understand each other in some way. At this moment, a voice rang out, cutting off the stagnant atmosphere that had not progressed even a little from just now. Can't film it. Director Jun-hae immediately instructed to use the backup child model, making the brown-haired girl startled and shout loudly. What? She angrily questioned. This child is the winner. However, at this time Director Jun-hae could not bear it anymore and retorted, we have lost an hour and still have not filmed anything. He lost his patience. And spoke loudly. He refuses to cooperate, constantly hitting the female lead in the face. What are we supposed to do? Jun-hae shouted. Do not you know today is the last day of filming? But the brown-haired girl was not afraid. She searched in her branded bag while scolding back sharply. Do not talk nonsense. Do you know who my family is? She pulled out her phone and held it to her ear, arrogantly threatening that the boy's grandfather, Chairman Deakung, dotes on him very much. John Song-guk just saw that phone and exclaimed in surprise. That an ancient phone that he had not seen in a long time appeared. The brown-haired girl boldly shouted loudly, I will call right now and replace this entire crew. While she was angrily grinding her teeth, breathing heavily, a figure suddenly approached. Seon-mi's face was cold and gloomy, and she slapped the brown-haired girl's face, making her stunned before she could react. The director, So Young, and John Song-guk were all stunned, gaping their mouths at the decisive and strong action of this seemingly weak actress. While the brown-haired girl was so shocked that she blankly touched her swollen cheek, her expression unbelievable. Excitedly shouting, what the hell, what do you think you are doing? However, not frightened by that shrill voice, Seon-mi still kept her cold expression, along with a contemptuous smile, gritting out each sharp word, I really hate those who are not staff but cause chaos on the set. While director Jun-hae admiringly clapped and the mother and son So Young excitedly watched. Seon-mi quickly eliminated the brown-haired girl with a few simple sentences. I understand you live for the title of wife of the president of Deokpung paper. But it is best if you take your child and leave here right now. Then she turned her head to look at Jun-hae, making him startled. Director, let us film from the beginning. Seon-mi pointed at John Song-guk, who was leisurely smiling, loudly declaring, I want to film with that child. Seon-mi smiled brightly, pointing forward and shouting loudly. Director, let us film from the beginning. I want to film with that baby, and the baby she pointed at was John Song-guk. As soon as Seon-mi finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. Only director Jun-hae quickly reacted and commanded everyone to get into position. Causing the brown-haired girl, who was scrambling to get up, to exclaim in shock, what? She turned red and shouted loudly, why is that kid filming instead of RJ-hee? What can a child from such a lowly background do? Her angry and harsh words immediately made So Young heartbroken and covered John Song-guk's ears, gently reassuring. Do not listen to them, John Song-guk. And regardless of the powerless anger of that woman, the filming was still continued a moment later, starting with the feelings coming from the camera. Old memories from this thing in his previous life began to appear in the child's mind. That red light was the thing that followed me until my death in my previous life. All the cameras are pointed at CEO John Song-guk. CEO John Song-guk, look this way, please say something to the shareholders. Zvo. Those things gave him the confidence to affirm that acting confidently in front of the camera is one of his weapons. So, I know exactly what to do in front of this thing. Despite the brown-haired girl's frantic objections, the scene was still filmed. Seon-mi was reading the lines. Thanks to Round and Round, Dad's dirty shirt is now sparkling white. Seon-mi held John Song-guk in her arms, continuing to act. What do you think, my love? Is it clean and fragrant? Song-guk used his small hand to hold tightly the father's shirt. The boy followed the script, pressed his cheek against the shirt, his eyes sparkling and babbling, said, APA. This super cute scene pierced straight through the hearts of both Jun-hae and the assistant director, simultaneously thinking it is so cute. Jun-hae excitedly directed, keep the main camera angle, and focus on John Song-guk. After that, the scene was all happy scenes between the two mother and son. Song-guk was not only super cute, but also completely acted naturally according to the set script. His cheeks flushed red, his big round eyes looked straight at the camera. All these actions and expressions made the picky director Jun-hae smile non-stop, surprised to realize, the boy's eyes are completely directed towards the camera. Towards me, what is wrong with this kid? Even the professional actress MC, who was holding John Song-guk, had to look down at the child in her arms and be absent-minded. Startled, thinking, it is really John Song-guk. The expression on her face changed, implicitly wondering in her head, how can he act like that? And a voice suddenly rang out, cutting off CNM's train of thought. Actress MC, the girl startled awake, seeing the assistant director holding up the reminder board. CNM realized that she had been negligent just now and was thinking about other things, so she hastily read the next line. Oh my god, our baby also likes clean clothes. Then she smiled brightly, shouting the closing line of the advertisement, reliable round and round washing machine, meet it today. After that, CNM and John Song-guk both smiled brightly and happily. The extremely perfect ending made the director unable to hide his excitement and exclaim, cut, cut. The two actors on stage shone brightly throughout the set under the setting sun. Meanwhile, the familiar shrill voice rang out again, it is ridiculous. The brown-haired girl threw her hand, raging in despair, just because he acted a little cute, they are really going to choose him as the advertisement model instead of our Jae-hee. Director Jun-hae helplessly said, but Jae-hee does not know how to act, making her snap and shout no. Just because of having to endure that terrible shrill voice for a long time, both So Young and John Song-guk grimaced. Extremely tired, John Song-guk complained in his heart, wow, so tired. At this moment, actress CNM suddenly gently touched So Young's hand, softly comforting, do not worry about that. So Young exclaimed in surprise, then saw that the person who had comforted her was the actress MC. She continued to encourage, no matter how much that old lady shouts, it won't change anything. CNM shrugged and said, what is the point of making a fuss? If the child can't act, then what can you do? After gossiping, she bent down to look at John Song-guk and praised him to the end. No matter what, our John Song-guk is still the best. I do not think we could have completed the scene in just 2 takes. As soon as she finished speaking, the brown-haired girl went crazy again and shouted, do not make me laugh. You are just an actress who does not know anything. Do you know how much money I spent on this pitiful advertisement? Then she turned her head and glared at the assistant director, loudly questioning, and you two tell me, you also received a lot, right? Making the assistant's face turn pale. Jun-hae heard everything, so he angrily questioned, assistant director, are you receiving money? He immediately turned into a fierce demon, his eyes brightly holding the assistant director's head, warning, we will talk privately later. While the brown-haired girl's face was gloomy, angry mixed with helplessness, shouted, I do not need this anymore. Who would want to be involved in this garbage advertisement? She and the nanny carried Jae-hee and ran away like smoke. Before leaving, she did not forget to threaten, I will sue all of you, just wait and see. Causing John Song-guk to helplessly watch them leave. Director Jun-hae suddenly bowed his head and apologized. I am sorry, John Song-guk's mother, you must be very shocked, making So Young surprised and called director. She sincerely comforted, no, you did very well, but Jun-hae just laughed awkwardly, haha, then scratched his head. More than that, I am really grateful to you today. I do not know what would have happened if it was not for John Song-guk. John Song-guk quickly replied in his heart, you are welcome. Finally he said the sentence he was most looking forward to, there probably won't be any need for additional filming, so you can go home, the filming costs will be handled by the company and sent to you in full, making John Song-guk grin widely. So Young gently asked her son, then let us go home, John Song-guk, the boy excitedly shouted in agreement. While John Song-guk sighed in relief because he could go home and rest, CNM was touching her chin, looking thoughtful at the mother and son as if calculating something. Then she showed a friendly smile, called John Song-guk's mother, and actress CNM suddenly proposed. Do you want me to give you and your son a ride home in my car? And of course So Young had no reason to refuse. On the way home, John Song-guk lay in his mother's arms sleeping soundly, saliva flowing like a river. Looking at his quiet appearance, the actress CNM exclaimed, the little guy is sleeping so soundly. So Young smiled and replied, he must be very tired. Then she embarrassedly continued, thank you for letting me sit in such a fancy car. Thank you, CNM generously replied, oh no, it is nothing, in fact, I am the one who should be thanking John Song-guk. This sentence made So Young stunned. Thanking John Song-guk, CNM saw the surprise and confusion in the eyes of the woman in front of her, so she slowly explained. Today, John Song-guk was really an excellent male lead. Thanks to the boy, I got to leave work early. She recalled the time of filming the advertisement while slowly telling, that child, his eyes always follow the light of the camera, he understands how the camera works. And he acts according to my rhythm. CNM recalled when John Song-guk pushed her face to the right, surprised exclaiming, it might just be a coincidence, but he even got the best angle of my face right. But it is not a coincidence because at that time John Song-guk really thought her right side looked better on camera than her left side. After rambling for a while, CNM suddenly curled her lips and affirmed, the boy understood the rhythm of the scene, and gave the best performance, completely dominating the frame. In my eyes, John Song-guk is already a complete actor. This sentence completely startled So Young, a little flustered mumbling. Our John Song-guk really. After a series of praises, C&me got to the main point. John Song-guk's mother, I have a proposal. At this moment, John Song-guk also drowsily woke up. The first thing he saw after waking up was the actress C&me reaching out towards the two mother and son, clearly saying something. Something so shocking and terrifying that So Young panicked and gasped loudly. While the main character John Song-guk had just woken up and was stunned in shock, the corner of his mouth twitched, completely awake, exclaiming straight in his heart, "Are you kidding me?" In the rented house of the So Young couple. Landlady Mi Young smiled, slammed a big wad of money on the table, then said, 4 million won. While the three members of the John Song-guk family were gaping at the aura of the wad of money, Mi Young was explaining, initially the cat's was only 3 million won. But because the director was insistent, they added a little more. The small John Song-guk smiled until his eyes were squinted, his chubby cheeks secretly cheered, "Here it is." The boy imagined his wealthy future and drooled, dreaming in his heart, "As I thought, choosing the child actor path was the right decision. Money is still the best. What other way can I earn this much money while being in the body of a baby?" While the three adults were still stunned, unable to speak, John Song-guk had immediately grinned cunningly, his face sinister, calculating in his head, "This much is enough to make startup capital. If I invest in stocks or gold then." Just thinking to this point, Dad Ji-sung happily shouted, "So Young, 4 million won, I have never held so much money in my hands." However, when Ji-sung turned to look at his wife, he was startled and exclaimed, "Huh," when he saw her worried expression. Ji-sung immediately asked, "So Young, what is wrong?" So Young did not answer him but suddenly called, "Landlady." She took out a business card and gave it to Mi Young while continuing, "Last night, actress MC and me gave me this." John Song-guk looked up, curiously thinking, "Yesterday No wonder mother was so shocked." Mi Young also exclaimed in surprise after seeing the business card. That business card was from actress MC and me and her management company, Sinsung Entertainment. When Mi Young exclaimed in surprise, So Young sorrowfully recounted, she really likes John Song-guk very much. She wants to bring John Song-guk to her company, Sinsung Entertainment, to be an exclusive child actor. Not only Mi Young was surprised but even Ji-sung also panicked and exclaimed, "John Song-guk, exclusive child actor Are they planning to turn our child into a celebrity So Young worriedly replied, "I am not sure either. If John Song-guk develops well then it would be good, but this is too sudden." Besides, the landlady Mi Young stroked her chin, frowning thoughtfully. Then she spoke to reassure the couple and calmly ensured, "Do not worry, I will find out." Making So Young very surprised, before she could say anything, Mi Young stuffed the business card into her pocket, then slowly promised in a very certain manner, "I have heard about Sinsung Entertainment. I will check who their CEO is, and how they treat their actors." As soon as she heard this, So Young's face flushed red with gratitude, happily exclaiming, "Landlady." Even John Song-guk had to wonder in his heart, is she willing to help to this extent? Saying that, Mi Young stood up and politely said goodbye. "Do not worry, just stay calm, and congratulations to John Song-guk on his debut as an advertisement model. The advertisement will air for the first time in 2 weeks. Well then I will go first, there is still work to do." Mi Young finished speaking then immediately left. So Young hurriedly pushed the door and ran after, always calling her again, "Wait, landlady." Mi Young stopped and asked with concern, "What is the matter? Are you feeling uneasy?" So Young gasped for breath and stammered, "No, that is not it." She cautiously asked Mi Young, "It is just, why are you helping us so much?" Her straightforward question made Mi Young startled in surprise. While So Young gratefully expressed, "You recognize John Song-guk's talent, and are always willing to help us." Standing before this direct question from the woman in front of her, Mi Young was silent for a moment, then sincerely expressed, "I just want to support you." Mi Young smiled brightly, without a ripple recounted, "Since I was young I have lived alone. It was very difficult. I had to save every meal, every piece of clothing to buy this building. Then the two of you moved in to rent a room. Seeing a young couple working hard together like that is really admirable. I just want to cheer you two on." She laughed comfortably and said, "In the end, it is just me being nosy, so do not feel any pressure." So Young heard this and was stunned. Much later she finally said, "Can I call you sister?" This time Young blankly said "Huh" in surprise at the suggestion, while So Young clenched her hand, mustered all her courage and said loudly, "If you do not mind, I want to call you sister. I want to treat you like family. I want to cook side dishes for you too." Every sincere word of her made Mi Young's eyes widen in shock. But So Young, seeing this, became restless and exclaimed, Is it not okay, oh my?" In fact, Mi Young was happily smiling to herself, a real warm family. Finally she replied, "Okay." Just that made So Young happy until her face lit up. At the same time, John Song-guk was in the room perking up his ears listening to the two of them talking intimately, Well then from now on I should call you So Young. Right, Sister Mi Young. John Song-guk nodded, smiling as if he understood everything and thought to himself, so that is how it is, while the boy's father, Ji-sung, was still blankly asking. John Song-guk, what are you doing over there? Looking at the happy faces of the two women, John Song-guk secretly exclaimed, today the weather is really beautiful. 2 weeks later at the barbecue restaurant, Ji-sung bowed to greet customers. That is the end of work today, thank you everyone. Then he gleefully ran into the restaurant while shouting, as promised, we are closing early today. Boss Won Ajushi, the restaurant owner Boss Sam Park Won, he was hugging the sulky baby John Song-guk in his arms. Ji-sung emotionally exclaimed, I am really grateful to you for closing early just so everyone can watch John Song-guk's advertisement. Boss Ajushi kindly smiled and replied. Haha, my restaurant has a big screen TV. Besides, I also really want to see John Song-guk's debut advertisement, he said while pinching John Song-guk's chubby cheeks, making him annoyed, secretly cursing this old man. If he was not my dad's boss, I would never tolerate this kind of intimacy. Seeing his parents excitedly sticking to the TV, John Song-guk resignedly thought, but today because I owe him a favor, I will let him off. Just then, a woman suddenly appeared and asked, am I not late? So Young happily called out, coming quickly. Mi Young politely excused herself to the boss. So Young could not wait and exclaimed, it is almost time, you came just in time. This lively atmosphere made Mi Young happily laugh and reply, it feels like we are watching a movie together, huh? As soon as she finished speaking, Ji-sung loudly called out, it is out, everyone sit down quickly. The TV was turned on, the familiar voice of actress Seon Mi rang out, the weather is clear, but the laundry looks dull and dirty. She held John Song-guk in her arms, blankly asking what should I do. John Song-guk's loveliness made his biological mother So Young excitedly shout, it is John Song-guk. Mi Young also exclaimed in surprise, oh my. John Song-guk seeing this became so smug that he puffed up his nose. The advertisement continued with Seon Mi's lines, a new revolution in laundry Samjin Tupper washer. Dad's shirt is also sparkling white like this. What do you think, my love? Soft and clean, right? Baby John Song-guk in the advertisement liked it so much that he even gnawed on that fragrant set of clothes. The boy rubbed his face into the soft and smooth shirt, smiling until his eyes squinted, babbling called daddy daddy. This super universe cuteness not only made So Young's heart flutter until she cried, but also made men like Won Ajushi and Ji-sung cover their eyes and hold their hearts because they were throbbing. When the closing line of the advertisement rang out, already washed, with Tupper washer, Won Ajushi immediately clapped his hands and excitedly praised, haha, excellent. Mi Young also gave compliments, absolutely perfect. Mi Young sincerely commented, the editing of the filming is very smooth, if it goes well this advertisement can even win the Advertisement of the Year award. Making John Song-guk admiringly think in his heart she has a good eye. Just at this moment, Ji-sung suddenly pounced over and hugged John Song-guk tightly, rubbing his son's cheek flat and shouting, John Song-guk, Dad is so proud of you. How can such a beautiful and obedient child be my son? So noisy that John Song-guk had to resentfully curse, shut up. Just at this moment the telephone suddenly rang, while everyone was happily laughing and talking. Old man Ajushi picked up the phone and said that this is Gun Ajushi's Boss Sam restaurant, closed today. Who knows what he just heard that made his face panic and exclaim, what? The person on the other end of the line introduced, I am the director who filmed the advertisement with John Song-guk. I heard everyone is watching the advertisement together today. At this time, behind director Jun-hae was a group of strangers. He cautiously suggested, I have something urgent to discuss with John Song-guk's family. Can we talk now? In the high-rise building, Jun-hae's voice rang out, thank you for coming all the way here. He shook Ji-sung's hand, happily welcoming them. John Song-guk's parents. Ji-sung smiled happily and replied, thank you, director, for inviting us to the broadcasting station. Next, director Jun-hae bent down to ask John Song-guk, John Song-guk, how have you been lately? John Song-guk looked up at him, but this time not only that but the boy also reached out his small finger, babbling called out, director. This action made Jun-hae so shocked that his mouth dropped open, exclaiming, he is talking more than before. So Young smiled and replied, he must be in the talking stage now. She remembered her son babbling at home and reluctantly continued. He babbles all day long. Jun-hae happily said, it seems we can give him longer lines now, making Song-guk smugly think, that is right, director. Just wait and see soon, my son will read any script you give him fluently. Jun-hae amiably said, I am really looking forward to John Song-guk's growth, please sit down. He began to get to the main point, as I mentioned earlier, today I called you two here to discuss a program that John Song-guk will take the main role in. Jun-hae slammed the file on the table, excitedly exclaiming, the program is called Just Baby. He introduced an overview of the program. This is a reality show about raising children, where 5 members of a popular idol group will live with John Song-guk. The music group participating with us is..." Just as he said this, the door suddenly burst open. A ringing voice rang out from behind the 3 members of the Ji-sung family, making them startled. "Hello." The boy with golden hair and a bright aura stepped forward, happily introducing himself. "I am Taeyong, the leader of Just." The handsome boy smiled until his eyes squinted, eagerly continued, "Looking forward to working with everyone." Taeyong was full of energy. Even just sitting still he radiated dazzling light. So Young looked at him and could not control her girlish feelings, excitedly shouting, making her husband Ji-sung also dumbfounded, calling, "So Young." Seeing this expression of hers, Taeyong happily began to talk. "It seems you know our group, huh?" So Young immediately affirmed, "I have seen you guys on TV a few times." This sentence made Taeyong's face turn red, humbly replying, "Although there are many things to improve, but we are trying to become the #1 idol group in the country. I hope everyone will support us." So Young spared no praise and encouragement. "Of course, you'll definitely do it. Sing well, dance is also perfect." This pink conversation made the official man Ji-sung jealous and gnashed his teeth. Gloomily thinking, "Does So Young like another man other than me, huh?" Making John Sung-guk in his arms also startled and secretly reminded, "Jealousy is bad, Dad." At this time the director poked his head out and said, "When we start filming, everyone will meet the remaining members." Taeyong smiled brightly, making So Young unconsciously agree. "Sounds attractive, we will immediately." But luckily she braked in time, startled, and exclaimed, "But..." So Young squeezed her hands and restrained her excessive excitement, sweat falling like a stream, tremblingly asked, "Will this be too much for our son?" Successfully receiving recognition in Sung-guk's heart. "Mother, I will not forget that you chose me over the idol." At this time, Jun-hae suddenly stood up, boldly affirming, "I believe that Sung-guk is the soul of this program." He sincerely praised Sung-guk, making even the boy have to nod in agreement. "That kid understands and empathizes. It really understands what is going on. His expression is extremely accurate. And he even knows how to look in the right direction of the camera." Finally, Jun-hae loudly announced, "We can't imagine anyone other than him for this main role." Then he immediately asked, "What do you think?" Before the parents could answer, Sung-guk excitedly slammed the table, leaning forward as if wanting to shout that, "We must accept." The boy grinned and happily thought, "I remember now, I watched this program in my previous life." The idea of combining an idol group with a baby has captivated the audience. People of all ages find this baby adorable. Teenage audiences can't help but exclaim, "Oh, the baby is so cute." They also cheer for the idols when they struggle to take care of children. That is the middle-aged audience, sympathizing and cheering that raising children is very hard. Finally, this program became a national phenomenon and was the first program to lay the foundation for the reality show genre of raising children, is the basis for subsequent television channels such as The Hero Has Returned. Mother, where is this? John Sung-guk firmly affirmed in his heart that this is the perfect program for him. A future child star is on the path to building a fortune. Thinking of this, he excitedly slammed the table repeatedly, calling loudly, "Director, director." In Jun-hae's joyful laughter, "Haha, it seems like John Sung-guk is also excited about this." Then Ji-sung frowned, lowering his head in worry. He hesitatingly said, I am a little worried," making Jun-hae surprised and asked why. Ji-sung scratched his head, embarrassedly expressed, "I am afraid that if John Sung-guk keeps appearing on TV, he won't be able to grow up like a normal child." Making even John Sung-guk have to look up at him, touched, thinking, "Father." Ji-sung continued to express, "I want to raise my child like a normal child, a child who is loved, not a celebrity." This made Jun-hae panicked, hastily shouting that. However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly interrupted him. "I completely understand." The person who said that was none other than Taeyong, smiling understandingly. He sincerely recounted, "Actually, I used to be a child actor too. Being a public figure means having to grow up under the scrutiny of everyone." Taeyong slowly affirmed, "But I do not regret it. I have a talent for broadcasting and performing because I was placed in the right environment to shine. That is how I got to where I am today." Then he asked a question, "Why do not you trust your son?" making Ji-sung stunned. Taeyong continued to advise, "If he has the ability to shine, give him a chance to do that." Ji-sung did not reply immediately but only looked down at Sung-guk with the affectionate eyes of a father. The two father and son made eye contact for a moment. Looking at the sparkling eyes and excited face of his son, Ji-sung's heart softened, touched, thinking, "Sung-guk, my son, is more beautiful and talented than anyone. If your fate is to rise to the top and shine the brightest." Finally, Ji-sung slowly said, "Then I understand." As a sign of agreement, he shook hands tightly with the director and continued, "Please take good care of Sung-guk." The discussion ended in a joyful atmosphere for both sides. Korea's first reality show about raising children, Just Baby, counting down to the first recording. Day 12. Contract signed, Part 4. Day 5. Concept testing with Sung-guk is just a small matter. Day 2, and finally, the day everyone was looking forward to, Day 0, the first day of recording. The equipe was fully present and professional a voice rang out, "Hello," the new standard of K-pop 5 boys with eye-catching appearances lined up in formation, together shouting the introduction. "We are just." The first person is the golden-haired boy who met the other day the leader, Taehyung. The light brown-haired teenager is Lucas. The flirty peach-haired boy is Jaehyun. The taciturn tan teenager is Beomseon, and finally, the boy wearing a backward baseball cap with a sly and cunning face is Michael. So Young's eyes sparkled. She covered her mouth excitedly when she heard the group just happily start talking. "You're Songguk, it is nice to meet you on Chi. Songguk, I hope to have a good working opportunity with you too." Jaehyung immediately pounced over and shook hands with So Young, warmly shouting, "Especially you, I heard you are a fan of ours," making the girl's eyes shine, while Ji-sung turned red with anger. Just at this time Jun-hae clapped his hands, loudly announcing, "From today, we will be filming at Just's dormitory." He clenched his hands and raised them to excitedly cheer everyone on. The television station has a lot of expectations for this program. Everyone please stay focused and do your best. While everyone was discussing work, Songguk was pondering. The boy recalled the faces of Taehyung, the advertisement model of Samjin, and Beomseon, the former exclusive idol of Samjin, now an actor. "These are indeed the people I met in my previous life. They once bowed to him. Group just greets the chairman of Samjin Corporation." Songguk stroked his chin thinking, "So these are the boys who performed at our company's event." He was thinking when a voice rang out next to him, "You are our baby." The boy Michael had approached from who knows when. He just put his big hand towards Songguk's head while teasing evilly, "Does not look very cute." Songguk immediately became alert, angrily slapping Michael's hand away, arrogantly thinking, "How dare you touch me casually." Michael startled and exclaimed. He looked at the red back of his hand, squinting and muttering, "What, this kid?" Taehyung saw everything, so he scolded quickly. "Michael, you smoked without washing your hands, right? You can't touch the baby with dirty hands." Ji-sung worriedly looked at Songguk with his face flushed red with anger and asked, "Son, are you okay?" Songguk was still angrily scolding Michael in his head. "This Korean American is as troublesome as he was in my previous life." But the boy still grinned, confidently affirming that from now on, "I will take control of this program. I will create perfect character lines for everyone." While Taehyung and Lucas were chatting, "He is cute, is not he?" Michael was quietly standing in a far corner. His face was dark, curling his lips and smiling evilly, then said, "Humph, just wait and see." Director Jun-hae clapped his hands, loudly said, "All right, this is the filming plan." He slowly provided information to everyone. "Starting from today, we will have 3 days of test filming at Just's dormitory, then we will edit and release 3 trial episodes first. Based on the audience's reaction, we will decide the official air date. We will film the common scenes during the day. At night, the staff will leave and we will switch to surveillance cameras. Songguk's parents can stay at a nearby hotel, but both Ji-sung and So Young's faces were drooping and filled with worry. Seeing this, Jun-hae immediately patted his chest strongly, boldly promising, "I know you are worried about leaving your son here, but please trust us." After that, he raised his voice and asked loudly, "Right?" Just immediately, Lucas raised his hand and posed "Yes sir" and shouted, "Of course." Taehyung also committed, "Just leave it to us, you two." Immediately after was director Jun-hae's resounding voice, "All right, let us work hard together." A moment later, the assistant director held a piece of paper, cleared her throat to announce, "Ahem, we will start with the first scene opening with a narration. The official narration will be recorded later by a professional voice actor." Somewhere in Seoul, in a basement apartment, there are 5 young men called Just. They nurture the dream of becoming top idols. But their daily life suddenly changed when a baby suddenly appeared. The scene switched to Songguk's face. He did not say anything, just revealed his chubby face. The scene again switched to leader Taehyung. He was also silent. The wind howled. The 5 boys looked at a baby in silence. The atmosphere seemed awkward and stiff, making everything very quiet. So Young, seeing this awkward scene, quietly said to the director, "Is there no script?" Then the director said, "This is a reality show, there will be no script." The assistant sighed and said, "It seems the boy does not know how to react." The director patiently told the assistant to just wait. On the other side, Jaehyun was quietly talking to the leader, "Keep the camera on, just say something." Leader Taehyung was confused, "But what should we say to a baby?" On the other hand, Songguk was frowning in disappointment. The boy carefully observed the 8 brats in front of him, and the old man in a child's body commented, These rookies really do not know what to do. It seems I have to take action, because the baby is in a new environment." Songguk began to act. His hands gently touched each other, then suddenly cried loudly. The members seeing this became frantic and shouted, "What to do now?" Taehyung ran over and told everyone to stay calm. Then he gently picked up Songguk to coax him. "Songguk, be good, Jaehyun standing next to him just watched this scene and criticized. The way you are holding the baby does not seem right. Give him to me, let me, successfully took Song-guk from the leader's hand. Jaehyun showed off his baby rocking skills. Darling, are you scared? Song-guk cooperated by following, stopped crying and gradually fell asleep. After this scene Lucas and Taeyong admired non-stop. Jaehyun took the opportunity to be proud of himself. Haha, children originally like beautiful faces. After that they argued again. What are you saying? Children like whoever is sincere. At this time Song-guk woke up after the argument. He rubbed his eyes thinking just as I thought. Each person in this group has their own distinctiveness. Those are the unique characteristics of each person and not everyone knows how to exploit them. Taeyong the leadership type, smart and responsible, just like a father. Jaehyun the gentle beautiful man, a bit narcissistic but very thoughtful, handsome Appa will feed the baby. Lucas, the generous athlete, like a cheerful older brother, want to go higher. Beomsian taciturn but always quietly caring for others. Song-guk is so cute, indeed the perfect combination to play for a family. Song-guk will assign roles to everyone. As for that lazy guy, the boy turned his eyes to the last member of the group named Michael, the Korean American who was standing in the corner sighing and complaining. Taking care of children is so troublesome. Song-guk seeing this made a decision. If possible I will let him be the villain, but for the benefit of the group, let us just let him be the opponent. Song-guk pointed towards Michael, successfully attracting attention to himself, then sighed in frustration. But it made Jaehyun misunderstand. He panicked and said, "It seems Song-guk needs to be changed, he is too heavy." Hearing this the members of the group panicked, especially the leader Taeyong turned pale. What? I have never touched a diaper before. Unexpectedly Michael volunteered. Haha, so stupid. Michael will take care of this. I used to take care of 3 younger siblings in my hometown of Los Angeles. Ignoring the somewhat worried teammates, he confidently said, "This is just a small matter to me." Just saying, Michael took off Song-guk's clothes. Immediately Song-guk seized the opportunity and puffed up his cheeks. When Michael still did not understand what was going on, he looked at the expression of the child in front of him and had an ominous premonition. Then a stream of yellow liquid shot up on his face. After solving his inner feelings, Song-guk smugly laughed until his jaw dropped. Oh my god, so refreshing. What? Uncomfortable already, right? Why do not you react? Song-guk was still laughing Kang-kok in the dark room. Everything seemed to sink into darkness with an extremely heavy atmosphere. Taeyong worriedly called Michael. And after staying silent for a while Michael began to lose control and yell, "Oh this kid." Luckily Taeyong stopped him in time. "Be patient Michael, he is just a baby." Outside the frame, the assistant and Ji-sung were laughing non-stop, hit him right in the face. Even the director was holding his stomach laughing. Song-guk smiled smugly, "See, so awesome, the whole film crew is laughing." This scene was a resounding success. After that incident, the director paused. "We will take a 2-hour break, then continue filming the evening scene." Group just now had time to unwind. Lucas slumped into a chair and exclaimed, "Reality shows are really tough." Leader exhausted Taeyong sighed. "If there was a script it would be better." Contrary to them, Song-guk was still full of energy, so Young very happily praised, "Song-guk, you did great today. The usual reward is a banana. You must be hungry after moving around all day. Have a snack. It is a banana, Song-guk's favorite." Song-guk received the banana, eating it deliciously. I never cared about this before, but lately it tastes really good." Just then a voice suddenly rang out calling Song-guk's father. Ji-sung turned around and saw that the person who had called him was leader Taeyong. Taeyong smiled and greeted him. "Thank you for watching the filming. You do not have to be polite with me." Taeyong smiled sincerely. "If you want we can talk more casually." Taeyong's eyes became serious. Suddenly he said a vague sentence. "Song-guk is really interesting." This young man's gaze was also focused on the baby in front of him. "Every time I am near him, I get caught up in the story without realizing it. Everyone is just acting naturally, but somehow, every scene becomes perfect." He recalled the scene of Jaehyun rocking Song-guk to sleep. At that time Jaehyun was complacent. "A handsome man who knows how to take care of children. I am really perfect." It is as if Song-guk already knows each person's role and responds accordingly. Song-guk was eating a banana and looked over. The boy listened to these words and thought to himself. "You also realized that, ah." His father Ji-sung smiled politely, assuming that it was just a coincidence. Taeyong also smiled and said, "Although he is just a baby, it can't be denied that he is shining brighter than expected." At the same time the person who just came out of the bathroom, Michael just took a shower, heard those words and was somewhat unwilling. That annoying kid. Babysitting, is that really what an artist should be doing? Suddenly a person's voice rang out. "This should probably be put in the fridge." Michael's head quickly turned, pretending to call the assistant director to see what that was. The assistant director frowned and replied, "Dinner for Song-guk." In his heart he uncomfortably thought, this guy is really using his student label to behave rudely. Just as he thought of this, the food in the assistant director's hand was snatched away by a hand that appeared. Michael showed a dark smile, then confidently said, "I will prepare it beautifully and feed it to him," he secretly calculated, because if I have to be a babysitter I should at least make it worth watching. Just saying, he took out a bag of chili sauce from his pocket. He smiled sinisterly and complained, "Those idiots actually made an artist babysit. I, Michael, will create a truly watchable scene. You dared to pee on my face, This time, it is your turn, kid." Outside everyone still did not know anything. Everyone was busy preparing for the night filming. The assistant announced, "The hidden cameras have all been installed." The director spoke, "All right everyone, let us leave the set. Thank you just for tonight's filming." As soon as the director left, the members gathered in groups to discuss. Leader Taeyong stood up and asked everyone, "So what do we do now?" Beomsian tiredly said. "Reality shows are really stressful. I want everyone to relax as usual. But with all these cameras around, how can we?" Lucas rubbed his hungry stomach and suggested, "Can't we eat dinner first? I am hungry, I do not know how to cook." In a corner, Taeyong was lying down as if leaving a will. "Free me from this babysitting incident." The boy Song-guk shook his hand and quietly cheered in his heart. "Hey buddy, do not give up so early." Taeyong came up with an idea. "Of course we have to cook some ramen, right? We also have to feed Song-guk." "That is right, feeding the child is a very important matter and needs to be prioritized." The opportunity came. Michael then said, "I will take care of that." This sentence surprised Leader Taeyong. "What is this, Michael? You were bothering everyone all day, now you want to help." His face was gloomy and said, "Just talk casually, I will feed the kid." Song-guk, as soon as he saw this guy's smile and tone, became alert. He realized something was wrong. There really is something wrong with this guy. Meanwhile Michael still approached, sat down in front of him and coaxed, "Come on kid, it is time to eat. Your mother made this, it must be very delicious." However, the plan did not go as Michael thought when the baby suddenly took the spoon and scooped up a spoonful of food. Then the boy happily turned it back as if wanting to feed him. He repeated, "Eat, eat." The extremely adorable action made Leader Taeyong burst out laughing. "You're feeding on Michael too, huh? Song-guk is so kind, so cute, but the boy Michael was clumsy. What are you doing?" Song-guk secretly said, "What am I doing? I am telling you to try it first." Seeing Michael not eating, the leader reminded, "Michael, what are you doing? Song-guk is waiting." Michael reacted quite strongly, making everyone surprised. "What the hell is this? Why do I have to share a kid's food?" Although he felt strange, the leader did not pursue the matter. Instead, Taeyong sat next to him and blamed him. "Heartless. All right then, I will take all of Song-guk's affection for myself." "Give it to on Taeyong." Song-guk also followed and gave the spoonful of food to the leader, regardless of Michael stopping him. "Hey wait." As soon as he ate a bite, Taeyong immediately turned green. He immediately threw up, making the remaining members bewildered and worried. Handsome man Jaehyun worriedly asked, "Taeyong, what is wrong with you?" And witnessing this scene, the boy Song-guk angrily took note in his heart. "Just as I thought. He dared to touch my food, a death-deserving crime." And the terrifying murderous aura radiating from the baby made the boy Michael suddenly feel cold all over. Meanwhile Leader Taeyong finished vomiting and began to say, "The baby food has a spicy sauce taste." Jaehyun was shocked and could not believe it. In Song-guk's baby food, no way. Everyone began to look towards one person, and the call Michael made him jump. Standing in front of the questioning gaze of the remaining members, Michael could not deny it anymore and had to loudly admit, "Yeah, I mixed a little spicy sauce in it. It is just a joke. What does it matter if you are babysitting? This way the video will be more interesting. Do you guys know anything about entertainment?" Taeyong did not agree with that stupid idea, whether it is a reality show or whatever. There are still boundaries that cannot be crossed. On the other side, Jaehyun was holding back his anger. He grabbed Michael's collar and questioned, "What if Song-guk eats the spicy sauce and something happens? Are you crazy?" Meanwhile, Song-guk was still calmly assessing Jaehyun. "He has a leadership quality, huh?" Taeyong confusedly crouched down in front of Song-guk and quietly comforted. "Song-guk, I am sorry, on Michael is a bit childish. Were you startled?" Michael, who was being grabbed by the collar, still yelled at the group leader, "Good heavens, why are you talking like that to a baby? He does not even understand what you are saying." Taeyong angrily retorted, "Song-guk is very smart, he understands everything. Be quiet and reflect. Whether he understands or not, you still have to apologize properly." About their argument it seemed intense, but through that you could completely reveal each person's personality. Song-guk smiled and commented, "These boys have potential. Alright, from now on I will guide you guys systematically." And so time passed quickly, making people startled. 2 weeks later of filming, the Song-guk family was shocked when they heard the landlady announce that the program had achieved 20% rating. You two saw it too, right? The first episode of Just Baby, aired on Friday this week, achieved 20% rating. So Young could not believe it, asked me Young again to confirm. We like this program because it has Song Guk, but his 20% rating too terrible chi. Mi Young smiled and shook her head affirming, and even added, not only terrible but extremely terrible. The top-rated network programs of MVC only reach about 15% rating. The director also contacted me and announced that the main program has been put on the regular broadcast schedule. Mi Young recounted the scene of the director crying with joy calling, "Great Mother Song Guk, we did it." Mi Young also did not forget to send congratulations to Song Guk. Congratulations to Song Guk too. Achieving such results was also not outside the boy's expectations, so Song Guk puffed up his nose confidently thinking, with me as the leader of the program, this result is only natural. But I am still not satisfied. My goal is money. Success, becoming filthy rich, and reaching the top, an independent peak surpassing even the achievements of my previous life. Just thinking of that scene he laughed like a madman. I am really a genius, the landlady thought with concern. This kid is really special in many senses. In that joyful atmosphere the young mother So Young remembered an important matter and asked, "Sister, I have something to ask. A few days ago, someone from Sinsung Entertainment came to my house." Mi Young as soon as she heard the name Sinsung was startled. She shouted, "What?" So Young continued, "They congratulated me on the success of the program, and even brought a basket of fruit." So Young recalled, a man came in a car to deliver the basket of fruit, telling them that CEO Shin Sungjung wanted to meet them once. Ji Song received it, politely replying, "Oh no, why bring this?" That man emphasized, "Please come to the company when you have time." Returning to the present, So Young worriedly and confusedly asked the landlady, "What should we do? Should we go meet him right?" At the same time Young spoke out her thoughts. "Actually, as I said last time, I did some research about Sinsung Entertainment. This company really has a lot of influence in the entertainment industry. But there are also a lot of bad rumors about the company and even their CEO. I heard they are even involved with the mafia." As soon as the words mafia were said, the two parents Song Guk's faces turned pale. Mi Young suggested, "Well, let us just go meet him first." Hearing this, both husband and wife shouted in unison, "What?" Understanding their worries, so the landlady Mi Young explained, "It is very difficult to refuse CEO Shin's invitation. Just go listen to what they have to say first. I will go with you. If we feel uncomfortable, we can refuse straight away and leave." Meanwhile the boy Song Guk propped his chin up trying to rummage through his distant memories to remember the corporation Sinsung Entertainment. This Shin Sungjung, it feels like I have heard this name somewhere before. Thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered, no way is it him. Song Guk immediately waved his small hands, trying to create attention but only to no avail. "Wait, stop, do not go. He is Shin Sungjung is someone you should not get involved with in a contract at all." Song Guk imagined the scene of him slamming the table causing pressure making them scared. With a terrifying voice, "You two, how do you feel about the terms?" The more they feared something, the more it happened. The very next day, all three of them were present at Shin Sungjung's company. He warmly invited them to sit down and said, "Just consider this your home, make yourselves comfortable." Facing the scary man in front of her, the landlady still calmly Mi Young softly replied, "Thank you for inviting us here, CEO Shin Sungjung." "But what is the reason you wanted to meet us?" he replied. "I want to discuss something beneficial for our Song Guk." Song Guk's face was sullen and uncomfortable thinking, "Our Song Guk, what, do you know me?" On this side, Mi Young like an assistant asked all the questions for So Young. "What do you mean by beneficial?" He explained, "I mean a contract, an exclusive contract of course. In other words, Song Guk will become a partner of Sinsung Entertainment, the #1 entertainment company in Korea." Just saying, his assistant next to him brought the contract to Mi Young to see. Mi Young confirmed again that Song Guk will become his partner. He made a suggestion, a 10-year exclusive contract. "What do you think?" Mi Young asked back. "An exclusive contract for 10 years, He explained, "You must have heard of Jang Dong-gun and Im Si-and-mi, right? This is a contract with Sinsung Entertainment, a place where top stars gather. We highly appreciate Song Guk's talent, so we have prepared extremely favorable terms." Hearing this, Mi Young picked up the contract to see. "Let me see." Next to her, Song Guk also wanted to take it to see. Just skimming through it, Mi Young realized the problem. Her face darkened and her eyes flashed with surprise, retorting, "I'm sorry, but this." Before Mi Young could say anything, he interrupted and said, "A 10-year exclusive contract, a 7-3 profit split. Of course, we take 70%. Hearing this, Song Guk was horrified to the point of stammering, 70%, This is ridiculous, being held 70% of his income for 10 years. These terms are no different from labor exploitation. Forcing an unfair contract on a rising child actor, a way to squeeze them to the bone." He smiled smugly when everyone thought this was a great opportunity. His assistant next to him fawned, "That is right, boss." Looking at their smug appearance, Song Guk sneered, "You're still the same as in my memories. Shin Sungjung." In his previous life, Shin Sung had a very close relationship with Samjin, more precisely with my father, Vice President John Jae Hyung. My father, thanks to knowing Shin Sung-jung through MC and me, gave the advertisement contracts of Samjin to Shin Sung Entertainment, while Shin Sung-jung showed loyalty to my father. Finally, he had to go to jail for threatening and assaulting his artists, Shin Sung Entertainment, unfair contract scandals, violence, implicit threats, assault. In reality, he was still confident that Song-guk would have no choice but to sign with him. Shin Sung-jung affirmed, Shin Sung-jung has been in the industry for more than 10 years but has never seen a child actor with such special talent as Song-guk. If you give Song-guk to me, I will turn him into a great actor. Saying that, but in his heart he was smiling cunningly. Child actors are only famous when they are young. Just tie them with long-term contracts while they are at the peak, exploit their advertising money completely, and throw them away when they are no longer valuable. No power to resist are indeed the perfect target to exploit, but his dream could not be realized when Mi Young closed the contract and apologized. But we cannot sign this contract. That determined attitude made the boy Song-guk surprised landlady. While the hateful old man in front of her feigned ignorance and smiled, asking, "Why is that?" Mi Young said that the 7:3 split ratio is too unreasonable and a 10-year contract is completely unsuitable for Song-guk. Because Song-guk's value will only increase in the future. This explanation of hers made everyone silent until the old man continued to speak. He retorted, "You are too confident, huh? I understand that you think the kid is cute, but you do not know anything about the entertainment industry, right? The child actor market is not as big as you think. Compared to adult actors, they do not earn much." The old man's words made the boy Song-guk turn red with anger. Is this old man looking down on me? Shin Sung-jung continued to say, "When they grow up, their faces change so their value also decreases." When he heard those words, So Young reacted strongly, telling him, "What are you saying such things in front of a child?" Song-guk gritted his teeth, constantly shouting in his heart, "Hey you! Take a look at yourself, old and decrepit, looking like a toad frog. While I Song-guk will only get better and better, got it?" Song-guk reacted wildly, as if wanting to fight him, making his mother frantically tell him to restrain himself. The atmosphere became bad and the landlady resolutely stood up and said, "You guys really lack vision. Anyway, we will take our leave first." Then the old man in front of them showed a terrifying smile, then stopped them. "Wait, you are not even Song-guk's mother, so why are you interfering so much? Outsiders should stay out of this." His words made So Young angry, clenching her fist. "Outsider, But before she could act, she heard Mi Young identify herself as the manager. "I already said, I am his manager, so I have the right to speak, right?" He was speechless. "What did you say?" Mi Young did not beat around the bush anymore and decisively told So Young, "Let us go. I used to work in the advertising industry. I can affirm that this contract is completely unfair. Well, we will take our leave." Of course things turned out this way, making the old man extremely angry and sat still on the sofa muttering, "You will regret it." But the reply was indifference, making him enraged. The old man's eyebrows furrowed tightly with an angry sound. "Dare to look down on me, Shin Sung-jung? Do you think you can still work in the television industry?" Seeing this, the boy Song-guk secretly cursed. He revealed his gangster nature. While Mi Young was still calm, she did not mind and replied, "Just wait and see, you will know soon enough." After the declaration of war, Mi Young walked straight out. In her heart she was still angry, cursing for So Young. That guy is really trash. Daring to threaten a pregnant woman, is he even human? Hearing this, Song-guk, as if finding an ally, excitedly cheered, "That is right, that is right." After walking a few steps, the landlady Mi Young turned back and asked, "So Young, are you okay? You must be shocked." So Young tried to smile and comfort her back. "I think you are even more stressed than me." Sighing once, then Mi Young reassured, "It is all right. People like him are common in this industry. Well, anyway, we do not have to sign a contract with a company like that. Come on, let us cross the road and catch the bus." Suddenly So Young called Mi Young back with a serious tone, "Sister, are you really going to become Song-guk's manager?" While the landlady was very surprised at this suggestion, the boy Song-guk surprisedly looked at his mother and thought to himself, "It is not a bad decision either. In business, there are many talented people. But people who are both talented and trustworthy are extremely rare. The landlady knows about the entertainment industry. Most importantly, she has proven her trustworthiness many times. A person who is both good and trustworthy is the best talent." Meanwhile, Mi Young hesitatingly replied to So Young, "I am not an expert in the entertainment industry." When Mi Young was about to refuse, she saw Song-guk pulling on her clothes with sparkling eyes. The boy smiled brightly and excitedly pointed towards the landlady, as if wanting to say, "Please become my colleague." Mi Young looked at him, not knowing what to say, while So Young smiled and said, "Sister, I think Song-guk likes you very much." So Young took the opportunity to express, "You also know that we really do not know anything about this industry. Please, help us protect Song-guk's future." Her sincere request made the landlady Mi Young think for a moment, then shyly said really, thanks to everyone I will have a new dream. So Young hearing this was a little expectant, then Mi Young said, I will try my best as his manager. As soon as she finished speaking So Young happily hugged her. Song-guk was no less happy and quietly whispered in his heart, welcome Manager Kim, let us make a lot of money. Their voices rang throughout the neighborhood, will everyone pay you a high salary? Of course I will give you everything. Hey, that is not right. As night fell, Shin Sung-jung stood on the building he had built listening to his assistant report. He had people investigate the woman who claimed to be the child's manager at this time. The woman who claimed to be the manager's name is Kim Mi-young. She works in the advertising industry. And is also the landlady where the Song-guk family rents a room. He smirked when he heard this. A landlady, what a messy group. If it was not for me Shin Sung-jung, I would let them taste the harshness of the entertainment industry. Saying that he told his assistant to immediately call the reporters. What was he plotting and what trouble would come to the small family of the main character? Winter gradually came, while Song-guk continued to film with the group the first scene was again Michael competing for eating a banana with Song-guk making Taeyong panic. Michael. What are you doing? Michael turned his head and unwilling to lose said, I also like bananas, but you guys keep giving them all to Song-guk. You little brat, do not eat anymore. How many more fruits are you planning to eat? Song-guk secretly challenged. I eat more because I do not want to give it to you, so what? The sound of the two of them competing made the director chuckle. Give it here, bananas, my bananas. The other members in this scene also just helplessly stood watching. Only Lucas was laughing innocently. Haha, it is so funny. Taeyong lost his patience and stood up to stop them. Hey you two, but it seemed the two of them still did not pay attention and competed. It is mine, no it is mine, this kid dared to hit me. Taeyong helplessly shouted loudly echoing outside amidst the snowy sky. I said stop it. On the side the director when he saw Song-guk's parents arriving paused the filming session. Thank you everyone for working hard during this morning's filming. Let us take a break, everyone have lunch. On this side, So Young was close to her due date but still tried to visit her son. Song-guk So Young was about to call Song-guk over when she heard the director call. Song-guk's mother The director greeted and approached concernedly and sincerely. Are you tired of waiting at the filming set? She replied. Not at all although we have been filming for a few months but for me, everything is still great and interesting. The director was somewhat worried but you are pregnant. If there is anything difficult, just let me know at any time. Hearing this So Young nodded, thank you. The director asked what is the due date. So Young counted her fingers and said, it is coming soon, end of December or early January. Suddenly the director mentioned Michael making So Young wonder, what about him? The director said, the audience really likes the way he argues with Song-guk, as if they are on the same wavelength, like Tom and Jerry. Those kids are really, even I feel that Michael is sometimes a bit too much. I am worried that this might make you uncomfortable. The explanation made So Young understand. She seriously said her thoughts about it. I trust you director. I also find the two of them arguing very interesting. I understand I will pay more attention, thank you. While they were talking Mi Young had come in and accidentally heard the conversation and realized that the problem started with Michael. Mi Young then quickly left. At this time the handsome golden-haired leader Taeyong stretched and invited everyone. Let us eat lunch together. Even though we have filmed so many times I am still not used to this feeling. In another corner, Song-guk with a full stomach was burping. His eyes were drooping, eating too many bananas. Now I feel a little sleepy. Just when he thought he could rest Michael came to make trouble. This insolent brat. You really hit me earlier. So rude. Facing his complaints, Song-guk annoyed secretly said, you are really funny. Actually your stubbornness has been labeled as being a bad kid and being ignored. On the forum with the title Michael, the youngest member who is not mature yet is jealous of the new younger brother. Everyone adding to the program thinks the competition between Song-guk and Michael is very cute. However Song-guk annoyed continued to think, you have been a little too much lately. I am paying attention to you. Do you want to be taught a lesson? Mumbling in his mouth while his hand pointed towards Michael provocatively making Michael go crazy. Good heavens really crazy, what kind of temper? He pinched Song-guk's cheek to relieve his anger. Song-guk secretly cursed are you crazy, then he used his tears as a weapon. Quickly bursting into tears making Michael have to quickly let go and clarify. Hey can you be quiet, I did not pinch that hard. At the same time manager Mi Young saw this and called him Michael. Michael without looking at who it was shouted what? Mi Young said in a deep voice, you just pinched Song-guk's cheek. Michael like a puppy who made a mistake looked at Song-guk and said, it is nothing, that kid is exaggerating, Mi Young questioned. Song-guk is not the type to sulk or cry for no reason. Mi Young continued to warn, I have noticed that you often touch Song-guk while filming lately, please limit that. Michael furiously shouted, are you warning me? Why are you being overly protective of a mediocre child like that, mediocre? The manager's voice became sharp hitting Michael's weak spot, but thanks to that boy, have not you filmed quite a few advertisements? Michael was speechless and could not refute anymore. Mi-young hugged Song-guk and at the same time warned him, "Please work professionally and stop acting violently towards a child. I believe you understand what I mean." Michael was trembling with anger and resentment. What the hell is this? I came to Korea to become a real artist, not to be a babysitter for that kid Song-guk. Before leaving he did not forget to stick his tongue out taunting him. Carrying the anger in his body, Michael propped his chin up considering. The members also kept staring at me after the sauce incident. This damn program, is there any way to make it fail? I do not need this garbage. I will also be successful. Just as he was scheming, the phone kept ringing, making him annoyed and gang. What, I am busy, hurry up and speak. To this angry shouting, then I do not know what the other end of the line said. But in his eyes he was very panicked, exclaiming, "What Shinsung Entertainment?" In another corner, the director was explaining the reason for today's meeting. Everyone please sit comfortably. Thank you everyone for coming to today's special production meeting. Taeyong, despite being busy, still attended. Taeyong smiled as the leader of Just he definitely had to be present. And the Song-guk family, who are now like our family. Before starting the meeting, the part that everyone was most excited about was rewarding everyone. So Young was a little surprised. Again, the director reported that the results of last week's rating had exceeded 30%, so the big boss extremely liked Song-guk. Finally he reminded, there is not much time left until the final episode. I hope everyone will continue to try their best. Song-guk received the wad of reward money and his eyes shone. He sat counting each bill. The director put the script on the table and loudly announced, "On to the main issue now, on to the main topic of today's meeting, producing a Christmas special. Christmas is coming. The higher-ups requested a 90-minute special episode, bringing a family atmosphere. Song-guk, you have been walking and running very well lately, huh?" Song-guk stood up to show with a confident face, because the boy has been practicing walking and running every day. The director announced Song-guk and the Just members will wear Christmas costumes. Together they will party and dance. This scene will be very beautiful. You seem to like it, huh? So about the details. While the director was excitedly speaking, not finishing, a person's voice frantically running over interrupted and loudly called the director. "We have a problem. In the newspaper, news about the group Just Baby and our program is causing a shock." On the face of a newspaper was the title Just Baby causing a shock. Another newspaper reported baby Song-guk is being exploited for his parents' greed. Television stations also reported, "Hot news this morning. I have compiled the most important news of this week." The first news here is the topic that has brought about an uproar everywhere, right? Just Baby 2 shocking child actor Song-guk family scandal. There was a worrying article, right? The article said that Song-guk is being exploited by his own parents. That is right, but it seems this is an irresponsible article without concrete evidence. Even so, the public is still very worried about Song-guk. The shocking news made the mood that was originally happy for everyone become extremely bad. So Young, after watching this news, became panicked with a worried mood. What should we do? Meanwhile the director, although he was also very flustered, still tried to appear calm and reassure everyone. Do not worry, these are just tabloid rumors wanting to ruin a successful program. This is too familiar in the television industry. Mi-young, frowning, announced, I will also investigate why that article was published. Suddenly Song-guk, with both hands on his hips, stood up and said, really. Seeing this action, So Young could not help but widen her eyes at her son's actions. He, like an old man, pointed his finger at the director and called, Uncle, director. The director was also very surprised and focused on the child in front of him to see what he meant. Before he could say anything, Ji-sung stopped him. This kid dared to be rude to the director, while Song-guk in his heart was angry. These public smear campaigns, in the end, are just power struggles. Who released that article? We need to quickly find them. What are they aiming for when attacking us? And we must act before the opponent to win. Finally, a director with many connections in the industry has to act, with the expectant eyes from Song-guk. The director sighed and said, Song-guk is right. Because this matter originated from a television program, so I need to go through the television station to handle it appropriately. Song-guk nodded in satisfaction. He has principles. The director also quickly reminded them, currently the reporters may be following around here for a while, although it is a bit uncomfortable, but please stay at home, the more the better. Perhaps we should also temporarily stop going to the filming set for a while. Hearing this, So Young worriedly asked about what would happen to Song-guk. Mi-young stood up to take on this task. I will take care of the boys' matter. Hearing this, So Young reduced her stress. The director and Mi-young continued to talk. Very good, manager. I trust you, just leave it to me, and I also have something to discuss. Looking at the two of them talking, So Young could only place all her expectations on those two. Finally, the director stood up to reassure, anyway, I will try to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Please do not worry too much. Everything will pass. When he finished work at the Song-guk house, it was already dark from the outside. The assistant was already standing waiting. Director, have you finished talking? The director came out with a pensive face. He spoke vaguely about the article, making the assistant confused. What do you mean? The director recounted that more news had been revealed, and according to a reliable source, Song-guk's parents come to the film set every day and interfere in everything. The article said that. It seems like there is a mole in our team. The director looked at the assistant girl with a suspicious face. Could it be you? During the audition she was constantly trying to please the superiors. Hearing this she quickly shook her head, denying, no, not me. I was almost fired by you that time. I have completely given up those tricks. The director, hearing this, frowned and continued to ponder. Then who is it? While the entertainment industry was in chaos with many scandals, life continued with countless activities of everyone. They strolled on the street and admired the snowfall of this year's Christmas. Today is indeed a wonderful white Christmas, right? Yet in the Christmas atmosphere there was a strange person covered from head to toe going out with a baby stroller. Everyone began to turn their eyes towards this figure and curiously whisper to each other, why are they wearing sunglasses at night? So suspicious, and they are wrapped in a scarf so tightly. Suddenly there was a cry from the baby stroller. Passers-by were startled again. What is going on? It sounds like a baby crying. Meanwhile the mysterious person quietly signaled silence. Song-guk, be quiet. Her entire body was covered in layers of clothes. The girl, so young, regretfully thought maybe we should not have gone out. I promised the director that I would stay home. But I really can't sit still anymore. I want to go out and breathe some air. The feeling of being imprisoned is really uncomfortable. Take a walk and pick up my husband from work. This should be okay, and surely the husband will be very touched by this action of his wife. Be a good boy, son. I know you want to walk, but we can't risk being discovered, so bear with it a little longer, okay? According to her mother's comfort, Song-guk's face showed that he was unhappy. In his heart he roared. Have to sit in a stroller at this age, so humiliating. It is too humiliating. I want to walk on my own 2 feet. While pushing Song-guk along, So Young suddenly heard people mentioning Just Baby. Hey, did you watch Just Baby this week? Of course, that was the Christmas special. Taeyong in the Santa Claus costume was both handsome and cute. And Song-guk too, the reindeer was so adorable. But the snowman baby Song-guk really makes you want to bite him, so cute. This program is indeed a wonderful program. I live only to watch Just Baby every week. It is a pity the program is about to end. Song-guk tightly closed his eyes and secretly praised, you girls have taste. But before he could be happy for long, the two mother and son heard them talking about the article. There is a new article. This time it is more detailed, saying the boy's parents are greedy, and Song-guk is cunning. Come on, does that make sense? Song-guk will only be 3 years old next year. But sometimes I also find Song-guk seems unusually smart. The main character being mentioned was showing his displeasure. These people, they are doubting Song-guk's genius acting ability. The couple who were discussing also left along with that, leaving So Young standing silently in one place. She did not say anything, just silently pushed Song-guk away. After walking for a while, they arrived at her husband's place. Ji-sung just happened to be leaving work and saw the figures of his wife and child, so he happily ran over and smiled. So Young, Song-guk is here too, huh? You came all the way here to meet me, It is very cold outside. I told you there was no need. And lost in talking, he did not realize his wife's body was trembling and her voice was also full of trembling. While her husband was talking, tears had already fallen in 2 rows, although she tried to suppress them, but it was still no use. Scared by the situation at this moment, Ji-sung immediately hugged his wife. So Young, are you crying? What happened? Song-guk looked at his mother, realizing that even the public was starting to be affected by the tabloid rumors. This situation is really dangerous. We must take action. After that, Ji-sung went to see the director and expressed his determined attitude about this matter cannot continue. As the head of the family, I have to protect my family. Standing before the father's worries and helplessness, the director also felt very guilty and embarrassed, so he had to bow his head and sigh, I sincerely apologize. Although the television station has tried to control the reporters. But because the public is too interested in Song-guk, the rumors continue to spread. But we can't just leave everything as it is, we have to do something. The director pondered for a while, then said the solution, actually, I think the best way is to confront them directly. If you two agree, we can try an interview directly, a direct interview with the questions as well as the questions of the public, and it will surely be a very heavy meeting for the couple who have never been in contact with the entertainment industry like them. Ji-sung asked to confirm again, we will do a direct interview. How? Time passed until December 31st. Outside the MVC headquarters, a sound with the youthful voices of beautiful teenagers rang out. Hello, the new standard of music. We are Just and Song-guk too. So it is already the last day of the year. Playing with the adorable Song-guk, we did not realize how fast time flies. Let us enjoy the year-end compilation of Just Baby. Saturday, November 7th. The journey of Just and Songguk is coming to an end. We will return with a New Year special episode. Please continue to support Just Baby until the very end. The assistant director turned off the video, then looked towards the couple and said, "This episode has started airing. Let us start too." And the child's parents had also prepared themselves mentally before facing a war they had never participated in. The assistant, before pressing the record button, showed a smile to reduce the tension for them. "You two thought right. There is nothing that removes controversy more effectively than an interview. That is why the stars usually hold press conferences. But today, this is just a closed shooting between us, so do not be too stressed. The director will be here soon." Both of them nodded softly, saying yes. The assistant continued to reassure and cheer. "Just relax, I will check the equipment a bit." When the assistant walked away, So Young sighed to dispel the nervousness. Suddenly, when she looked at her husband, she found him trying to hold back his emotions. His face was full of guilt and he apologized. Then the girl was startled and exclaimed, Why are you saying that?" Ji-sung as a father was very regretful before his wife and child. "Your due date is coming soon, and you are still working so hard like this. I feel like I have caused more trouble for you." Listening to those words, the girl So Young comforted and encouraged, "No, honey. Because of Songguk, I also want to do this. You were very great when you stood up to protect our family like a real pillar." Being comforted by his wife, Ji-sung felt relieved and smiled. "So Young, you are really the best." At this time, manager Mi-young carried Songguk into the room and spoke, "Are you two ready?" Songguk also raised his hand to cheer for his father and mother. "Good luck." Mi-young approached and said, "I was really surprised when you two suddenly decided to interview." Ji-sung scratched his head and smiled wryly while Songguk in his heart thought, "I knew it. I always thought you two were shy parents, just trying to make ends meet, the most ordinary people among the ordinary people. Yet you suddenly took such a bold step, interviewing directly. Indeed, a choice not bad. But why dare to be so risky?" Before he could think of the answer, his mother picked him up and said, "Our Songguk. Today you look so handsome." While saying that, she hugged her husband and took her son into her arms with all the love of a mother. "Our beloved son. Please trust in your father and mother, okay? We will definitely erase all these bad rumors." The warm actions and words of the parents made the boy Songguk move to tears, secretly thinking, "The reason they are doing this interview, is it because of me? They are doing all this for their child, While the mother herself is nervous when standing in front of the camera, let alone in front of so many people. In that precious feeling, the boy could not do anything but hug his mother with the hope of giving her some strength. The assistant and Mi-young standing next to them witnessed the intense love of the two mother and son and could not help but be touched. Suddenly there was a knock on the door from behind. The assistant happily opened it, just said, "Director, you are here." All preparations for the interview had been completed, but when she looked back, the assistant became panicked by the people appearing before her eyes. In the hallway, group leader Taeyong urgently asked, "What the hell are you saying, a direct interview?" The assistant laboriously replied, "The thing is, we want to explain about the negative rumors. We only intended to do it quietly, but the reporters came in droves. Surely someone leaked the internal information, and with the disclosure of this news, the situation in the area became extremely chaotic with countless reporters and cameras coming." Taeyong, when he ran over the reporters, had already surrounded him so tightly that he could not get in. He tried to squeeze up and waved his hand, shouting, calling the director. After trying for a while, Taeyong was also able to get inside, while the reporters also recognized him and started whispering to each other, "Is not that the leader of Just, That is right, it is Just." And when he met the director, the boy immediately worriedly made a suggestion. "This must be stopped immediately. So many reporters are coming, even I, an idol, feel pressured. Let alone ordinary people who have never been in contact with the entertainment industry, such as the parents of the child." The director himself knew this well, but he could only helplessly bow his head because everything had started. "I tried my best to prevent it." But the crowd gathered, unable to control them. At the same time, Songguk's parents were also having to endure the extremely dazzling flashlights and countless questions from the reporters. "Look this way, please. What is the reason you decided to do this interview? Are those articles true? Please answer." Songguk's parents. Ji-sung, looking at the reporters constantly putting pressure on his wife, could not bear it anymore and shouted, "Please be silent. My wife is in the final stages of her pregnancy. Please do not shout so loudly and do not flash the lights continuously. If everyone speaks calmly, I will try to answer as best as I can." A middle-aged reporter asked a question, "Then explain, why did you cause this commotion?" "The thing is, as everyone knows, there have been many articles writing bad things about our family. We really grew up in an orphanage. From a young age we had nothing in our hands. Until we grew up and left the orphanage, we only had each other. But we have worked day and night to build a family, and we are proud because we have always lived honestly. Kim Mi-young is our neighbor. She has some knowledge about the entertainment industry, and she is also the one who discovered the boy's talent. And that is why we are here today. In short, What I want to say is, we are not ruthless parents exploiting our son for greed for money. Please do not hurt my family with baseless rumors. Facing these explanations, then even the reporter asked even harsher questions with an uncomfortable attitude. But how can we believe you? How much money have you earned? Show us your bank account. The other reporters also took the opportunity to put pressure on them. They demanded where is the evidence to prove this family is innocent, but did not look back at themselves. When they also did not have any evidence to accuse the family, Song-guk hearing it was extremely angry. After that the boy jumped down from Mi-young. The boy Song-guk stood in front of the reporters and shouted loudly, "That is enough. Do not bully my parents anymore." In his head appeared like a devil was eyeing the enemy, and that enemy was the group of reporters. "Stop it, you terrible reporters. This is what I wanted to say." But he could not pronounce it properly, so Song-guk had to give up for now. The fierce reporters seemed to be frightened by the child's aura. Meanwhile Tae-young was very touched by the scene of Song-guk standing up to protect his parents. He decided to find the director. The director seemed to understand what he meant, nodded softly, then both of them coordinated with each other to shout loudly, "End the interview here." Assistant director quickly helped disperse the crowd. "Stop the live broadcast immediately." On this side Song-guk also turned to ask his father if he was okay. He was moved to tears and hugged him tightly. "My son, I am sorry, I am not good at speaking," Song-guk gently comforted. "It is okay, father. You did very well, you looked very cool." But when he saw the strange expression on his mother's face, he quickly turned to her and asked, "Mom, are you okay?" It was then that everyone noticed her unusual behavior. So-young was starting to show signs of labor. She cried out in pain, "Song-guk, honey. I am starting to have contractions." The news shocked both father and son, leaving them standing there dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. So-young was immediately rushed to the hospital in an ambulance. "Honey, I am about to give birth." So-young tried to reassure her husband, but the pain made it impossible for her to stay calm. In the ambulance, the assistant instructed the expectant mother on how to breathe and how to endure the painful contractions. "Take deep breaths." Meanwhile, Ji-sung looked at his wife with a heartbroken expression. "Honey, just a little bit longer. We are almost at the hospital." Song-guk also called out to his mother with a worried voice, "Mom." So-young with a pale face tried to reassure her son and husband, "I am okay." But Song-guk could not hold back his tears. "How can you be okay? How can I watch you suffer like this?" he thought. "I do not know anything about childbirth." He had never felt so helpless in his life. In this life or the previous one, I have never been married, never been pregnant, or given birth. Is there any way I can help Mom? As Song-guk was frantically thinking, his mother cried out in pain again. And of course, in a situation like that, only the mother could try to endure the pain, and no one could help. The little boy could only silently encourage her, "Mom, hang in there." Time passed, and that day at the hospital, So-young successfully gave birth. Seeing the baby in Song-guk's arms, the director and assistant could not help but exclaim, "So cute, so incredibly cute." The little boy, who was already adorable, now holding a newborn baby, created a beautiful image that touched everyone's hearts. Song-guk officially had a little ally. The assistant said with a smile, "Sister, you have worked hard. How are you feeling?" So-young replied happily, her complexion looking much brighter and rosier. "I am okay thanks to everyone's help." The assistant continued to praise excitedly, "I thought no one could be as cute as Song-guk, but Min-guk is just as adorable. It must be because his parents are both handsome and beautiful. Especially these chubby cheeks." As she said this, the assistant reached out to touch the baby's cheeks, but Song-guk fiercely slapped her hand away, stopping her. "No, you can't touch the baby." He thought irritably, "Don't you know you can't just touch a newborn baby without washing your hands? Wash your hands first and then come here." This resolute attitude made the assistant laugh bitterly. Song-guk has already started acting like a big brother. Hearing these words, the little boy nodded smugly, "Of course. In my previous life, all the so-called younger brothers were troublemakers. Each and every one of them was full of dark and malicious thoughts because their parents did not raise them properly." And at this moment, Song-guk smiled gleefully, looking at his younger brother with determination. "This little one, I will raise you properly. You will become my loyal servant." The director looked at the two brothers, Song-guk, and then suggested, "May I take some pictures of Min-guk and Song-guk?" That day, after the live broadcast ended, the audience was in an uproar. The viewers began to shift their focus and concern to Song-guk's mother's condition, and they also realized that the reporters' actions were extremely outrageous and began to criticize them. The director stroked his chin and said, "The forum is full of chatter, so the netizens must be very curious about the current situation of your family." Hearing this, the father readily agreed to let the director film. Of course, thank you. As soon as Song-guk's father agreed, the assistant picked up the camera and started filming. I will film it beautifully. Ji-sung asked hesitantly. But director, what happened after that? We left so abruptly that day. The director interrupted. You do not have to worry now, it is almost completely resolved. I must say, the rat has been caught too. We found the person who leaked the information. In another development, a voice recorder was suddenly thrown onto the floor by someone, making a loud noise. The team leader immediately turned around and questioned in a cold voice, and the content of that questioning surprised everyone. Explain yourself, Michael. Being held tightly by his teammates, Michael looked at the voice recorder in front of him in confusion and exclaimed, "This is my pager, when did you take it?" Taeyong ignored his confusion and went straight to the point. There have been many strange things happening lately, have not there, Michael? You must know about the chaotic things going on outside. Right, news about things that only the film crew knows has been leaked. Even interviews that the staff themselves were not aware of were rumored everywhere, leaked to the reporters like hunting foxes out there. With each word, Michael's face began to turn pale until he shouted in panic. So what did I do? Facing his fierce attitude, the blonde team leader continued to question. Well, your behavior has been very suspicious lately, disappearing during filming without a clear reason. So I asked Lucas to keep an eye on you. Thanks to that, I discovered something terrible that I never thought a member of our team could do. What is your relationship with director Shin Sung-jung of Sinsung Entertainment, Michael? Hearing the team leader mention this name, Michael froze, his face immediately changing color to become pale and worried. Seeing this, the team leader did not show any mercy and continued to expose the naked truth. Song-guk's manager suspected director Shinsung Entertainment. All the slanderous articles, the reporters who published articles defaming the family, are all related to that company. In fact, the phone number in Michael's pager voicemail also comes from Shinsung Entertainment. Helping such a despicable person, you colluded with him to make things difficult for Song-guk's family. What were you thinking? The tension rose, and facing the angry eyes of the other team members, Michael could not deny it. Taeyong continued to point out the truth. Both you and director Shin Sung-jung will be held responsible for what you have done. Meanwhile, newspapers and mass media quickly reported the whole story, as well as the ending of this incident, and the conspiracy to accuse the innocent family was exposed. Even other accusations related to that old man, such as threatening artists as well as violence against artists, were exposed, and Shin Sung-jung was arrested and is facing questions from reporters. Director Shin Sung-jung, please answer, did you really hire people to write slanderous articles? Why did you do that? And what about the rumors of threatening artists at your company? Facing the pressure of public opinion, the old man could only helplessly shout, I do not know anything, I said I do not know. Song-guk's father, after learning who the mastermind was surprised and speechless, director Sinsung Entertainment, and Michael too. Mentioning Michael's name, the director was also extremely angry. Michael, no matter how dissatisfied you are, doing this is just unacceptable. Later, the leader of the Just team will hold him accountable, and take him to apologize to everyone. In addition to atone, Just will pay all the hospital fees for your family this time. Our television station will also contribute to help as a sincere apology. If you have any other requests, please let us know. As for me, I can't take it anymore and I have to go back and beat that brat Michael to a pulp. Facing the director's angry attitude, Ji-sung was somewhat relieved and did not want to worry too much about those people anymore. It is okay, director. Thanks to everyone arranging such a good private room, my whole family can stay together. So Young is recovering very quickly too. As long as there are no more bad rumors, that is all I hope for. Hearing this, the director smiled and gently reassured him. Don't worry, thanks to your sincere interview, those who were blinded by lies have also realized the truth. Everyone is cheering for you, and the truth will always be the truth and cannot be hidden by evil. Moreover, my manager and I will clean up this mess. We have had enough, and I will take care of the aftermath. We will teach those impudent reporters an expensive lesson with lawsuits and having to work in court. Let us sue them together, sue those immoral reporters thoroughly. Anyway, after this incident, we plan to temporarily suspend broadcasting for about 2 months, also to give Song-guk's mother time to recuperate after giving birth. Ji-sung asked the director, is it okay to suspend broadcasting for so long, director? And the director said that they still had scenes that had been filmed. So maintaining the image and heat of the program would not be interrupted. Please rest assured and spend time with your family. We will meet again next spring in 2 months. During those 2 months, the 4 members of their family happily spent time with a new member and enjoyed a warm time together. In a flash, the cold snowflakes had completely disappeared, giving way to warm spring with gentle breezes caressing everyone's souls. The flowers are already blooming at the beginning of the year, so March has arrived quickly, bringing the magical beauty of nature. The voice of the presenter came from the television. That is right, looking at the cherry blossoms in full bloom, my heart is also stirred. Along with the good news about the flowers. What other good news do we have? Oh my, what is it? It is our national baby. Baby Songguk is coming back. Will just baby continue to broadcast? Yes, the broadcast date will be announced soon. Amidst the news coming from the television, a woman appeared from the bathroom. She hugged the man with a cold face from behind, and a soft voice rang out. Honey, what are you watching? Me snuggled up and kissed the man's head. What are you watching? Her extremely intimate posture with her seductive appearance made the vice president enjoy it very much. Jae-hyung looked at the TV screen and replied, It is Songguk, is he an acquaintance of yours? Hearing her sweetheart mention that child, Me smiled and exclaimed, Oh my, did you forget so quickly? You met him during the washing machine commercial shoot, did not you? Hearing his lover mention it, the vice president suddenly remembered the meeting before. Ah, that baby. So that is it, so that is it. Hearing those incomprehensible words, the actress Me curiously asked him, What is? Jae-hyung frowned, a little pensive, mumbling in reply, I just happened to see the kid and suddenly I felt very attracted to him, there is something special about him. As he said this, the man's eyes looked at the innocent child smile on the television screen again. Hearing this, the actress Me laughed, jumped on him, and agreed very much, that is because he is a genius, a genius. That is right, Songguk has the qualities of a great actor, he will definitely be successful. He is a child who can become anything at the top. Hearing his lover's great praise for that child, Jae-hyung still seemed doubtful and asked, to that extent, isn't he just a temporarily popular child actor? Me gently touched his cheek, giving him an intimate smile, Hey, I know I am famous because you arranged a lot of things for me, but you also know my eye for talent is not bad, right? Moreover, this time Shinsung Entertainment tried to do something to the kid and now they have failed miserably. Hearing this, Vice President Jae-hyung frowned, Shinsung Entertainment, do you mean director Shinsung Jung? Me nodded to confirm that is right, still the same old tricks, he continued to play games and intended to exploit a cheap child actor, who knew it would cause a big problem. He is really bringing trouble on himself. The vice president continued to wonder, didn't you sign a contract with them before? The actress smiled and leaned into his arms and said, so I am planning to terminate the contract. The contract terms are boring, it is good to cancel it. Jae-hyung squinted, smelling the fragrance from her hair and asked, after canceling, where are you planning to go? Is there any company that you have in mind? Me looked up, her eyes lit up with an idea. I have an interesting idea, let us do it slowly for now, let us just leave it like this. Anyway, if you are interested, why not invest in Songguk? It is worth it, it is definitely not a bad idea. Faced with this suggestion from his lover, Vice President Jae-hyung thought for a moment and replied, invest, it is worth a try. Meanwhile, at Songguk's house, Mi-young's voice echoed, calling everyone to eat. Today we have seaweed soup. A pot of delicious and fragrant seaweed soup was brought out. Mi-young scooped a bowl of soup for Songguk here, Songguk. The little boy received it and sniffed it eagerly, it smells so good. I did not expect Manager Kim to be so good at cooking. Seeing Songguk eating deliciously, Mi-young also conveniently scooped some for So-young here, So-young, eat too. So-young gratefully said, thank you today, every time you prepare meals like this. Mi-young smiled and replied, I am Songguk's manager of course. But sister, you do not even take rent, and you also take care of meals, fruits. Hearing this, Mi-young waved it away, don't talk nonsense, eat. Besides, I am family, of course I have to take care of you. As a member of the family, I have to take care of everyone at least to this extent. Those words made So-young almost cry with emotion, sister. Just then, a shout from Songguk broke the touching atmosphere. No, I told you not to touch it. This is my rice, Min-guk drinks milk. So-young looked at her two children, unable to help but laugh. Recently, Min-guk has been imitating everything his brother does. Min-guk clings to his brother like that, so taking care of the baby must be less tiring, right? Manager Mi-young asked. In this corner, Songguk was indeed experiencing how tiring it was to take care of the baby. Over the past 2 months, Songguk had realized an important truth, which was that taking care of children was hell. Please let me go. Why are you always crying like this? Why do not you sleep? Please, let me sleep a little. Why are you always calling me? Just pointing to the bathroom, the baby would burst into tears if he did not see his brother. In my previous life, those insolent kids were so different. I hoped that this time I would have a well-behaved younger brother, no, a loyal subordinate. But, this is not easy at all. Songguk was sweating all over, looking at Min-guk, realizing that his younger brother only knew how to cling to his brother. Min-guk, I am very tired, that is enough. But when he looked at the adorable Min-guk, he could not help it. Song-guk's heart was about to fall out again. In the end he compromised. This is the last time, big brother will feed you, grow up quickly. This humorous scene made assistant Mi-young laugh, a baby taking care of another baby. So-young also agreed, that is right, thanks to Song-guk, I am much less tired. He is really a filial son. Hearing this, Mi-young suddenly asked a question. So-young, have you thought about moving? The issue that the manager raised made So-young a little confused. I have not dared to think about that moving, she replied softly. Mi-young nodded, continuing, now you have 2 children. As a homeowner who has rented to you for a long time, I feel a little embarrassed to say this, but this house seems a little small and old to raise children. So-young felt awkward, but she was also frank, we do not have enough money to do that. It is true that moving would be a good choice, but first we need money. Mi-young understood the problem and waved her over, whispering, what if you had money? Samjin Electronics just contacted me. They want to sign an exclusive contract with Song-guk. Hearing this, So-young was startled, not believing her ears, exclusive with Samjin. Such a young boy received an exclusive contract with a large corporation like Samjin. Mi-young just nodded slightly, explaining, that is right, they made the offer and said they would send the detailed contract terms to us soon, so you need to discuss it carefully with Ji-sung. This could be a big opportunity, a development opportunity that brings countless money and fame in the child's future. But facing such a very important decision, the young mother So-young seemed hesitant. She could not make a decision on her own because this decision would affect her child's future. Mi-young quickly waved her hand. Come on, let us eat first. We still have to go to the television station. So-young suddenly remembered that it was the day of the Just Baby meeting, after they had temporarily stopped filming for 2 months. Mi-young immediately said, the television station has sent a car to pick you up, there is no need to rush. But before she could finish speaking, the doorbell rang. Mi-young quickly ran to open the door and said, what is wrong? Someone came early, while Song-guk had raised his hands in surrender to his clinging younger brothers and crawled to hug his mother's legs. When the door opened slightly, Sister Mi-young immediately asked, are you from the television station? But when Mi-young opened the door completely, the figure that appeared in front of them made everyone startled and wary. Both mother and son realized that the person standing in front of them was not a staff member of the station, but Michael. The familiar voice made both of them look towards the door. And Michael walked in, facing the two of them. Song-guk quickly ran to stand in front of his mother and younger brother, his eyes not hiding his discomfort as he shouted, why are you here? The boy thought to himself, this guy clung to Shin Sung-jung and betrayed our family. What is he planning to do coming here now? Don't tell me he is holding a grudge and planning to play tricks. Suddenly, there was a voice from outside the door, wait. Immediately the atmosphere changed as team leader Taeyong stepped in, patted Michael lightly and waved hello, it has been a long time, has not it? Taeyong patted Michael on the back and explained, it seems like he scared everyone. Because it has been a long time since we have seen each other, we just wanted to come a little earlier, and by the way, give him a chance to apologize too. Taeyong shouted, what are you standing there for? Michael hearing this, Michael had to bow his head, saying timidly, I am sorry. Everything is my fault, I made a mistake. While everyone was silently listening, the little boy Song-guk felt uncomfortable in his heart. He thought angrily, is it over just by saying sorry, while the boy had not decided whether to forgive Michael or not, so Young spoke softly. Thank you for apologizing, you must have your own reasons, right? I hope we will cooperate better from now on. Seeing their mother's gentle smile and forgiving attitude, the two aunts sighed in helplessness, hitting their foreheads. Oh my God, if you are always this kind. But it is okay, the more kind and easygoing my parents are, the sharper and more meticulous I have to be. As he said this, Song-guk also made a scary gesture to threaten him, next time, do not mess around, understand? Seeing that everyone had somewhat resolved their misunderstandings, Taeyong smiled happily and said, well, let us go now, everyone is waiting for Song-guk. After that, they quickly arrived at the MCV film studio. As soon as he arrived, the director saw Song-guk and exclaimed happily, Song-guk. Song-guk was also no less excited, rushing over and shouting, director. The two hugged each other tightly like soulmates who had not seen each other for a long time, making the space seem to be filled with emotion. Everyone looked at the director in surprise. Is it because it has been a long time since they have seen each other? Song-guk is always so cold, but today he welcomed me so warmly. It is really touching, Song-guk. Song-guk reluctantly choked in his heart, director, I realized something. I was born to work, live for work, die for work, and will dedicate my whole life to it. Song-guk covered his face sadly. I am fed up, I am too tired of taking care of children. I have to dedicate my whole life to work. The director looked at Song-guk with a puzzled expression. Song-guk, but he quickly turned his attention to the person in front. Ah, Song-guk's mother, are you still healthy? Immediately, everyone's eyes shifted to So-young, and in that moment, they could not ignore Min-guk, the little boy who was being held by his mother with tears in his eyes. Seeing this, the director approached Min-guk, smiling slightly and greeting. Is that Min-guk? He's even more adorable than he was 2 months ago. How is that possible? Suddenly at this moment, Min-guk burst into tears, as if the boy was signaling that he wanted to be with his brother. The director panicked. Suddenly what is wrong? So-young explained in a gentle voice. Min-guk just wants to cling to Song-guk. If he does not see his brother, he will be like that right away. Hearing this, the director suddenly understood the strange attitude of that kid and looked around to see Song-guk looking at him for help, his eyes as if saying, save me. He smiled, realized the problem and replied, so there have been some changes in the past 2 months. After that, he turned to Mi-young and nodded to greet. Manager Mi-young, long time no see. Mi-young also nodded in response. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the director continued, well, now that everyone has arrived, let us start. First of all, there are about 20 episodes left until the last episode, which means it seems like the last episode will air in September. So-young estimated the time. September is half a year away, The director enthusiastically shared the work schedule, and the first episode when they return will be, I am thinking of a beautiful and romantic cherry blossom picnic. At the cherry blossom viewing scene, there is a park with a beautiful cherry blossom garden in the city, and currently this area is not receiving visitors because it is filming. No entry without permission. In the set, Taeyoung and Jaehyun widened their eyes in surprise and exclaimed, wow, Song-guk. The boy looks like a cherry blossom fairy, really, he is a true spring elf. The stylists did a great job. Song-guk's nose swelled up when he was praised. At that moment, the assistant announced, prepare to film, actors gather. Hearing this, the handsome Jaehyun picked up Song-guk. Let us go, Song-guk. The action of the handsome man immediately received envious sounds from the other members of the Just group. I want to hold the baby too, me too. At this time, outside the film studio, a mysterious car suddenly appeared. The person in the car quickly announced. We have arrived at the film studio as you requested, Vice President. Seeing this, the man got out of the car, and it was none other than the cold face of Vice President Jae-hyung. He looked around and wondered, is it worth coming all the way here but... Returning to the time not long ago in his office when he heard the secretary report the work of the day. After that, the vice president asked the secretary, how is that matter going? The secretary asked back slightly puzzled, what are you talking about? John Jae-hyung did not hesitate to repeat, that, the exclusive contract with Song-guk. Hearing this, Secretary Young quickly reported, I have clearly conveyed your intentions. But it seems like the boy's parents are hesitant because the contract scale is too large. Do you want me to urge them? Hearing this, Vice President Jae-hyung leaned back in his chair and shook his head to refuse. No, let them think about it. A moment later he asked again, but more importantly, Secretary, what do you think of this contract? Secretary Young honestly replied, it seems a little too much for the boy's experience. Is the boy worthy of that level of treatment? Jae-hyung muttered to himself thoughtfully, worthy, there is something about him that attracts me. An undeniable connection, for example, a feeling like blood ties. And in that, the driver's call woke the vice president from his own rambling thoughts. He got out of the car, at the same time telling the driver to wait here, he had something to confirm. The handsome man who was carrying Song-guk noticed the noise from everyone. Hey look, is not that Samjin's vice president? Song-guk's eyes widened in surprise at everyone's whispers. The boy began to turn his eyes towards the man who was approaching. In Song-guk's vision, his father from his previous life was coming to find him in this life. What was my father John Jae-hyung like in my previous life? Born as the eldest son of his grandfather, the founder of Samjin, and raised as an heir. Although his style was a little different from his grandfather. If his grandfather was the founder of the dynasty like an overlord, then my father was the current king, a person who prioritized efficiency and was an achiever. Yes, achievement, prioritizing efficiency are the most appropriate words to describe my father. A person who only cares about results, about achievements. Towards his wife, towards the company. And even his children. Tae-guk and Mi-jin, because they could not meet his strict expectations, were always oppressed by feelings of inferiority. As for me, I was the child who dared to kick away my father's expectations and climb even higher. I was a genius who did not care about his expectations or wishes and just walked on my own path. Anyway, the relationship between me and my father in my previous life was not easy either. In their previous life, they still kept a smile when facing each other. But in that smile, they could not hide the distance and artificiality. But one undeniable truth remained: no matter what he was like, he was still my father. Lost in thoughts of the past, the little boy snapped back to reality and blurted out a father to the man in front of him. Father, John Jae-hyung tilted his head, looking at the adorable boy, wondering about the address he had just heard. Song-guk quickly covered his mouth, panicking inside. Crap, I slipped up. But he did not dwell on it, leaned down and said to Song-guk with a smile, "Hello, Song-guk. Do you remember me? We met at the washing machine commercial set last time." But facing that man, little Song-guk turned his face away, acting coldly and bluntly replying, "I do not know, I do not remember." "Really, but why did you call me father?" Hearing this, Song-guk screamed, determined to deny it to the end. "I did not, that is not true." But he seemed to have caught him, not letting him go easily. "That is strange, I heard it clearly." "I definitely heard it." Song-guk cursed inwardly. Damn it, I forgot this man is incredibly persistent. Just then, fortunately, a voice interrupted the conversation: Vice President John Jae-hyung. It was the director and the boy's mother, rushing over after hearing the news. "What brings you here?" Seeing them, he stood up, smiling and greeting them. "Oh my, I just intended to quietly look at Song-guk for a moment and leave, but I interrupted the filming." Through the vice president's words, the director asked in doubt, "Song-guk, why?" He turned to answer the director's question. "I just wanted to see him with my own eyes. Those sparkling eyes remind me of my own childhood. Looking at him up close like this, I am even more sure." Then he turned his gaze to the boy's mother and asked about the contract. "Have you seen the contract yet?" So Young was startled and quickly replied, "Ah, yes." He continued, "My side is always ready to sign the contract at any time. So if you have decided, please contact me." Seeing her still hesitant, he said directly, "If there are any conditions to discuss, just say them." Without waiting for the mother to answer, Song-guk shouted out the word money. So Young quickly covered Song-guk's mouth, while the little boy tried to struggle and said in his heart, "Where's the money? Give me money. Does father have a lot of money?" And CEO Jae-hyung, seeing this scene, could not help but laugh haha in a very cheerful manner. He stroked Song-guk's head and promised, "Okay, I will prepare a lot of money for you. When you are ready, we will meet again." So Young watched him leave, replying in confusion, "Yes." Then he turned and left quietly, just as he had come. "Well, I will go first." Looking at the back of his father from his previous life, Song-guk murmured to himself, "Honestly, I did not think I would still be involved with him in this life. A vice president of a chaebol group and a child from an ordinary family, the distance is already so far, and yet." Song-guk recalled his father's expectant eyes when he talked about a new project he was taking on in his previous life. "Well done, son. Among my children, you are the smartest. I trust you. I expect good results." Song-guk at that time also received recognition from his father. Even now, he remembers that feeling vividly. It was a feeling of trust and recognition. The director announced, "Focus everyone, everyone is here, let us start filming again." Song-guk, the little boy who was pulled back to reality by the director's voice, immediately regained his spirits and turned his gaze towards the film set. "That is right. What is important is the current life. First of all, let us focus on the scene in front of us, the scene for the special episode about the spring picnic." The following months were spent filming other special episodes for holidays such as Children's Day. A special episode for the cool summer vacation with clear water and countless sea creatures. And very quickly September arrived, the last month in the program's broadcast schedule. Outside the headquarters of the television station, enthusiastic fans shouted the name of Just. The number of fans of the members of the Just group had increased dramatically, causing the situation to become chaotic and requiring a lot of staff from the station to maintain order. Meanwhile, the film set assistant led the mother and son inside and then breathed a sigh of relief. She did not forget to complain about how the fans knew and came here. "I do not know how they found out about the filming schedule either. It has been difficult to film lately because of crazy fans." Song-guk, the little boy, after getting inside, told his mother that he wanted to get down and walk. Just as she put her son down, So Young talked to the assistant. "Anyway, just as a national idol group." The assistant did not forget to remind the two of them to be careful in case someone broke into the film set. This had happened before. Meanwhile, Song-guk could not help but admire the growth of the members of the Just group. These kids have grown up quite a bit, have not they? They have become a national group loved by countless fans. Along with the ever-increasing popularity of the Just Baby program, Just did not neglect their concerts and album releases, and in the past 6 months, they have become the top group in the music industry. Of course, Song-guk had also filmed a series of high-end commercials and became a blue chip in the advertising world. Especially, the little boy was extremely sought after by famous children's fashion brand commercials. Naturally, it also led to countless contracts with generous salaries. It was said that the directors also received huge bonuses thanks to the boy. This made Song-guk feel proud, making everyone successful like this. I am really great. And of course, the Just Baby program did not have much time left either. Perhaps it would end after one more filming. With that thought in mind, the little boy walked alone into the filming area. With a feeling of reminiscence for the journey ahead, just then, a hand reached out from the darkness towards the boy Song-guk. That hand tightly grasped Song-guk's small hand, startling the little boy. And a voice rang out with a cold tone. Song-guk, can you help me with something? The assistant had just reminded him to be careful in case someone sneaked into the film crew, and our boy was already caught by a mysterious hand. The little boy's face turned pale, stuttering as he looked at the person in front of him. Song-guk stammered with a serious face, and then the little boy shouted when he clearly saw who had appeared and grabbed him. What are you doing? You startled me. It turned out that it was none other than the leader of the Just group, the handsome Taeyong. Taeyong signaled the little boy to be quiet. Please speak quietly, it will be a problem if the crazy fans hear. Hearing this, Song-guk could not help but angrily think to himself, you are so scared that you have to hide, but you are still worried about crazy fans. You are a true idol, are not you? Then Song-guk asked the man in front of him in doubt, so what do you need me to help with? Just as the team leader was about to explain, the director's assistant approached and asked in confusion, what are you two doing here? Why are not you going to the film set? Seeing someone interrupting, Taeyong suddenly looked flustered and then had to tell the truth. I wanted to ask Song-guk to choose the theme song for us. A moment later, the director's assistant brought the camera to the room where the Just group was staying, and filmed the scene of them choosing the theme song. Team leader Taeyong asked in doubt, receiving the microphone, are you really going to film this? The director approached and asked with a smile, so Taeyong, what exactly is going on that you need Song-guk to choose the theme song for you? Hearing this, Taeyong scratched his face shyly and explained, the thing is, we are about to release a new music album. All the songs have been completed, but the members can't agree on which song will be the theme song for this album. It is frustrating because everyone has a different opinion and no one wants to give in. So I decided to ask Song-guk to help us choose. Hearing this explanation, even the director exclaimed in surprise, what? I know Song-guk is smart, but is it okay for you to let a 3-year-old decide such an important theme song? Meanwhile, the little boy Song-guk was listening attentively with an extremely serious expression to the songs in the album. Seeing the boy like that, team leader Taeyong blushed and shook his head. To be honest, we were very hesitant at first. But thinking about it carefully, over the past year, this boy Song-guk has helped shape us. Although we were clumsy at first, we have learned a lot from taking care of young children, and the members of the group have really made a long step forward, drawing many lessons for themselves. So we want to leave Song-guk's mark in this album, because our program is about to end, and before we part ways, I want to leave something behind. At this time, the little boy Song-guk had finished listening to all the songs and took off his headphones with a very serious look. A member of the group hurriedly asked, Song-guk, what do you think? And the little boy happily flicked his hair in a confident manner and thought to himself, asking me to decide the theme song, this is a wise choice, my children, because I know the future. And my choice is this song. With that thought in mind, the little boy immediately used his small hand to point to a record with the title of the song, It Is a Lie. Of course, the pink-haired guy was very happy because this was also the song he wanted to choose, while the remaining member, Lucas, exclaimed in surprise, that song. The director curiously asked, which song is it? The team leader smiled and explained that this was a song that Jae-hyun, the pink-haired guy, had participated in writing. Among the 3 candidates, it has the most unique style and can also create the most different impression on listeners. Except for Jae-hyun and BMCN, everyone else wanted to put it in the B-side list. But Song-guk, he chose that song. As for the reason why, only the little boy understood it best. Of course I have to choose this song. Because in my previous life, the song It Is a Lie was just a B-side, but it proved its power by maintaining the #1 spot for 5 weeks in a row, almost a miracle. And no one could imagine this terrible achievement. Even someone who does not care about music like Song-guk knew the lyrics of the song by heart, because he heard it playing everywhere he went. In this life, if it is chosen as the theme song from the beginning, it will definitely be even more famous and explosive. Of course, Lucas and the group cried and begged Song-guk to choose another song, Isn't Way to You Better, but the little boy firmly refused. Extremely determined, he still chose that song. It has to be this song. Looking into the clear eyes of the child in front of him, for some reason, team leader Taeyong saw an incredibly terrifying confidence. And so Taeyong nodded in agreement with a satisfied smile on his lips. Okay, little one, we will follow your choice. With the song that Song-guk chose as the theme, we will try our best to promote this album and not let down your expectations, little one. And after the album was released, they received countless encouragements from netizens. This is indeed an album full of memories of Song-guk, and it is really touching. The song that Song-guk chose was also quickly loved and praised by everyone. After all they had tried, and of course, no feast lasts forever, at this moment, the final episode party of Just Baby was also held. Song-guk followed his mother to the front of a room holding a celebration party, but the inside was pitch black. The boy's mother smiled and reminded her son to go inside. Seeing the dark scene in front of him, the little boy helplessly wondered, why is it so dark, these just guys, still playing tricks before the final episode? Then I have to go along with it. With a playful mindset, the little boy stepped inside, but as soon as the lights turned on, countless paper fireworks appeared along with everyone's cheers. Happy birthday, Song-guk. The members of the Just group along with the director were all present with a beautiful cake and congratulatory fireworks. Happy birthday, little Song-guk. Under the boy's bewildered gaze, the director and assistant had prepared the camera and began to explain with joyful eyes, Song-guk, we wanted to hold a birthday party for you. What do you think? Meanwhile, the little boy's body trembled with an indistinguishable expression in the darkness, and after a long time, Song-guk shakily uttered each word. Great, it is great. Receiving such an unexpected birthday for the first time made the little boy unable to hide the excitement and joy in his heart. At first, I thought I could predict everything, but getting a birthday party still makes me so happy. Those were the boy's honest thoughts. In that joyful atmosphere, the director announced, okay, everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content. This is the high-quality beef that the television station has prepared for us. Thank you everyone for your efforts in filming Just Baby. Hoo-hoo, I am so touched. The usually taciturn Lucas also could not hide his emotion at this farewell party. And Song-guk was busy fighting with the high-quality beef. So, let us raise a glass to the success of the program and our efforts. Everyone has worked hard and tried so hard. It was truly a touching scene. Just then, Song-guk's mother saw a polite man walk in with a gift box in his hand. He greeted Song-guk's mother and introduced himself. Please call me Secretary Young. This is a gift from our Vice President. I am here to congratulate you on the successful completion of the program and give a small gift to everyone. Until she saw the precious wild ginseng in the gift box, Song-guk's mother could not hide her surprise. But at that moment, the secretary also spoke up, reminding her subtly, when you have time, I hope you will reconsider the contract. Hearing this, Song-guk's mother could only nod happily. Ah yes, we will meet with the vice president as soon as possible. On the next day, the mother and son immediately decided to go to Samjin Company to meet the vice president. The landlady who was also the manager went along and wondered, you can rest for a few more days, would not you be tired? Song-guk's mother shook her head and smiled. No, I promised at the party, I will definitely go meet the vice president soon. Song-guk, you are not tired either, right? Of course, the little boy replied inwardly, how can I be tired? I have to concentrate all my efforts now. My cunning old man, who never suffers losses. I have to go meet him quickly to see what he is planning. As soon as they entered, they were warmly welcomed by a female secretary. Welcome to the headquarters of Samjin. The vice president is waiting for you inside. The group of three walked while constantly marveling at the luxurious scenery of the office, until the door opened and they saw the bright back of the vice president. So you have come. Song-guk's mother and the boy looked seriously at the back of the man in front of them. He turned his head, gave a kind but distant smile, and greeted, it has been a long time, Song-guk. A moment later in the office, hot tea and cakes were brought up to serve everyone. Please make yourselves at home. Unexpectedly, there were even things like this in the office, which surprised Song-guk's mother, while the little boy stared in shock at the cakes because were not these the cookies that he liked the most in his previous life. The calm landlady smiled and said, thank you for the warm welcome, Vice President. Vice President Jae-hyung smiled and shook his head, it is nothing. So have you reviewed the contract terms yet? The manager nodded solemnly, yes, I have reviewed them and I have to say it is too generous a proposal, it is hard to believe with a 3-year exclusive contract. With a signing bonus of up to 150 million won, is that correct? Even the little boy Song-guk was very surprised when he heard this number because he had not been shown the contract by the adults, while Vice President Jae-hyung nodded to confirm, that is right. Seeing this, Song-guk secretly smiled and told himself, since this is a contract offered by my own father, I am sure there must be a reason behind it. 150 million won. These terms are really beyond imagination. This is originally the kind of treatment only for A-list stars. What is he thinking? Meanwhile, the vice president sitting opposite asked, you seem quite surprised, huh? The manager nodded to confirm, while expressing confusion and doubt about the vice president's decision. To be honest, I do not understand why you are offering such a large sum of money. Faced with this question, Vice President Jae-hyung smiled and explained, it is an investment. However, Song-guk gave him a suspicious look at this explanation. At the signal of the vice president, the secretary who had come earlier brought Song-guk's mother an introduction and explained that this is a scholarship program that our company has maintained for many years. At this Samjin Group company, we always strive to discover outstanding talents and fully support them, creating a comprehensive development environment for them so that they can fully develop their talents. The vice president assessed that Song-guk was also a child full of qualities, worthy of receiving a scholarship from our group. Hearing this explanation, So-young exclaimed in surprise, "My son." Her voice became hesitant and unsure. "Talent, he is indeed smart, but..." Before she could finish speaking, the vice president continued to interrupt. "Song-guk, in my eyes, you are a very special person, intelligent and brave. If that child is supported properly, he will develop far beyond expectations and far beyond everyone's imagination. I believe you will become a truly outstanding young man. What do you think?" So-young spoke to say something in response to these praises. She seemed very worried that the vice president placed so many expectations on her son, but a young but firm voice rang out, surprising everyone. Of course. Those were the words of the little boy Song-guk, and his eyes looked at the vice president with determination without any hesitation. On that face, there was confidence and determination, but there was no fear or evasion. Song-guk thought to himself when facing the man in front of him, as expected, father always places importance on results. In my previous life, he was always hunting for talent like that. And more miraculously, his judgment was completely accurate. His assessment has always been accurate from his previous life to this life. Song-guk, I will become more talented than anyone around you, father. With that thought in mind, the little boy with burning eyes of determination blurted out the words from the bottom of his heart, "I will become the best." His son's old man's words made the mother helpless and incomprehensible, while the vice president laughed. "Haha, that spirit at that age, even my own children can't have it." His eyes seriously looked closely at the child in front of him and continued, "Therefore, I want to support Song-guk more seriously than ever. This is a draft contract. Take your time to think it over and I will wait for everyone. This contract will definitely be very beneficial for Song-guk's future." That night at their small family home, it was bedtime and Song-guk should go to sleep now. After coaxing her children to sleep soundly, Mother So-young came out to meet her husband, and it seemed that getting the little ones to sleep was quite difficult. As soon as she came out, she asked her husband, "What do you think, honey?" Ji-sung had been reviewing the contract proposed by the vice president, and when faced with his wife's question, he shook his head and sighed, "I do not know much about these things. But just like you said, this is indeed a great contract for us right now. It is 150 million won. I have never seen a number like that in my life." The young mother So-young sighed sadly, expressing her thoughts, "I am really scared, someone of the vice president's caliber taking notice of Song-guk. If we hastily sign a contract that sounds too good, will something bad happen?" They talked to each other without realizing that Song-guk was not yet asleep and was secretly listening to the conversation. Hearing his parents' thoughts, the little boy nodded and really felt understanding. "I understand why they think like that. For two people who can't even save a few million, let alone hundreds of millions, this contract is indeed very scary. This situation is like a flea being raised in a glass jar. Fleas that grow up in a jar, even if they are released, can only jump as high as the jar. We are poor, so when faced with opportunities or money beyond imagination, the first reaction is not joy but fear. That is the cruelest aspect of poverty, lying and deceiving people and making them not dare to try. It is okay, I will slowly persuade them more." That was Song-guk's plan if his parents intended to reject this contract, but his father's next words surprised him when he exclaimed, "Let us sign this contract." Song-guk could not believe this decision of his father. And his father's voice became full of determination. "Let us think about it. With this contract, our son Song-guk can live a completely different life. That child will not have to live day to day like me anymore. But he will be able to go to a good school and from there get a better job when he grows up. He can live a brilliant life like that vice president of that company. With that much money, we can also think about it." Hearing his father's words, the little boy Song-guk could not help but cheer in his heart. "That is right, father. That is what I am thinking, buying a house and finding a better job. They will have a better life than now." Ji-sung looked at the contract with determination and decided, "I want to seize that opportunity because of hope." And very quickly they made a decision and contacted the vice president's secretary again. The secretary came to their house with a happy mood the next day. "Thank you everyone for contacting us again. The vice president is very happy that you responded quickly. I thought it would take more than a week. Facing the secretary, Song-guk's mother said, regarding the changes in the contract that we discussed over the phone. The secretary took out a new contract and gave it to them. As you requested, the contract term will be reduced from 3 years to 2 years, and the signing bonus will be reduced from 150 million to 100 million won. In addition, to alleviate concerns about Song-guk being young, we will add a clause to ensure that he will not be overworked.
Hearing this, hãy đăng happily smile gratefully.
Thank you very much. Then please sign the contract. Just then, the secretary took out a suitcase and stopped them. Before that. We also have a few clauses that we want to revise a little. I do not know if that is okay. Facing the secretary's smile, for some reason, the 3 members of Song-guk's family felt dangerous, their faces all becoming serious and wary. They originally thought that everything would go smoothly and they could start signing the contract, but unexpectedly the secretary set another condition of the group. We also want to adjust a few clauses in the contract. Do you think that is okay? Hearing this, So Young could not hide her anxiety, exclaiming with a flustered face, what clauses? The secretary just smiled and took out 2 introduction papers. First, I have 2 things to clarify. But before he could finish speaking, the boy Song-guk immediately crawled over and snatched the pile of documents from his hand. Everyone was startled by this action of the boy, while the boy carefully read the contents on it. And when observing the 2 documents, Song-guk's eyes gradually became interested. The secretary smiled and advised, Song-guk, give that to me, this is only for adults to see. And immediately after, the boy's voice rang out, interrupting, startling everyone. Stocks and apartments, what is this, Secretary Young? Stocks and apartments. Hearing those 2 words come out of a child's mouth, the secretary's face became panicked and startled. While the boy was still smiling brightly with an innocent look and asked, what is this, I am so curious. Meanwhile, the secretary was almost petrified, not knowing how to answer. And the boy Song-guk smiled smugly, Secretary, are you flustered, right? But looking at this kid, it is a little embarrassing to act like a child at this age. But if it is to expose my father's conspiracy, it is worth it. So the boy looked innocent with sparkling eyes and begged, Song-guk is so curious, please tell me quickly. Besides, the boy's mother had noticed something else, her voice filled with surprise, hurriedly asking her son, wait, Song-guk, you can read. The boy had no intention of hiding this. So he confidently patted his chest, of course. What, impossible, since when did you know how to read? Along with everyone's surprise, the secretary was also very shocked at this boy. That is amazing. A 3-year-old child who learned to read Hangul on his own, and he can even read difficult words like this, and the reason that the boy gave to explain his reading was that he learned it from newspapers and television. Through everything he had witnessed, Secretary Jong once again believed in the vice president's choice. The vice president was right. This child is indeed a genius worth investing in. With that happy mood, he began to explain to everyone. Song-guk's parents, you requested to reduce the deposit from 150 million to 100 million won, right? And to express our gratitude, we want to give Samjin Electronics Company shares worth approximately 50 million won to everyone. Hearing this news, Song-guk's mother screamed in horror. What? Not stopping there, the secretary continued, in addition, Samjin, we are currently building a luxury apartment complex in Jamsil, expected to be completed in about 2 years. And we will give the family a priority slot for a 34 Pyong apartment. Such generous gifts made a person who had never seen much money like Song-guk's mother get confused and not know what to do, while the boy once again reviewed the conditions on the contracts to confirm his thoughts. Stocks and a house, there are clearly conditions attached. Indeed, the boy found a note for this issue, regarding the mandatory work clause, that if they do not complete 2 years of work, all the gifted shares must be returned immediately and the recipient will be responsible for all taxes incurred. Of course. Song-guk exclaimed because this was indeed a familiar trick of his father. He uses rewards to buy people over to his side and act like they are one family. But all these things are only given after 2 years of work. Rewards like houses and stocks are only paid upon expiration of the contract, and he only gives rewards when he thinks that person deserves it. Using those sweet gifts hanging in front of them and forcing that person to be loyal and subservient to him. I know, this is indeed father's style. Thinking of this, the boy folded the introduction papers in his hand and exclaimed, that is great. Give it all to me, I will do everything. A child who has not even reached school age confidently decided on the contract and these conditions, making the mother surprised and helpless. Song-guk, you can't do that. But the boy tried to struggle and was still determined, no, I want to sign the contract. This company's stock will definitely increase in the future, and the house prices in that area will increase even more. This is a contract that must be signed. With that thought in mind, the boy shouted, everything will be mine. Seeing her son being so stubborn, So Young's voice gradually became annoyed, shouting loudly, but she was stopped by the landlady who was the manager behind her. So Young, sign the contract. This is a great opportunity for both Song-guk and your family. Then the manager turned to ask the secretary, thank you for giving such a great contract term. However, this contract is a bit too big to be in an individual's name, so we plan to establish a company and sign the contract in the form of business to business. A separate management company for Song-guk. We plan to establish a one-person company. Hearing this, the secretary was also excited with a very happy face at this great idea. Oh my, that idea is very good. There will be many more contracts in the future. And of course, all these events were within Song-guk's calculations. The boy smiled smugly, and this would be the first company that the boy owned. It seemed that Manager Kim had suggested this to support Song-guk, but a few days ago she had told the boy about this idea. It was indeed an extremely excellent idea. But Song-guk is planning much bigger than a one-person company. This may just be a small start, but it will develop into a global corporation. Returning to reality, the vice president's secretary happily suggested to everyone, let us see if our company can support you in establishing the company. We look forward to long-term cooperation. And so the boy Song-guk personally signed the contract with his hand. Look how happy the boy is. Now everything is Song-guk's. That night, the young mother So Young recounted to her husband all the things that had happened during the day. And so we decided to sign the contract like that. The father looked in amazement at the introduction papers about the stocks and the house. Looking until his head was dizzy, he sighed, stocks, apartments, and the fact that our son can read, there are so many miraculous things happening today. Money and houses are good, but the important thing is, can our son really read? Could it be that he is really a genius? Oh, this kid, I am so proud of you. Being hugged tightly by the hazy excitement of his father made the boy feel very suffocated. And at this time, the mother had prepared a hearty meal. Let us have dinner first, you two. Today's meal has both bulgogi and fish. Because the vice president had transferred a portion of Song-guk's contract deposit, their family now also had some money. So Young explained with joy, I did not spend a lot of money, I just thought that our whole family should reward ourselves a little, just to enjoy a little. I also put some meat in Minguk's porridge. For the first time in his life, the boy tasted meat. Is it delicious, Song-guk? Of course it is delicious. The mother's actions were very in line with the boy's intentions. According to Song-guk, things like eating should not be saved on because health is the most important. So let us eat. Looking at her son being so excited made the two parents happily exclaim. While eating, So Young casually asked her husband about his job. What about you, about telling your boss? Hearing his wife mention this, the husband immediately explained, I told him that I wanted to try to do something on my own, and he also agreed with this decision. It is about time to prepare to be independent, right? He also advised me to plan carefully and try to open my own store. This was indeed a new idea for their family. Ji-sung with eyes full of hope for the future continued, thanks to Song-guk, we now have capital. If we save and plan carefully, we can open our own small store within these 2 years. The boss said he would teach me everything from how to make bossam to how to run a store. The news made So Young cheer happily. That sounds great and we must try it. Song-guk smiled and looked at his father and encouraged him. I like it too and I will support you with all my heart. The support from his wife and child made Ji-sung's will fuller than ever. Thank you and thank you, my son. Thanks to you, I found my dream to pursue. In his heart, the boy Song-guk said to himself, don't worry about the money, father. Just do it. In the next 2 years, I will earn enough money to buy dozens of commercial buildings. At the same time, in a splendid and luxurious office, the voice of the beautiful actress Seon-mi rang out while talking on the phone with Secretary Young. Come on. Secretary Young, I am the one who introduced that little boy to the vice president. I am just a little curious, so you can just update me on the situation, right? On the other end of the line, the secretary hesitated for a moment and then finally told her the progress of the matter. Seon-mi listened and nodded, repeating, aha, so the boy has signed an exclusive contract with Samjin, huh? And even established his own company. Oh, thank you, Secretary, for the information. Keep up the good work. After hanging up, the woman turned her gaze to the man sitting in front of her with a fierce face. That is what they said. That man was none other than the old man who had harmed Song-guk's family with slanderous news. He had been thrown into temporary detention and had just been released. The old man with a gloomy face repeated the words the woman had just said. Song-guk signed an exclusive contract with Samjin, and even established a one-person company. Damn it. Those bastards. He shouted angrily and slammed his hand down hard. They dare to mess with me, and even be so smug. I won't let them get away with it. According to the murderous words, in his eyes appeared bright red blood vessels like a demon. I will make them not dare to lift their heads in the world, and I will destroy everything. While he was going crazy with thoughts of revenge, the actress Me interrupted and poured a bucket of cold water on him. I do not think that is a good idea. Well, Song-guk is no longer the weak Song-guk of the past. Do you dare to touch Vice President John Jae-hyung's product? Her words indeed startled and stunned the crazy old man. Me ignored his mood. She turned to leave and said, based on the contract I saw, it seems that the vice president has placed a lot of expectations on the boy. If you destroy such an important product then do you think he will spare you? This was indeed a cruel truth, a terrifying truth to the point of coldness that made the old man unable to say another word. Carrying that anger and humiliation, he shouted loudly, "Get out, bastard, don't talk nonsense, bring the contract extension agreement properly." And so the cold actress stepped out with the opinion on the contract renewal. This was her 7-year exclusive contract that had expired, and she was facing the choice of deciding whether to continue signing the contract with this company or not. Actress Me smiled evilly. Our director seems to not understand very well, huh? I am no longer the Me of 7 years ago. As soon as she finished speaking, she directly tore up the paper in her hand. The next day at Song-guk's house, the boy was happily putting on a cucumber mask with his mother. Looking at this appearance, they were indeed enjoying it very much. The soft and supple skin made the boy feel too good. It was both cool and moisturizing. Since signing the exclusive contract, there had been many changes in the lives of their family. First of all, our manager Kim was busy with all kinds of paperwork, because the boy Song-guk was in a stage of rapid development and there were countless advertising contracts being sent. She also had to filter out a lot of ridiculous casting invitations flying in after establishing his own company, and she was operating very actively. The boy's father, after the family meeting, was very serious about his decision to establish his own store. He wanted to open a Boss Sam store near the Jamil apartment within 2 years. That day was approaching. And he was also actively learning the trade from the store owner. The mother was still busy coaxing the crying Minguk all day long. In the meantime, the mother still made time to moisturize her skin because the weather was dry. In his previous life, Song-guk used to go to spas with treatments costing tens of thousands per session, being meticulously served from head to toe. But unexpectedly, at this moment, these strange cucumber slices felt even better. It must be because his mother made it, so it feels better. The mother So Young caressed her adorable son and praised, "You are a very good baby, you do not complain about anything. You stay here with Minguk, mommy will go out to hang the laundry and come back right away." Meanwhile, the boy comfortably enjoyed the peace of this moment, a miraculous peace that he could never have in his previous life. Just then, the sound from the television attracted the boy's attention. It is time to announce the music charts. Let us announce the top 10 music charts this week. In the lead is Just It Is a Lie, indeed not beyond expectations. The theme song has been at the top of the charts for 10 weeks in a row. And on television, the members of the Just group were singing the theme song that Song-guk had chosen. Well done, these kids, remember to repay me later. But that person is Song-guk, who was paying attention to someone appearing on the television, was suddenly interrupted by a sound from outside the door. "Excuse me, I am from Samjin." And that person was also invited inside by Mother So Young. The boy Song-guk heard this and immediately rushed to the outside. Hitting his eyes was a mysterious person covered from head to toe, not able to clearly see their face. This appearance was indeed shocking. Who is this? Along with that, the mysterious person also secretly observed the adorable boy in front of them. Then that person shouted with an excited tone of a woman and rushed towards Song-guk. "Oh my gosh, so cute, are you putting on a mask, little one? You look rounder than the last time we met." Seeing that person act like that, So Young immediately stood in front of her son and questioned, "Wait, who are you? Why are you with our Song-guk?" At this time, the mysterious woman began to remove her makeup and smiled. "Sorry, I am so happy to see him again after all these years. Are you healthy, Song-guk?" It turned out that the person who came to their family was none other than the beautiful actress Me, who had filmed the first washing machine commercial with Song-guk. A moment after the sudden greeting, they sat down together at the table and drank warm cups of tea. The actress looked around the surroundings with a surprised expression. This is Song-guk's house. And when she was offered a cup of tea by Song-guk's mother, she also politely said thank you with a very friendly demeanor. And then Haidang spoke up and asked, "So, why did the actress come here?" The question made the actress slightly stunned, and then she said in a very sincere and pure tone, I am sorry, I have always wanted to apologize to everyone for a long time." As she spoke, she bowed her head and clasped her hands together with great sincerity. While Mother Haidang did not know what she was apologizing for that was so serious, The actress spoke a truth that surprised everyone. Because of me, the boy and his family went through too many hardships. If I had not introduced him to Sinsung Entertainment at that time. Actually, at first I saw Song-guk's potential and wanted to work with him, but I did not expect that old chairman to be so cruel. Song-guk, I am really sorry. Facing this woman's apology, the boy Song-guk silently pondered. Even in his previous life, me and the old chairman of that company were just business partners, nothing more, nothing less. Actress me was a clever woman, but other than having an affair with Song-guk's father, she did not intentionally harm anyone. Even she preferred to maintain good relationships rather than create grudges, so Song-guk's perception of her was not bad at all. The little boy nodded like an old man. That is right. It is okay. Receiving this statement made the actress tear up with emotion. Song-guk, have you forgiven me? So Young spoke up to come for her. Actress, you just needed to come here and say that to us. That is enough. We are very grateful that you once cared about Song-guk, and after all, it was just your good intention. The enthusiasm and friendliness of Song-guk's family made the actress very excited and touched. Oh my, we are all family, you make me so happy at this time. Song-guk spoke up again with a question. Then what about the matter at Samjin? You said you came from Samjin, right? The actress smiled and nodded, praising, that boy is so smart, Song-guk can talk now, that is so fast. As she spoke, she took out a file from her pocket. I came to give you this. It is the document related to the boy's exclusive contract with Samjin Company. And before I give everyone this document, I have heard about it. Regarding the fact that the boy will establish a one-person company, I also want to participate in this matter. The actress's statement startled Song-guk, exclaiming, what? This beautiful actress unexpectedly came to their family's house, brought a document from the company, and said that she also wanted to participate in Song-guk's one-person company. Oh no, how did you know that news, and why? The actress explained that, I begged the secretary to tell me, because I am also a model for Samjin. The exclusive contract between me and Sinsung Entertainment just ended. I am really disappointed in the behavior of the old chairman of that company. Now, after all these years of enduring, I no longer have any reason to stay there. Now I want to work in a company that really cares about its actors, like a family. An innocent person like So Young was immediately moved by these words, not knowing if they were true or not. Seizing the opportunity, actress me continued to persuade sister, think about it carefully, is not this a good opportunity for both sides? I have a management company and Song-guk's family gets me. I am also quite famous and make money right now. I will definitely be helpful in building the company, money or fame, I will support everyone. On the surface she looked saintly, but in her heart, she still had her own calculations, and moreover if I join, it will be easier to control everything according to my wishes. Then let us sign the contract, okay? With this great proposal, Haedang had no reason to refuse, so she nodded, yes, then let us sign it right away. But the cold voice of the boy Song-guk rang out, cutting off everything, no way. Absolutely not. No way to sign the contract. The child's decision made the other two women in the room dazed. Actress me hid the confusion in her heart and asked, why Song-guk, while So Young angrily shouted at her son for speaking so impolitely to adults, Song-guk, what are you saying? The boy did not bother to explain, but turned away with a sulky look, I do not know but no way. Her son's actions made So Young very embarrassed in front of the actress. The little one suddenly made a strange fuss. You can discuss it with mommy and manager Mai. Seeing that her mother still wanted to sign a contract with actress me, Song-guk immediately started crying and used the trick of rolling on the floor like a child. No way, I do not want to. The child's overly violent reaction made So Young panic. Oh my gosh, Song-guk. What is going on? He has never been like this before. And the loud noise from outside woke up his little brother Minguk, who was sleeping soundly inside. The mother was panicking with Song-guk crying, and the younger brother also started to tear up. Then he cried loudly following his older brother, making So Young freeze. Oh my, Minguk woke up, sorry, please wait a moment. Watching the departing back of the mother, the actress smiled and asked Song-guk, so why does not our Song-guk like big sister? I am so curious. As she spoke, she could not help but touch the chubby cheeks of the adorable child with her hand. But then immediately had his hand slapped away strongly by the boy. Song-guk pursed his lips and glanced at the woman in front of him and said to himself, because your intentions after joining my company are very clear. Actress me, who never does anything if it is not beneficial to herself, is looking at the future value of Song-guk and this company and is planning to invest easily. If it is successful, then good, if not, she won't lose anything. With just that, Song-guk could not accept her joining the company. His company is only for his people. Song-guk does not need those people who follow the wind and come and go according to calculations. Especially with a woman who is willing to tell his father the news. Song-guk does not need her even more. With that thought in mind, the boy shouted to the person, family, no way. Joining our team, even more no way. The strong momentum and resolute words of the boy made the actress very surprised and panicked. She could not believe that she would be rejected in this way and was also surprised by the vigilance of the boy in front of her. In the room rang the noisy sounds of children crying loudly, making everything seem chaotic. And at this point, actress C&Me did not continue on the topic just now. But she politely asked to leave first. At first, I wanted to join Song-guk's company even more, but I think I should show a little more sincerity. Meaning she still has not given up. Song-guk said inwardly that just try. Then the actress put the document just now on the ground again. This is the document that Samjin sent. Goodbye everyone, and see you soon. See you later, Song-guk. After that, she immediately disappeared before everyone's eyes. Coming and going just like a whirlwind. And Song-guk also did not exactly underestimate the value of the actress C&Me. It is just that he needed someone who really wanted to become an actor, not someone who just happened to stop by the company. And at this point, Song-guk was startled when faced with the angry voice of his mother. Son, you really are. Why did you behave like that in front of people? What was that? She must have been shocked, so she left right away like that. Did you think you have the right to act up in front of adults? In this situation, what should you do? So Song-guk found a way to distract his mother's attention. Ah mom, this document, it is Samjin's document. Receiving the document and opening it to look, the mother did not forget to warn him, I have not finished talking yet. When reading the contents in the document, Dang exclaimed in surprise, oh my gosh This was an exclusive model advertising request for Song-guk about Samjin's spring product. And according to that invitation, the mother and son came to the film set of this advertising shoot. It was a film set in the middle of a beautiful mountain forest, and all three of them wore the outfits that the sponsor had sent. Oh my, there are places like this near Seoul. Just then the director who was familiar with them also appeared with an excited voice. Oh Song-guk, hello to Song-guk's mother too. Seeing the director, they were all very happy and ran over. It seemed that Samjin had recognized the director very positively, so they let him take on many programs like this, and he was also the director for this advertising project. Mingguk is growing up so fast, and Song-guk is getting more and more handsome. The company also sent sponsor outfits for him to wear today. Is it beautiful, and what brand of clothing is this? The clothing brand is called Petit Cochon. Hearing this name, Song-guk was very annoyed because did not that mean little pig in French? The boy was already a little self-conscious because his body was a little round lately. They happily chatted with each other, not noticing that a mysterious car was stopping nearby. We have arrived. The driver spoke politely. The man sitting in the back seat looked out at the child playing with the director out there. It has been a long time. And he was none other than the vice president of Samjin. Suddenly another low voice rang out next to him, so that is the child that you always wanted to try to sponsor. Hearing this, the vice president nodded to confirm, yes, that is right. Father. It turned out that the person sitting right next to the vice president was the chairman of the Samjin company, Song-guk's grandfather from his previous life. Chairman Ju Shin seemed to still be very doubtful about his son's decision to invest in that child. Invest? What can a kid like that have? And the chairman's attitude reminded the vice president of his doubts when actress Sari suggested that he invest in that child. Even she wanted to join Song-guk's one-person company. While she could easily enter some famous companies, and the answer she gave was that it was also an investment. The entertainment and advertising industry now is not like before, being friendly and approachable to the public is everything now. And the most famous child actor this year is none other than Song-guk. The boy has won the goodwill of countless mothers as well as parents. Song-guk is adjusting his image to fit the market, and this is a great opportunity worth investing in for the future. That kid will definitely become famous. At the same time, the voice of Chairman Ju Shin pulled the vice president back to reality. Oh, look at that kid. He already knows how to read. The chairman observed the boy from afar while the boy was intently reading something on a piece of paper. He is only 3 years old and people say he has already learned to read. That is fast. I was 5 years old when I learned to read. Mentioning this, the chairman's voice became bitter and frustrated. If only that kid was my real grandson. These words of his made the vice president startled and dazed. As he turned to leave, he said, none of my current grandsons meet the standard. Although these words sounded harsh, the vice president also agreed with his father's assessment. That is true, it is really disappointing. And the boy Song-guk suddenly felt his ears itching, so he immediately mumbled, is someone talking about me? And after reading the script, the boy predicted that this was probably an advertisement for the company's new vacuum cleaner, Songguk had seen the entire advertising script. So the boy was sure that this advertisement would determine Samjin's future business direction. Songguk, I will explode it and raise my own value even more, haha. While he was dreaming of a bright future, suddenly 4 hurried footsteps rang out along with an excited sound that startled the boy, Songguk. It turned out that the guys from the Just group were pulling in with extreme excitement. Long time no see, move aside quickly, I also want to see Songguk too much. While the handsome man happily greeted Songguk's mother, making the boy annoyed, don't do that, geez. Team leader Taeyong smiled and greeted the boy, are you still healthy these days, little one? Of course. Songguk smiled and replied, and looking at you guys in the group, you're also living very well, huh? Everyone's faces are bright and cheerful. The peak success has nurtured their temperament to become gems that everyone must look up to. However, team leader Taeyong humbly praised, thanks to Songguk, we are who we are now. The boy is our benefactor, you know. The theme song that you chose for us has been #1 for 30 weeks already. An unbelievable achievement that surprised everyone when they heard it. It is that song that day. Thanks to it, we are now the most famous group. Songguk was praised to the point of puffing out his nose, but he still tried to stay calm and act profound. Oh, these kids. Everything is going smoothly because you listened to me, right? So the boy confidently suggested that they have to repay him. Of course. Team leader Taeyong summoned in joy and immediately picked the boy up. Just say one word and anything is okay. Although being hugged tightly was very uncomfortable, when he heard the words anything is okay, Songguk's face immediately showed a dangerous look. In everyone's playful scream, the director approached and interrupted. All right, do not joke anymore, now that everyone is here, let us start filming. That is right, let us start filming. They went into the film set together and could not help but exclaim because this film set was even more magnificent. The assistant director immediately appeared and called for everyone to focus. While everyone was busy with their own work, Songguk was paying attention to an issue that he had just realized now. The boy asked, looking up at team leader and asking Taeyong, where's Michael? This question of the child made the remaining members of the group freeze in unison with a strange expression. So Young also wondered at the same time, thinking about it, I just remembered, I have not seen him here. Team leader Taeyong's tone became embarrassed, putting the boy down and explaining, Michael, how should I say it? It can be said that he has left the group. Songguk spaced out for a moment to receive this information, and then the boy exclaimed in horror, what, why? Team leader Taeyong was startled by this sudden shout. Hurriedly explaining, we do not know either, and he just said he wanted to leave the group. After being scolded by me for doing something wrong, he was sulky, his whole body was always gloomy and he did not want to talk to anyone. Then one day he suddenly said he missed home and withdrew from the group. After that, he immediately flew out of Korea back to America. I did not even have time to stop him that night. The matter of Michael leaving the group was not something too big that made Songguk react so violently. The reason why the boy reacted so strongly was because the future has changed. In his previous life, Michael had caused a bunch of scandals, but he still stayed in the group until the end. After causing too many sins, he finally retired and disappeared from the public eye. Everything was the same as in his previous life except for one thing, he had met Songguk, so Michael's development path had also been completely changed. Could it be that I can change everything? Songguk could not help but remember the memories of his previous life. The sad memories along with the future. Living another life, with a completely different identity, and the future can be changed, right? What are you two doing? A shout rang out, cutting off the boy Songguk's confusing thoughts. Songguk immediately startled and turned his gaze towards the noisy place. The assistant was trying to stop 2 members of the Just group when they were arguing. Stop it right now, do not argue anymore. But looking at the faces of these 2 people, it seemed that things were quite intense. After Songguk's father heard about the actress wanting to join the company, he also expressed his objection. Letting that actress join our company, I also object to it. Ji-sung nodded excitedly, everyone, think carefully, it is called a company, but we do not have an office or any employees yet. How can we manage C&Me with nothing like this? If we push too hard, we will definitely fail. The boy Songguk pondered the words his father said and exclaimed, that makes sense. You just hit the nail on the head. Currently SKJ is just a one-person company with our manager taking care of everything. Even if Songguk is in charge of personnel and planning, and in terms of finance, they at least need someone to manage the company's money. But finding a trustworthy financial manager is not easy, someone who won't run away with my money. While pondering, Songguk suddenly opened his eyes when he thought of someone. A genius idea suddenly appeared. At the same time, the adults in the family were still discussing the need to recruit personnel first. At least we need an accountant. Suddenly the boy Song-guk ran out with a book in his hand and shouted, "Mom, this." On that book, unexpectedly written the words Basic Accounting Principles, So Young's accounting class. Theoretical accounting, this is Mom's book, Mom. Hae-dang hurriedly hugged the book with an embarrassed face in everyone's surprised words. You used to study accounting, So Young. She explained in confusion, I graduated from commercial high school and also worked as a bookkeeper for a while. I had thought about going back to work, but my experience. Before she could finish speaking, Song-guk interrupted with encouraging words. It is okay, Mom. You can do it, experience does not matter. It is just accounting for a small startup company. And the encouragement and trust of her son made So Young very touched. Song-guk pondered silently with a cunning thought, because the thing that is more important than experience is trust, and about that, Mom is the most perfect person for this position. The other two adults also agreed with their son's suggestion. Song-guk is right, So Young, try it. You have said so many times that you want to go back to work, and I will also help you. Encouraged by everyone, Hae-dang gained more courage and excitedly nodded, I will do my best. Yes, it is really a great result, and Song-guk can trust to entrust the company to Mom. Moreover, as a son, he also supports his mother's talent and passion. Thanks to his mother, the boy's money was now safe. But while it was hot, the landlady immediately suggested, the apartment upstairs is vacant, let us move up there and make it an office. This building is mine, so we do not have to worry about rent. So Young exclaimed in surprise, so much, are you sure, landlady? Manager Kim happily nodded comfortably, of course, because this is also my job. Her decision successfully received praise from Song-guk manager, you did a good job because the feeling of ownership is very important. Okay, let us develop SKJ into a really big name together, let us do it together. Or on that day, they shopped together for the necessary items and prepared for the opening day of the office. And actress C and me also came with a watermelon as a congratulatory gift for everyone, let us eat watermelon to quench our thirst. I heard that everyone is opening an office today, so I stopped by to take a look. The tables and chairs look so professional, huh? Hearing this, Hae-dang shook her head shyly, there are only 2 tables in an upstairs studio. It is too small and shabby, making me feel embarrassed to stand in front of you. Hearing this, the actress hurriedly interrupted, oh, what are you saying, I like small places that are neat and efficient. It is better than a large and luxurious office, which does not mean anything. Especially when there are people like Shin Sung-jung out there, mentioning that old man made her even more uncomfortable. Then C and me happily took out a newspaper and said with a smile, anyway, speaking of which. I even came to show everyone this article. This was a hot article about the news of the top actress changing companies and joining the one-person company of child actor Song-guk. So Young exclaimed in surprise, the article is already up, while actress C and me smiled smugly, of course now you can't back out, huh? This girl is too natural and excessive. They chatted happily with each other and went inside to find Song-guk. And the boy Song-guk was busy taking care of his younger brother, telling his younger brother about the story of the candy house in the book. This image was so beautiful and adorable that the young actress could not take her eyes off it. Oh my gosh. So cute, the little one is reading fairy tales to his younger brother. And the younger brother Minguk has just learned to crawl, huh? He crawls everywhere and clings to his brother like flypaper. The boy really likes his older brother and can't leave his brother for a step. So Song-guk is quite busy taking care of his younger brother. He is really a good son, haha. Actress Sari praised and then clapped her hands with interest. But that is also reasonable. If Minguk is this big already, then you can also bring him along. Hearing her words made Song-guk confused, and wondered, bring him where? Without letting everyone wait, the girl said the news that soon Vice President Jae-hyung's son, the boy Taeguk, will organize his 10th birthday party. A party will be held at the Samjin Hotel on the evening of July 8th. It will be a lot of fun. Meanwhile, Song-guk seriously pondered about the news he had just heard, Taeguk's birthday party. In Song-guk's previous life, he had never helped him even once, that reckless and unlucky younger brother. Am I going to meet him again? In reality, the small hand of Minguk pulled his brother out of his thoughts. Looking at the innocent smile of the boy in front of him, Song-guk gently hugged him in his arms and told himself, that is right, you really are nothing like that guy. You not only listen to me, but you listen to me too much, that is the problem. But that day, July 8th. There is something right in my memory, what is it? Song-guk kept feeling that there was something special about this day that he had unintentionally forgotten. Time passed like this, until one day when their family was still sleeping soundly in the early morning. The phone rang, causing So Young to sit up suddenly in her sleep. Hello, who is calling at this hour? Unexpectedly, the person calling was Vice President's Secretary Yang. At the same time, Song-guk was also awakened by the noise and tiptoed outside to listen. So-young's voice suddenly became surprised. "You mean the party tonight? Everything is ready but..." "The party is postponed indefinitely." The news made Song-guk exclaim in shock. "What is happening?" "There is something very serious being reported on the hot news on television." Immediately the boy rushed into the living room and turned on the television. On the hot news that was broadcasting, there was news that the government is holding an emergency meeting to prepare to declare a national emergency. That is right. It is that, at this moment, Song-guk remembered what he had forgotten. July 8th. The reason why he kept thinking about this day was that he felt uneasy. Hot news: the supreme leader of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Kim Il-sung, has passed away. A news item that is appearing all over the news information pages, that at 2:00 a.m. this morning, a source revealed that North Korean Chairman Kim Il-sung has passed away. The government is quickly implementing appropriate measures. Oh my gosh, what is happening? According to the news, the cause of North Korean chairman's death was myocardial infarction. At this moment, Song-guk pondered seriously, just like in his previous life. July 8, 1994, was the day North Korean Chairman Kim Il-sung. And because of his sudden death, the South Korean government, which was about to sign a peace agreement with North Korea, fell into chaos. From the United States and China to Japan, everyone was tense, fearing that the Korean War might break out again. And because North Korea lost its leader, internal divisions became extreme, with some even thinking that the day of reunification had arrived with joy. As a result, an arduous march began. The end is also a new beginning, a beginning where no one knows the future except Song-guk. Certainly, the domestic and international situation will fall into instability for a while. So it is understandable that Taeguk's birthday party was postponed for more than 10 days, but there is something more concerning, which is that the stock market is also in chaos. It is plummeting. Meanwhile, So-young asked her husband in surprise, "You know how to read stocks?" Ji-sung scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "I started learning little by little after Vice Chairman Samjin gave us stocks." At this moment, Song-guk approached and cheered, suggesting, "Dad, let us buy stocks. Hurry up, we have to buy now." Suddenly, the son started fussing about buying stocks, surprising the couple. The reason the boy reacted so strongly was because the Kospi index also plummeted due to the news of Chairman Kim Il-sung's death. People were afraid of war, so they rushed to hold cash, resulting in a massive sell-off of stocks. And this is the best time to buy stocks, buy low and sell high, so the boy could not contain his excitement and kept asking his dad to buy stocks right away. "Oh my goodness, what is wrong with him today?" Under the parents' panic, the boy's eyes lit up, pointing at a stock name on the TV screen. "That one, buy that one for me." "That is a defense stock, it really is." Song-guk confidently demanded that he did not need to use his dad's money and just use the money he earned to buy it. "If you do not buy it, I will stop eating." Saying that, the boy lay down on the floor, acting up. So-young anxiously grabbed her husband's shoulder in confusion. "What do we do, honey? If he says he won't eat, he really won't." Too much of a headache with his son, Ji-sung whispered to his wife, "Kids are stubborn sometimes. We just need to pretend to buy it." But before he could finish his sentence, he was met with his son's sharp, angry eyes. "Dad, do not underestimate me. These eyes are really scary." Ji-sung sighed helplessly. "The kid is really smart." So-young advised her husband to indulge their son, since it was not too expensive, and consider it an early birthday gift. And then finally, Dad decided, "We will buy just one stock, okay?" Although it was just one stock, Song-guk felt that was enough. And that one stock soared in price like crazy, up to 10 times, and when this result came out, the parents would definitely be surprised. And from now on, they would have to listen to Song-guk's words and have more confidence in their son's choices. And then there are even bigger things that will happen in the future. Song-guk sighed and lay down on the floor, muttering to himself, "I do not know how much I can influence that bleak future, but at least I will protect this family." As time passed, tonight their family dressed up beautifully together and proceeded to the Samjin Hotel, where the birthday ceremony, which had been delayed for a week, was being held. This is Taeguk's birthday party. Oh my, all the guests are luxurious people in formal attire, and the space here is also beautifully decorated. Both So-young's mother and manager Kim were very surprised at the solemnity and extravagance of this party. "Oh my god, is all this just for a 10-year-old's birthday? This world is really different." Only Song-guk felt calm, thinking to himself, "This is already very simple. My 10th birthday in my previous life was even more extravagant, with a champagne tower and a 10-story birthday cake made by a French pastry chef." Clearly, they had greatly reduced the scale of the party to avoid government attention after the death of North Korean Chairman Kim Il-sung. Today, it is just a decorated 5-story cake, and it is also simple. After a period of surprise, they also entered the party. And everyone at the ceremony seemed to be talking about the news that had not yet cooled down about the death of the North Korean chairman. The government has officially declared Kim Il-sung a war criminal, and everyone is panicking, saying that war is about to break out, and the North Korean army has approached the 38th parallel. This situation is really chaotic. While the boy was pondering, a somewhat familiar voice rang out in front of him. "Hello, Song-guk and madam. Long time no see, are you still well?" Appearing in front of them was the vice chairman's secretary and a young boy of about 10 years old. Secretary Young shook hands warmly and smiled. "We were waiting because we heard you were coming." Then the secretary introduced Song-guk to his son, the boy standing next to him. "Say hello, this is Song-guk," the person Dad mentioned. Hearing that, the boy bowed very politely and introduced himself.
"Hello, Auntie. I'm Chosu."
So Young smiled and praised. "Your son is really mature, secretary." Meanwhile, Song-guk looked surprised when he heard the boy's name, Cheol-soo, an acquaintance in my previous life. In his previous life, Song-guk had also been very fond of this boy. A polite person with a smile always on his face and courteous actions. "Nice to meet you, Song-guk. I hope we can be close." Song-guk gave an unclear and shook hands with the boy Cheol-soo. Under Cheol-soo's guidance, they entered inside. "Come on, I will take everyone to their seats." Seeing her son following the secretary's son, So Young smiled happily. It is good that Song-guk now has an older brother to take care of him. Hearing this, Song-guk was a little embarrassed, but from what he knew, in his previous life Cheol-soo was also an admirable child. Suddenly, a lock of hair brushed past with a fragrant scent, causing Song-guk to freeze. That familiar figure made his face turn red and his eyes flustered. No way. That girl is Jong-hee, a pretty girl in a pink dress with long hair and sparkling sea-colored eyes. Unconsciously, Song-guk uttered the name he had not called for a long time, Jong-hee. The boy Cheol-soo next to him introduced that she was the daughter of the Suwon Steel Group. Of course, Song-guk knew who she was. Because she was his first love in his previous life, the girl that Song-guk truly loved but never got, because it was Jong-hee. In his previous life, Song-guk even thought about marrying her, but then when the Suwon Steel Group encountered difficulties due to the IMF crisis, Jong-hee accepted Vice Chairman Jae-hyung's offer, that if she broke up with his son, Song-guk, he would help her family's group. She agreed. She betrayed Song-guk just for a little money. For that reason, Song-guk had hated her and resented her to the bone, but now he understood Jong-hee's heart. She did everything just to protect her family. The IMF crisis was really a big problem. The boy recalled the things in his past life and could not help but sigh with emotion. This statement made the boy Cheol-soo next to him wonder. Song-guk, did you say something? No, it is nothing, let us go. As he spoke, the boy moved forward. At this time, a foot suddenly appeared, causing Song-guk to trip. A hard fall to the floor. So Young, standing behind, saw this and frantically called her son's name while the boy was getting up with a somber expression. The secretary also came over to help the boy up. Song-guk, are you okay? Song-guk was extremely angry because someone had deliberately tripped him. Who was it? As the boy looked up, he was faced with a cold voice from another child with a contemptuous attitude. Is it this guy? The guy my dad said was so precious. The person who tripped Song-guk and said those harsh words was a boy of about 10 years old with a very uncomfortable expression, none other than Tae-guk. Song-guk's younger brother in his previous life and the owner of this grand birthday party. Seeing the boy's face again made Song-guk unable to hold back. What is so special about him? Why invite him to my birthday party? Tae-guk continued to speak contemptuously. But before he could finish his sentence, he received a devastating punch from the person he had just tripped. Tae-guk was punched so unexpectedly that he was stunned, and his cheek was swollen and red. And the person who acted decisively was none other than Song-guk, with cold and sharp eyes. This scene made So Young startled and scream her son's name while the secretary quickly came over to help Tae-guk. So Young angrily questioned, "What are you doing?" Song-guk pointed at the boy and scolded, "He tripped me first." Hearing that, Secretary Young frowned and wondered, "Is that true?" Tae-guk in return, he received the boy's grumpy attitude. "Secretary, are you doubting me, just because of that kid's words?" Looking around, the secretary turned his gaze to his son and asked the boy. Because he was honest, Cheol-soo had to tell his father the whole story. "Yes, father, Tae-guk tripped Song-guk, causing him to fall." So Young reluctantly reminded her son, "Even so, you can't slap your friend." And of course, Song-guk could not agree with this opinion, because that guy deserved to be beaten. Did he think he had never dealt with types like him before? He was a classic bully, specializing in targeting those who were weaker than him. When facing this type of person, you can't show weakness. You have to press his head down and let him know his place, otherwise he will never stop bullying. With that thought in mind, Song-guk gave a savage smile towards the boy, provoking, "Come on, you bastard." Seeing Taeguk about to get angry and rush up again, the secretary came over to hold the boy tightly and advised, "Stop it, Taeguk, you were wrong. If you make any more noise, the vice chairman won't be happy." As soon as he heard the mention of the vice chairman, his fierce attitude subsided and he became silent. Seeing that scene, Song-guk thought to himself, "Dad still makes this kid tremble like that." Suddenly, his mother's warm hand appeared, picking up the boy Song-guk. "Does it hurt a lot, son? You got scratched a bit, let us go put some medicine on it." On the other side, Taeguk saw the hateful kid being loved by his mother like that. In his heart, he felt a little uncomfortable, holding the secretary's sleeve and asking, "Secretary, when is mom coming?" Mentioning this, the secretary looked embarrassed and waved his hand. "Madam said she is busy with work, so she will be a little late. She said you should enjoy the party." But clearly Taeguk completely disagreed with this reason. "It is always that reason, Mom, and Dad too, no one comes. Today is my birthday. I do not want this stupid birthday party anymore." Saying this, unable to restrain his emotions, the boy burst into tears miserably. Sitting at the party table, Song-guk quietly observed. Seeing the boy sitting alone like that was really heartbreaking. Even though he was a bit naughty, he was still a child. Secretary Kim nodded in agreement. "That is right. His parents did not even bother to come to celebrate their son's birthday. Is this how rich people live? It does not look good at all." And from what Song-guk knew, that was true. At that time his mother, Amada, was busy negotiating a merger with the famous equipment company Amaji. And his father did not care about his children's birthdays. Of course, in his previous life, Song-guk did not care if his parents came or not. Instead, he enjoyed his birthday party alone with countless guests attending. Song-guk was busy shaking hands with big figures in politics and business, so where did he have time to sit sadly when his parents did not come? But that boy seemed weaker than Song-guk in his previous life. Damn it, he is sobbing. The owner of the party was sitting and sobbing like that for a long time, making the secretary very embarrassed. He quickly grabbed the microphone and said a few words to attract the attention of the guests. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you everyone for coming to Taeguk's birthday. We have prepared a lot of food and entertainment, so please enjoy yourselves." According to his announcement, the servants quickly brought out the luxurious food tables. So Young smiled and whispered to her son, "Is it okay if Song-guk's requested dish is jjajangmyeon?" "That is great." This was the dish that the boy loved very much, so he ate it deliciously. While the guests were enjoying the delicious food, the secretary continued to introduce, and today's entertainment will be performed by the national group Just 1907. Even Song-guk did not expect the group Just to be here and participate in the performance. Then there was a cheer from the girl Jong-hee, which startled Song-guk. The girl had seen her favorite idol, Jaehyun. Oh my god, she is really enthusiastic. The girl was completely conquered by Jaehyun's gentle beauty. For some reason, this scene made Song-guk very uncomfortable and he held it in his heart. So she likes that type in this life too, I will remember this. The theme song of the album that broke all the charts was performed again by the group just in front of everyone. Captain Taeyong also winked and smiled, greeting Song-guk, "Long time no see, huh?" The handsomeness of the group members made all the girls at the party cheer. Seeing that, Secretary Yong could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He is not bad, huh? He calmed this chaotic party with just a meal and a performance. But unlike the cheerful atmosphere of everyone, the owner of the party, the boy Taeguk, was quietly sitting in a corner. That boy was still crying. It is true that you can't expect anything from him, but Song-guk felt sad seeing him sitting and crying alone like that. What the hell are his parents doing that they can't come? Suddenly, the door of the hall was opened with hurried footsteps. The housekeeper exclaimed in surprise and then happily introduced to everyone. Vice Chairman Jae-hyung and Madam have arrived. Everyone, please applaud for them. The appearance of the Vice Chairman and Madam made the atmosphere in the ballroom noisy as everyone opened their mouths to welcome them. The Vice Chairman smiled and greeted Song-guk. So Song-guk is here too. The boy Song-guk looked up at him and then looked at the cold woman standing next to him. At the same time, the woman also turned her gaze towards Song-guk and said softly, "Is this the child you often hear mentioned?" It was none other than his cold mother from his previous life. She observed Song-guk for a while and then said 3 words, "Also cute." But that ice-cold face could not be called cute at all. She was still the same as before, cold and extremely rigid. An iron woman who only knew about work, work, and only work. She treated her son Taeguk with coldness and only gave orders. So Young, sitting behind her son, exclaimed, "Even so, it looks like everyone is quite close, huh?" Her mother's words made Song-guk freeze helplessly. "Don't say that. Mom, what you see is not everything. That family was a family without kinship, paternal love, or parental love. All they cared about was money and achievements. That was Song-guk's family in his previous life, but now he had a new family, a real family full of warmth. Seeing all these people, Song-guk felt he had immense strength and could go anywhere. Watch, Song-guk will soar even higher with this family of his. But then in the summer of 1995, Song-guk, 5 years old. The boy quietly lay still in the hospital bed, unconscious. Countless gifts and prayers from fans were sent. They were all waiting for the boy to recover one day. Song-guk, wake up. Time appeared in the summer of 1995. A car from a transportation company stopped in front of a luxurious high-end apartment. And the transportation and arrangement of the interior were finished. The staff smiled and handed over the house to his esteemed guest. We have arranged the interior as requested by the guest. Song-guk's father, Ji-sung, shook hands with the person from transportation. Thank you so much, I did not expect the moving to go so smoothly. And partly because their family had paid extra for the company to take care of the whole package. Then I will take my leave. But before that, seeing the embarrassed and hesitant expression of the transportation side, Ji-sung immediately understood their meaning and loudly called his son. Song-guk, come here, son. The movers are about to leave, you have to thank them. Following the call, a cute and beautiful boy ran out. Did someone call me? Song-guk has grown taller this year because he is already 5 years old. The man from the transportation side was very excited to see the national baby. Oh Song-guk, my wife and I have been fans of your whole family since just baby. My wife made this by hand to give to you. As he spoke, the man gave the boy a very cute teddy bear. Receiving the gift from the fan made Song-guk very happy. Thank you so much, auntie and uncle. The boy's thank you and that look moved the man from the transportation team to tears. Oh my god, so cute I am dying. At this time, So Young also stepped out of the bedroom. So everything is done, right? Mingguk has been sleeping since a while ago, honey come out quickly. From today, we finally have a new life in a new home. A new life officially begins. So Young looked at all the items and furniture inside the apartment and kept complimenting. Everything is new, shiny, luxurious and convenient. I can't believe this is my house. Vice Chairman is really too generous. He even gave us a whole apartment like this. Hearing her parents talk to each other, Song-guk puffed up and muttered to himself, well, I brought back results that were worth that gift. In exchange for becoming the exclusive child model for Samjin, the contract clearly stated that they would give shares of the company and a brand new apartment after 2 years. But before the contract expired, Dad sent the keys to the Jasmine apartment to me. Officially, it was because the construction was completed early, but it was also because of the boy's great contribution to the new generation image project of Samjin Company, the vice chairman's 3 key projects. 1 was building the next new generation image for the company. 2 was ensuring the company's exclusive technology, and 3 was developing the semiconductor sector. Currently, Samjin Electronic has surpassed Yunsong and NG to become the most loved company by consumers, of course, thanks to good products. But it cannot be denied that the boy Song-guk also contributed greatly. Song-guk worked like a dog. It is said that Chairman Ju Shin of the group was very pleased with the results this time and Song-guk was praised endlessly. Remembering that, the boy could not help but mumble, they should have rewarded me more, like a bonus or stocks. Suddenly Ji-sung sat close to his son and asked softly, so what does Song-guk want to do today? While the boy was still confused by his dad's question, he heard a sound coming from the news on TV. The news was talking about the stock market this year that has been declining. Ah, Dad means stocks. After pondering for a while, Song-guk immediately suggested, buy more shares of Samjin Electronic, Dad. Although quite confident in his son, Ji-sung was still very worried, but that stock just dropped quite sharply. Seeing that, Song-guk could only angrily shout in his heart, it is because the global economic cold wave this year pulled the whole market down. Investors have too short-sighted a view. Samjin will multiply several times in the future. The legendary story of Samjin Semiconductors starts from now. They have secretly grasped the production technology of DRAM, probably from the beginning of this year. In short, you have to buy Samjin stock, Song-guk said in a very certain way. Ji-sung once again questioned, is it just intuition? The boy nodded and the father had to give in, then we have to buy it. This obedience to his son by Mekong originated from when he became Song-guk's investment manager. Starting from one defense stock that the boy told him to buy that had increased more than 10 times. From then on, even though his dad doubted, he always asked for Song-guk's opinion. And now he believed that Song-guk had a special investment sense. His simplicity and not thinking too much were a plus for Song-guk. With that thought in mind, Song-guk asked his question, but Dad, why are you so into stocks? Is it just for money? Facing his son's suspicious eyes, Ji-sung jumped in his heart and shook his head. Ah, no. It is just that Dad thinks it is cool that you guess right all the time, and it is also fun to make money that way. More importantly, if I can save some money, I want to hold a proper wedding for Mom. Hearing this wish from his dad, the boy's eyes widened in surprise. Ji-sung embarrassedly hurriedly told his son, but do not tell Mom, and do not talk about stocks either. Touched by his father's heart for his mother, Song-guk decided to become his ally and would help his dad with everything. Oh my, so touched, you are really Dad's good son. Okay Dad, just trust me. While the two fathers and sons were plotting with each other, a small step along with a soft voice appeared. Brother, read a book for me. It was none other than the boy Minguk, who was just 3 years old. Seeing his younger brother, Song-guk froze and hurriedly looked for his mother's shadow. You are awake, huh? I am busy but Mom. The boy originally intended to push his younger brother to his mother, but his mother was busy cooking in the kitchen. Out of options, Song-guk had to accept this task. Okay, come here quickly. What book did our Minguk bring today? Ji-sung was originally very happy at the sight of the two children's happiness, but when he heard the name of the book that the boy said, he immediately turned to stone. The book Crime and Punishment Dostoevsky. Ji-sung's hand trembled as he turned towards his two children. Wait, Song-guk. The reason for reading that book was because recently Song-guk was personally teaching Minguk to learn. This was the elite education curriculum that Song-guk had learned at Samjin, from humanities to economics to all kinds of languages. This boy Minguk really has potential, unlike that stupid Taeguk. I will train him properly to become my powerful assistant. Suddenly the landline rang. So Young came over to pick up the phone and the person on the other end was Manager Kim. Ah sister, yes, we are done moving, you can come over any time. Ah, today is the new celeb interview, it is okay, come over whenever you are free. Hearing her mother's conversation with the manager, Song-guk felt very comfortable because SKJ company was operating well. Leaving the operation to Manager Kim was really a great decision. Right at this moment, her mother brought up another matter. A new job is at the event that Samjin Electronics is holding at the shopping mall. Oh my god, even the vice chairman is attending. Hearing this, Song-guk stuck out his tongue and thought to himself, so I will probably run into that old man again. Of course I will go, see you tomorrow. At the same time at the shopping mall, a large number of employees of the group were coming and going and preparing for the ceremony tomorrow. Passers-by also stopped to watch this busyness and were curious about what event would be held. An event for Samjin to organize will start tomorrow. They chatted with each other without anyone noticing that a piece of wall on the ceiling of the building began to show cracks. If no one realizes it in time, it would be really dangerous. A high-rise building stands under a clear blue sky as a voice rings out, "Over here, sis." So Young calls out excitedly, "There you are." Mi-young walks over with a smile and replies, "Yeah, have you been out here for long?" So Young, concerned about her schedule, suggests, "Song-guk and I could have gone to the Samjin event by ourselves." "You are so busy." Mi-young flashes a confident smile, affirming her current duty. "No matter how busy things get at SKJ, my main job is still being Song-guk's manager." Mi-young looks around and asks, "By the way, where is Song-guk?" He pokes his head out with a cheerful face and replies, "Right here." She smiles brightly and praises him. "You look so cool, so Young must have worked really hard to get you ready." His face lights up with excitement at the invitation. "Let us head to the Samjin event venue." Sitting in the white car, Mi-young mentions an important discussion. "I just had a quick chat with Ms. Imsanmi." Mi-young tells So Young, "I am thinking of opening an SKJ office in the Gangnam area." So Young looks quite surprised and exclaims, "Gangnam." She worries about the costs in the new area, but is not it really expensive there, sis? Mi-young replies with a confident smile, "I think I can manage it." She begins to explain, "The number of exclusive artists has increased recently." Mi-young affirms the brand's image in the entertainment world. In this industry, showing your presence is vital. Mi-young is surprised that Song-guk is interested in business. She wonders, "I do not know when he started eavesdropping, but he said he liked it too." "That is a great idea, manager." So Young's eyes widen and she blushes in surprise. "Is that true?" She immediately turns to the back seat to question him. "Song-guk, since when did you?" He has fallen fast asleep, his mouth slightly open. Mi-young looks back and exclaims, "Oh my, is he asleep already?" She understands the reason behind his exhaustion. He was looking after Min-guk all morning, so he must be worn out. As Min-guk clings tightly to Song-guk's shirt, she smiles and says, "Min-guk is still stuck to him like glue." It is so sweet to see the kids playing together and calling each other brother. After their chat, Mi-young announces, "We have arrived." Mi-young asks worriedly, "What should we do about Song-guk?" So Young suggests, "Let me carry him." Since he is still sound asleep, she decides to let him rest longer. It is not time yet anyway, so let us let him sleep a little more. Song-guk rubs his eyes and mutters, "Why is this bed shaking so much?" He is startled to find himself on So-young's back. His eyes go wide with shock as he gasps, "Mom," seeing him awake. So-young asks happily, "Song-guk, are you awake?" He looks around in a panic, wondering what is this? Are we at the Samjin event already? Since when? In his confusion, he blames the younger boy. This is all John Min-guk's fault. Feeling embarrassed about attending the event while being carried, he struggles, "Put me down, I want to get down." She reassures him, "I can still carry you, honey." He looks at So-young guiltily, "You will hurt your back, Mom." A man then walks up to welcome them, "You have all arrived." The man greets them warmly with a smile, "We have been waiting for you." He quickly introduces himself, "I am the floor manager of this shopping mall." The group walks down the hallway as the manager leads the way. "We have prepared a waiting room. You can rest there and then go straight to the event site." Realizing the scale of where he is, Song-guk asks blankly, "Mom, is the event at a mall today?" So-young replies sheepishly, I forgot to explain it to you." She quickly explains the importance of the event. "This is a very large and famous mall. We will stay in the staff area first, then head to the Samjin booth." As he walks, he mentally assesses the situation. A mall, he begins to search his memory. At this point in time, what was the famous mall in Seoul? He notices cracks on the wall. Wait, for a place called a department store. His jaw drops in shock as they enter the interior. Why does it look so dilapidated? He starts noticing more signs of decay. The walls are cracked and the floors are uneven. His face turns pale with fear, and he breaks into a cold sweat. His trembling eyes realize a terrifying truth. What is this? Something is very wrong. This place is. Sensing something abnormal, he screams, "Mom, what is the name of this mall?" So-young looks surprised and answers hesitantly, "I think it is." His face loses all color as he hears the name, Yunbit Department Store, I believe. Only one name echoes in his mind, Yunbit. I remember now. One summer day, it suddenly collapsed, causing massive casualties. This is the site of that unprecedented horrific collapse. His eyes go blank with shock as he realizes it is not just the place, but the time. The day of the accident is today. He clutches his head, frantically asking himself, "What do I do? How do I handle this? Is it really today?" He closes his eyes and clenches his teeth, trying to recall the details of the accident. "I only have a vague memory of it. Back then, I was studying abroad on my father's orders. I only found out about the accident through the news later. The casualties were enormous. Between buildings A and B, Building A suffered the most severe damage. I do not know any of the specifics." So-young quickly grabs his shoulders and asks with a worried face, "Song-guk, what is wrong? Are you hurting somewhere?" Her voice pulls him out of his horrific memories, and he gasps, "Oh Mom. Not right now. If Mom gets hurt again." He grabs her hands with both of his and tries to pull her away. "Mom, we have to get out, hurry." So-young is completely baffled by his strange behavior and manages to say, "Song-guk." Suddenly, both their faces turn to look as a voice asks, "Is something the matter?" Jae-hyung speaks with a calm but authoritative tone, "It is quite noisy here." His presence makes those around him gasp. The vice chairman. He walks over and gives a friendly greeting. "It has been a long time." "It has been a while, Song-guk." He smiles gently and asks, "You look terrible. What happened?" Song-guk grabs the man's coat and cries out, "Dad, we have to stop." His face is distorted with fear as he screams, "This ceremony, it must be stopped." The man's eyes sharpen as if he has noticed something very unusual. Song-guk's eyes show he is searching desperately for a solution. He knows this man is not easily swayed by a child's nonsense. This was a ceremony that had likely been in the works for months. So-young is completely shocked and confused by his actions, calling out worriedly, "Song-guk, what is wrong? We can't just stop it like that. If we do." He remembers the image of an old radio broadcasting shocking news. Between buildings A and B, Building A has collapsed, suffering severe damage. His face is filled with terror as he recalls, between buildings A and B, Building A has collapsed, suffering severe damage. He clings to Jae-hyung's leg and screams, "Vice Chairman, I beg you." His face is drenched in sweat, his eyes reflecting a mix of determination and despair. "Please change the location of the ceremony." He continues to hold on tightly, looking up with a desperate gaze, "Please, Vice Chairman." He closes his eyes, clenches his fists, and yells, "Please change the event location." Jae-hyung looks surprised and puzzled by his words. "What?" The boy offers a more logical explanation. "I mean, the current location is not safe. We need a wider, more stable place." He shouts out a clear alternative. we have to move to Building B. Of the 2 buildings in this mall, I remember Building B barely collapsed and only suffered minor damage. I have no choice but to trust this memory. He tries to pull the man's hand while shouting, "Hurry, to Building B." So Young holds his shoulders, her face full of panic and confusion. "Song-guk, what is wrong with you?" He does not stop struggling and screams in despair, "Mom," as she bows and apologizes to Jae-hyung. "I am sorry, Vice Chairman. I do not know why Song-guk is acting like this." He is not angry. Instead, he touches his chin thoughtfully as she says, "I will talk to him again." A manager rushes over and calls out, "Vice Chairman." His face is terrified, his mouth agape as he yells, "The event hall, there is a problem. Move, get out of the way." "Who stepped on my foot?" A staff member, looking stressed, tries to shout, "Everyone, please stay calm." Hundreds of people are shoving each other in chaos. We must keep order for the event to continue. Jae-hyung acknowledges the deteriorating situation. It is a complete mess. The male staff member bows and says, "I am sorry." Seeing the boy's horrific expression, So Young touches his head and asks, "When did it get like this?" Mi-young says worriedly, "Calm down, Song-guk. It really is a disaster. It was only a bit crowded this morning, but by this afternoon, it is completely out of control." Jae-hyung gives a cold, confident smirk. The report must have been delayed. The reason is obvious. He suspects the department head tried to handle it himself upon hearing of his arrival. Amidst the chaotic crowd, the male staff member cries, "I can't let the vice chairman see this. I am doomed." The man realizes a worrying fact. The news that Song-guk and Just Group were coming tripled the expected crowd. Song-guk tells himself in alarm, this situation is really serious. Cracks begin to spread across the walls and ceiling as he realizes, we do not even know when the structure will start to collapse. With a determined gaze, he thinks, I have to act now. Jae-hyung, who seems to have been observing him for a while, speaks up, "So, that was your point." He stands tall behind the boy and asks, about changing the location. His face is red with anxiety, but his eyes are full of resolve. Yes, that is right. Standing before the powerful man, he emphasizes the danger. If we do not do something now, something terrible will happen. We have to get to Building B quickly. So Young stands beside him, her hand on his shoulder as she gasps, Song-guk. Images of the shoving, rowdy crowd show the situation is spiraling out of control. So Young reminds him, "I told you to be a good boy." Jae-hyung turns back and calls, "Secretary Young." He asks a strategic question. Is there a space in Building B large enough for this many people? Secretary Young, looking serious but knowledgeable, replies, "As I recall. There is a separate cultural hall." Jae-hyung nods immediately. "Good. We are moving there." Secretary Young gasps and tries to stop him, "Vice Chairman." He smiles awkwardly, trying to offer a temporary solution. "That place is not prepared yet, sir. We will mobilize the mall staff to maintain order here." He tries to convince the man to stay. It is best to continue the event here. Song-guk immediately shouts, cutting him off. "No." He spreads his arms, his face a mix of fear and determination as he barks an order, "We have to go now." He continues to scream, "Hurry, I have to save everyone." In his heart, Song-guk tells himself, "Mom, and everyone else. Dad, I will definitely save you all." Jae-hyung looks thoughtful at the boy's fierce attitude. Sensing the boy's determination, he makes the final call, "I understand." Jae-hyung immediately orders, "Secretary Young, move the venue to the Building B Cultural Hall." He bows and responds instantly, "Understood, sir." He calls out, "To Building B now." Secretary Young exclaims in confusion, "Wait, Vice Chairman." He clasps his hands, explaining worriedly, "The ventilation system in Building B is broken, and the AC is not working." Jae-hyung only responds with a short, "Is that so?" He makes an indisputable statement, "It is still better than letting people die from being trampled in a crowd." A person in the surging mass of people raises a hand and cries weakly, "Help." Jae-hyung adds, "A little discomfort is better than losing lives." Secretary Young, flustered and worried, raises his hand as if to argue, "Vice Chairman," but he starts acting, shouting, "Everyone, please cooperate." Song-guk gives a satisfied smile and thinks, "It is done." He looks around and reassures himself, "With this, Mom, Dad, and everyone will be safe." His eyes stop on the fire alarm control panel on the wall, and he gasps, "That is it." He runs off with a new plan, "I have to trigger the fire alarm." He is stunned to find large crates blocking the device. He tries to push the boxes away, his face red from the effort. What is blocking the fire alarm? This is a major fire safety violation. His hand reaches for the alarm button as he mutters in despair, "Damn it, I can't reach, just a little more." In the crisis, he does not give up and cheers himself on, "Please, just a little more." Seeing him trying to climb, So Young immediately grabs him and screams in panic, "Songguk, what are you doing? It is dangerous." Even as he is held tight, he struggles and screams breathlessly, "No mom, I have to pull the fire alarm." Despite his exhaustion, one thought remains in his mind, I have to evacuate everyone. His face shows he is enduring overwhelming pain as he wonders in confusion. What is this? I am gasping for air, and now I am dizzy. He suddenly collapses into her arms, and So Young screams in despair, "Songguk." Her piercing scream reaches Jae-hyung and Secretary Young, "Songguk." She holds him tight, her face panicked as she screams for help. Someone please help, Songguk fainted. Jae-hyung rushes to So Young's side with a worried face. What happened? She explains frantically, he just collapsed, his body is burning up. He picks the boy up and makes an immediate decision, we must get to the hospital now. It will be faster if I carry him. Jae-hyung barks an order to his subordinate, Secretary Young, call an ambulance. Though his body has collapsed, the final thought in the boy's mind is, no. I have to. His eyes are closed, his breathing heavy. Save everyone. The image of a gurney's wheels rolling rapidly across the hospital floor. A doctor with a very stern and worried face shouts, "Clear the way, pediatric emergency." A male doctor asks about the situation, "How is the patient?" A female doctor checking the chart replies with a tense face, "Vitals are stable, but he has a high fever and seizures." So Young buries her face in her hands, weeping with regret, "Songguk, Songguk. If only I had watched you more closely." Mi Young puts an arm around her shoulder to comfort her. "So Young, it will be okay." With a worried and firm face, Jae-hyung asks the medical staff, "Is the hospital director here?" The female doctor gasps in shock, "The vice chairman of Samjin." At his request, the staff member quickly replies, "I will call the director immediately. We will act right away." The image of the heart monitor shows a critical situation. Songguk lies motionless on the hospital bed, his face covered by an oxygen mask. His eyes open weakly in a daze as he wonders, "What, a hospital?" He tries to push himself up slightly. Still wearing the mask, he looks down at So Young, who has fallen asleep beside him, and calls out softly, "Mom." He reaches out his small hand and gently shakes her shoulder. "Mom, what happened? Where are we?" After being shaken, she starts to wake up. Songguk, the image of a news anchor reading a bulletin with a serious face. Breaking news, hundreds of casualties. Updates to follow. As of 7 p.m. last Monday, the fifth survivor was rescued from the rubble of Hoyeon-dong Mall in Seoul. With hundreds of casualties reported, authorities state they will do everything possible to rescue more survivors. She pulls him into a tight hug, her face covered in tears as she calls his name tenderly, Songguk. Many people in the hospital room look toward him as she cries and chides him lovingly, "Do you have any idea how scared I was?" His face turns red with embarrassment at the excessive attention as he says softly, Mom." He looks at the room filled with gifts and drawings and asks in surprise, "What are all these things?" Ji-sung, holding baby Min-guk, explains excitedly, "What do you mean? These are all the gifts fans sent to support you." Min-guk was so worried too, he waves his arms to emphasize the point. "That is right, everyone was so shocked when they heard you fainted and slept for 3 straight days." His eyes widen in surprise as he thinks, "I have been asleep for 3 days." A doctor walks in holding test results and says with a smile, "That is a relief. The test results are all normal." The doctor explains further, "The boy is very healthy. It was just a sudden psychological shock." While the doctor speaks, Min-guk clings to Songguk's arm and says coaxingly, "Brother, do not be sick anymore." The doctor adds, "Which led to exhaustion and a high fever." As the doctor leaves, he gives a final instruction, "Please take good care of him to avoid stress in the future." Ji-sung bows with sincere gratitude, "Thank you, doctor." Mi Young looks on with a gentle gaze and a kind smile. It is such a relief that it was not anything serious. Ji-sung hugs him tight, his face still showing traces of emotion as he says, "Don't faint anymore, okay, stay healthy my son." Beside him, So Young watches with an adoring gaze while Min-guk refuses to let go. The whole family is gathered together. He looks at his loved ones and silently calls their names, Mom, Dad, Min-guk. He closes his eyes with a relieved smile and tells himself, "I am sorry for making everyone worry." He looks up at So Young and asks with a bit of confusion, "But Mom?" His eyes are wide with surprise and curiosity, "What happened?" Her face turns sad, and her gaze is heavy as she hears his question, "Did something unusual happen?" His face darkens with horror at the news, "There was an accident." Below the building is a pile of dusty rubble and scattered debris, showing that it was a very large accident. A television report broadcasts the collapse. Unbit Mall collapsed last Monday. Poor construction is suspected, raising serious concerns. He sits quietly on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the TV screen, thinking in the end, it still happened. That disaster. So far, the death toll has exceeded 300. He feels stuck as he tells himself, I could not stop it. He sinks deeper into self-reproach. Even though I tried my best to avoid this disaster, I could not do a thing. Sitting on the bed, he chokes up, his hand clutching his chest where his heart aches with pain and helplessness. But why was there really no other way? Is this truly all I could do? A thought hits him like a splash of cold water. Is this your limit, John Song-guk? So Young stands watching him with a pained and shocked expression. She gently places a hand on his shoulder and softly calls his name, Song-guk. She looks directly at him with a forgiving gaze, acknowledging her own limits. Mom. I do not fully understand what you are thinking, but... She mentions the scene of the crowd of customers standing safely outside, looking at the collapsed building, thanks to your suggestion to move the event hall that day. Many people escaped the accident. Building B barely suffered any damage. She continues to tell him about the gratitude of those around them. Even the vice chairman said he is very grateful to you. And Dad too. They are safe now. As they sit together on the bed, her voice is tender as she affirms, both Mom and me Young avoided the accident too. It is all thanks to you, my son. She smiles and closes her eyes with contentment, saying gently, so Mom is truly very proud of you, Song-guk. She continues to praise him, thank you, my son. His eyes glisten with tears as he thinks so. He buries his head in his arms, tears of happiness and relief falling as he thinks, even if I could not stop the disaster, I changed the future. Even if only a little, I just had to do my best. She pulls him into a tight hug right there on the bed. Oh my, Song-guk, why are you crying? Mi Young stands at the door, watching silently before heading to the desk to pick up the phone. She holds the phone to her ear with a very serious face. Yes, this is Manager Kim. She reports to the person on the other end, Song-guk has woken up, so I am calling you as requested. On behalf of the family, Mi Young expresses gratitude. Thank you for your support with the VIP room and all the medical expenses. A hand places the receiver down on the desk as Secretary Young calls out softly, Vice Chairman. The man looks quite surprised at the news. So, Song-guk has woken up. He immediately asks about the specific situation. How is the boy? Secretary Young looks calm and relieved. The test results showed nothing unusual. He is in very good health. Upon hearing the boy is stable, he orders, good. Release a statement immediately. Say that Samjin will take full responsibility until the end and lead the relief efforts for Song-guk and the other victims. Jae-hyung touches his chin thoughtfully, evaluating the boy's worth. As for Song-guk, buy a fruit basket. I will visit him personally. Before Secretary Young leaves, he adds one more instruction. If anything special happens, report to me immediately. Secretary Young bows with determination. I will get on it right away. After he leaves, the man stands with his arms crossed, one hand on his chin, lost in thought with a distant gaze. His eyes hold a mix of curiosity and calculation as he softly says the name, Song-guk. With the mind of an experienced leader, he gives a mysterious remark, what a strange child. The boy looks up with wide, surprised eyes, what? That day, not only Secretary Young and I, but many Samjin executives were also planning to attend the event. If we had not listened to Song-guk and moved the venue back then, so many people, including myself, could have died. The guests and Song-guk himself would not have been safe either. He brings his hand to his chin, his gaze deep and somewhat cold as he thinks. As a result, Samjin could have suffered a catastrophic loss, financial collapse, bankruptcy, total ruin. The entire group could have been shaken to its core. There is this strange sense of closeness, as if he were my own biological son. An unimaginable intellect for a 5-year-old. Please write it down clearly. His actions, too, are beyond words. With a very stern expression, he issues a sharp command, I must find out more. Who exactly is this child? He continues to dig deeper into the relationship, questioning. And what does this connection to me truly mean? Images of red silk ribbons tied to the branches of an ancient tree appear. In the distance, a trail leads to a wooden house nestled in a lush green meadow. A weathered hand taps a wooden fan against a palm. So that is how it is. The fortune teller leans on her knees, holding the wooden fan with a subtle knowing smirk, and asks, you secretly hired someone to look into this person's fortune. Did not you, this one right here? Jae-hyung adjusts his glasses and softly admits, that is right. He tries to explain more about the boy's identity. John Song-guk, he is the famous kid on TV. The fortune teller frowns and replies irritably, without a shred of respect. I do not watch TV, so I would not know. Sitting across from her in the room, he asks urgently, anyway, please check the compatibility between that child and me, as well as with the Samjin group. I am also curious about the boy's destiny. He brings up an important detail about her history with the family. Aren't you the shaman who has advised Samjin since my father's time? She closes her eyes, looking thoughtful, and replies that is because I owe your father a debt. She snaps her paper fan open and decisively agrees to help. Fine. For the sake of old times, I will help you. Her face darkens as she grips the fan, looking mysterious and menacing. You are curious about this child. You want to know how he will be tied to you. She throws the divination bamboo sticks onto the wooden table and says confidently, it is simple. She delivers the final judgment, you will be devoured. Jae-hyung's face darkens as he mutters weakly, what? His face turns pale, and sweat rolls down his forehead as he hears, he is the child who will give you a little. Finally, she delivers a crushing blow. And take everything away. Sitting firmly in her chair like a keeper of divine knowledge in the future, she prophesies, whether in a past life or the next, you two are destined to meet as father and son. Your compatibility is very strong, so it will bring you benefits. But one day, when that child meets the current, he will flow out to the sea and control the whole world. The fortune teller's haunting, blood-red eyes deliver the final harsh verdict, he will seize everything from your hands. Jae-hyung sits with his hands interlaced, bowing his head in thought as her words continue to echo in his mind. He will rise by stepping on you, and then move on to even greater achievements. His gaze turns cold as he asks a troubling question, then what about Taeguk? My son, John Taeguk. The fortune teller pauses and remarks bluntly, that child is so ordinary it is as if he does not even exist. She looks at the bamboo sticks on the table and continues, if he had an older brother, he would likely be overshadowed his whole life. He originally had no chance to shine, but luckily, he is the eldest son. He remains silent, covering his mouth with his hand, his eyes reflecting deep thought as he hears, he will live a simple quiet life. The fortune teller's sharp, cold eyes continue to pierce through his fears. If someone told you there was a child destined to take everything from you, most would choose to stay away or be on guard. He gives a dangerous, confident smirk after the fortune teller's observations. But you are not like that, are you? Jae-hyung shows a terrifyingly excited face as he exclaims, I'm actually looking forward to it. I want to see how he manages to take everything from me. Sitting opposite each other in the luxurious room, he affirms, it will be very interesting to witness. The fortune teller agrees enthusiastically, exactly. You are not the type to be easily suppressed, either. He appears fully authoritative with a sharp expression, affirming a strategic philosophy, you keep your enemies even closer than your friends. That is truly the mindset of a king ruling over a kingdom. She makes a pragmatic assessment of the boy's role for him right now. Whether you keep him close or crush him from the start, for now, that child will be a massive asset. He looks directly at the shaman and declares with weight, in fact, he has already helped me. The fortune teller's face shows pure shock upon hearing, that child saved me from dying in the Yunbit Mall collapse. She can only manage a short humph, is that so? He recalls the image of the boy clenching his fists and screaming through tears to plead with everyone. After that, he even begged us to search for those missing and buried in the rubble. Please search for one more week, at least search for 2 weeks, he insisted until the very end. He regains his businessman's composure, adjusting his suit collar with an unpredictable smile. I think I should do just that. At the same time, I will see if he really is someone useful to me. As soon as he makes the decision, he takes out his phone and starts a call. And one more thing. The fortune teller's face becomes solemn and cautious upon hearing the name, yes, Chairman. Chairman John Ju-shin. He gives a mysterious, confident smile as he begins the call. I am contacting you because I would like your opinion on a matter. The latest breaking news arrives. The Samjin group is leading the search for survivors in the Yunbit rubble. It has been 10 days. Although many believed there were no survivors left, right now, the 13th survivor has been found. The government has expressed its gratitude to Samjin group for their relentless search. So Young's face beams, her eyes teary as she cheers happily, Song-guk, just like you said, there are still people alive. His face brightens, his cheeks flushed with excitement and emotion as he thinks, how lucky. In my past life, the search ended too quickly. Because of that, the 13th survivor was only found after they had already died. Ending after a mere week was not that too hasty. I still remember clearly the articles criticizing that short search. He sits down on the floor and lets out a sigh of relief, telling himself, they found that person. I am truly relieved. Song-guk covers his face and sighs, honestly. So Young looks at him wonderingly as the image of him clutching Jae-hyung and screaming flashes in her mind. When you went crazy at the vice chairman, please keep searching. Use Samjin's money. She sighs and admits, I thought I was going to faint right then and there. She smiles brightly and gently pats his head, saying, "But seeing how you saved so many people. You really are a special child, Song-guk." Ji-sung holds Min-guk, his face full of excitement as he reads the letters. "And just like you said, you even participated in the donation drive to help the victims. 10 million won from us." He calls out their names emotionally, "Dad, Mom. Even though you have been discharged, your mom and I are still worried. So, Song-guk, should we do even more?" They accepted some of it, but they still seem sad about not being able to save more people. Hundreds of casualties. A mass funeral for the victims. So he could only sit there blankly. They must have been very worried. He gives a bright smile, eyes closed happily as he makes a playful peace sign, telling himself, "Now, I have to do something to put Mom and Dad's minds at ease." He exclaims energetically, "Yes, thank you, Mom and Dad." Ji-sung looks at him with affection and pride, praising, "That is my son. To even think about donating, I am so proud of you." So Young softly calls his name with a touched voice, "Song-guk." He looks directly at her and declares firmly, "Mom, I am okay now. I want to go to work." She looks confused and worried, asking with doubt, "You want to work already, Song-guk, you can rest more." She continues to advise him as any parent would, "At this age, you should be playing, not worrying about work." His face flushes as he insists once more, "No, I want to do it." He confirms again, "I want to work." She looks at Ji-sung, flustered and worried, asking, "What are you doing?" He stands with his arms crossed, his face serious, "Just let the boy do what he wants." His eyes show intense focus as he tells himself, "I need to work." Because before long. In a studio with scaffolding and lights, a voice rings out, "What?" Si-mi, holding him in her arms, shouts at the cameraman behind the camera, "You're not renewing your exclusive modeling contract with Samjin." The cameraman pauses at the shocking news and reminds her, "Actress Si-mi, you are in the middle of filming." She looks flustered and quickly apologizes, "Oh my sorry." She quickly regains her actress persona, flashing a bright smile and posing with her hand on her cheek for the lens. "Nice pose, let us talk later." Song-guk, sitting in her lap, calmly and decisively shuts down any further talk, "I have nothing more to say." They both smile brightly and wave friendly to the camera. Si-mi adds, "Please support Samjin's new products," a professional smile. The cameraman, looking worried, calls for a break. "We will take a short break." In the actor's dressing room, Si-mi's voice echoes, "Song-guk, what are you talking about?" She sits across from him, her face filled with shock and anxiety as she presses for an answer in her confusion. "I knew the contract was ending soon, but..." "You are not renewing, why?" She continues to plead desperately, "Samjin definitely wants you to continue." He remains calm, eyes closed as he asserts, "This is the perfect stopping point." He reveals a shocking truth about his direction. "My initial goal was not to become a star." Her face is stunned, eyes wide with bewilderment. A stopping point. Even after coming this far. His eyes are sharp and full of calculation as he admits frankly, "The reason I became a child actor was because there was no other way for me to make money as a child." He asserts that his short-term goal is now complete. "Now I have saved up a good amount of seed money." An image of him looking brilliant in a luxury suit appears. With full confidence, he decides, "I must walk my own path." Aiming to build a powerful conglomerate, he puts his hand to his chin, his face serious as he outlines his strategy. Starting a business. She looks at him with a mix of admiration and hesitation, exclaiming, "I do not know what to say, but your willpower is not like a child's." Si-mi closes her eyes and sighs, trying to accept this reality. She affirms, "No, even for adults, such a decision is difficult. You have done something even adults could not do." Her eyes are full of reflection and respect. Being Samjin's exclusive model means endless fame and fortune. And yet, you are giving it all up. She places her full trust in him with a firm statement, "Whatever you become, it will definitely be something great, Song-guk." His face turns bashful, and he scratches his nose, responding casually, "It is only natural." She not only confirms her support but expands the scope by asking, "Not just me, but also CEO Kim of SKJ and the other adults agree with you, right?" Her expression sinks slightly as she sits with her arms crossed, looking into the distance as she evaluates, "They are not ordinary people either." The cameraman peeks through the door with a dark, hesitant face. Miss Actress. Sorry." She can only ask inquisitively, "Director, is the breakover already?" Behind him is the imposing presence of two tall men in suits. He explains awkwardly, actually." Song-guk's face is shocked, his mouth agape upon hearing the announcement. Someone wants to see Song-guk. Jae-hyung walks in, cold and authoritative, flanked by two bodyguards. The boy thinks in shock, the vice chairman. Standing between the two tall guards, he looks down and asks to confirm, "Songguk, I heard you have no more schedules after today." The boy replies cautiously, looking flustered, that is right. With a powerful expression, he extends an invitation. "In that case, would you like to have dinner with me?" Without waiting for an answer, he reaches out and picks the boy up in his arms. John Songguk says timidly and with a bit of embarrassment, "I can walk by myself." John Jae-hyung smiles broadly and asks, "You do not like being carried by your uncle?" Seeing that smiling face, the boy wonders to himself, why is he acting like this today? John Songguk looks at him suspiciously, thinking, he is not trying to flirt with me just to sell me out later, is he? A woman steps forward and says, "Then I will take my leave first, Vice Chairman." Seeing her, the boy feels a bit surprised and thinks, "Imsi and me bows," and says softly, "Even if only for a moment, it was a pleasure to meet you." As he is being carried by John Jae-hyung, he senses a strange atmosphere between the two and thinks, what is with this person, why is the air so strange? John Jae-hyung suddenly looks up with a blank expression and says, "I believe. You will understand." Imsi and me bows and answers softly, "I knew from the start that this was a relationship with an end point." John Songguk's jaw drops at her next words, "You are about to become the successor of Samjin, so it is only right to clear up anything that might turn into a rumor." John Songguk slowly recalls the story from his past life. "In my past life, MC and me also disappeared from my father's side at some point. It was around this time, when they ended their relationship." He looks at the bright girl before him and can't help but reflect, she resolved all potential scandals to make the takeover of Samjin smooth. MC and me smiles and waves goodbye to the two of them. "Well then, goodbye Songguk. See you again later." John Songguk watches her back with a bit of melancholy in his heart, thinking she walked away decisively, without a hint of regret. His mind is still wandering through thoughts of MC and me, when John Jae-hyung's voice snaps him back. "All right, let us head out too." Seeing that he is still distracted, the man leans close to his ear and calls again, "Songguk." The boy thinks curiously, where is he planning to take me? Finally, the two arrive in front of a restaurant. After reading the sign, John Songguk is surprised. "This place is my favorite Chinese restaurant." From behind, someone calls his name, Songguk. John Songguk turns around and exclaims in total shock, "Oh mom, dad." The couple, John Ji-sung and Kim So-young, stare blankly at him as he is being carried by John Jae-hyung. Seeing that the others have arrived, the man urges them, "Go on in. They are already waiting inside." John Songguk feels a bit panicked. "Wait, who is waiting? Why did he call both my mom and dad?" The boy opens his mouth as if to say something. John Ju-shin, sitting at the head of the dining table, greets them with a powerful voice, "Hello." He leans on his hands, maintaining an imposing expression as he continues, "So you must be the boy named Songguk." Then, dishes are brought to the table one by one. The waitresses bow and say in unison, "Enjoy your meal, guests." The boy does not care about anything else, focusing solely on the food on the table. He puts on a generous face and invites everyone, "Let us eat. You all must be hungry after coming all this way. Please, help yourselves." John Ji-sung picks up his chopsticks and answers, "Yes, sir." The couple is both extremely nervous and very hungry. John Songguk grits his teeth and looks at his grandfather, thinking, eating in front of the chairman of Samjin Group is really hard to swallow. He tells himself, "But jjajangmyeon is serious business for me. Even if I throw up, I am going to eat it." John Ju-shin remarks while talking, "You sure have a healthy appetite, kid." While eating, suspicion grows in his heart. But what exactly is this about? He wonders why the former chairman of Samjin, Chairman John Ju-shin, his grandfather, would appear so suddenly. John Songguk remembers his grandfather as a great man, born into poverty but who built Samjin into a top-tier conglomerate. He reflects in his heart, "Even my father, Vice Chairman John Jae-hyung, always respected him. And I always respected him more than anyone." A doubt arises in his mind, why would such a person suddenly appear before me now? Suddenly, the sound of a dish hitting the table rings out. He asks the father, "Not to your taste, you have not eaten anything." John Ji-sung answers awkwardly, "No, it is. It is delicious." Suddenly, his tone shifts. "But..." John Ji-sung voices the question on his mind, "Why did you invite my whole family and Songguk here today?" John Ju-shin answers him with a calm face, "Because Songguk saved my son's life and all of Samjin. Expressing gratitude is only right, is not it?" Suddenly he frowns, his voice getting a bit heavier. And more importantly, his next words hit John Songguk like a thunderbolt, "I felt I needed to personally meet the child that my son wants to adopt." The boy gasps in his mind, "What? John Ji-sung is also taken aback and asks, "Adopt? What do you mean by that, sir?" John Jae-hyung answers him, "What would you think if I became Song-guk's guardian?" The man slowly looks at John Ji-sung and explains, "I plan to take care of all his education until he reaches adulthood, starting from private kindergartens in the country." John Ji-sung is a bit panicked as he hears him say, "To studying abroad if he wishes." John Jae-hyung adds more, "If he wants to join Samjin later, I am ready to arrange for him to be hired through a special process." John Ji-sung stands up, asking out of pure curiosity, "Wait, why go to such lengths?" John Jae-hyung smirks and says, "He saved my life, did not he? I have to repay the favor." He further explains, "And most importantly, this decision is based on Song-guk's value. He is a child with great potential. I am very curious to see how far he can grow." John Ju-shin, who had been silent, finally speaks up. Since he so desperately wants to adopt Song-guk as his son, what more can I say? Then he turns to the boy and asks, "What about you? Will you become this old man's grandson?" John Song-guk thinks in silence. Dad does not seem to have any bad intentions. While looking at John Jae-hyung, he hesitates in his heart. Of course, I am not naive enough to think this is just an educational sponsorship. There is definitely something else. But given my current situation, this offer. He sighs, there is no reason to refuse. Thinking that, John Song-guk replies with a bright smile, "That sounds wonderful." He says, "I will be your grandson, Grandpa." John Ju-shin looks satisfied. "Little brat, you have got guts." Then he sets rules for the boy, "If you are my grandson, I won't go easy on you. I will push you thoroughly so you become a talent worthy of Samjin." John Song-guk looks at him with determination. "I am not afraid." John Ji-sung, sitting next to him, softly calls his name, Song-guk. John Ju-shin says, "I like him." "Well then, Jae-hyung, since you are smart." John Song-guk's voice cuts him off, "I have something I want to say to Grandpa." He looks at John Ju-shin with an uncompromising face and says loudly, "Work less. Don't drink so much. You need to rest too." Seeing the man's bewilderment, the boy thinks of the grandfather he respected. John Song-guk recalls his grandfather's past, a terrible workaholic who refused to let go of work and alcohol until the day he died. John Song-guk feels a pang of self-reproach. If only he had drunk less and worked a bit less back then. The advice from his past life that he had given him, "Grandpa, do not stay up late working and stop drinking alcohol," at that time, the man had grumbled, "What a troublesome grandson." He feels a deep sense of regret. Maybe he could have been with us much longer. Using all his strength, he shouts at him, "Please. Stay healthy." John Ju-shin purses his lips, his face turning red from holding back laughter. He bursts into a loud laugh, saying, "You are right, kid." The boy maintains a stern face and says, "Health comes first." He ignores his mother, who is calling his name, Song-guk. John Ju-shin is now laughing so hard his eyes are tearing up. At this moment, he listens silently as John Jae-hyung says, "Then think about it and let me know." John Ji-sung answers obediently, "Ah yes, Vice Chairman." The man's expression suddenly turns very sour. John Ji-sung's voice continues steadily, "I will be in touch later." John Ju-shin's hand over his chest slowly tightens around his shirt. On the top floor of the apartment complex, a voice rings out, "Everyone, enjoy your meal." John Song-guk's family is gathered around the dining table. John Ji-sung brings out a plate of food and introduces it. This is the famous signature dish from Uncle One's Bossam Jamsil branch. The plate of food looks incredibly appetizing. Our very own special, authentic Bossam. John Song-guk takes a bite and finds it delicious. He thinks to himself, "Not bad at all, is it?" Kim Mi-young finally speaks up, "I am sorry I could not make it on opening day." John Ji-sung says hurriedly, "There is no need to apologize, sis." Listening to his aunt talk, John Song-guk continues to chew attentively. "We know you are busy managing SKJ." After swallowing his food, he thinks, "Our house has been crazy busy this past month." John Song-guk recalls, first, Dad opened the shop he always dreamed of, Uncle's Bossam. Next, Mom also rolled up her sleeves to help manage the store. John Song-guk remembers being busy with his little brother. "And I helped them focus on work. Let me play with him. I played with my brother and kept Min-guk busy all day so he would have fun." He also thinks of Kim Mi-young's work. Manager Kim was busy meeting SKJ's targets, advertising contracts, recruiting rookies, and so on. John Song-guk strokes his hair, feeling a bit narcissistic. It is probably because a big star like me retired temporarily that poor Mi-young had to carry such a heavy workload. It must be tough, right? Suddenly, Kim Mi-young says to him, "Hey Song-guk, living like a kid lately must be pretty fun, huh?" She asks, you finally got some rest. Have you done everything you wanted? John Song-guk replies decisively, yes. He thinks of what he has done. I have set up an investment portfolio based on the savings I have made so far, and I am strategizing to prepare for the upcoming IMF crisis. John Song-guk held the piece of paper in his hand, his face filled with frustration. He rubbed his chin, silently reflecting on himself. It truly had been a meaningful time. Sister, his mother's voice suddenly rang out, could you please help me talk to Song-guk for a bit? Kim Mi-young asked curiously, talk to him about what? Kim So-young explained, I mean he is being so stubborn, absolutely refusing to go to kindergarten. Kim So-young frowned and said, goodness, that won't do, Song-guk. She tried to persuade him, no matter how smart you are, you still have to go to kindergarten. John Song-guk shook his head violently, thinking to himself, no way. He complained, I am already grown up. Who do you think you are, making me play with a bunch of 5- and 6-year-olds? He thought, I have so much to do. I can't waste my life there. John Song-guk shouted his refusal, I do not need kindergarten. He tried to convince her, self-study is fine too. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Kim So-young stood up, headed toward the door, and asked, who is it? Then she narrowed her eyes to look through the peephole. Seeing the person standing outside, Kim So-young greeted him, Secretary Young. Kim So-young wondered, is something the matter? You have arrived at quite a timing. John Song-guk also ran out from inside the house to see what was happening. Is Secretary Young here? He stood frozen at the door, his voice sounding somewhat ominous as he spoke, madam. She trembled and took a step back in fear, while John Song-guk also looked bewildered, thinking what is going on. He reached into his inner coat pocket and said, I am sorry. He took a piece of paper out of his pocket, tears streaming down his face. In a voice full of grief he said, I have come to deliver the news. On the paper, it was written, Obituary, Chairman John Jushin of Samjin. News reports began to broadcast one after another from the radio. Early the day before yesterday, the founder of Samjin, Chairman John Jushin, passed away suddenly. The funeral hall is located at the Central Funeral Home of Seoul Samjin Hospital. The television was turned off while the news was still playing. The cause of death was a myocardial infarction. He had a history of cardiovascular disease. The 3 members of John Song-guk's family stood silently in the quiet room. Kim So-young's voice trembled uncontrollably. How can this be? I just saw him last month. John Ji-song also lowered his head and spoke up. He still looked so healthy though. Secretary Young thanked the 2 of them. Thank you for coming so quickly. John Ji-song hurried to reply. Of course we had to come. He continued, he was very fond of me Young, after all. Secretary Young whispered, the funeral is crowded with political figures and the business elite. It might be difficult to enter through the main entrance. He worried, we also have to consider Song-guk's safety. John Song-guk was deeply saddened, calling out silently, Grandpa. John Song-guk could not help but think of him. It seems we have to part ways earlier than in my past life. He even blamed himself. I told him not to drink so much and not to overwork himself. He thought to himself, perhaps the stubbornness in me. Tears rolled down his face. John Song-guk missed him terribly. It really was passed down from him. Secretary Young, with a haggard face, softly called to him, Song-guk. He quickly wiped his tears and replied, yes, let us go. Then he turned to the parents and said, well then, if you will excuse me, I will take Song-guk for a while. Kim So-young replied, yes, please convey our condolences to the vice chairman. Secretary Young whispered a thank you, and then he led John Song-guk away. As he was being led by Secretary Young, he thought, Secretary Young, the one who broke the news of Grandpa's death, said that father wanted to see me. John Song-guk felt a bit pained. Even amidst the chaos of the funeral, he still wanted to see him. The door opened, and he called out softly, Chairman. Secretary Young reported, Song-guk, the person you wanted to see, has arrived. As he stepped inside, John Song-guk thought to himself, so, he is chairman now. Standing before John Jae-hyung, he already felt a slight disdain for the man. The incense had not even burned out yet, and he had already inherited the entire burden of Samjin. Only then did John Song-guk speak up, Chairman. He asked, are you all right? John Jae-hyung asked back, are you trying to comfort me? He folded his arms and thought, father is not the type to accept sympathy, but still. He uttered a sentence that made John Jae-hyung's pupils quiver, you look tired. He looked at the boy with calculating eyes and replied, you are right. Perhaps I am a bit tired. He continued, I am doing things I never did while he was alive, calling a child all the way to a funeral just to see his face for a moment. John Song-guk felt indifferent. thinking, well, it is not that big of a deal. The man braced his hands and stood up, saying, if I may say one more foolish thing, Samjin is my responsibility from now on. John Jae-hyung stood tall, looking down with eyes full of calculation. I must continue to grow the legacy my father left behind and pass it on fully to the next generation. This time it was John Sung-guk's turn to be surprised as he heard those words. To a worthy heir capable of carrying this great company. He cried out, what do you mean by that? The man calmly asked back, will you accept being my protege? John Sung-guk became flustered and said, well, I would have to ask my parents about that. John Jae-hyung replied, I am asking what you think. He clenched his fists, hesitating as he replied, but what I think is. He put on a determined face, I agree. The man looked at him and said just one word, good. John Jae-hyung coldly outlined the conditions. Get ready by the beginning of next month. Secretary Yang will handle your transfer to Samjin Kindergarten. A figure stepped out of the car, carrying the words that had lingered from yesterday. Let us see if you are a seed worth investing in. John Sung-guk, with a backpack on his shoulders, reflected on John Jae-hyung's words. Prove it. Start from there. A voice rang out, we are here, Sung-guk. John Sung-guk was curious, this is. The person across from him introduced, Samjin Kindergarten. John Sung-guk wore a determined expression with Secretary Yang standing behind him. He smiled brightly and said to the boy, it is a school for gifted education and nurturing talent, a truly wonderful place. John Sung-guk silently thought, I know. Sitting in front of him, this is a school established by the Samjin Group with the goal of training elite children. John Sung-guk inwardly exposed it, but the truth is, the real nature of this kindergarten is. He thought about it, even children from difficult backgrounds were provided with support. Regarding the school's facilities, everything from the infrastructure to the curriculum was on a different level. Special Class A, regular classes B and C. He felt unreconciled, thinking, no matter what class it is, going to kindergarten at this age. I did not plan on going to kindergarten at all. Then he thought of John Jae-hyung's condition, but I have to follow the test set by father, John Jae-hyung. Outside on the school grounds, the head director of the primary school saw Secretary Yang and greeted him, Secretary Yang. He heard her calling and replied, Director. Seeing John Sung-guk, she walked over and asked, is this the child? Secretary Yang replied, yes, thank you for accepting the sudden transfer. She turned her head and said to him, if it is the wish of Chairman John Jae-hyung, we must naturally comply. She called out softly, Teacher Lee Ji-eun. Lee Ji-eun was behind her. She greeted them with a bright smile, hello, I am the homeroom teacher for Class A at Samjin Kindergarten. She smiled and gave her name, Lee Ji-eun. John Sung-guk looked at her and thought, the teacher seems quite all right. The director introduced her to him, she will be your teacher in charge from now on. Lee Ji-eun bowed and said, please take care of me. Then she reached out to talk to John Sung-guk, you are Sung-guk, right? Come along with me. Her next words suddenly sparked a sense of dread in John Sung-guk, your friends are waiting. John Sung-guk was led to the classroom by Lee Ji-eun, holding her hand. As he walked, he observed the students around him. The more he looked, the more intimidated he felt, thinking, this school is huge, and there are so many kids. Lee Ji-eun's voice rang out, there are 5 students in the class you will be joining. Lee Ji-eun instructed, all 5 of them are well behaved, so please make friends with them. John Sung-guk lowered his head and replied, yes. He rubbed his chin with a serious expression, thinking 5 people, I wonder what kind of kids they are. If my guess is right. John Sung-guk silently speculated, that person will definitely be here too. The classroom door opened, and Lee Ji-eun's voice called out, everyone. She introduced John Sung-guk to the students in the class, we have a new friend joining us today. Everyone, please welcome him. In his eyes, he saw several children staring intently at him. In the class, there was the grandson of the Prosecutor General, Kong Ju-sung. Next was the grandson of the chairman of Samjin Electronics, Kim Hyun-jung. One by one, they were all from wealthy families, the granddaughter of the director of Samjin Hospital, Lee Se-hee, and the granddaughter of the former Minister of National Defense, Seo Yeo-rim. It seemed he recognized someone. That girl was the daughter of the chairman of Samjin Group, John Jae-hyung. John Sung-guk's eyes lit up with joy. He rejoiced inwardly, I knew it, she is here too. John Sung-guk recalled that in his past life, around this time, he was busy studying abroad. He remembered the little girl back then. At that time, John Mi-jin was still in kindergarten. John Sung-guk thought, I thought we might meet again, but I did not expect it to be right now. Lee Ji-eun's voice interrupted his reminiscence. Children, let us greet our new friend. Kong Ju-sung spoke up in protest, teacher, who even greets people like that anymore? Kim Hyun-jung chimed in, exactly, do not make us do that. John Song-guk looked at them and thought, great, look at these bratty kids. He was already losing patience. They grew up in luxury and had no discipline. But outwardly, he still smiled brightly and said, hello everyone, I am John Song-guk. Nice to meet you. Lee Ji-eun looked at him with a grateful gaze. Thank you, Song-guk. Kong Ju-sung turned his head away, feeling a bit irritated, thinking, how dare you. Seeing the two children glaring at each other, Lee Ji-eun spoke up timidly, well then, I will go get some snacks and today's study materials. You kids wait here for a moment. As she left the room, she did not forget to tell the kids, talk to each other while I am gone. Seo Yeo-rim pointed at him and said, hey, I remember you, you are that kid from TV. Kim Hyun-jung asked curiously, TV? Seo Yeo-rim nodded and replied, yeah, it seems like you are some kind of celebrity. Kong Ju-sung stood behind the two kids, arms folded and chin tilted up as he asked, a celebrity, what else? So what does your family do? The boy bragged about himself and the kids next to him. My grandfather is the prosecutor general, and Hyun-jung's grandfather is the chairman of Samjin Electronics. The boy pointed at John Song-guk standing on the platform and questioned, and what does your grandfather do? He pressed him for an answer. Listening to the boy's incessant babbling, John Song-guk felt extremely impatient and thought, how boring. Look at these kids, already showing off their family backgrounds. John Song-guk told himself, life does not just revolve around your families, kid. Using all his patience, he replied, I do not have a grandfather. Kong Ju-sung let out a surprised huh. John Song-guk repeated, I said I do not have a grandfather. My parents just run a small restaurant. Kim Hyun-jung asked curiously, a restaurant, not like a food company or something, you mean like one of those small stalls on the side of the road, what the heck? Kong Ju-sung was even a bit angry, how did someone like that get into our class? While the boy was still grumbling, for real, a voice suddenly rang out, why not, I like him. John Song-guk looked at the girl, feeling a bit surprised, John Mi-jin. John Mi-jin ran up close to him and softly called his name, Song-guk. She leaned her head against his chest and said in a whining voice, I saw you on TV too. John Song-guk looked at her against his chest, his face showing a very peculiar expression. John Song-guk did not dare think further, this girl. No way. John Mi-jin held her cheeks and looked at him, saying something incredibly cheesy, I like you. What about you? John Song-guk looked at the scene and cursed inwardly, a girl who only goes for handsome guys. He recalled that even in his past life, she only liked good-looking men. It was ridiculous. John Song-guk started to panic. So she had been like this since she was little. He stammered a reply, I think you are pretty cool too. Hearing the compliment, John Mi-jin became delighted. Oh my, not only is he handsome, but he also has good taste. The boy standing behind shouted at her, hey John. Kong Ju-sung questioned her, why are you being so nice to a kid who has nothing? John Mi-jin just answered indifferently, goodness, you talk too much. She added a few sarcastic words, after having to look at half-baked kids like you guys, it is a breath of fresh air to see someone decent for once, you know. Then she turned her head and signaled Lee Sei-hee to be quiet, saying right, Sei-hee. The girl only answered in a small voice, right. Lee Sei-hee awkwardly followed Mi-jin's lead, I like Song-guk too. Mi-jin is right. John Song-guk looked at the girl's confusion and thought, the granddaughter of the director of Samjin Hospital. He remembered that because of her family status, she was completely dominated by Mi-jin. Concern rose within him. In this den of John Mi-jin, how was he going to survive? He had to use his head. At that moment, she burrowed her head into his chest and called softly, Song-guk. A man standing outside was holding up a camera, looking into the classroom. In another place, a respectful voice rang out, here is the report. The man standing before the desk reported, as you instructed, John Song-guk has entered Class A of Samjin Kindergarten. It has been confirmed that he is in the same class as Miss Mi-jin. Kim Mi-young he frowned upon hearing the news. It seems Secretary Young personally handled the transfer. She remembered John Song-guk's face and muttered his name, John Song-guk. Kim Mi-young he's expression turned very sour. She angrily ordered, contact the chairman. The message conveyed was, the chairman's wife wishes to meet after a long time. Hearing that news, John Jae-hyung only asked leisurely, is that so, why is she coming here all of a sudden? He asked the woman, we only have a business relationship, do not we, didn't we agree not to interfere in each other's lives? Kim Mi-young he did not answer, only uttering a name, John Song-guk. She spoke up and asked, is that child your son? John Jae-hyung quickly denied it, what nonsense are you talking about, isn't the contract enough? Kim Mi-young he, standing at a distance, replied, "And now you have put the boy in Samjin kindergarten." She accused John Jae-hyung, "If he is your illegitimate son from somewhere, just say it straight." He rested his hand on his forehead and replied wearily, "It is not like that." John Jae-hyung added, "If you are that suspicious, go get a DNA test." Kim Mi-young, he questioned, "Then what exactly are you planning?" John Jae-hyung irritably interrupted her, "We are done, right? I am leaving." As he walked away, he grumbled, "Calling me here for such a trivial matter. I do not have time for this." Looking at his back, Kim Mi-young, he thought, no. It was not just a guess. She was certain in her heart. There was definitely something going on. Back at the school, Teacher Lee Ji-eun stood at the podium and greeted the class. "All right everyone, let us start our lesson for today." The little girl Seo Yeo-rim, sitting at the front desk, suddenly raised her hand to ask, "Teacher, do you think that poor kid can keep up with us?" Lee Ji-eun explained. "Yerim, he is not a poor kid, his name is Sung-guk." Kong Ju-sung spoke up in agreement with the girl, "Yerim is right." The boy laughed with his friends. "I bet he does not even know how to write properly." In his head, he was beyond frustrated with the kids. Good grief, these children. The teacher softly called his name, Sung-guk. John Sung-guk replied with an air of resignation, "I am fine." Receiving a satisfactory answer, she continued, "Let us start the lesson." Then came music class, followed by mathematics. Lee Ji-eun looked at him with admiration. "This is truly a masterpiece." During the arts and crafts hour, the teacher did not hold back her praise for John Sung-guk, "Truly wonderful, a real genius." The look Kong Ju-sung gave him had turned into one of jealousy. The native English teacher, Thomas, waved and greeted the kids. "Hello everyone, are you ready to speak English?" The whole class replied in unison, "Yes, teacher." John Sung-guk was currently thinking, "Was I a bit too hard on the kids? Should I cool it down a bit?" He told himself, "If I say I taught myself English now, no one will believe it." The whole class suddenly became lively. "What is this? Finally, there is something he is not good at." The look Kong Ju-sung gave him was now full of mockery. The boy curled his lip and said tauntingly, "You used to show off so much." His voice grew louder, "Turns out you can't even speak English." Thomas looked a bit worried and asked, "Sung-guk, is that true?" Kong Ju-sung arched his brow, looking at him as if watching a show. He mocked again, "If you do not know, you do not have to participate. It is okay, Sung-guk." John Sung-guk closed his eyes and spoke up loudly, "Don't worry, teacher. I can speak English." He told the teacher, "Please, ask me anything." Thomas was surprised by his English. "Oh my goodness, your English is so fluent." Kong Ju-sung still refused to believe it. He is just an ordinary kid, how could? Before he could finish, John Mi-jin pushed him aside and praised John Sung-guk. "You're so good, Sung-guk." Her voice was full of admiration, "Good at math, music, crafts, and now English too." He tried to move back and replied, "These are just the basics." He continued, "More importantly, let go of me, John Mi-jin." The teacher also praised him, "You are amazing, Sung-guk." Then she turned to the class, "Let us try an intelligence test today." John Sung-guk wondered, "An IQ test?" The teacher explained, "This is the standard test for placement in Class A." Lee Ji-eun added, "Normally we do it later, but you are so talented that I am really curious." The two boys, Kim Hyun-jung and Kong Ju-sung, also whispered to each other, "I have to admit, I am curious about his IQ too." Lee Ji-eun asked him, "Shall we do it right after English class?" John Sung-guk replied, "Yes, madam." With that, John Sung-guk lowered his head and thought silently, "An IQ test, in my past life, it was around 150. Then he told himself, "But now with a younger brain, it should be at least 160, right?" In the evening, back at the apartment complex, a surprised voice echoed from John Sung-guk's building, "What on earth?" Someone was shocked by John Sung-guk's IQ test result. 121. Kim So-young even bragged to her husband, "That is not all. They also said Sung-guk speaks English very fluently." John Ji-sung asked in surprise, He knows how to speak English." His hands trembled as he said to the boy, "Oh no son, I am starting to get scared of you." John Ji-sung reached out and hugged him tightly, showering him with praise. "Just what kind of genius are you?" John Sung-guk was hugged by his father until he could barely breathe. He gritted his teeth and thought, "What genius?" John Sung-guk scratched his head in frustration. 121. How could my IQ be lower than in my past life? His parents stood there looking at their son who had a face full of despair. He blamed himself. "I suddenly feel so stupid. How embarrassing." Kim So-young looked at the notebook and said happily, "His EQ is also very high. That must be it." John Sung-guk called out, "Dad." He turned and looked at him affectionately. "What is it, my genius son?" John Sung-guk grumbled. "Stop calling me a genius, Dad. I have some hot news." John Ji-sung wondered. Hot news? The boy recalled what John Mi-jin had said. My dad said they are about to build a new factory. John Sung-guk thought to himself. Turns out John Mi-jin is not as tight-lipped as I thought. John Ji-sung whispered to him. Do you mean investing in stocks? John Sung-guk replied, no, even better than that. He whispered to John Ji-sung, buy some land, Dad. He asked in surprise, buy land. John Sung-guk leaned close to his ear and whispered, Samjin is preparing to build a semiconductor factory, and I have guessed where they will build it. His eyes were firm as he continued, not in Dongtan, but in Weizong. That very piece of land will become the new Dongtan urban area later. John Sung-guk thought to himself, back then, Samjin also sold off the remaining land from that project and made a huge profit. His eyes sparkled as he looked at his father and pleaded, so, just buy land in Weizong. John Ji-sung was still a bit uncertain and asked again, is that for real, son? I have never invested in land. I am so nervous. John Sung-guk raised his voice. What, Dad, you do not believe me, he quickly explained. It is not that. At that moment, Kim So-young suddenly turned around holding a piece of paper and asked, Sung-guk, what is this? It was tucked in with your IQ results. John Sung-guk looked over and let out an O. He replied nonchalantly, that is John Mi-jin's birthday invitation. John Ji-sung exclaimed in surprise, John Mi-jin, that is. He shouted, the daughter of the chairman of Samjin Group. On the card, it was written, John Mi-jin's birthday invitation. Location, Samjin Mansion, Hanam-dong. Time, starts at 3:00 p.m. Hope you can come, Sung-guk. The car stopped in front of a villa. John Ji-sung's voice could be heard, so young we are here. If the address is correct, this is. He looked at the massive villa and continued, Hanam-dong, the residence of Chairman John Jae-hyung. Kim So-young gasped in shock, oh sister, this is. Kim Mi-young looked at the scene before her and replied, yeah. Not only is it luxurious, but it also makes one feel pressured. She asked her, you said you were personally invited by the chairman's daughter. That is impressive. John Sung-guk stepped out of the car and said, this kind of invitation can just be ignored. John Sung-guk held a bouquet of flowers, looking very dapper in a white suit, but his face wore a look of resignation. He gritted his teeth and thought, I do not care about John Mi-jin's birthday at all. Kim So-young saw his frowning face and reminded him, Sung-guk, if a friend invites you to their birthday, you should go. Kim Mi-young also advised, that is right. Besides, Secretary Young even called to confirm you would be coming. She continued, it is best to go with a happy attitude. John Sung-guk sighed inwardly, I would rather spend this time analyzing stock charts. Suddenly she spoke up, by the way, because Sung-guk insisted, I bought flowers as a gift, but I wonder if it is okay. Kim So-young said to him with a bit of worry, looking at the size of this villa, this bouquet might make it look like we did not put in any effort. John Sung-guk looked at his mother and replied, not at all, she loves flowers. John Sung-guk recalled that she herself had once bragged it was her dream how ridiculous to receive a bouquet from a handsome boy. A moment later, Kim Mi-young stepped into the car and reminded the mother and son, anyway, you two go in and have a good time. I am heading back to work. Kim So-young replied, thank you for dropping us off. She said politely, as his manager, that is only natural. All right, call me when you are done. The mother replied, yes, sister. Then she turned to her son and said, all right then, Sung-guk. An old butler stepped out from the villa and bowed in greeting, Mr. John Sung-guk, M.S. Kim So-young, we have been waiting for you. He walked ahead of them and said, please, follow me this way. As the door opened, a dazzling light appeared. Inside, the host's welcome voice rang out, welcome to Miss John Mi-jin's birthday party. Everyone inside was eating and drinking to the sound of melodious music. From the entrance, Kim So-young and John Sung-guk were walking in. She looked around, her voice trembling, Sung-guk, the inside is much larger than the outside. It is like a palace. He replied helplessly, it is just a house that is a bit big and shiny, Mom. Seeing his mother looking around curiously, John Sung-guk thought, I lived here for over 20 years, so it feels normal to me, but to Mom, it must feel like stepping into another world. From a distance, someone shouted his name, Sung-guk. John Mi-jin rushed over and hugged him happily, I have been waiting for you forever. Noticing the bouquet in his hand, she looked up at him with sparkling eyes and asked, are these? Do not tell me. For me. John Mi-jin poked his cheek and said, oh my god, Sung-guk, you really are. Exactly my type. Then she turned to the side and called out loudly, "Mom, Songguk is here." John Mi-jin pulled on his sleeve and introduced him to her mother. "Just like I told you, he is both handsome and cute, right?" Kim Mi-young he looked down with a stern face and said, "I see." John Songguk was a bit surprised inside by this woman. "Mother." Kim So-young bowed to her and thanked her. "Hello, thank you for inviting us to such an important occasion." She held out a cloth-wrapped bundle and said, "This is plum syrup I made by hand." Kim Mi-young he said to the butler behind her, "Butler, take it." John Songguk folded his arms and thought, "Please do accept it." He recalled his mother's meticulous hard work. She had spent a lot of money to buy the best plums, washed each one by hand, and made it herself. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, thinking back, now that I think about it, giving it to John Mi-jin seems like a bit of a waste. As he looked up, his eyes met the sharp gaze of Kim Mi-young he. He thought in alarm, that startled me. Why is she glaring at me like that? John Songguk wondered, what is the deal? She frowned down at him from her height. Suddenly, she turned and called his mother, Ms. So-young. She spoke to her, "I will take you to introduce you to the other parents." Kim So-young bowed in appreciation. "It is truly an honor." Inside, John Songguk wondered, what was that look for? John Mi-jin's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Come on, Songguk, let us go." She said, "There is a giant cake, and the galbajim you like too." Galbajim. Thinking that, his feet followed John Mi-jin. "Fine, let us go." Kim Mi-young he said, "Please have a seat." Facing so many eyes staring at her, Kim So-young said flusteredly, "Excuse me." Kim Mi-young he introduced each person. "This is Kong Ju-song's mother." She introduced them one by one. "This is Ms. Seo Yeo-rim, and Kim Hyun-jung's mother." Then she introduced Kim So-young to everyone there. "Everyone, this is Kim So-young, the mother of John Songguk, the student who just transferred into Class A." She stammered in a low voice, "I am Kim So-young." Kong Ju-song's mother asked in a snobbish tone, "So, what does your family do?" She asked back, "I am sorry," the woman impatiently repeated, "I am asking what your husband does for a living." Kim So-young replied shyly, "Oh, my husband opened a Boss-sam restaurant in our apartment's commercial area." The parents all exclaimed in shock, "A Boss-sam restaurant, not a Boss-sam manufacturing factory, goodness." "And what about your education? Which university did you attend?" Kim So-young replied awkwardly, "I did not attend university." She continued, "I graduated from Siakon Girls Commercial High School." Kim So-young thought to herself, "Oh dear, maybe I should not be here." She thought that if she brought shame to Songguk. One parent with a scowling face slammed the table and barked, "C'est disagreeable." How unpleasant. That parent spoke in a foreign language. She is completely out of our league. Kim So-young did not understand anything. She just wondered, is that English, or what language is it? What does it mean? Kong Ju-song's mother also put on a mocking face and said, "Exactly. Acting important when she has nothing. A family living off the child's face." Kim Mi-young he said nothing. She only smirked triumphantly. Another parent said to her, "This won't do. Why let an uneducated family mingle with us? We must separate them before they have a bad influence." His voice suddenly rang out from behind, "Honte-vous. Shame on you." John Songguk looked at her with an extremely displeased expression. He spoke several sentences of French fluently. "Are you looking down on others just because you know a few words of French?" Kim Mi-young he's pupil shook when she heard him speak French so fluently. "I am truly disappointed in you people." Mi-young he pointed toward So-young and said, "C'est disagreeable." How unpleasant. She is completely out of our league. She continued with mocking words, "How pathetic, a family living off the child's face." Songguk saw this and could only lower his head sadly. She saw him looking sad and asked, "Songguk, what is wrong?" A moment later, she explained to him, "Are you talking about the mothers? That was French. They talk secretly like that sometimes. Isn't it interesting?" She emphasized, "Especially my mom, she majored in French. She is the best at it." This made Songguk tighten his lips in annoyance as he thought, "I know that too." In addition, he recalled his past life and muttered to himself, "In my past life, my mother also spoke French as fluently as a native." Songguk admitted to himself that he admired her. "I used to admire her for that." He kept remembering the past and whispering to himself, "But this." Then Songguk suddenly used French and shouted, "Honte-vous, shame on you." Unable to take it anymore, he scolded loudly, "Looking down on others just because you know a few words of French." Furthermore, Songguk even scolded So-young, "Mom, you are truly disappointing." These words made everyone present feel surprised and start whispering incessantly, that boy. Oh my God. She heard the comment, did he just speak French, and hurriedly explained, he probably just heard it somewhere and is imitating it. As soon as she finished, Song-guk suddenly spoke up, making her face twist in fear, excuse me, madam. Being mocked by a child, she could not take it and screamed angrily, madam. Determined not to lose, he shouted back, what is so great about it, using mediocre French just to gossip about others? And is French something one absolutely must know? So Young could not believe her ears and screamed in her heart, Song-guk can speak French. The boy boldly pointed at her and her group of friends and barked, rather than people who use a foreign language clumsily just to insult others, my parents are sincere and respectable, they are worth 1,000 times more. Because Song-guk was speaking in French, she did not understand, so she whispered in her ear, what is the boy saying? I do not quite understand it all either, she replied honestly. Me neither. With a look of surprise, Myung-hee turned and asked him, Song-guk, where did you learn French? He replied calmly, I watched some French lectures on TV, and then it just started flowing out fluently. She continued to ask with suspicion, then what about earlier when you called me mother? This made Song-guk turn pale as he replied clumsily that was a mistake, or perhaps just human instinct. Myung-hee did not press him further and simply replied, is that so? Besides that, your French is perfect, you did not even miss an article. She asked Song-guk once more, and you self-taught? He sighed and replied, yes, that is right. After speaking, she turned to leave and said, if you will excuse me, I will take my leave first. Everyone, please continue to enjoy the party. Seeing her leave, the other woman said flusteredly, madam. And Song-guk's next words made Myung-hee freeze in her tracks, what about the apology? He reminded her seriously, please apologize to my mother. So Young quickly stepped over to advise her son, Song-guk, why are you doing this? The woman intentionally replied, isn't it a bit redundant to apologize for something they do not even understand? Song-guk said angrily, don't you feel ashamed? Banding together to isolate someone so humiliatingly. He put on a scowling face and ordered her, I do not want to be even more disappointed in Mi-jin's mother. Please apologize properly. On the other hand, Song-guk was thinking to himself, at least she should be able to do that much. Myung-hee felt so ashamed she was speechless. It took a moment before she gathered the courage to turn back to the two of them and say, your son is very smart. The other parents and I are just used to chatting in French, so we were careless. Myung-hee even politely invited them, please everyone, continue to enjoy yourselves, causing the mother to blush with joy and reply, oh, it is nothing. Meanwhile, Song-guk was still unsatisfied, thinking, just being kind is not enough. Once finished, Myung-hee turned to walk away, saying, well then, excuse me. Although he did not speak, he still called out in his heart, mother. A second later, Mi-jin suddenly ran over and bumped into Song-guk's chin, causing him to get hurt and cry out, while she happily called, Song-guk. Mi-jin could not hide her admiration and said, you know how to speak French too. While Mi-jin was expressing her admiration, Song-guk called out angrily, John Mi-jin. Additionally, he was thinking, I just argued with your mother, do not you feel awkward? Next, she praised him further, you are truly amazing. Just like that, Mi-jin kept praising Song-guk in front of everyone, your pronunciation is just like a prince out of a French movie. Song-guk, you are really a genius. Are not you? He replied bashfully, it is nothing much. After witnessing this, Jae-jin quickly made a phone call, Secretary Young, I am calling because something just happened. Earlier, Song-guk. Jae-hyung was also shocked upon hearing the news. What? Song-guk spoke French. Secretary Young reported, yes, they say the boy's French is precise, just like a native. He was not angry. On the contrary, he said happily, Kim Myung he still has not given up the habit of gossiping in French. Jae-hyung laughed heartily, only to be caught red-handed by Song-guk right on the spot. He found the man's laughter a bit confusing and thought to himself, but she is his wife after all, is not laughing at her this much a bit excessive. Next, Jae-hyung asked Secretary Young, the boy reached that level of French just by self-studying, he quickly replied, he said he learned from TV lectures. It is hard to believe. He felt quite satisfied with the boy and muttered, English, French, and he is only 5 years old. Jae-hyung did not hold back his praise, a true genius. Additionally, Secretary Young reported to him, the IQ test results at kindergarten also showed 121. He also gave his own assessment, a bit low compared to his actual ability, but clearly still at a prodigy level. However, the chairman was still satisfied with Song-guk. Good, continue to monitor Song-guk and report back. On the other hand, Jae-hyung also cared about his own children. What about Tae-guk and Mi-jin studying abroad? How are the preparations going? Secretary Young reported in detail, we are still arranging private schools for the children. Good, see if you can arrange one more spot there. And then Jae-hyung ordered him, and prepare a passport for Song-guk. This completely surprised Secretary Young. Chairman, could you be planning to? He replied honestly, it is not time yet. For now, it is just a sponsorship. But Jae-hyung still affirmed, but if we are going to raise him, we must do it the right way. Scene changes to Song-guk's school. The director was doing her usual job of greeting the children. Seeing a car arrive, she bowed, welcome. The person who stepped out was her, so she said, Madam Kim Myung-hee. She took off her glasses and replied, it has been a while, director. The director happily greeted her back, it is an honor to have you visit. Please come in. A few seconds later, she asked Myung-hee, you said you wanted to see Class A today, right? She replied in a low voice, I want to know if Mi-jin is receiving a proper education. She also mentioned Song-guk, and there was a new student who enrolled recently, right? The director understood her meaning and replied, you mean John Song-guk. Myung-hee said seriously, I need to see if he is truly worthy of being near my daughter. The director complied, of course. Before entering the class, she explained a bit to her, coincidentally, today is a special career experience day. We have invited the famous pianist Jo Sung-won to give a special lesson. The director could not stop praising her, Miss Mi-jin has outstanding talent in music. I am sure you will enjoy this lesson very much. Through the glass door, Myung-hee whispered, it seems the pianist has already started performing. But then she had to show a horrified face at the scene before her. Even the director screamed, oh my god. With such elegant attire, both of them could not believe it was Song-guk and shouted, Song-guk. Her face turned red with admiration for him as she said, this is amazing. Seeing a 5-year-old boy play the piano so skillfully, Myung-hee screamed in her heart, Song-guk. While she was tense, the director was silently praising him. Could it be the boy has artistic talent too? A second later, Myung-hee frowned and said to her, is there anything he can't do? He has already caught Jae-hyung's eye. After a while, she thought to herself, I knew this would happen. My husband, John Jae-hyung, was once disappointed in Tae-guk. Myung-hee was silently comparing him to her son. His intellect is just average with no outstanding talent. Too deficient to inherit Samjin. Inside, she had to admit her son was incompetent. Tae-guk can't do anything right. Before long, both Chairman John Ju-shin and John Jae-hyung will turn their backs on him. When Myung-hee held her young child in her arms, she once thought, but I told myself it is okay. In her head, she always affirmed one thing, in any case, the only son registered in John Jae-hyung's household is still Tae-guk. The sole heir to the chairman of Samjin is not that already decided. Myung-hee was still confident that in the end, her son would have everything, thinking in the end, my son will be the heir to Samjin. However, the moment Song-guk appeared, her thoughts changed, but then that future I was so sure of completely collapsed. Seeing him admired by everyone, Myung-hee immediately blamed him, it is all because of that child, John Song-guk. Inside the class, Mi-jin started praising him, Song-guk, your performance was amazing. Ju-sung showed his jealousy openly, humph, it was just okay. Sung-won leaned down and asked him, Song-guk, have you really never learned piano before? In his heart, Song-guk answered, in my past life yes, but not in this one. Then Song-guk replied, never sir. He was incredibly surprised by the answer, unbelievable. Truly. Right then, someone called him, pianist Jo Sung-won. The one calling Sung-won was the director, could we speak outside for a moment? He followed her order and asked, director, why come out so suddenly? The director pointed toward Myung-hee and introduced, first, let me introduce you. She said loudly to him, this is Madam Kim Myung-hee, the lady of Samjin. He bowed to her, I am pianist Jo Sung-won. Sung-won did not forget to thank Myung-hee for the past. At the previous concert, Samjin sponsored me. I am very grateful. Before he could finish, she interrupted. So what do you think of the boy, Song-guk? Myung-hee pretended to praise him in front of Sung-won. His performance was shocking. He replied happily, yes, it was truly astonishing. Sung-won casually praised Song-guk. I heard the boy has not even had formal piano lessons. He also praised himself by saying, to be honest, the boy reminds me of myself when I was a child. And Sung-won's next words shocked Myung-hee, at the very least, the boy is a talented child. No, he is a prodigy. Oh my, the director wondered to herself, unable to believe what she heard, is he that good? A second later, she asked about her, I see. And what about Mi-jin? Sung-won replied with a surprised voice, you mean Miss John Mi-jin? His honest answer made both of their faces darken, I think it would be fine for her to continue learning piano as a cultural hobby. Sung-won answered truthfully, meaning, just at the level of a hobby. Thus he felt confused as she became so tense her face twisted, saying please do not be too harsh. Myung he was completely desperate that both her children were just average people, so she bit her nails and thought, whether it is a son or a daughter, no one can compare to John Song-guk. Suddenly, Myung he thought it through and muttered to herself, but this might work in my favor. While the director let Sung-won know the truth that after all, John Mi-jin was her daughter, causing him to turn pale with fear she was thinking, John Jae-hyung is a conservative man. He believes that someone artistic and emotional can never become a strong businessman. With that thought, Myung he believed he would not like Song-guk and thought, so, even if he favors a child, as soon as that child shows excellence in art, he will eliminate them immediately, deeming them unfit to be a successor. Confident in her judgment, she replied happily, of course, artistic talent is also important. Myung he even had the kindness to say, shouldn't we work together to nurture a child's talent? By the way, I would like to propose something to you both. Scene changes. As soon as he got home, Song-guk sighed and said, I am home. So-young quickly came to greet her son. Song-guk, did you have fun at kindergarten? And when she saw the toy piano case, she gasped, oh my god, what is this? He told his mother honestly, I am not sure myself. They said the kindergarten will teach me piano formally, and pianist Jo Sung-won even offered to give me private lessons every week. So-young could not believe her ears and replied hesitantly, Jo Sung-won. Song-guk repeated once more, Korea's representative, Jo Sung-won. The famous person on TV. She was so tense her face darkened, and she muttered to herself, a kindergarten for the elite indeed. The scale of education is unbelievable. Meanwhile, Song-guk thought, I am already used to people praising this body's talent. Song-guk recalled the school incident and grumbled to himself, but this time, is not it a bit unusual? He remembered the director's words, let us all work together to make Song-guk a pianist. Sung-won gave him a book and smiled brightly, let us turn you into a pianist, Cherny for children. This made him suspicious. They even said, Song-guk must become a pianist, leaving him stunned and muttering to himself, a pianist. Suddenly, he remembered his past life when he played the piano and was praised by his grandfather, perfect. He told himself, in my past life, I played piano quite well, even received many offers to become a pianist, but in the end, I only saw it as a hobby. Back to the present, being too tired, Song-guk lay down on the floor and whispered to himself, I still have to manage a business empire. Thinking that, he happily shared with So-young, anyway, since it is free, I will learn what I can. But in this life, I do not intend to become a pianist. In his heart, Song-guk suddenly thought of his previous dream, because I have another great dream to fulfill. Just like that, he slowly drifted into a beautiful dream and whispered, I am so excellent that people won't leave my future path alone. Being a genius is not easy. Coincidentally, these words were heard by Min-guk, who asked him, brother, what is a career? Song-guk sat up, pushed Min-guk away, and said, John Min-guk, I am busy. Go play by yourself, making the boy cry out, brother. Song-guk felt a headache coming as Min-guk cried loudly, I want to play with you. And things only stopped when So-young spoke up, Song-guk, play with your brother for a bit. He has been waiting for you all day. Oh boy. Having no choice, he reluctantly followed his mother's words, fine, just for a little bit. Song-guk began to answer Min-guk's question. Well then Min-guk, a career means deciding what you will become later in life. He urged him, you should also start thinking about what you can do to be helpful later. Min-guk replied honestly, I want to be just like you. Song-guk replied with a surprised voice, just like me. The boy nodded and replied, yes, just like you. Min-guk explained innocently, making Song-guk reflect, I have seen you work very hard. If you can do it, I can do it too. Thanks to these words from Min-guk, he looked at him and thought to himself, looking at him now. Song-guk could not help but praise him silently, the kid is handsome too, even cuter than me. Immediately after, Min-guk looked confused as he left and said, wait a second. Song-guk went to find something and whispered to himself, where did the commercial script manager Kim gave me go? As soon as he saw Samjin and just on the commercial script, he said joyfully, here it is. Song-guk brought it out and called to his brother, Min-guk. While the boy wore a confused expression, Song-guk made a proposal, let us play a game of reading the script. In the next scene, early in the morning, So-young arrived home and said, Mom's home. She opened the door to the room and checked on her son, Song-guk, did you have fun at kindergarten today? Seeing the two of them getting along so well, So-young covered her mouth in admiration, oh my goodness. At the same time, Min-guk said, brother, I finished all my homework. Song-guk rubbed the boy's head and praised him, good job. So-young praised him loudly, lately, you have been taking such good care of your brother, Song-guk. He sighed and replied reluctantly, I think this little guy is worth raising properly. This made her feel confused. Raising, meanwhile, he suddenly thought of something and muttered to himself, "Wait a minute, Mom. Raising." Song-guk was rubbing Min-guk's head and thinking to himself, with just a little more training, I will make a lot of real money off this kid. With that in mind, he got to work. Let us practice facial expressions today. The boy obediently replied, yes. A second later, hearing a knock at the door, So-young rushed to open it and exclaimed, "Oh, you are here." The visitor was Secretary Young, and he greeted her happily, "My apologies." Song-guk saw him and wondered in his heart, Secretary Young. He looked at So-young and asked, "Am I too early?" She replied politely, "It is fine, I just need to change the kid's clothes." So-young turned to look at him and said happily, "Song-guk, today the whole family will have dinner at Dad's restaurant with Secretary Young." In the next scene, Secretary Young quickly drove them to dinner as planned. In the car, Min-guk was excited as he looked at everything outside. Mom, zoom zoom, so fast," she quickly reminded him, "Hey Min-guk, sit still." Song-guk, sitting in the passenger seat, felt annoyed by Min-guk's behavior and thought to himself, that kid. Suddenly, he remembered something and his eyes lit up. Song-guk heard a familiar piece of music, Chopin's Raindrop Prelude. Secretary Young was very surprised that Song-guk recognized the piece. "You recognize this? That is impressive." He asked curiously, "Do you like classical music, uncle?" Secretary Young answered honestly, "It is not me. I heard Song-guk likes the piano, so I decided to play it." He happily turned and asked for Song-guk's thoughts. "Well, how is it?" Secretary Young asked him directly, catching Song-guk off guard, "Are the rumors true? Do you plan to become a pianist?" He did not answer but stared at the man, thinking, what is this? Why is Secretary Young so interested? Suddenly there is a piano class. Song-guk thought he had an ulterior motive and mused, so there was a purpose after all. He sighed and replied, "No. For some reason, the teachers keep telling me I have to follow the piano path, but..." Song-guk intentionally told Secretary Young, "I am going to be a businessman." He was completely shocked and stammered, "Really?" Secretary Young casually remarked, "Then he will be much more relieved." As soon as they arrived at the restaurant, he introduced them, a signature dish of Jongmyo Uncle One's Boss Sam. Secretary Young intentionally pointed to a dish and said, "This is a large-sized Boss Sam I specially ordered." This made the whole family very excited as they looked at the food on the table. Song-guk began to enjoy the food and whispered to himself, "Dipped in this rich garlic sauce." He ate a second piece and thought, "Dad cooks much better than before." Secretary Young saw Song-guk eating with gusto and said happily, "This is delicious." Ji-sung, standing nearby, smiled and replied, "I am just glad it suits everyone's taste." He did not forget to thank the man. "Thank you for arranging such a quick meal." Ji-sung smiled brightly and replied, "Secretary Young, my house is always open to you." Then she asked Secretary Young directly, causing him to fall silent, "But I am still curious, you said you had something important to discuss." It took a moment for Secretary Young to speak up. "It is about Song-guk." Hearing his name mentioned, the boy felt confused and wondered, "Hummy." A second later he smiled and said, "I want to propose that the boy goes to study abroad in the U.S." Those words made everyone present feel both confused and shocked. With a face of disbelief, Ji-sung asked him, "The U.S.?" Secretary Young explained, "The chairman's children are about to go there to study." He thought it would be very good if Song-guk went with them. He also acknowledged Song-guk's talent. "A talent like yours deserves a bigger stage, does not it?" So Young was a bit surprised and stammered well. Ji-sung was a bit worried for his son, so he asked Secretary Young, "How long will the study abroad period last?" He bowed his head and answered honestly, 1 year in a gifted education program. Then into a private school in the U.S. After the words, "So at least 2 to 3 years, Secretary Young," the couple were stunned on the spot and screamed in their hearts, 2 or 3 years. A few minutes later, he shouted in response, "But Song-guk is only 5 years old. That is too long." Min-guk did not want to be away from his brother and screamed, "Brother, where are you going?" Secretary Young, a bit confused, stammered a justification, Just going to a good school for a while." However, the boy screamed, "I do not want that." Min-guk cried like a river, repeatedly saying, I do not want to, wah, brother has to stay with Min-guk." So Young quickly tried to comfort him, Min-guk. But Min-guk would not listen and replied, "No, brother can't go." He only quieted down when Song-guk spoke up, "John Min-guk, shhh." Then he took on a serious look and replied, "I." Song-guk answered decisively, "I am not going." Secretary Young looked worried and said, "Song-guk." He did not listen, but sighed and thought to himself, "Another mess for me." Song-guk remembered his past life and muttered in his heart, "Studying abroad. I did plenty of that in my last life. from San Francisco to New York. Knowing Jae-hyung's intentions, he mused, if I take more support now, I will be forever overshadowed by Samjin's influence. Song-guk emphasized one thing in his mind. More importantly, thinking of this, he shouted, I still have too much to do in Korea. Secretary Yong did not understand what he meant and asked in Korea. Song-guk did not answer, but his heart already had the answer, for example, kindergarten. Song-guk wore a contemplative look and thought, no one knows this, but there are only 2 years left until the IMF crisis. Next, he thought, by December 1997, I must be fully prepared. First, I will have Min-guk debut as a child actor to make some money. Grow up fast and healthy, and become my cash cow. In his heart, Song-guk set up a plan, then, use Dad and SKJ to accumulate more wealth through stocks and real estate. To protect everyone from the IMF crisis, I have to dive into work. After thinking about this, he answered frankly, I have too much to do, and I want to stay with my mom and dad, so I am not going anywhere. These words touched Ji-sung so much that he cried and called his name, Song-guk. Secretary Yong tried his best to persuade him, but Song-guk, this really is a wonderful opportunity. Before he could finish, she interrupted, thank you, Secretary Yong. So-young spoke with sincerity, I understand how great this opportunity is. She used a mother's perspective to explain to Secretary Yong, but sending such a young child away for many years is truly too difficult. At the same time, Min-guk bothered Song-guk, making him annoyed, while the boy kept crying and saying, brother, you said you are not going, right? Secretary Yong, knowing he could not persuade them further, replied sadly, I understand. But he still wanted the family to think about it more, saying, it is not necessary to go right away. Please think it over carefully. Song-guk, who was entertaining Min-guk, accidentally heard this and muttered in his heart, I already said I am not going. He did not forget to remind them, if you change your minds later, please just contact me. The scene changed as the whole family returned home after the meal. It was now February 1996. Song-guk thought the timing had come and let out a few sighs. Currently, he was at the 17th MBC Open Child Actor Audition, and Song-guk whispered into Min-guk's ear, let us go. The boy naturally followed his lead and replied, yes. Once again, he looked at the calendar and thought, the last year-end holiday season was truly too busy. Song-guk thought about his time in class and muttered, there was kindergarten, and at that same time, the director came to find me saying, Song-guk, let us turn you into a pianist, while Mi-jin held a racket and shouted, Song-guk, you are mine. In a scene at home, he mused to himself, Dad was busy making money from stocks and real estate. Song-guk even saw Ji-sung whispering to Mi-young, I heard it is looking good right now, and she replied thoughtfully, oh my, you are right. In his heart, he did not forget to mention Min-guk, it is about raising John Min-guk. Song-guk always observed him silently and thought, perhaps thanks to meeting great teachers. Right, that is the face, the boy is growing faster than I thought. The story did not stop there. He remembered Min-guk's birthday, New Year's Day. Right at the birthday party, the boy dropped a bomb. Song-guk did not forget Min-guk's wish. I, John Min-guk, want to become a cool actor like my big brother. This wish startled So-young, what was that? Returning to the present, Song-guk reflected, many things happened after that, but in the end, the scene changed. As Min-guk held the invitation to the MBC Child Actor selection in his hand, Song-guk determined in his heart, today, the day of John Min-guk's first audition has arrived. When it was almost his turn, he asked him, are you ready? Min-guk shouted confidently, I am, Min-guk has prepared everything. After saying that, he pulled him along and said, let us go. So-young looked at the children and wondered, these kids, why are they so fired up? A second later, she worried for her son and mused sadly, even so, I can't help but be anxious. Being a child actor brings many precious things. So-young remembered a news headline and whispered, but it is never easy. Will Min-guk be able to handle it? Hearing this, Mi-young comforted her, it will be fine. She reassured her, it is just an audition. Besides, the organizer is an acquaintance. Mi-young, afraid So-young was overthinking, said, I am sure nothing bad will happen. Thomas ran over joyfully when he saw him, Song-guk. Song-guk was equally excited as he ran toward the man and called out, Uncle. The two of them hugged backstage at the MBC Child Actor selection. He hugged Thomas and thought, it has been a long time. So-young stepped forward and scolded Song-guk, hey, Song-guk, that is rude. The little girl following Min-guk reminded him, you should call him director. Thomas laughed and replied, it is fine. It has been a long time since I heard that, it sounds good. So-young cared about the teacher and asked, is there anything new with you? I heard you are organizing such a big event. I was quite surprised. Thomas laughed loudly and said honestly, it is all thanks to Song-guk. He told the whole story to So Young. The movie Just Baby had caught the eye of the MBC higher-ups. At the 5th MBC Child Actor Selection, he was put in charge of this audition. Thomas turned to look at Song-guk with affection and said, when I heard Song-guk was coming, I almost canceled the competition to start planning for Just Baby 2. He also asked So Young directly, but the star today is not Song-guk, right? He pulled Min-guk forward and replied, that is right, today's star is this child. Song-guk quickly introduced his name, John Min-guk. The boy smiled brightly and introduced himself, I am John Min-guk. Thomas looked at Min-guk and thought as he replied, the boy has grown so fast. His eyes are bright and sharp. Min-guk answered very confidently, that is right, Min-guk's eyes are very bright. The man rubbed his head and said, I have a feeling you will do well, but... Thomas made a request to Min-guk, all right, let me see what you can do. The boy replied excitedly, Min-guk is very confident. He began to guide Min-guk, over here, this is the stage. Song-guk stood nearby, looking satisfied and thinking good. You are doing great, John Min-guk. While he was cheering for him in his heart, he accidentally saw something that surprised him. Great, you have to win over the judges from the start like that. Song-guk saw a figure that looked very familiar and whispered to himself, wait, that person. In his head he thought about her and mused, I have met her somewhere. Wait. She had once fought in front of Song-guk, so he was hesitant, wait a minute. Very quickly, Song-guk found the answer and muttered, the snobbish lady from Deokpung paper, and there is her son, Jae-hee. A moment later, she also saw him and looked surprised. She turned around and walked towards Song-guk, making him feel confused as he thought, what, why is she coming this way? She took the initiative to greet So Young, excuse me. She replied in surprise, yes. Seeing the other person was not very friendly, So Young asked hesitantly, you are. Before the other person could do anything, she warned, if you want to pull a stunt like last time, I won't let it slide. And then the woman said softly, I am sorry. She suddenly bowed to So Young and lowered her voice, I was too rude back then. That was not how a mother should behave. She seemed very sincere, making the mother and son both feel surprised and incredulous. I truly want to apologize to you both. Seeing her bow, So Young's hands trembled as she stammered, Before she could finish, the other person cut in, I have thought about it a lot. That won't happen again. As soon as she finished, she turned to leave and said, if you will excuse me. So Young and her mother stood frozen, not knowing what was happening. A few seconds later, Song-guk thought to himself, what on earth is this? Just like that, he had a negative thought. They say if someone changes overnight, it means their end is near. While Song-guk was thinking, don't tell me she is about to. Someone outside called out loudly, Song-guk, sister. Seeing her, So Young quickly greeted the assistant director, who then asked, are you two doing well? She said to the mother and son, the director asked me to show you to your seats. Please come this way. However, Song-guk pointed toward the person who had just left and said hurriedly, but more importantly, assistant director, look over there. She looked in the direction he was pointing, and Song-guk spoke up, that person. Then he saw her scolding Jae-hee and said, the lady from Deokpung paper and her son. Her face darkened as she replied awkwardly, now that I think about it, there was an unpleasant incident. However, she did not care about their business as she said, if you are uncomfortable, I can arrange for you not to run into each other. Song-guk tried to explain, no, it is not that. She is like a different person. She even apologized to us. Thinking a child's words were not reliable, So Young stepped forward and said, and she looks so pale. Could something have happened? The assistant director admitted, there is something. At this point, she spoke honestly, I have only heard rumors but... While she whispered in So Young's ear, a look of worry appeared on Song-guk's face. After realizing something, he shouted, wait, could it be? Just as he was about to say something, Jae-hee walked over and called him, Song-guk. He turned back to look at the boy and screamed in his heart, Jae-hee. The boy suddenly cried and said, I am sorry but... Could you help me? Song-guk looked at the woman and thought, that arrogant lady. He compared her to before and thought to himself, she has completely become a different person. Song-guk looked at Jae-hee and whispered to himself, I thought there had to be some strange story behind this, but... At this point, the boy called him again, Song-guk. Jae-hee looked directly into his face and pleaded, please help me, my father has abandoned my mother and me. Seeing the boy crying like a river, Song-guk suddenly thought, so this is Jae-hee's tearful story. He thought about the boy's family background. Jae-hee's father, the the chairman of Deokpung Paper Group, was having an affair with a younger woman. Song-guk also knew everything about Jae-hee's father. He spent money and jewelry on his mistress, completely losing his mind. And he knew the outcome for the mother and son eventually being kicked out onto the street with nothing. At that time, Jae-hee's father had scolded them, "I am tired of putting up with an old, hot-tempered woman like you." At that time, she completely did not understand why she was being treated that way, and her wretched husband bluntly barked, "Get out of my house right now." Jae-hee was held back and kept calling out, "Mom, Mom." The boy kept pleading with her, "Don't leave me, Mom," and this story was told to Song-guk by Jae-hee himself. "That is why I followed Mom, because I missed her." The boy let everyone know their current situation. "Now, my mother and I are staying in a place called Agashawan." After hearing this, So Young said pensively, "What should we do?" The assistant director muttered sadly, "The rumors are true." Jae-hee remembered the past and cried as he spoke, "I want to become an actor to help my mother as she once dreamed, but it is not turning out as I thought." While the other person was asking for help, Song-guk wore a satisfied expression on his face. "Song-guk, please help me." He remembered her previous words, "You scoundrel, you low-class peasant," and mused with amusement, "To be honest, at first, I felt this was karma, so I did not care much." Thinking this, Song-guk reached a conclusion: there is no room for pity. However, a second later, he changed his attitude and screamed in his heart, but Song-guk's eyes were on Jae-hee, a pitiful child crying and pleading for help. He thought, it is not the child's fault. Immediately he shouted, "Assistant director." She jumped and replied yes. Song-guk quickly asked her, "What is this child's registration number?" She quickly checked and replied awkwardly, yes." After looking through the list, she confirmed, "Min-guk is coming up soon, so he will perform 2 spots after that. 21 is John Min-guk, 22 is Lee Woo-jun, 23 is Park Dong-hyun, and 24 is Kim Jae-hee." He said with satisfaction, "Good." Suddenly, Song-guk pulled Jae-hee along and ordered, "Let us go, Jae-hee," making her call out in surprise, "Song-guk." Even she was surprised to see her son going with him and called, "Jae-hee." A moment later she called out loudly, "Jae-hee, where are you going?" The boy turned and replied, "Mom, just for a moment." Afraid Jae-hee would trip, Song-guk reminded him, "Look ahead." With a serious face, Song-guk instructed the boy, "Now, you must look ahead. Don't look at your mother anymore. Only then can you be selected for the role." When they arrived, he pointed ahead and asked Jae-hee, "See that child?" Song-guk pointed toward Min-guk and said, "That is my younger brother, John Min-guk. Right now he is filming with Thomas. Min-guk, get ready for the camera test." The boy replied obediently, "Yes." He shared honestly with the boy, "I taught him those skills, look at him and imitate it." While Jae-hee stared toward Min-guk, Song-guk gave instructions loudly, the way his eyes follow the lens, and the way he moves. The boy watched without blinking while Song-guk kept talking, and those bright, adorable expressions too. As soon as they finished filming, Thomas said loudly, "Great job, Min-guk." The man praised him to encourage his spirit, "You are the best," and then Song-guk told Jae-hee, "See, just doing that is enough to get that kind of reaction." At this, the boy replied tremblingly, "But I." Seeing this, he comforted the other person, "Actually, I think your acting is not that bad." And Jae-hee's next words surprised Song-guk, "Well, I am afraid when facing the camera directly like that." The boy was stunned when he sighed and said, "Then, think of the lens as your mother's eyes." Song-guk gave his heartfelt instructions, "Act as if you are performing for your mother." Next, the man announced, "Next children, get ready. Park Dong-hyun and..." Hearing his name called, the boy stood frozen on the spot.
Kim Jae-hee.
After thinking it through, the boy shouted, "I will try my best." Seeing him move, Song-guk replied with amusement, "Good." It was Min-guk's turn to run over and show off his achievement to Song-guk. "Brother, did I do okay?" He rubbed his head and praised him, Yeah, you did great." Min-guk was smiling brightly at his brother's praise when he suddenly looked toward the stage and stood stunned. He saw Jae-hee on stage and felt surprised. Brother, who is that boy older than me? He looks so good." Those words made Song-guk smile and think, "So, I have paid off the debt from the last audition, kid." Very quickly, the winner of the 5th child actor competition was decided, and the man announced, "The winner of this audition is..." In front of many people, he said loudly, "John Min-guk." He announced one more position, and the supporting model position. He looked toward the boy and said, "Kim Jae-hee has been selected." She was so happy she cried and hugged her son, saying finally, while Jae-hee called out loudly, "Mom." Seeing the mother and son crying together, the woman was also happy for them. "Thank God, everything is finally okay." Song-guk did not forget to congratulate Min-guk. "Well done, Min-guk." Then he thought to himself, "Good, so I have paid off an old debt and also helped my brother, Min Guk, get a job. A moment later, Song Guk looked at the announcement board, winner's prize, commercial model for a major corporation, support for television projects. He whispered to himself, just as I am starting to enter the business arena. At this moment, Song Guk thought with total confidence, everything is going perfectly. Furthermore, his next words left Min Guk feeling confused, earn a lot of money, my little brother. Additionally, Song Guk defined his immediate goal in his heart. Now, the only thing left is to drop out of kindergarten as soon as possible. Right then, someone called them both. Song Guk, Min Guk. The person arriving was Secretary Yong. Congratulations, his presence made Song Guk wonder, Secretary Yong. Secretary Yong went over to speak with So Young. Just as I thought, Min Guk is truly full of talent. Seeing him, she was also surprised. Secretary Yong, what brings you here? Secretary Yong replied sincerely, I heard Min Guk was auditioning, but before we talk about that. He led Jae-gyu forward and introduced him to everyone. This gentleman has something to say to the boy. Min Guk wore a confused expression and asked the old man, who are you? Jae-gyu bowed and replied hello. And upon hearing the man finish his self-introduction, the boy could not help but be astonished. I am Director Kim Jae-gyu. Just hearing the name, Song Guk knew the man's background and thought, the director of the movie through others, and also famous for the TV drama Mozart Virus and many other works, right? In his heart, he could not help but be curious about the man's presence. Why is someone like him here? A moment later, Jae-gyu spoke up happily. I had the chance to watch today's audition thanks to another director. So, let us get to the point. The director sounded very certain as he made his offer. I want to invite Min Guk to play the young villain in my new movie. This was beyond Song Guk's expectations. So he shouted in his heart, what? Secretary Yong smiled and said to everyone, isn't this wonderful news? Please think it over. And also. He took out a plane ticket and said, I also have news for Song Guk. The boy held it and looked at it for a moment, then hesitantly asked, this is. In Song Guk's hand was a plane ticket from Gimpo Airport, Seoul, to Los Angeles, USA. Seeing it, he was completely shocked and stammered, it is. Jae-hyung reached out and flipped through a manuscript. Last love, huh? He scanned the contents. The female lead has just lost her husband, is raising a young child alone, and is struggling with life. She meets a reliable younger male lead and later develops feelings for him. He smiled slightly and praised, not bad at all. Song Guk sat with his arms crossed, watching Jae-hyung mutter, it is also a role that fits Min Guk very well. He closed his eyes slightly and thought, no, I mean, how does father know about that? Song Guk recalled to himself, last week, Min Guk was invited by a famous director to star in a film. After that, everything happened very fast, script reading, meeting with the main cast. Oh my god, he is so cute. Screen tests and acting lessons. He thought to himself, on top of that, they even signed a contract. MVC meeting room 1. After signing the contract, So Young happily congratulated him. Congratulations, Min Guk, on officially debuting as a child actor. Her voice was full of pride. I am so proud of both my children. Suddenly, a dry cough rang out. Ahem. If I may. So Young was surprised to see Secretary Yong outside the door. Oh, Secretary Yong, when did you arrive? He smiled and waved to them hello. He stepped inside and did not forget to congratulate Min Guk. Congratulations, Min Guk, on your recent achievement. However, we also have something to discuss with Song Guk. Secretary Yong explained, it is regarding the ticket we gave you last time. He bent down in front of Song Guk and smiled gently. The chairman wants to meet you in person as soon as possible. Hearing that, Song Guk had an indescribable feeling. Meet father alone, what a hassle. He immediately refused, it is just that my parents are busy, so it is hard to. Before he could finish, Secretary Yong cut him off. The chairman wants to speak with Song Guk directly. He bowed and said, the schedule can be adjusted to your liking. I will personally escort you. Seeing his attitude, Song Guk put his hands in his pockets. He looked at the plane ticket in his hand and thought, so I can't avoid it anymore. The plane ticket. Back in reality, he held it out to Jae-hyung. Here, I am returning it. He was surprised by Song Guk's action. The boy said, father, you called me here to send me to study abroad, did not you? That is why you gave me this ticket. His voice was decisive, I am not going to study abroad. I am very busy right now. Jae-hyung smiled slightly, I have heard. Immediately after, he let out a regretful sigh. People fight each other just to fly on a plane once. Why do you hate studying abroad so much? Song Guk clenched his fists angrily and thought, because in my past life, I experienced more than enough to be sick of it, father. He lowered his eyes slightly. Thank you anyway, father, but I must refuse. Jae-hyung asked softly, what if it is not for studying abroad? He then ordered Secretary Yong. Secretary Yong walked over with a contract and held it in front of the boy. Show him. Song-guk was extremely shocked as he looked at it. This is. He exclaimed in astonishment, Samjin Kindergarten Field Trip, Samjin Kindergarten Overseas Exploration Program. Jae-hyung smiled slightly and explained, Samjin School organizes many field trips a year. The Overseas Exploration Program is one of them. He continued, this year, support has been increased, and it has been decided to go to the US for 3 weeks. Hearing this, Song-guk's face darkened. This. Father is really trying to push this to the end, is not he? The man tapped his finger on the table. Work, domestic affairs, reasons like that mean nothing to me. Jae-hyung's voice turned cold. So you must go. Studying abroad can be postponed. He continued, but you cannot be absent from the school program. Song-guk frowned and asked, forgive me, but why does everyone keep trying to send me abroad? At this question, Jae-hyung looked away and replied, who knows? His voice became somber. My wife asked me that same question. Song-guk was shocked. My mother. He recalled back then, Jae-hyung had lowered his voice, though he still felt a bit suspicious. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Myung-hee's angry voice. Lie, tell the child the truth. She questioned him angrily. John Song-guk, the child is your biological son, is not he? Before Jae-hyung could answer, she continued, are you planning to push Tae-guk aside and hand all of Samjin over to that kid? Back in the present, he sighed softly and replied, the reason I want to send you abroad is simply that I want to see how far you can grow. He continued, I want to see what happens when you are thrown into a big pond like America. Song-guk was stunned by his explanation. And regardless of what you are planning, observing the US economy and society now will be very useful. Now in his eyes, he saw Jae-hyung sitting at the chairman's desk. Yes, father is right. If I want to seriously prepare for the IMF crisis, I have to understand the US trends starting now. After 1997, when the IMF crisis erupted, it was the US that led the market opening and economic reforms in Korea. The US Undersecretary of the Treasury was sent to Korea. And they also participated in the approval process for the bailout package. Under US direction, the economy was opened up, and foreign investors poured in, buying Korean stocks and companies at rock-bottom prices. In that process, many companies went bankrupt, causing a massive wave of unemployment. Song-guk lowered his face, his hands clenching slightly. And as a result, he thought to himself, I plan to focus on collecting as much capital as possible. Accumulate as many liquid assets as possible at the very least. I must protect the businesses around me. Don't come near me. Song-guk rubbed his chin and thought, but what if I go to the US? What if I can seize a new opportunity there? He told himself, instead of just struggling to survive the IMF domestically, finding the answer in the US might be more effective. Thinking this, he agreed with Jae-hyung. Fine, I will go. Jae-hyung asked in surprise, suddenly you are quite enthusiastic, are not you? He then chuckled and praised him. Good. I expect you to bring back many things from America. A month later, at the domestic airport, Ji-sung saw him off with tears in his eyes. Song-guk, remember to stay healthy during the field trip. Min-guk in his arms, would not stop wailing. No, Hyung was supposed to go with me. Ji-eun led the group of children toward the plane and said with a smile, all right, Class A, it is time to board. She looked at the children who were eagerly boarding and reminded them, everyone, remember to check the seat number on your tickets. Let us board in order. Song-guk held his ticket in his hand. Let us see, where is my seat? Suddenly, Ji-eun called him back. Song-guk. She smiled gently, you have a separate seat. The flight attendant will lead you there. Ju-sung, sitting in his seat, spoke up in dissatisfaction. What, why is that kid going somewhere else? The boy's shout rang out, hey, where are you going? Song-guk sat in the seat and could not help but be surprised. What, this is first class. He looked around in astonishment. Why am I here all alone? Suddenly, Jae-hyung's voice rang out, so you have arrived. He turned his head in shock toward the source of the voice. Beside him, Jae-hyung was looking at him with a gentle smile. The moment he saw him, Song-guk realized, so that is why only I get a first-class seat. He could not hide his surprise. Father. Seeing him still standing there in a daze, the man reminded him, what are you standing there for? Sit down. Song-guk sat down and asked in surprise, Father. I mean, Chairman, why are you here? He replied nonchalantly, why else, I am going on a business trip to the US. He continued, what a coincidence that we are on the same flight. A split second later, Song-guk's angry shout rang out, don't joke like that, the flight was about to take off. The plane took off, heading straight for the faraway United States. Inside the plane, Song-guk sat with his arms crossed, staring intently at Jae-hyung. Immediately after, he thought despondently, do I have to sit next to him for more than 10 hours? Just imagining it makes me nauseous. He made a suggestion, I want to go back to my original seat. Jae-hyung heard this, looked over, and sighed softly, really that is too bad. His voice was full of regret, I planned to show you something interesting since we rarely meet. Hearing that, Song-guk's eyes sparkled like stars, something interesting. Along with his sparkling gaze, Jae-hyung slowly took something out of his briefcase. I brought this to give to Tae-guk, but... He held the book out to Song-guk. Here, U.S. Economy and Society for Children. He used his other hand to rub his forehead and asked, what do you think, do you want to read it? Song-guk covered his face and said nothing. The next second, he exploded, read. He slumped down and thought, even if father gave me money, I would still complain, let alone a picture book for kids. He sighed softly, I am leaving. Suddenly, Song-guk's eyes caught something. Wait a minute. He looked at the pile of magazines next to Jae-hyung. Is that? His hand trembled as he pointed at them. That thing. The man picked up the stack of magazines and asked this. He said, this is Make-young's International Business and Innovation magazine. Song-guk's heart was incredibly stirred. That is it, that is the one. He pointed urgently at the magazine. I will stay if you let me see that. Jae-hyung asked in surprise, this one. He looked at the magazine in his hand and reminded him, even if you are a genius, this is still a professional magazine for businessmen. Song-guk said loudly, I just want to see the pictures inside. He then tossed the stack of magazines to him. Well, there is no reason to stop you. Here. He grabbed the magazines and took a deep breath through his nose. This is the smell of freshly printed paper. Song-guk recalled himself from his past life the top economic magazines in Korea that he loved reading so much. They provided all the economic trends and information. He missed them so much. His parents let him read the news, even his mother's accounting records, but... Please, Mom, no, they never let him subscribe to economic magazines. They said he should live more like a child. So Young had bent down and smiled gently, suggesting, you have read too many difficult books. Go outside and play, sweetie. Want to go on a picnic with Mommy? He thought to himself, I understand what they wanted. Back in reality, Song-guk smiled happily while reading the magazine. But this feeling. This is it. Jae-hyung saw his expression and broke into a smile. A child who refuses a children's book but chooses an economic magazine. He softly called his name, Song-guk. Song-guk did not look away from the magazine as he replied, yes. Jae-hyung said, you can keep those magazines. But take a look at this for a second. The boy made a military salute and replied, yes, I will look right now. He looked in shock at the folder handed to him. Song-guk was astonished to see the contents, the schedule. Jae-hyung said calmly, this is my business trip schedule for the U.S. The boy's face darkened as he looked at him and shouted, what? The man said, as you can see, many important events overlap. 3:00 p.m., Large Enterprise Expo and Startup Expo happening at 2 different locations at the same time. He then asked, do you know what a Large Enterprise Expo and a Startup Expo are? Song-guk looked at the schedule and replied, I know. Receiving his answer, Jae-hyung laughed in praise, impressive. He smiled and asked, then, I have a question for you. If you had to choose one of the 2 events, which one would you choose? Song-guk looked at him in surprise. That is. Jae-hyung did not forget to remind him, think carefully before you answer me. His hand gripping the schedule tightened slightly. This man. He scratched his ear and thought, why would you ask an itinerary question like a group CEO to a normal 6-year-old? I may have acted like a genius many times, but this is still too absurd. Suddenly, Song-guk's eyes turned sharp and cold. But then again, in my past life, father was exactly the same. He recalled, in front of father, age was truly just a number. If someone had value, he would take them along even if they were a child. But if they did not produce results, even if they were a director in the group, he would coldly ignore them. Father was always throwing questions and tests at me. I actually liked a father like that. Someone who recognized my ability regardless of age. At this moment, Jae-hyung smiled and said, feel free to speak. I just want to know what you think. He added gently, it is okay to be wrong. Jae-hyung smiled and watched him closely. Well, how will you answer? He thought to himself, I know I have asked a lot for a 6-year-old, but you are not just an ordinary 6-year-old, are you? Will you surprise me? He looked toward Song-guk. Or will you be mediocre and disappoint me? The boy looked at the schedule and gave his answer, we should go to the Startup Expo. Jae-hyung asked in surprise, choosing the smaller event, that is rare. Can you tell me why? Song-guk turned to explain, at the large Enterprise Expo. His voice became clear and resonant, there is no place for Samjin. Hearing that, the man frowned in astonishment, what? He looked at Jae-hyung, father, right now, America is in the golden age of tech companies. Giant corporations like Microsoft and Intel are leading the market. You are probably planning to contact them to pave the way for Samjin's entry into the US. He thought to himself, that is not a wrong decision, however. His eyes were full of determination as he explained, there is no room for Samjin in a saturated market. The big companies will never give up their market share to us. Song-guk continued to explain, what Samjin should do is find startups that the giants have not noticed yet, invest in them, and reap the profits. After finishing, he recalled his past life. In the past, both father and I did not know that a massive wave of startups was about to sweep across America. He thought to himself, and even greater corporations will appear worldwide, Google, Amazon, Yahoo. Because we only looked at existing large companies, that regrettable decision back then blew the chance for Samjin to expand globally. Then later, the IMF crisis hit. So, Song-guk leaned in closer to him and said seriously, Father, go to the Startup Expo. He said with total confidence, you can find Samjin's future there. Jae-hyung smiled with great satisfaction, this kid. He is even further beyond what I imagined. He then proposed, do you want to come along? Seeing the boy's surprised face, he continued, I mean to the Startup Expo. I can take you with me. Song-guk replied excitedly, really, I would love to go. He was overjoyed in his heart. Fantastic. He thought, if I can go there, I might even meet that person. While he was celebrating, a shout rang out, what? He looked in horror at the person standing not far away. Tae-guk stood there, his whole body trembling as he questioned, why does he get to go with father? Song-guk was shocked to see him.
Yeon Tae-guk.
At this moment, he was shaking all over. Why, even me, father's own biological son. Tae-guk pointed angrily at the boy's face and questioned, why does a beggar get to sit next to father, John Tae-guk? His face could not hide his shock. John Tae-guk, he is here too. Immediately after, Song-guk glanced at Jae-hyung. No, more importantly, this man. On the plane, Tae-guk was furious in his heart. Father, you pushed me aside and let him sit next to you. He walked closer and asked angrily, Father, say something, why is he sitting next to you? Jae-hyung sighed softly, what is this, you are being too noisy. He ordered coldly, if you have finished your homework, then hand it over. Tae-guk respectfully handed him the assignment, yes, here it is. Jae-hyung took the assignment and observed it thoughtfully. Song-guk glanced at Tae-guk, who was trembling on the side. He stroked his chest and thought to himself, the atmosphere is as tense as a guitar string. He turned pale and thought, why am I stuck between these two? I want to run away. Suddenly, Jae-hyung called him, Kim Song-guk. Song-guk jumped and replied, yes. He pushed the folder toward the boy. You look at it too. He could not help but exclaim, participating in the U.S. Venture Business Expo, list of companies participating in the U.S. Venture Business Expo, list of small businesses. Jae-hyung nodded and replied, that is right. I told Tae-guk to pick out the bright companies for our Samjin. List of companies participating in the U.S. Venture Business Expo. Song-guk was incredibly shocked inside. What kind of man gives an assignment like this to a child? He proposed, you try it too. The boy glanced at Tae-guk and replied, I am not really sure. The man's voice turned cold, no. Jae-hyung smiled, but his voice was full of murderous intent. I said you choose. His cold eyes emphasized each word, properly. That is what I mean. Seeing his expression, Song-guk laughed coldly in his heart. This man. He sighed softly. The man really knew how to pressure people. A moment later, he cautiously handed the folder back to Jae-hyung. Here. And here. The chairman took the folder and read out the names Song-guk had chosen, Gyugul and Turkum. He praised him slightly, interesting choices. The boy thought, Gyugul is a tiny company right now that just set up in a garage, but it will become a world-dominating company later. As for Turkum, that person is there. Jae-hyung looked at the folder, his voice turning a few degrees colder. In any case, the companies Song-guk chose are all tech companies, while the companies Tae-guk chose are. His voice was cold, Lion Soda Company, Nixo Toy Company. Hearing this, Tae-guk clenched his fists and explained, because. He gathered all his courage and shouted, I chose things that I could understand. He stammered his explanation, I even asked Secretary Yong, but many things were too hard to understand. Song-guk heard his explanation and sighed softly. Fair enough. He rubbed his chin and thought, the tech industry is beyond his age's capability right now, is not it? But then again, there are those who understand it since they were much younger than that. Jae-hyung turned to ask him, do you know what startup means? Tae-guk turned pale, scratched his head, and replied, I have heard the explanation. He explained awkwardly, it is a newly founded company, or something like that. Before he could finish, Jae-hyung ordered coldly, go back to your seat. Tae-guk called out in surprise, father, but was met by Jae-hyung's cold voice, John Tae-guk. He ordered coldly, go back and study more. Tae-guk turned away sadly and replied, yes, I understand. Seeing the tears streaming from the corners of the boy's eyes, Song-guk stood up and watched him leave. Immediately after, he questioned angrily, hey, why do you treat a child like that? The man asked in surprise, a child, you're even younger than him. Song-guk continued, Tae-guk probably tried his best in his own way. You should not humiliate him like that. Jae-hyung replied coldly, effort, hard work, those words mean nothing to me. He continued, only real results are everything. He countered, that is not right, he thought to himself, in my past life, I thought like that too. Work, results, achievements, that was everything. That is why I was cold and distanced myself from Tae-guk. But that was a mistake. If only I had guided him more gently, if only I had supported him like a real brother. Song-guk recalled the image of Tae-guk happily showing off his grades to him. Brother. He lowered his face and said, family is not a company. He looked directly at Jae-hyung, it is not a relationship measured by performance. Jae-hyung was stunned by those words. Song-guk thought, I only realized that precious truth after meeting a real family. I hope father realizes it soon too. A few hours later, they arrived in the U.S. Ji-eun said happily, all right, children. She introduced excitedly, we have arrived in Los Angeles, USA. Passers-by looked at the children and could not help but praise, look at those kids, so cute. Ji-eun excitedly introduced the schedule, starting today, we will go to Disneyland for 3 days. Hearing this, Song-guk sighed softly, Disneyland, huh? His face could not hide his boredom. Gonna meet Mickey and Minnie soon. The Magic Kingdom. Mi-jin rushed toward him from a distance, Song-guk. Her face was full of excitement as she asked, aren't you guys so thrilled? She hugged Song-guk and proposed, I will go with you today and be your tour guide. I have been here many times. Song-guk immediately refused, sorry, John Mi-jin. He spoke loudly, I have somewhere else to be. Look, someone is waiting for me. Mi-jin asked in shock, father, and my brother is here too. She could not hide her astonishment, wait, when did father get here? She felt a bit angry in her heart, he did not even say a word to his own daughter. Song-guk turned and ran off, anyway, I will be going now. Mi-jin asked in shock, what, is there somewhere more fun than Disneyland? He laughed happily and replied, I am going to a place that is much more fun. She asked back, more fun than Disneyland? Song-guk laughed with delight, that is right. For me and for Korea, maybe I will see the hope of the future there. The U.S. Startup Expo. He was incredibly nervous. At the place he was about to visit, that person would definitely be there. Song-guk broke into a happy laugh. Los Angeles, USA, Startup Expo. Song-guk observed the people present at the exhibition. He could not hide his excitement and whispered, this is amazing. Song-guk looked at everything around him and kept admiring, this is the U.S. Startup Expo. The leading companies that will lead the world in the future are all gathered here. He could not contain his excitement and politely asked Jae-hyung, can I go explore freely? The man was not too surprised by this, it seems you are very excited. Jae-hyung gently agreed and sent someone with Song-guk, I will have a bodyguard follow and protect you. Feel free to explore. Hearing this, he did not hesitate and immediately went, shouting, thank you so much, father. Song-guk's childish face glowed with pure happiness. He ran everywhere and saw many interesting places, Google. Those scenes flashed before Song-guk's eyes, Yehu, Tolto's ventures. In his head, he already had a plan for the future, and next is. Song-guk's small body had found the person he needed, there he is. And that was Elon Musk. It was as if a bright aura radiated from him. Elon Musk. He stepped forward without hesitation toward Elon Musk's area. If I could go back in time and meet one person, who would I choose? Many names flashed through his mind thinking of that question. Song-guk was a bit out of breath, but his face still showed confidence. But as a businessman, I would say I want to meet you. He had long ago narrowed down the person he wanted to build a relationship with, Elon Musk. A stream of information about him appeared in Song-guk's head, a startup genius of the 21st century and a prodigy leading the industries of the future. And now he was standing right before his eyes. After a bit of thought, he finally spoke a greeting, Elon Musk, nice to meet you. Elon Musk was a bit surprised to see Song-guk calling him, a kid. He friendly sat down and asked about Song-guk's situation. What is an Asian kid doing at a business expo? Little one, are you lost? Elon Musk kindly offered to help him. Do you want me to help find your parents? Song-guk felt a bit frustrated because he could not explain clearly in Musk's eyes. He was just a 6-year-old child. However, he did not give up easily and shouted, no, I am here to talk about business and investment. Elon Musk confusedly repeated Song-guk's words, investment. He felt a bit awkward, unable to believe his ears. What are you saying, kid? Song-guk's bodyguard formally handed a business card to Elon Musk. Excuse me, but he was sent by our Samjin company. Could you spare a moment? He held the business card introducing the company, Sam. John. The person next to him whispered into Elon Musk's ear, I have heard of them. A leading company from a place called Korea, right? He carefully read the content and muttered Korea. Then Elon Musk tucked the card away and started to take an interest in the boy. I do not know where that is or what your company is, but you are interesting. So what do you want to talk about? Song-guk felt smug because everything was going smoothly. I knew he would be interested, he thought, since Elon himself was a prodigy who entered the adult world very early. He continued the conversation, opening a topic related to Elon Musk. I am extremely interested in the company you founded. The man gently asked back, you mean our T-com? Elon Musk raised an eyebrow, not fully trusting him. Well, it is probably a bit too complicated for a kid like you. Even adults do not fully get it. It is the world's first online bank, right? However, Song-guk did not mind and enthusiastically discussed. You saw the potential of the internet and provided peer-to-peer services without the need for a physical counter. His innocent voice went on and on. I think it is a truly brilliant idea. Hearing those words made Elon startled. What? Song-guk covered his mouth, his face unable to hide his astonishment. I mean, how is that possible? No way. Only then did Elon Musk pay more attention to him. Hey, Asian kid. Song-guk heard the nickname and argued grumpily. My name is Song-guk, Kim Song-guk. Please do not call me Asian kid anymore, okay? He looked at Song-guk and still found it hard to believe. You look like you are not even 10 yet you understand our company's direction perfectly. The boy stood satisfied, striking a pose, thinking, it is a small thing. For a split second, a devious light flashed in his eyes. Furthermore, at this very moment, I am filled with a sense of certainty. Song-guk had made his own decision. I must invest in him while the price is low. His small mouth shouted out the proposal. So Elon, let us start talking about the investment. Elon Musk did not refuse and looked for a place to talk. Let us talk over there. The assistant nearby asked for confirmation. Confused, Musk, what are you doing negotiating with a kid? He turned his head and explained seriously. He said he wants to invest in our company. At the same time, Elon Musk stated his own approach. Age does not matter. An investor must be treated with respect. Hearing that, Song-guk respected him even more. Age, that is a different way of thinking that regular businessmen do not have. He thought about Elon Musk's future and acknowledged his strength. That is what created the man of the future. Straight to Mars, baby. The two sat opposite each other. Elon Musk thoughtfully bought a drink for him. So, about the investment, right? Have some juice while we talk. Not missing the chance, Song-guk began his plan. I know a bit about your company's situation. I have a great idea and want to build a business around it. He clearly grasped the weaknesses in Elon Musk's project, but the problem is you lack capital, do not you? Besides that, Song-guk pointed out the worst-case scenario. If you can't raise funds like that, you will lose control again, just like with your previous company. Elon Musk stammered, breaking into a sweat, wondering how. How do you know that? The boy calmly took a sip of juice. Before founding T-com, Elon Musk had founded a company called Zip3. Relying on his past life, Song-guk easily obtained the information. Zip3 was a leading tech company that developed its own software, but you could not keep ownership because of a lack of capital. And he had seen Elon Musk's future. As a result, Elon had to give up the very company he had poured his heart and soul into building. That is why Song-guk wanted to partner with him. Someone like you does not want to repeat that mistake, right? He smiled and reached out to Elon Musk, affirming honestly, I will help you protect your company, Elon. His soft words convinced Elon Musk. T-Com will be bigger than Zip 3. I will invest, so do not give up. Lead it to the very end. He held his head, his body trembling. Is this a dream, or some kind of miracle? This genius kid is unbelievable. Song-guk asked him generously, tell me, how much capital do you need? He kept calling his name while Elon Musk held his head gloomily, Elon. Jae-hyung saw the scene and whispered, what is Song-guk doing? The bodyguard also replied softly, it seems he is talking to the CEO of T-Com, Elon Musk. Looking at the two, one large and one small, exchanging words was still hard to believe. They seemed very serious. He could not help but reflect as he watched. T-Com is one of the companies our Samjin has been eyeing. Their online banking idea is far ahead of its time. Jae-hyung could not believe Song-guk's ability that a child like Song-guk would pick exactly such a company. Most of all, seeing Elon Musk's attitude also left him stunned. Even the CEO did not treat him like a child. Jae-hyung felt this was not an ordinary conversation. Doesn't it look like a conversation between two equal businessmen? He closed his eyes, let out a helpless breath, and thought that boy seriously. Then Jae-hyung turned to ask the bodyguard about the other child. What is Tae-guk doing? He stammered awkwardly. Well, sir. The bodyguard turned his head and saw Tae-guk happily eating ice cream. Right now, he is eating ice cream, sir. He was eating the ice cream with a face that could not hide his happiness. Seeing that, Jae-hyung could only hold his forehead in disappointment. He has been grumbling all this time. He must have surrendered to the free ice cream. The guard saw this and lowered his voice to comfort him, Chairman. However, his mood changed quickly. He was not disappointed anymore. That said, maybe a child that age should be like that to be normal. But if he is the future successor of Samjin. In his heart, Jae-hyung already wanted him to have Song-guk's demeanor. Shouldn't he be more like that boy? Then he turned and ordered the bodyguard, gather everything Song-guk and CEO must discuss for me. Suddenly, Song-guk was in front of him, chirping Chairman. Jae-hyung also replied gently and attentively, Song-guk, are you finished? He quickly and politely asked Jae-hyung for help. I have found something I want to do. Please help me. The man knelt down and asked happily, what is it that you want to do? Without hesitation, Song-guk answered frankly, I want to invest in the US market. A while later, Jae-hyung held a pen to sign the contract. Alright then, from now on. He shook Elon Musk's hand, marking the cooperation between the two. We will have to rely on each other. Song-guk stood by his side, his face looking extremely bored. Oh boy. He looked at the contract that had just been signed with no more excitement. With all that fanfare, those two are truly full of passion, are not they? A long-term investment contract. Once again, Song-guk rested his chin and thought about what happened. What a strange turn of events. He had excitedly asked for Jae-hyung's help. I asked the chairman to help invest in Elon's company. I want to invest in a US company. Please help me. When making this choice, Song-guk had been very hesitant. To invest abroad, you have to open accounts and all that. It is no easy task, right? Taxes and everything else. In the end, due to legal issues, he chose Jae-hyung. That is why I asked the chairman to make it easier to be the bridge for my investment. But man proposes, God disposes. The chairman took the opportunity to partner with Elon Musk directly. And then suddenly he jumped in and invested with a heavy hand. Elon Musk chatted happily with Jae-hyung, making such a large investment decision so quickly. He turned to look at Song-guk very friendly. Could it be because of Song-guk's influence? Jae-hyung slowly bowed his head and admitted frankly, I can't deny it. Elon Musk, you have seen it yourself. He rubbed Song-guk's head, acknowledging his talent. This boy is not just a simple prodigy. Jae-hyung spoke with very reasonable logic. I have decided to trust Song-guk's judgment. I won't let you regret that decision. Song-guk, below them, could not help but affirm, that is right. He pointed at Elon Musk and said decisively, Elon, your company will definitely succeed. Then Song-guk looked toward Jae-hyung and spoke clearly, and the chairman will make a fortune thanks to me. He posed confidently, affirming his own ability, you just need to trust me. Elon Musk laughed loudly and pinched his cheek teasingly, so cute. The bodyguard nearby cautiously asked, Chairman, is this truly okay? Jae-hyung asked back seriously, what do you mean? He also frankly stated his thoughts. This investment I heard it was prepared to be leverage for negotiations with major US corporations. Jae-hyung calmly did not refute that observation. That is true. However, from his perspective, it was all very normal, but to the giants who have already succeeded in the US, our investment amount does not have much value in their eyes. From their viewpoint, this is just a small sum. That is why Jae-hyung had the courage to join the bet. So, let us place a bet. He looked at Song-guk without hiding his intent on a new future. On the other side, Elon Musk probed him. Do you plan to invest anywhere else? Song-guk acted as if he was carefully considering. Should I tell you or not? Jae-hyung already saw him as a future potential, into new possibilities. At an airport lounge, an announcement voice rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen." Song-guk was obediently settled in his seat. This flight will take off shortly. He rested his hand, looking far out the window. Passengers, please sit back and fasten your seatbelts. 3 weeks passed in a flash. Song-guk did not mind those his own age, while the other kids ran around amusement parks and sightseeing spots. He had accompanied Jae-hyung to choose very important locations. I stayed by the chairman's side from start to finish. Next, visiting the expo. Meanwhile, John Tae-guk had disappeared at some point, and no one knew where. Despite being so busy, Song-guk was very satisfied with the results. This has been a very meaningful and effective 3 weeks. Jae-hyung arrived and sat next to him at some point. You are already here, because he was lost in thought. Song-guk jumped when he noticed him, chairman. He wondered in his heart why Jae-hyung chose this spot, sitting next to me again. Song-guk looked at the newspaper in his hand and asked innocently, "Is that the Korean Economic Daily?" Jae-hyung laughed gently and explained, "We are heading back after 3 weeks. So I have to catch up on the news." 12:14. 11:14. Song-guk reached out his small hand to ask, "Can I have a copy too?" Jae-hyung happily agreed and gave him the paper. Sure. He excitedly sat reading the news, ignoring the flight attendant's announcement. "Dear passengers, we are about to take off." Just like that, the flight's wheels began to roll for takeoff. Then it took off straight into the sky, taking passengers to their destination. After some time, Song-guk returned home. This is Flight 112 departing for Gimpo International Airport, Korea. The estimated arrival time is. He focused on reading the news and accidentally discovered something. Song-guk looked at the content of the newspaper in shock. This is Korea's success story, a golden era built on the miracle of the Han River. This information made his mood heavy. Right, that is exactly how it is. Based on his memories, Song-guk realized the catastrophe about to strike. At this moment, no one expects that in just the next year, 1997, the IMF crisis will hit. Everyone is busy celebrating Korea's success. Everything happened suddenly, creating a turning point in history, completely unaware that disaster was imminent. Song-guk smoothed the newspaper, reassuring himself, "It is okay." He convinced himself before the impending disaster, "I have done everything possible to prepare, right, and I have also opened many doors in the US market." The more he thought, the heavier Song-guk's face became. Now what needs to be done is. The flight followed its route, and he would follow the available plan, acting according to the plan. The scene changed to an apartment building where a voice rang out, "Well then." Song-guk sat seriously, asserting without a trace of joking, "From now on, I will not go to kindergarten anymore." Song-guk's family of 3 were all shocked by his statement. What? Ji-song still could not believe it and gently advised his son, "Is it because you are still tired from a US trip, but dropping out of kindergarten?" He stretched out his arms and legs to explain, "Because I have work to do." Song-guk even used Jae-hyung to reassure his parents, "And I have already discussed it all with the chairman." Indeed, the chairman did not object and followed his wish, "Just do as you wish." So-young heard that but was still very hesitant, "If you have already discussed it with the chairman." Ji-song quickly spoke up wanting to help him, "What kind of mission is it? I will help you." Song-guk's cheeks flushed as he replied seriously, "The mission is." In an instant, the atmosphere changed, and he happily declared, "A family trip to Jeju Island. That is it." Additionally, Song-guk announced the time, "We will leave tomorrow." Hearing his son, Ji-song jumped in panic. Tomorrow. He bowed in alarm and asked Song-guk awkwardly, "Song-guk, why suddenly go to Jeju?" While holding Min-guk, he answered gently, "Dad, you were the one who said that." Song-guk eloquently stated his reasoning with solid evidence. "When you saved enough money, you wanted to give Mom the wedding she never had and take her on a honeymoon. He had arranged everything very thoroughly. Now we have saved enough, and I have asked the secretary to find a beautiful place to stay in Jeju." Hearing this, both parents were deeply moved. Song-guk. Then Song-guk pouted and mentioned it to his parents again, "So we must go right now. If not now, there won't be another chance." In his heart, he was very uneasy about the future. Why? That is why Song-guk had to use the time to minimize damage to his family. Because next year, everyone will be swept up in the crazy IMF crisis. Song-guk's to-do list. Tighten finances, manage John Min-guk, deal with IMF. So much to do. Not stopping there, he asked his parents to pack. Anyway, we leave tomorrow, so start packing. Ji-sung and So-young did not delay and went to their room. Wait for us a second. Song-guk rubbed his brother's head, looking very helpless. Right, this is the right thing to do, is not it? Before the disaster hits, I must fulfill my parents' dreams first. He whispered to himself. Being a filial son is not easy. Min-guk innocently repeated his brother's words, filial son. In Song-guk's heart, a sense of determination rose. So, let us create family memories since we have come this far. And after we return. In another place, hurried footsteps intertwined with a panicked voice. What? The secretary, his face pale, reported the turbulent news. Chairman, stock prices. Foreign investors are. Jae-hyung frowned but did not speak immediately. He whispered as if he had anticipated this. So it has begun. On the TV, a live press conference was showing. Due to a severe national crisis and economic hardship, we have no choice but to request financial support from the International Monetary Fund, the IMF. The politician on screen officially announced with a grim face, we must announce that the country is facing the risk of national bankruptcy. As president, I take responsibility for this economic disaster. Secretary Yong heard the news and his body involuntarily trembled. National bankruptcy. The female assistant nearby hurriedly picked up the phone. What? Wait. She reported the newly received information in a panic. Stock prices are in a free fall, dropping to levels from 10 years ago. Everyone around also began to fall into chaos. Over 50 companies have declared bankruptcy. Chairman, our Samjin company is. Everyone was calling out to Jae-hyung, causing him to feel a surge of pain. Chairman. Finally, Jae-hyung let out a long weary sigh of helplessness. On the other side, Song-guk also received the news of the political shift. It has begun. At this time on the TV, bad news was announced. To the entire nation, we can overcome this crisis and... This shocked Ji-sung, who said, what? It was like a bolt from the blue when he heard the news. You are telling me I have to move my shop out of the mall right now. Ji-sung was still trying to hold on. No boss, I know the country is in crisis. The two kids were still playing while he said in confusion, but suddenly selling the shopping center and kicking us out without mercy like that. Inside, Song-guk had just finished a drawing. All right, all done. Min-guk did not understand after hearing this. What is it, big brother? He did not explain but stood up and said happily, let us just decide it like that. Outside, Ji-sung was still slumped, saying with a headache, it can't be. If I leave the shop, where's our family supposed to go? So-young saw him like that and comforted him, honey, calm down. At this point, he was extremely unstable and said, suddenly they say the country is perishing, and we have to sell real estate urgently. She did not understand and asked back, what on earth are you talking about anyway? At that time, Song-guk stood there looking at his father and asked helplessly why. Before going out, he thought with some hesitation, it will be hard for everyone to understand. Because Song-guk understood, as soon as the IMF crisis broke out, all Korean assets would plummet in value, stocks, bonds, real estate, their value dropping sharply every day. Furthermore, businesses would go bankrupt one after another, over 1.3 million people would be unemployed, everyone would be desperate for survival, and real estate would be the first thing to be sold. Off in a fire sale. Having finished those thoughts, he quickly ran out. However, do not worry, Dad. Song-guk walked out and said confidently, I have a way. Seeing his son, Ji-sung was a bit surprised. Song-guk. Seeing this, So-young wanted to give him instructions. Son, go into the room and play with Min-guk for a little longer. Your parents have important matters to discuss. But he was not satisfied and spoke with determination. No, listen to me. Then he spoke directly, shocking them both. I have the countermeasures that Chairman John Jae-hyung suggested. Hearing this, the two looked at each other in confusion and asked the chairman, could it be that he predicted the country's crisis? Seeing them still talking, Song-guk felt a bit more confident, because he is the chairman of the #1 corporation in Korea. As expected, they took the bait. It turned out Song-guk already knew that the IMF response plan had been meticulously calculated by this young master. However, he still thought with a bit of irritation, but regardless, I am still just a 7-year-old kid right now. At this moment, Song-guk only wanted one thing, to convince my parents, I have to use the chairman's name. Then he confirmed, yes, that is right. The chairman told me everything when we went to America. Immediately after, Song-guk pointed directly and asked, first as Dad you have savings, right? This made Ji-sung jump slightly and say, that was thanks to you. But he did not want to use that money, but that money is saved for you and Min-guk to go to university. Song-guk replied directly, Dad, use that money to buy the entire commercial building. Seeing Song-guk so confident, Ji-sung was startled and asked what? What did you say? Then Ji-sung asked in bewilderment, you mean, not just the shop but the entire building? He replied quickly without hesitation, yes. Then he instructed, contact them in about 2 days. The price will drop to a level you can afford. Ji-sung asked with some suspicion, Song-guk, did the chairman really say that? So-young also asked in confusion, everyone is selling their houses and property right now. Rumors that prices will drop further are spreading everywhere. Song-guk understood in his heart. That is because everyone thinks Korea is going to perish like this. It turned out he knew beforehand that during this period, the whole world predicted the collapse of South Korea. In a few years, Korea. The debt repayment schedule with the IMF was decided to be 7 years. U.S. economic research organizations predicted a long-term recession for Korea. They predicted we would have to endure at least 10 years of economic crisis. And of course, Korea would not end like this. Song-guk continued, right now, it is just because everyone is panicked that they are selling everything off in a fire sale. He added confidently, a leader is someone who knows how to go against the tide. Furthermore, Song-guk affirmed, now is the time to make a choice different from the majority. The parents looked at their child in disbelief and asked, Song-guk, did the chairman really say such a thing? He repeated, I told you, it is not me dad, just do as the chairman said. Ji-sung said hesitantly, really, this is the money I worked so hard to save up. At this point, Song-guk lost his patience and thought, good grief, this chicken-hearted man. Dad, you really can't be an investor. He was still a bit reluctant to pull the trigger. But. Then he turned and asked, and also Mom. Song-guk comforted her gently, Mom, do not worry too much. Just live as usual. The countermeasures are already in place. Furthermore, he asked, by the way, you are going to SKJ today, right? Let me go with you. She heard this and asked in confusion, go with you why? Seeing that, Song-guk had to find another reason to cover it up. I have wanted to go there for a long time. I need to know how our manager Kim is responding to this situation. Now he thought with great determination, if necessary, I must intervene at all costs. And also, because Song-guk also had a letter that needed to be sent to an important place, I think there is a post office near SKJ, right? Hearing that, So-young confirmed. A post office, there is one but. Suddenly, another call came in, oh look at that. The mother was busy answering the phone, hello, the other two kept talking to each other. Did the chairman give any other instructions? He will say when the time comes. Unexpectedly, her confused voice said something like, yes. Originally. No, not that detailed. At this point, she asked back in shock, pardon. So-young asked in surprise, you want to meet Song-guk? While Song-guk was still thinking, after sending the letter, what then? Later, at the company, there was a shouting voice, Samjin headquarters, do you call this a report? Jae-hyung lost control and yelled, a foreign exchange crisis, is there anyone who does not know about it, if the company's capitalization has evaporated by half? Then he questioned them, then you people must provide a countermeasure, chairman of Samjin Group, John Jae-hyung. Jae-hyung continued to scold them even harder, you useless lot, Park One, standing nearby, pleaded Chair. Chairman, please calm your anger. He added a gentle reminder, last week you fainted from overwork and stress. You need to pay attention to your health. But he did not care and said, don't worry about me. Worry about this company. Then Jae-hyung added, I pay you huge salaries and put you in the CEO chairs of subsidiaries so that you can provide solutions when the corporation faces a crisis. A person silently listened to Jae-hyung's loud shouting. Not so you can sit there and utter those demoralizing words like you are now. Then when he was tired, Jae-hyung slammed his hand on the table. Then he continued, competitors like Taewoo and Kia are also about to go bankrupt. If you do not wake up, Samjin will. Suddenly, Jason Lee spoke up, shall we carry out a large-scale restructuring? He added maliciously, lay off at least 30% of the total staff. Unexpectedly, Jason Lee proposed a scheme, sell off the subsidiaries that are not making money while they still have value. Overseas investment expert, Jason Lee. People looked at him and immediately started whispering, who is that guy? Isn't he the overseas talent invited to be an advisor for Samjin Securities that the chairman established last year? People even insulted Jason Lee to his face. I heard his parents are Korean, but he was born in the US and has US citizenship. How dare that black-haired foreigner open his mouth so arrogantly? Then Jae-hyung gave a reminder, Jason, I told you to discuss that story later. Then he dismissed him, for now, go outside and wait a moment. Hearing that, he could only walk out of the meeting room. As soon as he got out, Jason Lee cursed, stupid Koreans. He added smugly, they do not even know their own limits. And Jason Lee glanced back with disdain. This developing country is finished. Unexpectedly, he also knew, they will be forced by the IMF to open their markets and become easy prey for foreign speculators to tear apart. Thinking of this, Jason Lee smirked. After they swallow everything from businesses to real estate, they will be relentlessly hounded for debt by the great powers and the IMF. Then slide down to become a third-rate nation. Knowing this, he became even more interested. As expected, I can't miss this exciting opportunity. There were more people Jason Lee wanted to check on. Silverman Sachs, Line Star, the famous speculative powers were about to pour into Korea. And he understood, what they wanted was to buy good businesses and Korean assets cheaply and maximize their profits. The more he thought, the more Jason Lee felt a surge of desire. This is a chance to rake in the money. Then he had a plan. I must quickly convince that old man. If I can just get rid of that idiot who keeps hesitating about selling the subsidiaries. Suddenly, a little boy appeared, causing Jason Lee to ask in surprise, "What is this? Why is there?" This appearance left him confused. A kid here. Song-guk also politely smiled and greeted him, "Hello, uncle. Who are you?" Seeing his bad attitude, he immediately countered, "Hey, I asked who you are." Looking at this kid, Jason Lee was a bit suspicious. Where did a kid like this come from? Could he be the son of some director? Then he asked patronizingly, "Hey kid, are you lost, looking for your dad?" While Song-guk thought with disgust, "Look at this face." It turned out he came here because the chairman suddenly summoned him, saying he wanted to see Song-guk for a moment. Knowing that, Song-guk moved quickly. "I rushed here. I am incredibly busy and they are still making me run back and forth." Looking at the person in front of him, he was a bit confused. Why is there suddenly a total stranger hanging around in front of the executive meeting room, talking about a sick developing country, a third-rate nation drowning in debt? What kind of nonsense are you babbling? After thinking that, he called out in a disgusted tone, "Hey uncle." Seeing that he did not answer, Song-guk repeated irritably, "Just who are you anyway? Someone is asking, did not you hear?" Jason Lee was startled when called and asked uncle. Being called that, he would not accept it and raised his hand. "I am only 30, you know, are you calling me an old man, you rude little brat?" Suddenly, a footstep approached and a voice asked, "What is going on?" Jae-hyung appeared just as Jason Lee was about to lecture Song-guk. Seeing him arrive, he smiled gently and asked, "So Song-guk is here." Hearing this, the man froze and thought, "What, is he a child known to the chairman?" At this moment he wondered, could he be the chairman's son, a grandson, or an heir? Then Jae-hyung requested coincidentally, "You two should greet each other." Then he introduced both sides. "Over there is John Song-guk, the nephew I especially cherish. And over here is the overseas investment advisor that Samjin Securities scouted." Knowing the name, Song-guk felt a bit smug. Jason Lee, aha. Then they went into the meeting room to discuss. Well then. As soon as they entered, Jae-hyung asked, "What is your opinion, Jason?" Unexpectedly, Jason Lee made a request, "Chairman, could you have the child go outside so we can talk?" Seeing that, he did not care and replied, "Song-guk is fine. He is very reliable and it sounds funny, but he gives me a lot of business inspiration." Jae-hyung also returned to the previous topic. "You asked me why Samjin suddenly dove into overseas investment and founded a securities company." And he did not forget to brag, "It is all thanks to this child." After finding out, Jason Lee was immediately shocked and looked over in disbelief. "Pardon, what does that mean?" While Song-guk thought smugly, "How embarrassing." After that he requested, "Anyway, this child is fine, do not mind him. Just say what you need to say." He still said with some confusion, "This matter." Jason Lee looked with suspicious eyes and thought, "What, looking at a 7 or 8-year-old kid and saying such absurd things?" He rubbed his chin and reflected, "Is this old man senile?" After a while, Jason Lee spoke up, "Well then, if I may proceed with the presentation." Jason Lee suggested seriously, "In the current IMF crisis, the only way for Samjin to survive is through aggressive restructuring and selling off useless subsidiaries." He said softly to Jae-hyung, "Sell them off quickly while they still have some value to bring in cash." After hearing that, he only sighed and said, "That is right, it is like that but." Jae-hyung asked hesitantly, "If we must sell, which subsidiary do you have in mind?" Hearing this, he schemed and rubbed his chin, thinking, "Here it comes." Jason Lee smiled brightly and thought, "I have to say this carefully to both convince this old man and guide things toward my maximum benefit." He said, "In my personal opinion." Jason Lee stated clearly, "We should sell Samjin Securities." Jae-hyung heard this and gasped, "Samjin Securities." He said hesitantly, "Isn't that where you work?" Hearing that, he also pretended to be regretful, of course. "For me, losing my workplace is a regretful thing, but Samjin Securities was established. To invest overseas. Jason Lee used his hand to hide his expression. He spoke while glancing at him, in a crisis situation like the IMF, compared to investing. He said, shouldn't we focus on survival? This made Jae-hyung rub his chin in contemplation. He silently observed his expression, cheering in his heart, sell it off, I will diligently act as the broker to sell it for a good price for you. In his head he thought, this country has no hope left anyway. It can only become an economic colony of the great powers. History has proven it. He smiled and said, for the respect of Samjin, please be decisive. Suddenly, a resolute voice rang out, no. Song-guk spoke up bluntly from the back, I object. Jae-hyung looked at his pouting face and called softly, Song-guk. Song-guk glared intently at him and thought, I know what kind of person this guy is. In his head he analyzed, during the IMF period, Korea was crawling with foreign speculative powers coming to plunder businesses. Song-guk silently judged, this guy is an ally of those people too. He pondered, the overseas investment contract you signed with Elon is about to bring in a massive profit. Song-guk sat analyzing, because by now, T-Com's online banking products must be sweeping the US market. It succeeded exactly as Song-guk promised. He felt frustrated in his heart, anyone coming back from abroad like him could not possibly not know that. After a while, Song-guk realized, he is stirring up your insecurity. Instead of protecting the business, he is inciting you to carve it up and sell it. Seeing his business being disrupted, he gritted his teeth and muttered, this snake-like brat. Song-guk's anger blazed inside. How dare you stand in front of me and demand to carve up Grandpa and carve up Samjin, he said loudly, Chairman, I have something to say. Song-guk pointed toward him and said, it is a secret, so please ask that uncle to go outside. Hearing that, Jason Lee clenched his fists in bitterness, thinking, calling me uncle again, this brat really is. Hearing his proposal, Jae-hyung rubbed his chin and thought it over. After a while, he looked toward him and said, Jason, I have a rough understanding of your point, so you go first. I will see you at tonight's meeting. Outside, Jason Lee nodded as if understanding, but in his heart he cursed, this senile old man in this situation, he actually kicked me out because of a little brat's words. He said, if that is the chairman's wish. Jason Lee turned and walked away, leaving only one sentence, I will see you in the meeting, sir. After he left, Song-guk sighed, folded his arms, and said, you must not sell Samjin securities, and selling the overseas investment shares is even more out of the question. Jae-hyung's voice was solemn, why is that? He then explained thoroughly, dissolving the securities company and overseas investments is like selling off the future to save against current difficulties. His eyes looked firmly at him and said, just you wait and see. Overseas investment won't just help Samjin survive. His firm voice affirmed, but it will also be the leverage that helps the corporation rise to become a top-tier enterprise. Jae-hyung was stunned upon hearing these things. He held his head in a difficult manner and said, you always say things that are not like a child at all, even though I thought I was surprised enough in America. Looking at the reports on the table, Jae-hyung added, but there are things that a child like you still does not fully understand. Stock prices are plummeting, and the paralyzed market is causing liquidity problems for all businesses. His voice dropped, if we can't get cash, Samjin will also be in danger. Hearing that, Song-guk shouted, then just sell another subsidiary. Suddenly, Song-guk proposed, sell Samjin Motors. Jae-hyung gasped, Samjin. His voice was panicked, how do you know about that company? Song-guk hesitated, Chairman that is. Outside the door, Jason Lee appeared shocked by this information. He leaned his back against the door and reflected silently. Jason Lee smirked, interesting. In his head, he thought, Samjin Motors is an unannounced project that the chairman himself ordered a news blackout on. How does a little brat know to babble about it? Or even the old chairman taking business advice from a child, it is all bizarre. Jason Lee gripped the phone in his hand and muttered, but it is interesting, is not it? In his head he thought, what the hell is that brat, I have to dig deeper. And also. While thinking, the other end picked up, and he said, hello, it is me. As he walked clattering down the hallway, he reported, nothing special, I just saw something very interesting in the restroom. I also have something to propose, shall we meet? Inside the room, Song-guk suddenly froze. He turned sharply to look at the door. Seeing this, the man asked, what is it? Song-guk thought to himself, is the door not fully closed? Suddenly, Jae-hyung said, so that is how it is. He looked directly at him and said, I understand what you mean. Jae-hyung asked once more, not fire selling high-quality subsidiaries, but keeping them for maximum profit to overcome the current crisis, right? He continued, and also not stopping or cutting back on overseas investment. Seeing that he understood, Song-guk smiled and replied, yes, that is right. Jae-hyung also laughed in praise, you truly are different. He folded his arms in praise. It is astonishing that someone as young as you understands Samjin Motors business so well. It is even more astonishing that you specifically named that business to be sold. Jae-hyung calmly analyzed. Summing up what you said, you believe this IMF crisis won't last long. Song-guk watched him intently, feeling nervous. His deep eyes thought, as expected, it is father. He pondered silently, I know the IMF crisis won't last in the future. I have already set all plans and countermeasures based on that vision. Facing Jae-hyung's gaze, he guessed, with just a few strategies I revealed, father has already seen through my thoughts. Seeing the unusual expression, Jae-hyung adjusted his glasses and said, there is something very suspicious. Song-guk said fearfully, huh? Jae-hyung slowly approached, knowledge and judgment that do not match your age at all, the boldness to dive into massive investments. His voice became increasingly suspicious, and an attitude that is not afraid of the IMF at all. Suddenly, Jae-hyung gripped his shoulders. He leaned down and whispered, I have had strange thoughts about you for a long time. You are like someone who knows the future. Sunset fell as he returned home. Song-guk was exhausted and lay flat on the floor. Hearing a sound, So-young looked out and said, Song-guk, you are back. Seeing him tired, she pulled him up. What is wrong? You can't just lie right at the entrance like that. So-young asked curiously, what did the chairman call you for? Did you thank Secretary Young for driving you back? He just replied tiredly, yes. Song-guk's face was pale as he thought, I am so tired. Recalling that scrutinizing gaze just now, truly suspicious. He thought, father is truly terrifying. He crouched down, panting. Since my past life, I knew he was not easy to deal with, but that aura, it has been a long time since I felt it again. Song-guk thought, I just barely managed to escape. Recalling that moment, he quickly made an excuse to leave. Anyway, it is nothing. I am going in. Song-guk rubbed his forehead and muttered, I also accidentally said too many things. He kept muttering, like the overseas investment and Samjin Motors. For example, I understand why father is suspicious. He told himself as he felt like going crazy, but he is too scary. It is best to avoid him for a while. I have done everything I could. While he was lying there, a gentle voice suddenly rang out, Song-guk, are you very tired? Mi-young approached to ask, I came because I heard you wanted to see me. Song-guk called out in surprise, Manager Kim. Hearing that, So-young tapped his head and scolded, Song-guk, you should call her president, that is disrespectful. Mi-young said shyly, it is fine, So-young. After all, I truly am Song-guk's manager. After speaking, she turned to ask him, so what is it, can I help with anything? Song-guk said happily, yes, yes. Song-guk immediately pleaded, my dad's shop is being sold, please help us buy it back. Mi-young said with a stunned face, really? So-young standing nearby replied, yes, sister. She explained softly, the situation has been very chaotic lately. Land prices are falling every day. Real estate. It seems the owner of the building where the shop is located wants to sell urgently. So-young sighed despondently, and Song-guk keeps saying we should use our savings to buy the entire building. He keeps saying strange things. Song-guk heard this and protested, it is not strange at all. He raised his voice to justify, I already told you the chairman himself advised me on that. He said if we trust and buy in, we won't lose money. Mi-young nearby hesitated, that matter. She curled her lip and said, it might actually be true. So-young shouted in shock, really? Mi-young said excitedly, actually, last year I heard Song-guk casually say a few words, and all the real estate I invested in hit the jackpot. So-young was still suspicious. Sister, are you telling the truth? She did not believe it and said, but that could also just be a coincidence. Mi-young thought silently, if people knew I invested hundreds of millions of won based on the words of a 6 or 7-year-old child, they would probably laugh. But then Mi-young's eyes sparkled. She thought to herself, I have already made a fortune. She said with determination, So-young buy it. Mi-young clapped her hands happily, I will prepare the necessary documents right away. We are buying that entire commercial building. So-young asked again in shock, really? Mi-young tried to persuade her, even without Song-guk's suggestion, that building is newly built and in a great location. You can still continue running the shop. Seeing So-young stand up, she reminded her, have Ji-song arrange a meeting with the building owner. Hearing that, she quickly replied, all right, I will call right away. In her head, she thought of dozens of things to do. Meanwhile, I will prepare the registration papers, loan files, and brokerage fees. Song-guk approached and asked, is SKJ doing okay lately? Hearing that, Mi-young frowned and replied, many brokerage companies around here have closed recently. She continued, because of that, quite a few celebrities have become freelancers. We have received more than a few inquiries about signing exclusive contracts. Hearing that, Song-guk instructed, focus on signing the ones with names. Song-guk continued his instructions, and if possible, aim for long-term contracts. Mi-young said with apprehension, if the economy keeps going down and the TV or advertising industries do not recover, we could lose money on signing fees. She feared, if this continues, we might even go bankrupt. Song-guk folded his arms and shook his head, affirming, that won't happen. This took Mi-young by surprise. Song-guk, you. She thought to herself, you said you were trained in investment by Chairman John Jae-hyung in the US, and there is even some kind of contract. She stared at him, thinking, maybe Song-guk really is someone special. Mi-young smiled and promised him, all right, I won't forget what you said. Hearing that, Song-guk smiled. He thought with relief, so that settles SKJ. I love how quickly this manager works. Now for the next thing. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he thought, it should have arrived by now, my letter. At that moment, a firm voice rang out at a certain company, I am telling you, make a decision already. An employee pointed at the man and said, the country is on the verge of collapse. The accusations grew louder. How long do you think a company like this can hold out? That man was Chairman Lee Song-do of Bujin Construction. The employee suggested, before your capital completely dries up. He said, sell a portion of the company's shares to this US investor and save yourself, all right, heh. Song-do pleaded in a low voice, just give me a little more time to think. Hearing this, the man barked, boss, you are really getting on my nerves. He yelled, you will only listen when the loan sharks are breathing down your neck. All of this was overheard by Jong-hee, who was hiding outside the door. In the letter she held, it was written, to Miss Lee Jong-hee, daughter of the chairman of Bujin Construction, from an anonymous supporter. At the private residence of Director Lee Song-do of Bujin Construction in Busan, an angry voice rang out, damn it. Song-do held his head in distress. What should I do? Bujin Construction was clearly doing so well. He carefully reflected on everything, hiring talented staff, non-stop contracts. Even if people called his business methods foolish, he had still managed to grow Bujin this much. Song-do cried out helplessly, to hell with it, it is all because of that IMF crisis. He bit his lip and muttered, money. I need cash. Song-do began to hesitate. Should I join hands with those people? He thought of what the employee had said, a reputable foreign investor wants to buy shares. Do not worry, your management rights will be fully guaranteed. The employee's words echoed in his head, they only want to invest in a business with potential. Song-do muttered, with the money from the shares, if I restart the stalled apartment project in the city, we might survive. He was calculating his moves when Jong-hee's voice rang out, Dad. Seeing the little girl enter, he called, Jong-hee. He quickly walked over and asked, it is late, why are not you asleep yet? Jong-hee replied hesitantly, because you looked so tired, Dad. Song-do reassured her, oh my sweet girl, do not worry. I can't let myself collapse because of you, right? The girl shyly held up the envelope in her hand and said, Dad. Jong-hee stammered, this. The girl said, I saw this was delivered to our house. Opening the letter, he said, what kind of letter is this? The handwriting looks like a child's. The letter read, Greetings, Director Lee Song-do of Bujin Construction. I won't beat around the bush. I will get straight to the point. Do not accept the foreign investor's offer to buy shares. Song-do carefully read each line. Although they are disguised as foreign investors, they are actually professional corporate predators, members of a private equity fund. If you do not believe it, investigate their company. It is surely a shell company in Panama. Song-do was stunned by the suggestion, to keep Bujin alive, increase your share of public works projects. He wondered, what on earth is this? He thought to himself, the company's situation that even the directors do not know, and the true identity of those foreign investors. This person knows it all and even provided a solution. Jong-hee stood nearby and called out worriedly, Dad. But he remained focused on the letter. Furthermore, this is advice that could not be given without a profound understanding of economics and management. Countless doubts entered his mind. Who is it? What kind of high-level figure knows all this and wants to coordinate everything? Just who is it? At the same time, Song-guk was sleeping soundly. So Young, busy cooking, looked out and asked, Song-guk, are you going back to sleep? She reminded him, the news is about to start. You asked me to wake you up yesterday. Hearing that, Song-guk jumped up and said, I am up, I am up. He hurriedly grabbed the remote and turned it on. A voice came from the TV, this is the main morning news. Seeing this, So-young could only shake her head. This boy, honestly. Song-guk listened intently. Nothing today either. Good. He watched and thought, it has been half a month since I sent the letter to Jong-hee. I have been watching the news every morning and night. Song-guk thought, in the body of a child, the only thing I could do was send a warning and a solution to director Lee Song-do through Jong-hee. He thought to himself, the choice lies with director Lee Song-do. He told his heart, if he accepts my advice, his fate will change. If not, the news of the bankruptcy will show up. Song-guk judged, the fact that there is still no news proves. He whispered excitedly, he made the right choice. Song-guk recalled the past. In his past life, director Lee Song-do was deceived by speculators, lost his company, and was never able to recover a second time. He felt sad. The family's downfall forced Jong-hee to endure many miserable days. Song-guk felt pity. Jong-hee, my first love. He placed his hand on his chest and smiled, thinking, she suffered so much before. I hope she finds happiness in this life. Song-guk clapped his hands in praise, wonderful. He stretched with relief, having just paid off a long-standing debt of gratitude in his heart. Song-guk felt great for having prevented a wave of bankruptcies among construction companies in the Busan area sparked by Bujin's collapse, a chain reaction of failure. Bujin's bankruptcy, then the banks, construction firms, material suppliers, and subcontractors. All stopped. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, within the range of what I can influence, I have turned around a tragic past as much as possible. Song-guk folded his arms and reflected, Dad's shop is bought, and SKJ is settled. Song-guk muttered, now only Dad's business remains. While talking to himself, a voice suddenly called out, brother. Min-guk approached and said, are you awake? Song-guk said in surprise, oh morning. Song-guk asked, I heard you were very busy yesterday too. Hearing this, Min-guk bragged excitedly, I worked very hard. Song-guk rubbed his head in praise, good job. He thought to himself, Min-guk has been working hard earning money in my place lately. Song-guk thought about the child actor debut in the drama Last Love, and the children's fashion brand Petit Cochon. He inwardly praised him, the boy is growing step by step through filming commercials and playing supporting roles in movies. Song-guk folded his arms, feeling a bit competitive. When it comes to artistic flair, he is more talented than even me. And he is adorable too. Min-guk was overjoyed, brother praised me. So-young came out of the kitchen and reminded them, both of you wash up and get ready for breakfast. Song-guk said, let us go. He thought to himself, I have been so busy handling everything lately that my mind is a mess. He thought in his heart, there are only a few days left in the year. I should be able to have a quiet holiday, right? Song-guk's face darkened as he muttered, or so I thought. Standing in the middle of a crowd, he shouted, what is it this time? People around were whispering, that child. He is the one who is always with. So-young knelt down to remind him, Song-guk, shhh. So-young said in a low voice, I told you Chairman John Jae-hyung invited us to the year-end party. Restaurant Alio, he invited us to such a fancy restaurant. Watching the receptionist speak softly to Jae-hyung, you have a reservation, right? Please wait a moment. I will show you to your table right away. He replied calmly, yes, no rush. Song-guk said miserably, he waited until we were almost there to tell me. He thought, if I would known earlier, there is no way I would have come. He felt a chill down his spine. I barely managed to hide away. Song-guk muttered gloomily, I plan to hide until the beginning of next year, no, until summer if possible. Suddenly, he started and looked across the room. Seeing a familiar silhouette, he felt suspicious. Is that? In his heart, he cried out, Jason Lee and John Jae-jin. Song-guk affirmed with certainty, I can't be wrong. It is Dad's troublemaking younger brother, my youngest uncle, John Jae-jin. He wondered, why is he with Jason Lee? He quickly ran off. Seeing this, his mother called out, Song-guk. Song-guk quickly ran up and said hello. Both of them stared at him. He quickly introduced himself, my name is John Song-guk. I saw someone I knew so. Song-guk glanced at Jason Lee and said, I thought I definitely had to come and say hello. Jae-jin asked in a low voice, Jason, this child is. Jason Lee whispered, you have surely heard of him. Jason Lee said snidely, he is the child actor that the chairman often drags around. Seeing this, Song-guk thought irritably, look at that attitude. Jae-jin said suspiciously, I think I saw him on TV with some singers. Song-guk smiled and added, you are director John Jae-jin, right? He skillfully stated the man's identity, the younger brother of Chairman John Jae-hyung. I heard you are the director of Samjin CNT. Hearing this, Jae-jin said in surprise, a kid like you knows quite a lot. Song-guk thought with sharp eyes, of course I know. He recalled the man from the past, the one who spent his entire past life eyeing his father's position. Song-guk cursed silently, how could I ever forget this foolish uncle? He stood there reflecting, even if father did not pay him any mind, if he loses to even this Jae-jin guy, he might as well give up the chairman's seat. Song-guk laughed and asked, anyway, what brings you two here? He continued probing, are you discussing business? Jason Lee did not answer and simply said, let us go. He muttered with disdain, he is just a brat who likes to show off. Song-guk heard that and said, I have a meeting with Chairman John Jae-hyung here. He hesitated, I wonder if I should. With sparkling eyes, he looked at them both. Should I tell the chairman that I ran into you too? He thought to himself, snake-like people only pull petty tricks. Song-guk told himself, if I catch them plotting anything, I won't let them get away with it. Jae-jin said awkwardly, is he coming here? Jason Lee hurriedly covered his face and said worriedly, the director and I are not strangers. It is not like we can't have a meal together. He patted Jae-jin's shoulder and said, forget him, let us go. Jason Lee whispered to him, it seems that person has arrived too. Jason Lee reminded him, quickly greet him and take him somewhere else. Jae-jin stammered, gee, good idea. Let us go. Seeing them leave, Song-guk shouted, where are you going? He intentionally spoke loudly, I asked what you were meeting for. Suddenly, Song-guk froze. What is that? Seeing another person appear, he thought, another one. He saw a completely bald head. Jason Lee hurried to cover him, glancing at the boy and thinking that brat. Song-guk looked around and thought, I can't see clearly, but for someone of that status that those two would rush to greet. With that shiny bald head, I guess he does not need shampoo. A bald head. During the meal, Jae-hyung spoke up so. He asked with a smile, how are you finding the meal? Song-guk was lost in his own thoughts and did not hear the question. So-young awkwardly reminded him, Song-guk, the chairman is asking if the food is to your liking. Only then did he notice and let out a small ah. He explained softly, yes. I was just lost in thought for a moment. Jae-hyung smiled, you seem restless today. He then asked, is something worrying you? Song-guk was screaming in his heart, a lot of things. He thought, first, I am afraid of what you will say like about me knowing the future and all that. Then I feel like those bad guys are plotting something again. And if that bald guy is who I think he is. He covered his head in confusion. Then this is definitely a huge crisis. Jae-hyung closely observed his expression. He put down his fork and spoke up, about last time. He rested his chin and smiled, since so much happened unexpectedly, we did not get to finish our conversation, did we? Jae-hyung made a proposal, if you do not mind, I would like to continue that talk. Song-guk immediately felt wary. Is he going to suspect me of seeing the future again? He said fearfully, wait. Jae-hyung smiled and said, it is about Samjin Motors. He was stunned upon hearing that. The man chuckled and replied, you said I should sell it. So-young and Ji-song asked in horror, Song-guk, what did you say to the chairman? Song-guk replied flusteredly, that was. Jae-hyung smiled to reassure them, it is all right. I asked, and the boy just answered. He praised him, even though Song-guk is young, he has an incredible economic vision. Min-guk gave Song-guk a thumbs up. Big brother is so cool, So-young felt a bit worried that matter. Jae-hyung smiled and said, truly, every time I hear those things, I see his future. His eyes turned slightly sharp, it even makes me feel excited. He reached toward Song-guk, so, Song-guk, feel free to speak your mind. Jae-hyung began to discuss with him. Samjin Motors is a special project I have put a lot of work into, to create something different from the late chairman. He asked suspiciously, but why do you advise me to sell it? Song-guk thought to himself, this man. He intentionally arranged this meeting. He smiled with amusement. So that I can't avoid him or run away in front of my parents. Song-guk thought, fine then I will tell you. He replied confidently, because it is already rotten fruit. He gasped what he explained. I read in the paper that Samjin Motors' core technology still has not been developed, and you are still importing all the major components from Japan. He spoke excitedly, in the IMF situation when the won is devalued, is not that a terrible business model? So-young sat nearby listening to his presentation, unable to hide her shock. Say. Song-guk. Song-guk's voice turned sharp. A business area that will have to be sold sooner or later is rotten fruit. You know that very well. Jae-hyung was stunned by his answer. He thought, a failing business is just like rotten fruit. No matter how much money you pour in, it will eventually rot away. That is the business philosophy father taught me in my past life. I know you are stubborn about the car division to surpass the late chairman, but in the domestic car market, Samjin has no competitive power. Don't try to ignore the obvious truth anymore, father. Jae-hyung held his head. Wow. He smiled slightly, you truly are. Before he could finish, Song-guk cut him off, and there is one more thing I want to say. He looked at Jae-hyung and said, earlier in the lobby, I saw Jason Lee and director John Jae-jin together. Song-guk continued, it seemed they were welcoming someone with a very powerful bald head. Hearing this, Jae-hyung was very surprised, a bald head. He immediately realized who it was. It is Chairman Gu Soo-young of the Hyojin Group. He slowly put down his fork. The chairman of our long-time rival Samjin. Meeting my younger brother and Jason. Jae-hyung smiled slightly, but his voice was very angry. It seems it is time to decisively clean up what needs to be cleaned. Seeing this decision, Song-guk clenched his fists in excitement. That is it, father. He chuckled. Jae-hyung then praised him. Since meeting Song-guk, I feel like you are a gift to me. Song-guk blushed and scratched his head. It is not that big a deal. He stood up and pushed a business card towards So-young. It feels a bit strange to call this a gift in return, but the new year is coming. Try going here. She picked up the card. What is this? Jae-hyung adjusted his glasses and thought to himself, well, perhaps it is a place that will tell me of a destiny I never knew. At a shaman's house. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted, so that is how it is. She pointed at Song-guk and declared, you boy, will face years of great misfortune. So-young and Ji-song could not hide their fear upon hearing that. The fortune teller suddenly pointed directly at Ji-song's face, hey you. Then she shouted decisively, you will face years of misfortune this year too. So-young's eyes widened in shock. She asked suspiciously, really? Meanwhile, Ji-song was already sobbing. It is only the beginning of 1998 and I am already hit with years of bad luck. Now So-young could not hide her worry. She asked urgently, what should we do then? Suddenly, the fortune teller opened her eyes wide. Contrary to her facial expression, she replied nonchalantly, just kidding. So-young immediately sat up straight. He could not help but feel a bit bewildered. What? The fortune teller repeated, I said I was just kidding. Hearing this, So-young burst into tears again, her voice trembling, that is. At that moment, Song-guk suddenly threw his head back and burst into a fit of giggles like a madman. Seeing this, she smirked, a child who knows a joke has appeared, I see. Song-guk quickly wiped the tear from the corner of his mouth. He could not help but admire her in his heart. That eccentric personality of hers has not changed at all, has it? When father mentioned destiny, I had a vague guess, but I did not expect to meet her again. The person who had read my family's fortune for many generations and had a bond with grandpa. That was none other than the Grand Shaman Lee. After a moment of silence, Song-guk asked curiously, will you read my family's fortune? Hearing this, the fortune teller smiled and nodded yes. Finally, she made a proposal, I will examine the tangled bonds and destinies around you, across both your past and present lives. Then the fortune teller turned her gaze toward Ji-song. She asked sternly, first the father, John Ji-song, correct? He immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at grain, yes yes. Receiving his answer, the fortune teller sighed despondently, honestly, you turned pale after just a little teasing. I only acted along because the boy provided a fake birth chart. He froze for a moment, his brows furrowing in surprise, then leaned forward with a suspicious voice, a fake birth chart, she said sternly, yes. This is not your real birth date, is it? Ji-song's hand gripped his trousers as if remembering the past, his voice lowering with a hint of bitterness, I was abandoned at the gates of an orphanage when I was just a baby. So that is the birth date the government assigned to me. After saying that, he asked curiously, but how did you know? The fortune teller snorted, if I could not see that as a fortune teller, I should just quit my job. She tilted her head and observed Ji-song's face closely, her gaze becoming more serious, then explained slowly, since there is no birth date, I can't read your 4 pillars. But your features show that good fortune is pouring in, so there is nothing to fear. A moment later, the shaman said slowly, the early years of your life must have been very hard, but from now on, you will soar like a kite in the wind. Hearing this, he bowed his head slightly, yes. A long while later, Ji-song sobbed in response, thank you, madam. Over here, Song-guk could not help but admire her, as expected, she is the real deal. Later, The shaman's eyes were fixed on the piece of paper in her hand. The mother's information is correct. So Young nodded slightly in confirmation. I was also abandoned at an orphanage, but there was a slip of paper with my name and birth date. The shaman looked at her for a long time, her eyes showing a hint of calculation, then suddenly said with a firm voice, "You are destined to become the mother of a prime minister." So Young's eyes widened in surprise, and the shaman explained further, her voice calm but clear, "You are destined to give birth to a precious son and become like a prime minister's mother. That is what I mean." She emphasized her advice, her voice becoming cautious, "Support everything your child does with all your heart. Never stand in his way. Your luck will open up even wider." She gasped in shock, "Oh my." The shaman suddenly turned to look towards Song-guk. "And there is you, little one. Born with a noble destiny." She continued with a certain voice, as if reading destiny directly, "A life without meeting great catastrophe. There is harmony in the bond with your brother, so you will always have deep brotherly affection for each other." Min-guk immediately hugged him tightly. "Big brother, I love you." The shaman's gaze suddenly changed. She lowered her voice, Right. Now then." The shaman turned to Song-guk with curiosity and said slowly, "Shall we talk about your beloved big brother?" In the past life, Shaman Lee had predicted that I would become the next chairman of Samjin. And at the same time, she had shouted, "Don't ignore this, listen, you must pay attention to your health immediately after taking the chairman's seat." The fortune teller emphasized each word, "There is a murderous aura of sudden death that even I find hard to see through." Thinking of this, Song-guk could not help but feel a bit of regret. I should have listened to her then. Turning back to the shaman, she was staring at the hexagram. "Let us see." A moment later, the shaman spoke in a mysterious tone, "Originally, you are a child destined to be born as the eldest son of a chaebol family." So Young screamed upon hearing that, Song-guk. She narrowed her eyes at him and continued, "Born with an overwhelming energy, changing countless destinies." Immediately after, the shaman emphasized each word, "He is a child with the destiny of a prime minister." As soon as she finished speaking, Song-guk broke into a smile as if he had anticipated it. Over here, Ji-song could not help but feel a bit bewildered. "A prime minister," the shaman repeated with a stern voice for them to remember, "so as I said before. Help the child and never stand in his way." She sighed softly when mentioning the past. In the past he lived a lonely life, but this time, he has met good parents and will be loved. After saying that, the shaman's face became serious, her eyes fixed on Song-guk. Then she added softly, "What a wonderful family. From now on, rely on each other and live with great affection." At this moment, the shaman suddenly reached out towards So-young. "Mother, come here for a moment." She froze for a second, "Mother." Immediately after, she leaned close and whispered to her. So-young muttered softly, "The little one." The scene quickly shifted to dusk, the fortune teller sitting in deep contemplation. A subordinate outside quickly reported, "Great shaman, I have seen the family off." She nodded with satisfaction. "Good work, you can call it a day now." With that, the fortune teller reached for the desk phone. "I still have work to do." On the other end was Jae-hyung. He smirked. "Great shaman." Her gaze suddenly turned sharp as she softly called out, "Chairman John." After a long silence, Jae-hyung spoke slowly, "Well," the fortune teller frowned slightly. "Just as you said, that child, John Song-guk, is truly extraordinary." She continued in a deep, calm voice, "I warned you early on that child will devour you. What I mean is, he will take a little from you, only to seize everything at the very end. Having seen it with my own eyes, the bond between you and that child is far more complex and dangerous than anticipated." Immediately after, the fortune teller spoke of an unchangeable destiny. "The two of you. Your relationship is like that of Lee Song-gye and Lee Bang-won." He asked in a low, suspicious tone, "Lee Song-gye and Lee Bang-won." She sighed inexplicably as she continued to explain, "For some reason, there is a father-son bond between you and that child." The fortune teller continued slowly, her voice heavy as if reciting a prophecy, "And within that, it is a fate where the son will rise by stepping over his father's corpse." She paused for a moment then continued, "To Lee Song-gye, Lee Bang-won was a son like an enemy, the one who stole everything. But at the same time." At this point, Jae-hyung nonchalantly interjected, "He was also the son who placed the kingdom Lee Song-gye founded on a solid foundation." As soon as he finished, the fortune teller slammed her hand on the table. "You." She raised her voice in warning, "Watch your words. That connection is not entirely a good thing." On the other end, Jae-hyung appeared indifferent. "Actually, I am about to make a decision." Jae-hyung bowed his head slightly, his eyes darkening as he spoke in a calculating tone, "Whether to keep that child, Song-guk, by my side." He looked up, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Or to eliminate him. Jae-hyung's tone shifted. Anyway, thank you, great shaman. I will drop by again soon. A long silence followed, then the fortune teller muttered to herself, even if you try to eliminate him, can you truly get rid of him, she sighed softly. Even if you try to eliminate him, can you truly succeed? No father has ever won against his own child. In another development, Song-guk spoke with unprecedented seriousness. No, I mean listen to me, you who were born with the fate of a prime minister. He spoke with determination, as if laying out a grand plan. We have to buy land. Hearing this, both Ji-sung and So-young turned pale. Again. At the same time, a news report played on the screen. Due to high interest rates from the IMF, people's lives were becoming increasingly difficult. He asked in a trembling voice, buy land. Then Ji-sung turned to Song-guk and asked loudly, what are you talking about, Song-guk? He sighed softly, his eyes full of helplessness as he continued, Dad just bought the shop not too long ago. Song-guk, our family does not have any money left. The boy immediately looked up. My advertising money is still there. Ji-sung immediately turned to So-young in a panic. So-young, stop him. She looked at Song-guk for a long time, her gaze shifting from worry to curiosity, then asked softly, Song-guk, where did you say we should buy land? Hearing that, Song-guk smirked. Oh mom, you are asking that too, he asserted firmly. There are 2 places we need to buy. So-young tilted her head in confusion, frowning slightly as she muttered Pangeo, Dongtan. Those are both names I am hearing for the first time. Ji-sung nodded as if remembering something. I know them. Both are a bit south of Seoul. After saying that, he could not help but feel a bit bewildered. South of Seoul. The location is not bad, but they are both rural areas with nothing there. Why buy there? Song-guk did not answer but thought to himself, because in a few months, around April, they will be slated for development. Pangeo and Dongtan would be chosen as planned development zones, followed by continuous urban growth, becoming new city centers near Seoul. But importantly, during that process, these places would suffer from the plague of illegal speculation by foreign capital. He shrugged slightly and continued, I will only buy a few key spots. Song-guk continued in a crafty tone, as if he had calculated every move. Later, we will sell them back at a reasonable price to those who need them. So-young nodded without hesitation. All right, let us do it. Ji-sung snapped his head toward her, looking completely shocked. What, So-young? So-young smiled calmly and spoke with total confidence. Just think about it. She analyzed slowly. Everything Song-guk has done so far was beyond our imagination, but following his lead has always led to investment success. So-young continued trustingly, he is a child with an amazing eye for economics. Haven't you proven that many times already? She suddenly remembered the prophecy, her eyes becoming serious. And more importantly, So-young seriously recalled the advice. There was also the instruction not to stop him but to help him. The child has the destiny of a general. We just need to support him. Ji-sung looked flustered, not entirely convinced. Is that so, but? She smiled faintly. At worst, we can just build a house on the land we bought and live there. Don't worry too much. Seeing this, Song-guk smirked. Thanks to Mrs. Lee, things just got a whole lot easier. Once finished, he shook his head in amusement. But Mom, building a house to live in, that is such a naive thought. Immediately after, a thought raced through Song-guk's mind. We are going to build skyscrapers on that land. How many times did Pangeo and Dongtan's value increase again? Just thinking about the money makes my mouth water. Seeing his crafty expression, Ji-sung looked helpless. This kid. So-young suddenly coughed. By the way, honey, I have something to tell you too. She slowly approached him and whispered in his ear. Upon hearing it, he suddenly shouted, his voice shaking the room. What? Ji-sung's body trembled violently, his voice almost cracking from the shock. A baby this year. After a moment of trembling, Ji-sung nearly screamed. I heard it is going to be a girl. Remembering the other day, the fortune teller had looked at him sternly. You want a daughter, go for it. Thinking of this, Ji-sung's cheeks turned bright red, just like a ripe tomato. Witnessing the scene, Song-guk hurriedly asked, Mom, is that true? So-young nodded shyly. Yes, Song-guk. She smiled gently, a look of pure happiness. Mrs. Lee said so. Actually, I really wanted a daughter too. After saying that, So-young did not forget to ask his opinion, a younger sister. Is that okay? In a flash, a bold scene from the past flashed through Song-guk's mind. He shuddered. Thinking of his sister from his previous life made him want to stop it. She was a devil in a sister's skin. Song-guk's gaze settled on Tae-guk's face as he thought to himself, but in this life. Brother. Song-guk tried to convince himself, a younger brother is quite cute too. Then he turned around abruptly. It is fine, Mom. Over here, Ji-sung joyfully hugged So-young. A third child, and it is a girl. He hugged her tightly and declared proudly, honey, I will do my absolute best. So-young looked embarrassed, her mouth curving into a crescent moon smile. Honestly, in front of the kids. Back to Song-guk, he unconsciously smiled with happiness. Anyway, the start of this year is not bad, is it? Thinking this, Song-guk silently cheered himself on, let us live even more diligently in the new year. There will surely be plenty of good news. On the old TV in the living room, the news anchor adjusted the papers on his desk and looked up, his voice sounding formal during the morning news. Next report, honoring the spirit of the national debt repayment movement in Daegu. His tone was emotional as he read each word clearly, the gold collecting campaign to save the nation. The anchor emphasized every word, gold collecting to save the nation. Among our dedicated citizens. The voice continued emotionally, the gold collecting movement has officially begun. The morning news anchor for Navi smiled excitedly and said with surprise, we have a very unexpected news piece on Navi Morning News, do not we? We hear that citizens are donating gold for the country. She asked the field reporter curiously, field reporter, what is the situation like? The reporter smiled. Yes, the scene is heating up with patriotic passion. She pointed toward the long line in front of the bank, her voice full of emotion as she described, it has been crowded since early morning. The line of people waiting to donate gold at banks and cooperatives is endless. The reporter glanced around, then suddenly smiled upon spotting a familiar family. Among them, we have encountered some very familiar faces. The camera immediately pointed toward the two boys standing next to their parents while the reporter introduced them excitedly. It is the nation's babies, Song-guk and Min-guk. Along with their family. She smiled friendly. Did you all come to participate in the gold donation movement too? Ji-sung scratched his head sheepishly but nodded and answered sincerely. Yes, yes. It is not much, but since we have Song-guk and Min-guk's first birthday rings. The reporter's eyes widened in surprise. First birthday rings, those are so precious. Do not you feel any regret, he replied casually. What is there to regret? Yi-seong smiled awkwardly. The country is in a crisis. I think donating is the right thing to do. Hearing this, she could not help but exclaim, oh my, those are such touching words. The reporter immediately pointed the microphone at Song-guk. And what about little Song-guk? It is your first birthday ring. Do not you feel sad about it? He immediately shook his head. Not at all. Song-guk added, I saw news about the gold collecting movement on TV, but... Recalling the previous day, Ji-sung had been shocked. What, a gold collecting movement? He had declared without hesitation, we have to go too. Back to reality, Song-guk beamed. My parents suggested going first, so I am very happy. Standing before the crowd, Song-guk declared boldly, in the future, I want to earn lots of money to donate even more. The reporter immediately turned to the camera, her voice full of emotion. Oh my, as long as we have such wonderful young children, there is no need to worry about the future of South Korea. He chuckled softly, thinking to himself, it is just a small gesture. Noblesse oblige is a basic principle. In my past life, when I heard about the gold collecting movement, I just had my secretary send a donation and that was it. In my past life, I just sent money through a secretary, but participating in person today, I finally understand. The country belongs to the common people who always stand up in times of adversity. Song-guk stepped quickly to the reception desk and handed over the small pouch of rings, his voice clear, I brought my first birthday rings. His heart felt at peace. Our country will be just fine. On the way back, Song-guk turned to Ji-sung, his voice much more serious than before, Dad, after we buy the land and make a profit, we must definitely donate a portion of it. Hearing that, he laughed happily and hugged the boy with pride. All right, it is a deal, it makes me so happy that my son is so thoughtful. Just then, a figure appeared in the square. The person muttered a single word, era. She smirked. Meeting familiar faces again. The person was none other than Seon-mi. She said coldly, oh right here. Back at Ji-sung's house, as soon as he got home, he threw his jacket straight onto the floor. Ji-sung collapsed onto the floor, groaning incessantly, I am exhausted. Meanwhile, Song-guk sprawled out on the floor, letting out a heavy breath. So tired. I am always hungry. Seeing this, So-young giggled. Our plan was to do the charity work quickly and come straight back.
Isong sighed dejectedly.
But then there were interviews and all sorts of things. After saying that, his inner self screamed, including the chase at the end. In the crowd, Ji-sung had been running like crazy. "I am sorry, please give us an autograph before you go." The group of people kept shouting, "I am a fan." Hearing the complaints, So-young smiled kindly. Everyone worked hard. She quickly sat up. "You are hungry, right? I will set the table right away." Just then, a knock came from outside. So-young immediately changed direction. Yes, coming, Ji-sung could not help but feel bewildered. "What, do we have an appointment with someone?" At the same time, So-young hurried to open the door, asking curiously, "Who is it?" Then suddenly So-young screamed, "What?" Seeing this, Song-guk rushed outside. "What, who is here?" Instantly, his face changed color, turning a bruised, ink-like blue. The person who had just arrived was Se-mi. Song-guk was momentarily terrified. "It is you." As soon as she saw him, she gently took off her dark glasses.
Song-guk.
Immediately after, Se-mi beamed with a smile as bright as a flower. "Long time no see." A while later, Se-mi was nonchalantly drinking coffee inside Song-guk's house. After a moment of silence, So-young spoke up shyly, "Min-guk is sleeping." Then suddenly, she slammed the coffee cup down on the table.
Se-mi smiled radiantly.
"It has been so long since we met, it is great, is not it?" Seeing this, Song-guk was almost stunned into silence, thinking to himself, "Lim Se-mi, she is really thick-skinned. The last time I saw her, she walked away so coolly, saying goodbye after giving up her role as my father's mistress. And now she suddenly appears like this. What is she plotting?" Unable to hide his curiosity, Song-guk asked bluntly, "So why are you here?" Se-mi chuckled, her hair swaying slightly in the breeze. "Why ask that? Why is little Song-guk always so cold to me?" Song-guk did not reply. He just cursed inwardly. "Of course I am cold to my father's mistress. Should I be welcoming?" Ji-sung was startled and hurriedly turned to him with a panicked look, then gently scolded him. "That is right, Song-guk, why are you acting like that toward the actress? Is this the first time Dad has met Lim Se-mi?" Seeing this, Song-guk grew even more furious. He was instantly smitten by the actress. She chuckled at those words. "The reason I suddenly came to visit everyone today is this." Se-mi held up an envelope in front of the family. It was a wedding invitation. "An invitation," he repeated with a bewildered look. "A wedding." Se-mi flashed a radiant smile as if announcing major news. "Surprise announcement, I am getting married." So-young and Ji-sung's eyes widened, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. "Getting married." She nodded slightly, her eyes calm as she explained with a hint of pride, to a younger man working in the finance industry in Hong Kong. "Originally, I was not planning on getting married." Se-mi continued in a gentle voice, "But he begged me to come to Hong Kong to live with him." So-young immediately gave a polite smile and clasped her hands in congratulations. "Congratulations, Miss Actress." She bowed her head slightly in thanks, her eyes curving happily. "Thank you, sister." She continued in an implied tone, "I believe Song-guk's mother would congratulate me too." The boy sat silently, his eyes turning cold upon hearing the words Hong Kong, then muttered, "Hong Kong, oo." Song-guk narrowed his eyes at Se-mi, his mind quickly connecting the dots with a cold logic. Lim Se-mi, this vixen. She is using that clever brain of hers again. One of the few places that cleverly escaped the financial crisis sweeping through East Asia, including South Korea, was Hong Kong. Of course, Hong Kong, which was British territory, had been returned to China, and there was also a crisis when major banks in Hong Kong went bankrupt. By leaving an old, unstable ship to board a safer one, she had made the perfect choice to protect her assets while avoiding the IMF crisis. Se-mi continued to smile before them, her voice sweet as if she had no ulterior motives. "Since things turned out this way, the wedding will be held suddenly in Hong Kong, and you all know how special I consider Song-guk's family. Immediately after, she made an offer. I want to invite all of you to my wedding in Hong Kong." So-young's eyes widened in shock. "Us." Se-mi replied shyly, "That is right. It is just a small wedding for those truly close to me. I really hope you will come." Song-guk looked at her with cold eyes and thought, probably because she is afraid of public backlash if she holds a lavish wedding right now. This vixen. "We still have a lot of work to do domestically, why go all the way to Hong Kong?" Song-guk quickly interjected, "Sorry, but we are BU." Before he could finish, he suddenly stopped. "No, wait." Song-guk asked hurriedly, "When did you say the wedding is?" Se-mi smiled and answered immediately, "It is in February, Song-guk." Song-guk nodded once and said firmly, "February." Our family will go. Hearing that, So Young could not help but feel bewildered. Oh my really, C and me also looked surprised. I thought you all would refuse. At that moment, Song Guk was seriously calculating. You will buy the plane tickets for everyone, right? She nodded. Of course. He thought to himself, in February, in Hong Kong. The International Finance Conference will be held. 1998, Hong Kong, Global Finance Conference. All the world's leading businessmen and investors will gather there. The corners of Song Guk's mouth curled into a small smile. Then, at that place, surely. Thinking this, he beamed. Perfect. Back to C and me, she smiled happily. I am truly glad you all accepted the invitation so easily. C and me sighed a little then continued, since I am marrying a Hong Konger, it might be difficult to see you all again in this country from now on. Song Guk narrowed his eyes at her, immediately understanding. She plans to withdraw everything from Korea entirely. C and me then bowed politely. I have delivered the invitation and you have accepted, so I will take my leave now. Before leaving, she bowed slightly. I have another schedule after this. See you all in Hong Kong.
Seong nodded politely.
Miss Actress, congratulations on your wedding. He did not forget to offer, we should also send a wedding gift or something. C and me immediately declined. Ah no, please do not worry about money or anything like that. With that, she bowed once more. Well then, until next time. C and me was about to walk away when Song Guk suddenly spoke up, wait a moment. Immediately after, he approached her, waving his hand to signal. C and me looked back at him curiously. What is it, Song Guk? Do you have something to say, ahem? He looked straight into her eyes and said slowly, don't liquidate all your relationships and assets in South Korea. He continued with a certain tone, South Korea will recover soon, and in a few decades, it will become a global cultural superpower. Song Guk emphasized each word, if you sell everything now, there will come a time when you, as a celebrity, will definitely regret it. Seeing C and me's reaction, So Young rushed over. Miss Actress, my Song Guk is just. Did he say something rude? She quickly explained, that was. The little guy was just giving me his best wishes. C and me turned to look at Song Guk and thought in admiration, indeed, I have heard a lot from the chairman but. C and me did not forget to drop a compliment before leaving, you really are special, are not you? After a moment of silence, she spoke up quickly, everyone, really do not worry about the gift money. Well then, goodbye. Once outside, C and me hurriedly made a call. Director Kim Mi-young, it is Lim C and me. Yes, yes. Regarding the complete termination of the exclusive contract, I will think about it more. Her voice echoed back to Song Guk's ears. Yes, please. At this point, he turned around and reminded them, come on, let us get ready to leave. Song Guk shouted excitedly, off to Hong Kong, let us go. The scene suddenly shifted to Hong Kong, Kai Tak International Airport. As fast as lightning, Song Guk's feet landed on Hong Kong soil. His gaze quietly observed the crowded city before him, then he shouted loudly, we have arrived in Hong Kong. Song Guk stood still for a moment amidst the bustling crowd, looking at the dense buildings in the distance, a sense of familiarity rising within him. It has been a long time since I was last here. I used to come here often for business. Just then, a scream erupted from beside him. Hey, John Song Guk. Ji Song looked angry as he recounted, you told us we had to take off our shoes when getting on the plane. Immediately after, he held his head and burst into a whimper. I trusted you so much. Song Guk glanced at Ji Song, his lips curling playfully as he teased gently, Dad, you're so cute, getting all worked up on your first flight. His voice rose. This kid. Immediately after, Ji Song pinched his cheek. You dare tease your own father. Right then, C and me appeared. Everyone. She walked quickly toward them, her eyes curving in a friendly manner. Welcome, everyone. He immediately changed his tone. Miss Actress. So Young also hurried over. You must be overwhelmed preparing for the wedding, yet you still came to pick us up yourself. She flashed a gentle but very skillful smile, as if it were a given. Oh, do not say that. Let us go. C and me hurriedly introduced, this is my fiancé. The man bowed shyly.
Hello everyone, I am Lila Shing.
I speak a little Korean. She also gestured toward Song Guk's family. And these are my benefactors, Song Guk's family. So Young hurriedly greeted him hello. A moment later, she could not help but feel a bit bewildered. Miss Actress. Benefactors, C and me answered honestly, thanks to Song Guk, I was able to leave Shinseong planning. Over here, The boy frowned slightly. This old fox, what a performance. She quickly pulled everyone back to reality, her voice full of excitement. So shall we go now? Si and me continued in an incredibly enthusiastic tone. Li La-shing and I have prepared so many things. First, a tour of Hong Kong. Next was a trip for wedding dress fittings. So Young picked up a dress and asked in surprise, "You even bought a dress for me?" Finally, during the wedding ceremony in the hotel's luxurious ballroom, the brilliant golden lights reflected off the bride's magnificent white gown. Below, Song-guk clapped gently. She actually looks the part. Back on the stage, the MC began the ceremony, the bride and groom. At the same time, So-young shyly touched Ji-sung's hand. She suddenly whispered something, her cheeks flushing bright red. Ji-sung became ecstatic, cheering with joy, really. So-young did not answer. She just nodded emotionally. Seeing this, Ji-sung immediately pulled So-young into a hug. "Honey." Witnessing the scene, Song-guk stood there wide-eyed and slack-jawed. What is this, what happened? A while later, Si and me's voice rang out, "Once again, thank you all for coming to the wedding. Please enjoy the hotel services until you return home." Inside the room, So-young read the instructions seriously. "My manager will also serve as a tour guide for everyone." Her eyes stopped at the last line. "I am truly deeply grateful. I am so moved." Back to Song-guk, he was jumping around excitedly. "Wow, it is huge. It is really massive." Song-guk stopped in his tracks, his heart fluttering with emotion. "How long has it been since I enjoyed luxury like this? Sometimes I miss the taste of my past life, the money, the opulence. Cheers." At the same time, Ji-sung excitedly suggested, "So, shall we go sightseeing?" He spoke happily, "We should enjoy ourselves to the fullest before going back." Hearing this, Song-guk immediately burst into a fake wail. Wait, I am not going sightseeing. I have somewhere else to be." Ji-sung turned to him with concern. Where are you planning to go?" Song-guk shouted without hesitation, "The GFC." He continued with determination, "I am going to the 1998 Global Finance Conference in Hong Kong. That is where all the money, information, and the richest people in the world are gathered." Receiving that answer, he froze for a moment. "Global finance, you're planning to go to a place like that, it is impressive you even know about it." Song-guk schemed inwardly. "Sightseeing, I did enough of that in my past life to last forever." Seeing this, So-young smiled and suggested happily, "Then let us go together. I am curious to see what kind of place Song-guk wants to visit." He immediately shook his head. "No way. You guys go sightseeing. I will go by myself." At this, So-young screamed in shock. "What? By yourself?" Song-guk handled it nonchalantly. "I have already discussed it thoroughly with Manager Kim and Lim Si and me. Her bodyguard will come with me." He did not forget to reassure them, "I won't go anywhere else. I will just be in the hall all day. There won't be any problems, so you do not need to worry at all." Song-guk continued in a grand adult-like tone, "So, you two just relax and go sightseeing to your heart's content." So-young immediately gave him a light smack on the head. "You should call her the actress, not Manager Kim." Song-guk clutched his head in pain, groaning, "Anyway, do not worry, just go." At this point, Ji-sung turned to So-young without a care. "In that case, shall we go?" She looked uneasy. "Still, I feel a bit worried." Meanwhile, Song-guk laughed inwardly. "Sorry, but it is much easier to take action without my parents around." After a moment, So-young nodded in agreement. "All right." She did not forget to remind him, "Keep a close eye on your surroundings, and we will see you in the evening."
1998 Hong Kong.
Later, Song-guk stood at the edge of the massive conference hall, his gaze quietly scanning the crowd. His eyes settled on a group of people in discussion. Look at them, all successful investors and top CEOs. Song-guk took a deep breath, as if savoring the atmosphere. The smell of money is everywhere. The sweet scent of dollars is insane. Thinking this, he ran excitedly down the hallway. Yes, this is it, businessmen belong in places like this. Who needs sightseeing? Song-guk turned to the bodyguard standing next to him and said calmly, "I am going to walk around a bit, okay?" The guard warned him sternly, "Please do not leave our sight. Miss Lim Si and me strictly instructed us to ensure your absolute safety." Hearing this, he thought to himself, Lim Si and me's treatment is not bad at all. Song-guk said nothing more and looked around expectantly. Anyway, let us see. It is about time for him to show up. His eyes scanned the crowd and suddenly stopped. There he is. Song-guk saw a tall man entering the hall and whispered the name, Elon. Immediately after, Song-guk ran over. Elon, the man was startled to see him. Song-guk. Elon looked at Song-guk in shock. My God, Song-guk, the boy smiled brightly. Long time no see. He expressed surprise mixed with amusement. You really are an unpredictable boy. I never expected to run into you in Hong Kong. Song-guk smiled mischievously. This place reeks of money. You should have known I would be here. Hearing that, Elon laughed heartily. Well done, well done. The genius boy always keeps me on my toes. Then Song-guk looked up and asked, You know what I am about to say, right? Elon paused for a moment. If it is you. He quickly made a guess. You are going to bring up the investment organization, are not you? His heart surged with excitement. Exactly, Elon. With his and his father's investment, Elon had run X.com without external interference. The groundbreaking online banking product swept across the US and entered the global financial market. X.com's explosive success had even made the front pages of domestic newspapers. Now it is my turn. It is time to reap what we have sown. Thinking this, Song-guk asked directly, You have made quite a bit, have not you? I am looking forward to seeing what kind of profit you will bring me. Elon gave a faint smile. It is a massive figure. The chairman is about to be stinking rich. I will transfer the suddenly, the boy shouted, Wait. Then Song-guk suggested seriously, Please consult Chairman John Jae-hyung and give me a little time. Elon was utterly confused. Huh, aren't you chasing after the dividends? Song-guk looked Elon straight in the eye.
No, Uncle Elon.
Elon fell silent, looking skeptical. You are not taking the investment dividends. The boy tilted his nose up and replied confidently, I am a man of vision. At this, Elon grew even more puzzled. What do you mean? Song-guk did not explain but asked instead, You have already planned it out, have not you? Before Elon could react, the boy turned sharply to face him. The next project after X.com. Next, Song-guk made a decisive offer, I will reinvest 70% of the dividends I receive into your next project. As soon as he said it, Elon's expression darkened. He lowered his voice, You have got quite an eye for someone your age. But what reason do I have to trust you? He did not forget to add, What if I go bankrupt? What if I am just pretending to do business and run off with the money? Song-guk let out a soft breath. I know two things for sure. Elon fell back into confusion. Two things, the boy gestured. First, you are a business genius. Song-guk pointed at Elon and stated firmly, and second, you are an incredibly ambitious man. He continued with his deductions, his tone full of confidence. Your dream does not stop at just being a wealthy man. I know you are aiming for something higher than the peak of humanity. With that, Song-guk smirked. Would a man like you really swindle investment money from an Asian kid? Your ambition and pride certainly would not allow it. He tilted his head slightly, his lips curving into a confident smile as if he had seen right through the man. Looking forward to a great partnership, Elon. We could become very good business partners. Elon looked at the small figure before him for a few seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. Interesting. Truly interesting. He reached out and shook Song-guk's hand, a firm handshake that confirmed an agreement between two investors.
Fine, Seong-guk.
I accept you as a partner in my next project. Upon receiving the answer, the boy smiled broadly. Then we can take our time dividing the dividends and the reinvestment funds. Just as the atmosphere between them settled, a low authoritative voice rang out from behind, John Song-guk. He reflexively turned around. Chairman. Another person in the hall bowed hurriedly. Chairman John Jae-hyung. The man asked curiously, Do you two know each other? He replied coldly, I know the boy. Then Jae-hyung turned to the other man, Chairman Gu Soo-young. As soon as Song-guk saw him, his pupils dilated. Gu.
Heo Soo-jeong.
The longtime rival of Samjin and chairman of Hyojin. The person earlier seemed to be with someone named Jason. He stared straight at Soo-young, suspicion rising in his heart. Why is he here? No, why is he with John Jae-hyung? What on earth is going on? Beside him, Elon looked at Song-guk curiously. Song-guk, what is wrong? Jae-hyung's gaze settled on Elon. So you are with Musk.
Soo-yeong repeated in confusion. Musk.
He continued in a steady but meaningful voice. You have probably heard his name, an outstanding entrepreneur who created online banking in the US.
Soo-jeong grew skeptical.
What relationship does a figure of that caliber have with his child? Jae-hyung smirked. Investment. It was all because of that child. Then he stepped closer. Song-guk. Jae-hyung's sharp gaze locked onto him. It has been a while. Song-guk froze for a split second, then quickly bowed politely. Yes, Chairman. Inwardly, he was bewildered. What? Song-guk's eyes scanned Jae-hyung's face. He looks more haggard. Then he turned to Elon. Director Musk. He answered quickly, Chairman. Elon did not forget to explain, I was just about to discuss dividends with Song-guk. Before he could finish, Jae-hyung interjected, Forgive me, but may I take the boy for a moment? His voice grew a bit stern. We have some private matters to discuss. Elon nodded slightly, his voice calm as usual. Please, go ahead. Jae-hyung glanced at Soo-young. The chairman also has his own matters to handle, right? Let us meet tonight. He bowed slightly. Fine. With that, he turned back to the boy. Shall we go, Song-guk? The scene quickly shifted to Exhibition Hall 1. Inside, Song-guk looked around, unable to hide his excitement. He surveyed the art room in the middle of the finance center, looking surprised. I did not expect to find a place like this in the convention center. Jae-hyung spoke slowly. These are the works of Damien Hirst, an artist who has been rising recently. The exhibition is still ongoing. Hearing this, Song-guk felt relieved. What? He scared me half to death. So he is still normal as always. Jae-hyung turned to Song-guk with a scrutinizing look. Some like it, some do not, but you seem fine with it. The boy replied quickly, of course. Song-guk analyzed hurriedly, his voice trembling slightly. The way he expresses primal emotions like life and death, or the fear of mortality in such a groundbreaking way, is truly amazing. His inner self was momentarily startled because he had let it slip Hirst was an artist he liked in his past life. He became flustered. About that. Without time to think, Song-guk quickly explained, his words jumbling together, It is because I think I read a review like that in the newspaper once. It is truly miraculous. Jae-hyung smiled faintly. Questioning your strangeness is pointless anyway. He immediately sat down and reminded him, the reason I called you is because of what happened last time. Song-guk repeated blankly, last time. Jae-hyung's voice suddenly dropped unusually low. That is right. Your suspicions were correct. That Jason guy was tempting Chairman Gu Soo-young. He continued in a low tone, he planned to turn John Jae-jin into a puppet and pull Chairman Gu into a plot to overthrow me. Hearing this, Song-guk cursed inwardly, that bastard. Jae-hyung turned his gaze toward him. But thanks to you, I settled things with Chairman Gu and caught Jason. As soon as he said it, Song-guk's eyes lit up. Then that is great, he suddenly raised his voice. The real problem lies with the board members. Jae-hyung's voice sank, as if revealing a burden he had carried for a long time. It seems they have accumulated quite a bit of resentment toward me. He spoke slowly. Not only did I take risks investing abroad right before the IMF crisis, but I also failed to protect Samjin C&T and several other subsidiaries. At this, Jae-hyung's voice grew harsh. And on top of that, I am planning to liquidate Samjin Motors. Song-guk stood silent for a few seconds, connecting everything in his head. His eyes grew clear with understanding. So that is it. Samjin Motors was a business built by his own hands. Because they have not seen results yet and he wants to scrap it, they are using it as an opening to attack him. Jae-hyung let out a breath. That is why these critics appeared. They have joined hands with Jason's remnants to bring me down. In a fit of indignation, the boy blurted out, but you are doing a great job. He stopped immediately, looking at Song-guk in surprise. What? He spoke as fast as the wind. If you insisted on keeping Samjin Motors just to hide a failure, you would only end up facing an even heavier defeat. That is exactly how he was in his past life. Trying to maintain the car business at all costs, constantly pouring all of Samjin's resources into it, only to finally accept defeat and quit Samjin Motors in 2001. Because of your stubbornness and refusal to admit failure, you lived in regret your whole life. Song-guk smiled slightly. You did well, Dad. You have shed an unnecessary burden. Song-guk stepped closer, his voice becoming stronger, though there will be some short-term losses. We can go much further, both Samjin and you, Chairman. His voice carried a hint of arrogance. Those small fry taking advantage of your minor setback. Are not they all just worth a single punch from the chairman? After saying that, Song-guk suddenly froze. Did I get too excited and talk nonsense again? But I absolutely could not stand by and watch my father get tricked by that Jason guy. He gently placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Song-guk. Jae-hyung looked directly at Song-guk. I have a serious question for you. Immediately after, he asked, will you become my successor? Jae-hyung repeated it once more, each word clear, I am asking you seriously. Will you become my successor? Song-guk's eyes widened slightly, his voice trembling with panic. That. Then Song-guk fell into deep thought. Is this necessary? Seeing this, he looked annoyed. What is with that reaction, Song-guk? A long silence followed, both appearing uneasy. He looked at him in disbelief. I mean, are you saying you want to make me the successor of Samjin? Jae-hyung nodded in confirmation. Yes. Answer me immediately. Hearing this, Song-guk clicked his tongue. This man. Thoughts raced through his mind. I felt something was off. But I did not expect him to actually intend for me to be the successor. He looked at Song-guk seriously. I have said what I needed to say. Now give me your answer. He could not hide his curiosity and asked back, but I really want to ask, why does it have to be me? What do you see in me? He did not hesitate to state, to put it simply. It is because you are outstanding. Jae-hyung continued his assessment, only 8 years old and fluent in 3 languages, knowledgeable in economic theory, and even investing abroad while trading real estate and stocks. He concluded nonchalantly, moreover, you possess a vision that seems to foresee the future. Jae-hyung took a breath and continued, his voice calm but clear, you are the definition of a ready successor. It is only natural to find and recruit such an exceptional talent. As soon as he finished, Song-guk tried to interject, but he suddenly cut him off. More importantly, I see ambition in you. Jae-hyung affirmed once more, you are not an ordinary child. He went quiet for a moment, then continued his analysis, a giant conglomerate like Samjin. Finally, Jae-hyung expressed a hint of suspicion, or perhaps you dream of becoming the master of something even greater than this. He emphasized, and in business, a man must have that kind of ambition. Jae-hyung's gaze drifted back to Song-guk. Finally. He suddenly blurted out, I sense destiny from you. Hearing this, the boy was stunned. Destiny. Jae-hyung nodded slightly. Yes. An indescribable, strange feeling. Then he added casually, as if you were my own biological son. Song-guk cried out in shock, that is ridiculous. Jae-hyung spoke in a self-deprecating tone, I know. Even I never thought I would say such things to a child. His gaze became even more serious. However, your way of thinking, your attitude, and the way you handle business are so like mine that I can't stop feeling something I can't explain. Jae-hyung spoke slowly, a strange sense of destiny from you. His past life, though vanished and now only existing in memory, was just like him living a new life right now but still unable to let go of the ties from the past. His father also bound by the relationships lost in his previous life. By our broken connection. After a long while, Song-guk reached out a trembling hand toward Jae-hyung. Let me give you my conclusion first. He suddenly made an X sign. My answer is no. He could not help but feel bewildered. Why is that? Song-guk shrugged. Because that is not my place. A light flashed in his eyes. Besides, just as you said, Chairman, I really do have ambition. Then Song-guk said slowly, instead of climbing onto a foundation built by someone else, I want to be the master of an empire created by my own hands. As he finished, Jae-hyung's heart was momentarily shaken. Finally, Song-guk followed up with a question, and besides, do not you already have a successor, Chairman? He was startled. What? He almost shouted, I am talking about John Tae-guk. Hearing this, Jae-hyung seemed to snap out of it. He became hesitant. That kid is. In his past life. I had sighed exactly the same way he just did. Idiot. Troublemaker. That name, John Tae-guk. He really was a useless, incompetent man. But the past life is over. Song-guk is still very young now, and currently, both you and he are living new lives. So we can make different choices from the past. Both me and you. After a moment, Song-guk tried to persuade him, try to have some faith in John Tae-guk. He looked at Jae-hyung with a determined gaze. You might think your son is untrustworthy, but cast that thought aside and try to educate him. Song-guk paused, then continued, your perception of him as a useless child might actually be what is hindering John Tae-guk's potential. Jae-hyung was silent for a moment. With that, Song-guk turned away nonchalantly. A truth I realized after dying once. Life is not just about success. In this life, I hope you also get to experience the love between father and son. And know what the feeling of a truly happy family is like. Before leaving, he did not forget to drop a reminder, stop looking for a successor in the wrong place and cherish your son more. Just as Song-guk reached the door, he suddenly stopped. Oh, and talk properly to Elon too. Then Song-guk announced unexpectedly, because your investment was a huge win, Chairman. He continued in a suggestive tone, cleaning out the pests in your house with that profit should be easy, right, like Jason or John Jae-jin for example. Immediately after, Song-guk left. Jae-hyung let out a shout that shook the space. Song-guk. Once outside, his body nearly collapsed. Song-guk kept gasping for breath, muttering to himself, that gave me quite a shock. He frowned slightly. Don't go scaring people out of the blue like that. Then Song-guk started skipping happily, feeling completely sure. Anyway, I must really be amazing persuading him with just my talk. I handled that pretty well, did not I? In that moment, he felt a sense of distaste. Becoming Samjin's successor, I would never accept such a troublesome position. Besides, the moment I step out and claim to be the successor, my mother, Lady Kim Myung-hee, would definitely get involved. And it is not just because she was my mother in my past life. How dare you plot to snatch my son's position? That woman is not someone you want to offend. Now that I have rejected the offer, I have no reason to be involved with father anymore. He will live his life, and I will live mine. We will go our separate ways. Song-guk let out a sigh, his face relaxing as if closing a complex chapter. It is done. Now I just want to talk about money. Just then he froze, his eyes fixed on a certain point. On the opposite side, Soo-young shouted, Elon. As soon as he saw him, Song-guk ran over. Elon, let us finish our talk about the investment. An unexpected voice rang out, and he stopped, his body trembling slightly. At the same time, Elon looked at him. Is that you, Song-guk? He looked at Song-guk's back blankly. Song-guk, where are you going? He explained hurriedly, still walking. Well, I just have some other business to handle. Then suddenly Soo-young spoke up. Where are you going, John Song-guk? He approached step by step and asked curiously, did you have an interesting conversation with Chairman John Jae-hyung? Soo-young's lips curved into a half-smile, both mysterious and knowing, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Song-guk. Now look at me. Soo-young took a sip of tea. He had heard that Hong Kong was quite famous for its milk tea. He smiled and praised it. It is really sweet and delicious, so drink as much as you like. Song-guk obediently followed. That is right, take your time and enjoy it. But inside, he was fuming. Take his time, my foot. Song-guk looked up at the man in front of him with pure annoyance. He felt helpless, surrounded on all sides. He could not escape. Elon, that traitor. How dare he sell him out so quickly? A place for the two of you to talk, please, this way, and then he just vanished. Suddenly, Soo-young spoke up. You seem surprised that an old man like me would suddenly ask to meet you privately. Song-guk froze. An old man, right? I can't even jokingly call this man an old man. The man who always vied for the top spot with Samjin, the only rival to Chairman John Ju-shin, the chairman of Hyojin, Koo Soo-young. He felt frustrated. Do I have to deal with him right after John Jae-hyung? So, what is the reason the chairman wanted to meet me? Soo-young gave a sly smile. You really are as bold as Chairman John Jae-hyung said. Song-guk felt a pang of guilt. He was so exhausted he forgot to act like a child. He replied, because I felt curious. Soo-young closed his eyes and explained, Director John Jae-jin and Jason Lee, the overseas investment team leader of Samjin, contacted me. He recounted that while meeting them and speaking with Chairman John Jae-hyung, one name kept coming up. His gaze turned sharp and cold. A name that felt completely out of place in a conversation between heads of corporations. Song-guk flinched at this. The name of an 8-year-old boy. Soo-young picked up some documents and read, caught the eye of a famous director and debuted as a child model, followed by a solo variety show with a national group, Just. He continued reading the achievements, attracted Samjin's attention, bought land in Weizong, advised Chairman John Jae-hyung on overseas investments, and connected him with Elon Musk. He slammed his hand on the table. And most recently, you even took over land in Pangeo. Soo-young laughed with satisfaction. I have scolded the person who investigated this countless times, even though he is one of my most outstanding subordinates. His eyes showed clear astonishment. Because who would believe it, that all of this? Song-guk listened in silence, feeling guilty. Was led by an 8-year-old child standing behind the scenes. He gave a stiff smile and thought, so he's already finished investigating my background. Oh, it was just luck. I also heard you were the one who tipped them off about the meeting between me and Jason. He showed some admiration. It is unexpected, truly incredible. Tell me, Song-guk. Soo-young asked a probing question. Just how far ahead are you looking? His opponent was a founder who built Hyojin from scratch, just like Grandpa John Ju-shin. He could not fool those sharp eyes that had seen thousands of talents. Since he could not avoid it, he had to go for it. He declared firmly, "I am looking at the time after the IMF crisis ends." These words startled Soo-young. The end of the IMF crisis, Song-guk asked, "Chairman, have you seen the gold collection movement?" He stroked his chin and replied, "I have. I also saw your interview, but that won't last long." Soo-young believed it was just a temporary commotion, but Song-guk countered, "No, the gold collection movement will grow even larger and ease the country's burden." He argued it would be a massive help in ending the IMF crisis early. Soo-young gasped in surprise. "What?" He asked again in disbelief, "Ending the IMF crisis? I understand why Chairman Koo Soo-young is skeptical. There is no way to know how long the donations will last, and it is true that the funds are being targeted by villains everywhere, those in the business world who are short on capital. He had already calculated it. But in the end, we will pay off part of the national debt. The greatest achievement of the gold collection movement is that the IMF will have to withdraw its super high interest rate policy in Korea. We will be recognized as having the strength and will to be self-reliant." Song-guk was full of confidence. Winning the war is important, but post-war reconstruction is even more vital. The IMF crisis will eventually end. He declared boldly, "After that, we will need a new vision to revive Korea." Soo-young asked again, unable to believe it, "You are saying?" "A new vision," he excitedly shared. "I am going to build a conglomerate." Song-guk was immensely proud. A group that coexists and develops together. The future there is bright, looking beyond Korea to reach out to the world. Song-guk's determination was no small thing. The #1 conglomerate in Korea. Soo-young's hand trembled slightly. It was a truly grand and unbelievable vision. He said something that made him freeze, "So that is why you refused the position of heir from Chairman John J. Hyung." He stammered, "You knew about that too, even that." Soo-young covered his face, lamenting, "Chairman John J. Hyung told me he was considering you as his successor." He observed closely. "But seeing your face after meeting the chairman, I could guess the talk did not end well." Song-guk felt helpless. He had seen right through it. Soo-young praised him incessantly. "Incredible. Truly incredible." Song-guk blushed in embarrassment. "I think you are even more incredible, Chairman." He spoke his mind. "Honestly, if I were you, I would find the words of a child like me ridiculous visions and things like that." Soo-young said, "That is because I knew a child who once said the exact same things as you." Song-guk was in disbelief. "Just like me, there was another genius like me." The next words made his heart skip a beat. "My eldest son, who passed away." Song-guk rubbed his chin, remembering. Hearing him say that, it seemed he recalled it too. He had died in a car accident in the US when he was only 10. Soo-young continued, "That child was just like you." He recalled. He outlined a vision for businesses and looked toward the future. Tears fell from Soo-young's eyes. A kind-hearted boy who worried about his country and community. He was even more talented than someone like me. Song-guk used his small hand to comfort him. "Death." He softly consoled him. "Death might not be the end, but a new beginning." He was surprised. "What?" He pointed to the butterfly painting. "Chairman, do you know that painting? Isn't that a print by Damien Hirst?" Song-guk confirmed, "Yes. It just looks like a butterfly, but it actually contains Damien's philosophy on life and death." He explained, "It means death is not just pain or the end, but the start of another journey." Finally, he concluded, "That is why the painting is called Rebirth." Song-guk's words stunned Soo-young. "I believe your son, such a genius, is shining brightly in a more wonderful form somewhere." His voice trembled as he continued this. Soo-young sobbed. "I never thought of it that way even once." He thought to himself, "These are my sincere feelings. It is hard to believe, but it is because I am also living a new life after death." Then, Soo-young gave a happy smile. "Thank you. I will believe that my son, just like you, is somewhere better, shining brightly." A while later, Song-guk walked out exhausted. Elon Musk saw him and was surprised. "Oh, Song-guk." He pressed, "Did your talk with the chairman go well?" Song-guk replied tiredly, "Don't even mention it, Uncle Elon. I am exhausted. But I will still finish the investment talk, right?" At those words, his eyes lit up. "Of course, let us do it right now." He told himself, "Just endure a bit more, John Song-guk. I have even handled both chairmen smoothly." In his heart he planned, "Once I get home, I am just going to play, eat, roll around and rest." Elon Musk left happily. Shall we go then? Suddenly, Song-guk remembered something. Wait, I feel like I am forgetting something. It is probably nothing important. Scene change. Students are laughing and playing. Song-guk walked in with a dark expression. Congratulations on your admission to the International Elementary School. A banner hung high. Congratulations to all new students of the International Elementary School. The teacher was instructing, line up neatly at our school, okay, yes. The principal gave a speech on the podium. With the responsibility of a principal, I welcome all new students. Inside the classroom, the teacher greeted them happily. Our adorable students, like little chicks. Congratulations on entering elementary school. He asked caringly, how do you feel now that you are at school? Some students were bustling. I am so excited. The classroom is huge. I am an elementary student now. A shy girl said timidly, excuse me but. She looked at Song-guk and said, there is a celebrity in our class. He gave a helpless, wry smile. He was going crazy inside. I just want to disappear right now. A few weeks ago, I went to Hong Kong for Lim Sun Mil's wedding. And while I was there, I met Elon, so excited about making money here and there. But reality was much harsher. It was like fighting the final boss. We won't let you go until you defeat us, damn it. Even so, I handled everything neatly, refused the air position, comforted everyone, and even got emotional. Both of you, get lost. I thought I could finally rest after coming home, but... Laughter pulled him back to reality. Quiet, everyone, no running during break time. Damn it. Song-guk slammed his hand on the desk, making a loud noise. He gave a warning glare. So noisy, it is all my fault. I can't believe I forgot I had to start elementary school. I am such an idiot. Even in my past life, I practically skipped elementary school. Song-guk criticized it, elementary school, a total waste of time. I will go study abroad instead. He held his head in despair. Damn it, of course I completely forgot about it in this life too. Is this for real? Do I really have to be stuck as an elementary student now? His parents were overjoyed. Congratulations on starting school, mommy is so happy. He calculated, do I have to be stuck here for 6 whole years? 1 + 1 is. The answer must be 3. Song-guk held his head and cursed silently, damn it. Just then, a girl approached and asked, Lim Song-guk, why are you here? He was surprised. What? She explained, well, my mom said that rich and famous kids go to that elementary school over there. Oh, that place. Of course, that offer reached my ears too. An invitation to enroll from Youngsung Elementary. Let us go, Song-guk, and Samjin also suggested enrolling there. All the troublemakers from kindergarten were going there too. But I chose a different path. Recess. I did not want to be involved with Samjin anymore, and I already experienced Youngsung in my past life, so I refused. I did not expect things to turn out like this. His classmates gathered around and asked one by one, you looked so cool on TV, I asked, why did you come here? Song-guk felt tired and annoyed. Please leave me alone. Guys, Suddenly, a voice interrupted, now everyone. The teacher came to break it up. We should not bother our friend, right? The students quickly made excuses. Teacher, we were not bothering Song-guk, that is right, we are just curious. He explained, we should not ask everything we are curious about, remember, as you all know, Song-guk is very famous. He makes a lot of money and does the work of talented adults. You could see on the nameplate, 1st grade, class 1 homeroom teacher, Han Jong-yun. He got even more excited. In short, all of you and Song-guk are on completely different levels. This comment confused everyone. Levels, Song-guk flinched. What? He stood up abruptly. What the hell is he talking about, sir? But Jong-yun winked at him. Don't worry, Song-guk. I understand everything perfectly, you see. This action made Song-guk even more bewildered. What is wrong with that, teacher? Everyone go back to your seats now. Talking about levels to children, what on earth is he thinking? Jong-yun began to demand, children, are you all sitting in the spots I assigned? He reminded them, you will be sitting there for the rest of the semester. Then he ordered, introduce yourself to your desk mate. A boy approached. Song-guk, hello. The boy introduced himself, I am Choi Jong-woo. His expression made Song-guk freeze for a moment. Jong-woo kept chatting, Song-guk, my nose keeps running. Help me wipe it. Song-guk felt like he was going insane. Jong-yun tapped his book loudly on the desk to get attention. Now, spend the first week getting used to the school with your desk mate. And next week, We will have our first parent-teacher open house. Understood. He carefully instructed, work hard and show your parents your coolest side. Jong Yun's smile was clearly sly. And after the open house, there will be a private meeting between parents and teachers. This tone caught Song Guk's attention, even as he was about to wipe the snot. It is a very important meeting, so make sure to tell your parents. His eyes scrutinized him. That teacher. Meanwhile, the teacher was laughing slyly inside. No way. Jong Yun looked at the nameplate and remarked, his parents run a large restaurant business, and he is a celebrity with his own management agency. He had already calculated, this time for sure, I am going to get a real taste of money.